The sun blazed overhead, casting golden rays across the ranch as a gentle summer breeze drifted through the air. In the comforting shade beside Glastrier's stable, Naoki stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the pasture. Out in the field, a Farfetch'd danced between wooden training dummies, its signature leek gripped tightly in one wing. Its gaze was sharp, body poised with unwavering focus.
Then, with a deep breath, it began. Step. Pivot. Charge.
In a flash, it surged forward, transformed into a blur of white light.
Bang. 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 Bang.
The sounds rang across the ranch like drumbeats of war. The once sturdy training dummies split cleanly down the middle, collapsing into neat halves. As the light faded, Farfetch'd reappeared, motionless and poised with its back to the wreckage. It sheathed its leek like a swordmaster completing a kata. Naoki's jaw dropped, followed by an excited round of clapping.
Pa pa pa, he applauded.
Your swordsmanship's getting incredible. Watching in awe, a thought struck him. Had Farfetch'd actually reached a new level of mastery? Just through sheer repetition and refinement? Farfetch'd turned, pride gleaming in its eyes, and gave a subtle nod.
Farfetch'd.
Then its gaze fell to the leek in its wing. Its expression shifted, frustration clouding its calm. Naoki noticed immediately. Something wrong with your leek? He knew how important the leek was to a Farfetch'd. In the wild, they fiercely protected them, sometimes even fought over the best ones. A solid leek could last for years.
A weak one? Not so much.
Farfetch'd gave a small wave of its leek and let out a soft Farfetch'd, but the discontent was obvious. Naoki looked closer. This Farfetch'd had grown, stronger, faster, larger. The once trusty leek now looked like a toy in a warrior's hand. What would it do now? Later that day, after lunch, Farfetch'd approached Naoki, eyes filled with resolve. Naoki popped a translation seed crisp into his mouth and listened.
Farfetch'd.
Naoki, I'm leaving.
Naoki blinked.
This leek doesn't suit me anymore, Farfetch'd continued. I need to find one that does. Thank you for everything.
Naoki's heart sank.
You're leaving, for a better leek?
Farfetch'd nodded.
You don't want to stay and keep training? There's more you could learn, advanced sword techniques. They don't suit me, Farfetch'd interrupted gently.
I've tried.
But I've mastered my own path.
That's enough.
Naoki sighed, sadness settling over him like a quiet cloud.
I see.
He hesitated, then asked, Do you even know where to find a new leek? I'll find it, Farfetch'd replied simply. We always know where to look. Naoki chuckled at its confidence, but then an idea lit up in his mind. What if I grow a leek garden right here? I could plant a variety for you to choose from. Maybe even grow special ones, tougher than anything out there.
Farfetch'd blinked. Farfetch'd.
You'd do that?
Naoki nodded. Of course.
If you stay, you can keep training, surrounded by friends. No need to venture into danger.
Farfetch'd looked touched.
It had once been a solitary figure beneath a waterfall. But now, the idea of leaving felt hollow. It glanced toward the Indie siblings, who worked tirelessly to care for everyone. They smiled and waved in silent support. Lowering its head, Farfetch'd pondered deeply, then lifted it with newfound clarity.
Farfetch'd. I'll stay.
Naoki grinned and ruffled its feathers. Let's go to town and get you some seeds, partner. As they climbed into the truck, flapping wings signaled a new arrival. Dragonite landed awkwardly nearby. Naoki raised an eyebrow.
Look who's back.
Do you even know what time it is? Dragonite looked sheepish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And where are Ogerpon and Butterfree? Dragonite rummaged through its bag, pulling out Pokeballs. With a flash, the missing Pokémon appeared. Naoki checked them carefully, sighed in relief, and climbed back in. We'll talk when I get back. The Pokémon exchanged worried glances as he drove off. Alright, go and play. Naoki waved to the other Pokémon as he walked toward the field, a pouch of onion seeds in hand and Farfetch'd proudly marching beside him. This particular patch of land had been used to grow spinach not long ago. Naoki had just finished harvesting it and hadn't yet decided what to plant next, making it the perfect spot for Farfetch'd's leek garden. With a low whistle, Naoki called out to Dugtrio. In a blur of dirt and motion, the trio of heads popped up with an eager squeal and quickly got to work. Their synchronized digging was nothing short of art, turning over the soil with practiced ease. Naoki followed close behind, carefully sowing neat rows of seeds into the freshly plowed earth. Soon enough, the field was planted and ready. Naoki dusted his palms. Are you in a hurry to change weapons? He asked, glancing at Farfetch'd. The Pokémon looked down at its current leak and shook its head.
Farfetch'd.
This one's still fine for now.
Good, Naoki smiled.
Then let's take care of these seeds properly. A little water, a little fertilizer, and before you know it, you'll have more leeks than you know what to do with. Farfetch'd's eyes lit up.
Farfetch'd.
I can't wait. Naoki chuckled and called over the Go-Goats. Let's see if you can give these babies a little boost. The grass types responded with cheerful bleats and trotted into the field, forming a circle around the freshly planted garden. As they released shimmering green energy, the soil responded with a glow of its own, pulsing with life and vitality. The air grew warmer, filled with the scent of fresh earth and budding growth.
Farfetch'd stood still, captivated.
The sight of this magical, nourishing process stirred something deep within. Back in the wild, it had struggled, eating emergency leeks just to survive, wandering alone to find replacements. Growing food had always seemed impossible.
But now?
Now it stood before a whole field of leeks made just for it. Farfetch'd amazing.
Its gaze sharpened.
A new goal bloomed in its heart, one it had never even dreamed of before. It wanted to learn how to grow leeks itself. When Naoki returned to the house, Farfetch'd was already waiting. So, Naoki asked, folding his arms, you want to help with the garden? Farfetch'd nodded vigorously.
Naoki thought for a moment.
Watering will be Dragonite's job, and the Go-Goats will handle the growth energy. Farfetch'd's wings drooped. Farfetch'd, so I can't do anything. Naoki tilted his head, then smiled. You could guard the leek garden.
Farfetch'd. Guard it.
Exactly. Wild birds sometimes sneak in to eat crops, and scarecrows don't work. Koraidon used to nap by the fields, and just its aura kept them away. But if you patrolled the garden like a swordsman on watch. Farfetch'd's feathers flared.
Farfetch'd.
Leave it to me. And from that day on, it did just that. Patrolling every inch of the ranch like a devoted sentinel, it became the silent guardian of the fields, its leek raised like a blade, eyes always scanning the horizon. Life returned to a peaceful rhythm. But the very next morning, a new problem came to Naoki, one that involved the Dragonaires. He was busy mending a fence Wooloo had knocked down when he heard the unmistakable whines of multiple Dragonaires behind him. They huddled in a circle, flustered and restless. What's going on now? He muttered, brushing sweat from his brow. He quickly popped a translation seed crisp into his mouth. All right, he said, I'm listening. One Dragonair slithered forward. Woo. Naoki, we want special training too. Naoki raised a brow.
Special training? You.
He took a long sip from his water bottle, clearly not expecting this. You all seem happy lazing around the ranch. Why the sudden change of heart? Another Dragonair stepped up proudly. Woo woo. We want to evolve like Dragonite, so we can grow hands and help you. Naoki nearly choked on his drink. Wait, what? He looked at them seriously. You want to evolve so you can help with chores? The Dragonairs nodded as one, eyes gleaming. Naoki stared at them, then burst out laughing. Well, I guess that's one way to get stronger. Hands are pretty useful. Still smiling, he asked, but why now? Their answer was simple and honest. Woo. Because you feed us poffins and treats every day. You're so kind, we want to return the favor. Naoki was speechless for a moment.
Then his face softened.
He knelt down and patted their smooth heads, his voice low and kind. Thank you. I'm really lucky to have you guys. Their tails coiled around him affectionately, glittering in the morning light. Later that day, Naoki made arrangements. Koraidon, I'm placing the Dragonairs under your guidance. Train them in Dragon-type moves. Rayo, Koraidon grumbled, but accepted. And Cyclizer, Naoki added, they're your new training buddies.
Help each other out.
Gale. Cyclizer cheered, thrilled to have new classmates. And just like that, the Dragonairs began their journey toward evolution. Meanwhile, across the ranch at Snorlax Park, a group of Pokémon gathered around the massive, slumbering Snorlax. Dragonite stood at the center, clutching a jet-black scale that shimmered with a faint celestial glow. Ogerpon, Butterfree, Glacian, Eve, Pawmot, and Alchemy formed a curious circle.
Paymo? Pawmot tilted its head.
Could this really be the Rayquaza's scale? The day before, Dragonite and Cyclizer had shared their incredible tale, of the sky-high Pokémon, of a night beneath the stars, of stories and roaring laughter with the legendary Rayquaza. Now, they were here to see proof. Dragonite stood tall, scale in claw.
Its goal?
To summon Rayquaza to the ranch, to prove that the bond they formed was real. And perhaps, to let their friends witness a legend with their own eyes.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Life on the ranch continued peacefully. With the problem of Farfetch'd resolved, another group of Pokémon approached Naoki for help. The Dragonaires that often frolicked around the ranch had something on their minds. The next morning, Naoki was busy repairing a fence that the rambunctious Wooloo had knocked over in the pasture. Nearby, several Dragonaires were huddled together, whining and gesturing at one another in frustration. Naoki paused his work and glanced over, trying to make sense of their behavior.
What's going on? He muttered.
But their cries were unintelligible to him.
Wait a second,
Naoki said, holding up a hand. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of translation seed crisp, popping it into his mouth.
After chewing, he nodded.
All right, go ahead. The Dragonaires perked up immediately, their eyes shining with determination.
Woo! One exclaimed.
Naoki, we want special training too.
Ha!
Naoki blinked, taken aback. He put down his tools and stared at the small dragon-type Pokémon in disbelief.
Special training?
Where did that idea come from? The morning sun was already beating down, and Naoki grabbed his water bottle, taking a long sip to cool off. You all seem pretty happy with life here. Why do you suddenly want to do special training? You know that's really tough, right? The Dragonaires shook their heads in unison, their expressions brimming with resolve. One of them stepped forward and declared, "Woo! We're not afraid of hard work." Another Dragonaire nodded enthusiastically and added, "Woo woo.
That's right.
We want to become like Dragonite and grow hands so we can help you out." Puffed. Naoki nearly spit out his water. He coughed, wiping his mouth as he tried to process what he just heard.
Wait, what?
You want to evolve into Dragonite? And it's because you want hands. He looked at the Dragonaires in front of him. The sheer earnestness of their statement left him stunned. Well, I guess they have a point. If they evolve into Dragonites, their arms would be a lot more useful for carrying things. Naoki couldn't help but laugh. So, let me get this straight. You want to train hard so you can grow hands and help me with the ranch work? The Dragonaires all nodded eagerly, their little tusks gleaming in the sunlight. Naoki wiped his mouth and set his water bottle down, still chuckling at their unexpected request.
All right, calm down.
Let me get this straight. Why the sudden desire to help out with the ranch? The Dragonaires blinked their bright eyes and answered innocently and happily. Woo! That's because Naoki makes such delicious puffins and snacks for us every day. Naoki is so kind, and we want to help him too. Naoki smiled as he realized the Dragonaires were expressing their gratitude. Hearing such heartfelt words, Naoki felt a deep warmth in his chest. This is what it means to bond with Pokémon. Pokémon were so simple and genuine. Treat them with kindness, and they would go to great lengths to return that kindness. Naoki took a deep breath, then crouched down to pat the heads of each Dragonaire in turn. His voice was soft with emotion as he said, "Good Dragonaires.
I understand.
Thank you for wanting to help me."
Woo!
The Dragonaires rubbed their heads affectionately against Naoki, their tusks gleaming in the sunlight.
Naoki's grin widened. It's decided.
From now on, the Dragonaire family would officially be his favorite pseudo legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Their loyalty and eagerness to help had earned them a special place in his heart. To honor their dedication, Naoki decided to provide them with the best training possible. He quickly placed them in the tutoring program run by Koraidon for Cyclizer. "Koraidon, I'm entrusting the Dragonaires to you. Teach them some Dragon-type moves and help them grow stronger." He turned to Cyclizer with a grin. "Cyclizer, from now on, the Dragonaires will be your classmates. Since the gap in strength between you and Koraidon is so wide, training together with the Dragonaires will help all of you learn from each other and gain experience in battle. I'll come by regularly to supervise your progress,"
Naoki added.
Koraidon sighed, clearly resigned.
Rayo. All right.
Cyclizer, on the other hand, was thrilled at the prospect. It turned to the Dragonaires and greeted them cheerfully.
Gale. Welcome aboard.
Meanwhile, over at Snorlax Park, across the river, a group of Pokémon had gathered around the towering Snorlax, who was napping peacefully in the shade. The group included Dragonite, Ogerpon, Butterfree, Glacian, Eevee, Pawmot, and Alchemy. They formed a circle around Dragonite, who held the jet-black Rayquaza scale in its claws, its surface gleaming faintly under the sunlight.
Paymo?
Pawmot tilted its head, a confused look on its face. Could this scale really summon the legendary hero Rayquaza, the Pokémon who had saved the world? The day before, Dragonite and Cyclizer had shared the story of their nighttime adventure with Rayquaza. They had recounted the heroic deeds of the Sky Pokémon, describing how it had calmed the raging battle between Groudon and Kyogre. The tale had piqued the curiosity of Pawmot and Glacian. Both were eager to learn more about the mythical Pokémon. Now, Dragonite was ready to prove the tale wasn't just a story. After finishing its chores for the day, including watering the farmland, Dragonite had called together its closest friends and led them to Snorlax Park. It stood at the center of the group, scale in hand, ready to demonstrate its bond with the legendary Rayquaza.
Its goal?
To summon Senior Rayquaza to visit the ranch. That day, they had left in such a hurry. There were still so many things Dragonite and its friends hadn't had the chance to tell Rayquaza Senpai. Not only that, but Rayquaza had mentioned it lived in the sky all alone. When they heard that, Dragonite and the others felt a deep pang of pity for their senior. A Pokémon living by itself in the sky. No food, no soft bed, exposed to the harsh winds and blazing sun, and enduring the bitter cold of winter. When hungry, it could only chew on meteorites floating in space. After much discussion, Dragonite and Ogerpon decided to invite Rayquaza Senpai to visit the ranch. They planned to host a grand feast in Rayquaza's honor. On the grassy expanse of Snorlax Park, they laid out a blue checkered picnic blanket. On it was an array of colorful berries and food lovingly prepared by Naoki. The spread included sweet poke blocks, crispy puffins, buttery cookies, and cakes made from fresh eggs and moo milk. The picnic blanket had been borrowed from Indy D brother, who managed the kitchen supplies. The berries were handpicked by Dragonite from the orchard. The poke blocks and puffins had been retrieved from the refrigerator by Pawmot. The cookies and cakes were brought over by the Garganacle after a request from Alchemy. Everything was ready. All that was left was to summon Rayquaza Senpai. With that thought, Pokémon turned their eyes to the jet-black scale in Dragonite's claws. Dragonite held the scale carefully, staring at it with intense focus. It tried to sense something within the scale, attempting to mentally call out to Rayquaza Senpai. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half the day passed, and still, there was no response.
A woo.
It's not working. Dragonite's disappointment was evident. When Rayquaza had handed over the scale, it hadn't explained how to use it. Seeing this, the other Pokémon exchanged uncertain glances. They turned their eyes skyward and murmured, "Paymo. Do you think Rayquaza Senpai will come?"
Pawn. I'm not sure, Ogerpon replied.
Pawmot sighed wistfully.
Paymo.
It would have been amazing to meet the hero who saved the world. Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, at the Moss Deep Space Center, the center's satellite system suddenly detected a strong magnetic field fluctuation in the upper atmosphere. To both protect the satellite from potential damage and observe the anomaly, the system activated its onboard energy camera to capture real-time images of the area. As soon as the fluctuation was detected, the operator at the console pulled up the live feed. On the monitor, an image appeared. The backdrop was deep space, a vast expanse of stars stretching into the unknown. Below was a stunning view of Earth, its oceans glistening like sapphire. Suddenly, a shiny serpentine figure appeared in the frame. The creature floated effortlessly through space, moving toward a meteorite before beginning to feed on it. The operator's eyes widened in shock.
That Pokémon, is it?
Senior officials quickly gathered around, their eyes glued to the screen. That silhouette, could it be the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, the Sky Guardian?
It has to be.
Living in the ozone layer, capable of traversing space at will, that's Rayquaza.
It's incredible.
What a majestic sight. But what is it doing? Eating a meteorite. In space, Rayquaza continued to absorb the meteorite's energy. Its golden eyes glanced briefly at the satellite in the distance, aware of its presence. It knew exactly what that machine was. It was something made by humans, launched from the Earth into the vastness of space. At first, Rayquaza had been intrigued by the object, mistaking it for an enemy encroaching on its domain in the skies. However, it quickly realized that the machine posed no threat to it whatsoever. With its curiosity satisfied, Rayquaza had chosen to ignore these human devices, allowing them to venture freely into the universe. Now, as Rayquaza continued absorbing energy from the meteorite, it suddenly froze mid-action. A faint sensation coursed through its body, drawing its attention downward to the blue planet below. The scales on its body trembled, vibrating softly as though responding to a distant call. It hesitated briefly, its golden eyes narrowing, before turning away from the meteorite. With a single motion, Rayquaza shot toward Earth, descending with incredible speed. At the Moss Deep Space Center in the Hoenn region, a tense silence fell over the monitoring room as the staff watched the live feed. "It stopped eating," one of the technicians exclaimed. Another leaned forward, squinting at the screen. "Does it sense something?" "What could possibly make Rayquaza stop feeding?" a third muttered. A senior officer, frowning in thought, broke the silence. "Track its movements immediately." The Moss Deep Space Center served a dual purpose. While its primary mission was to explore the mysteries of space, it also acted as a critical security hub for the Hoenn region. Unlike other regions, Hoenn had a long history of natural disasters intertwined with legendary Pokémon. The threat of Groudon and Kyogre's ancient rivalry had led to the creation of a dedicated department within the Space Center to monitor seismic and environmental activity across the region. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disturbances were tracked in real time, allowing the Hoenn Alliance to respond quickly to potential disasters. If the legends of Groudon, the god of Earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, ever came true, the Space Center's role would be pivotal in detecting their awakening, deploying a response strategy, and summoning the region's champions to intervene. Now, the satellite focused its instruments on tracking Rayquaza's movements. On the radar detection map displayed on the large central screen, a small red dot marked Rayquaza's position. The technicians watched in awe as the dot zipped across the map, moving at an extraordinary speed. "It's crossing the Hoenn region," a monitor reported. "It's entered the Unova region," another added, voice tinged with disbelief. But Rayquaza did not slow down. "Report. Rayquaza has reached the edge of the radar's detection range," a technician called out. A tense pause filled the room as the red dot blinked once before disappearing from the screen. The senior officials exchanged uneasy glances. "Rayquaza is gone," someone murmured. For a moment, no one spoke. The air was heavy with shock and confusion. According to recorded legend, Rayquaza rarely descended from the ozone layer. The sky-high Pokémon was known to reside far above the Earth, appearing only under extraordinary circumstances. What could be compelling it to move like this? An official finally asked, echoing the question that hung in everyone's mind. Rayquaza was known to descend to Earth only under extraordinary circumstances, specifically when Groudon, the god of Earth, and Kyogre, the god of the sea, awakened and began their destructive battles. Its role as the arbiter of the skies was to quell their raging conflict and restore balance. But now, Rayquaza had left the ozone layer. What could be drawing Rayquaza down this time? Paldea region, Kosagi town, Naoki ranch. On the grassy plains of the ranch, a fierce Pokémon battle was underway. Dragonair and Cyclizer faced off in an intense sparring match. The air was electric as the battle reached its peak. Dragonair opened its jaws wide, and swirling purple energy began to gather. It roared, unleashing a powerful hyper beam, aiming to overwhelm Cyclizer and claim victory. But Cyclizer's combat experience is obviously richer than that of Dragonair's. With fluid precision, it used its signature maneuver, dodge, evading the attack entirely. Then, with a swift motion, its tail glowed brightly as it executed a well-timed dragon tail, striking Dragonair with remarkable force. "Nicely done, Cyclizer. That dragon tail was executed perfectly." Naoki cheered, clapping his hands.
"Come on, Dragonair. Don't give up."
"You've got this," he added, encouraging both Pokémon equally. The two Pokémon squared off again, their determination evident in their postures, while Naoki stood at the sidelines, rooting for them enthusiastically. At that moment, a sudden shift disrupted the battle. Naoki noticed a figure flicker into view nearby. Calyrex appeared with a grave expression. "Ha!" Naoki turned toward it, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Calyrex's gaze was fixed on the sky. Its voice was calm but laced with urgency as it replied, "I sense a powerful presence approaching." Naoki froze, confusion clouding his face. A powerful presence. Behind him, Cyclizer and Dragonair paused their sparring, both turning their heads toward the sky. The other Pokémon in the area began to murmur amongst themselves, their attention drawn to the sudden tension in the air. Koraidon moved closer to Naoki, its eyes narrowing as it too looked skyward.
"Rayo!
Something is coming." The stillness was broken as the sky itself began to change. The once serene sea of clouds churned violently, and the winds picked up with a sudden, ferocious intensity. The sunlight dimmed as a massive shadow appeared in the heavens, growing larger and darker by the second. The air was filled with the sound of rushing wind and the ominous roar of a descending force. Then, with a mighty gust that sent grass rippling across the field, an enormous, pitch-shiny black figure descended.
Rayquaza. It's Rayquaza.
Naoki immediately recognized the massive dragon Pokémon as it descended from the sky. The shimmering, jet-black figure exuded an aura of majesty and strength. He couldn't help but marvel at its shiny form. Rayquaza was enormous, its presence dominating the ranch as its piercing gaze swept across the fields. For a moment, Naoki froze as he felt Rayquaza's eyes land on him. The sheer weight of its presence sent a shiver down his spine, an overwhelming pressure making him tense up instinctively. Why is Rayquaza here? Naoki wondered, his mind racing. He hadn't done anything with the scale, certainly not something that would summon the legendary Pokémon. It didn't take long for Naoki to get his answer. From the other side of the river, Dragonite came soaring into view, calling out to Rayquaza with an excited cry. Rayquaza's attention shifted from Naoki to Dragonite. The legendary Pokémon twisted its sleek body and flew toward Dragonite. Together, they disappeared into Snorlax Park, leaving everyone else baffled. Naoki stood motionless for a moment, speechless.
Of course.
He sighed, piecing it all together. It's Dragonite's doing. He felt both exasperated and amazed. Dragonite had actually called Rayquaza to the ranch, and it had only been a day since their last meeting. Less than 24 hours to be exact. Seeing Rayquaza, Cyclizer's curiosity was immediately piqued. Its attention shifted completely toward the distant Snorlax Park, its eyes shimmering with excitement. It turned to Naoki, its expression practically begging for permission to go over. Cyclizer let out a hopeful chirp.
Gale.
Can I go too? Naoki sighed and waved a hand.
Go ahead.
Cyclizer bolted off gleefully toward Snorlax Park, its enthusiasm infectious. The Dragonaires, equally intrigued, trailed behind, eager to see what was happening. In an instant, the once lively ranch quieted. Left behind were Naoki, Koraidon, and Calyrex. Koraidon, ever calm, showed no particular interest in the commotion. It stayed where it was, basking in the sun as if nothing unusual was happening. Calyrex, however, lingered for a moment, gazing in the direction of Snorlax Park with a thoughtful expression. Its voice, soft yet commanding, broke the silence.
Unexpected.
I didn't think it would come so soon. Naoki tilted his head in confusion.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Calyrex didn't answer directly. It recalled a vision it had seen, a towering world tree piercing the sky, and a shiny Rayquaza hovering above it.
So, the future begins now.
Without another word, Calyrex floated back toward the living room, ready to return to its favorite pastime, watching TV. Naoki stood in the field, staring toward Snorlax Park. His mind raced as he tried to decide what to do next. Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon that most people never even glimpse in their lifetimes, is here. Curiosity bubbled within him. What could Rayquaza possibly be talking about with the Pokémon gathered in the park? Naoki couldn't resist the urge to find out. When you think about it, Rayquaza's daily life probably isn't all that exciting. Aside from eating meteorites and sleeping, its existence in the ozone layer must be quite monotonous. In that context, it made perfect sense for Rayquaza to respond this way. After all, being sought out by a group of Pokémon who admired it, showering it with praise and eager to hear its stories, was likely a refreshing change from its solitary routine. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a few translation seeds and hatched a plan. Guess I'll do some. Weeding in the apple orchard, he muttered, tipping his straw hat and heading toward the park. Over in Snorlax Park, a lively scene was unfolding. Rayquaza had landed gracefully, its sleek form contrasting with the vibrant green grass of the ranch. A small group of Pokémon surrounded the legendary figure, their eyes wide with admiration. Alcremie stood at the forefront, staring up at Rayquaza with awe.
Alcremie. So cool.
You're amazing. Pawmot chimed in, its starry-eyed expression filled with determination.
Paymo.
I want to work hard and become a hero like you. Little Eevee's eyes sparkled with wonder as it gazed at the majestic dragon Pokémon before it. Contrary to the fearsome image painted in Naoki's Dragon Slayer story, the dragon seemed far more gentle and approachable.
Booyah.
Eevee's eyes gleamed with admiration as it thought about Rayquaza Senpai's incredible power. Saving the world, it was truly awe-inspiring. It dreamed of becoming that strong someday.
But could Eevee evolve into a dragon Pokémon? Eevee wasn't sure.
It quickly turned to Glacian for guidance.
Eevee?
Can I evolve into a dragon Pokémon?
GLA. Glacé.
I've never heard of that. Glacian shook its head thoughtfully, then added, Glacian. You could ask Naoki later. Eevee's eyes lit up with hope.
Eevee. Good idea.
Nearby, a group of Pokémon sat around a blue checkered picnic blanket. Dragonite enthusiastically gestured toward the array of food, inviting Rayquaza Senpai to eat.
Woo. Please enjoy.
Naoki arrived just in time to see Rayquaza lower its mighty head, delicately pick up a Pokeblock from the blanket with its mouth, and eat it. For a moment, Naoki wasn't sure what to feel. Rayquaza, the legendary Pokémon of the skies, was eating food he had prepared. Are Dragonite and the others hosting Rayquaza? Naoki muttered, his gaze shifting to the blanket surrounded by the Pokémon. Rayquaza wasn't the only one enjoying the feast. Encouraged by the sky Pokémon's appetite, the others picked up berries and poffins from the spread and began eating with relish. Under the warm hospitality of Dragonite and Ogerpon, Rayquaza ate heartily, polishing off the food in no time. As the meal ended, one of the Pokémon finally noticed Naoki and Koraidon nearby. Alchemy darted over, its cream-like body bouncing happily.
Mree.
Naoki, you're here. Yes, I'm here to tend to the apple saplings. Naoki smiled, keeping his expression calm. Are you entertaining Rayquaza?
Mree. That's right.
Alchemy nodded eagerly before tilting its head thoughtfully.
Mree.
Naoki, could you make more delicious food? Rayquaza is so big, and it still seems hungry. Naoki followed Alchemy's gaze to the towering Rayquaza. His expression was a mix of awe and disbelief. Alchemy climbed onto Naoki's shoulder and whispered in his ear, as though afraid Rayquaza might overhear.
Mree.
Rayquaza Senpai is so pitiful. It lives alone in the sky and eats nothing but hard stones. Naoki, can you make a delicious cream cake for Rayquaza Senpai?
Naoki.
In reality, Rayquaza absorbed the energy from meteorites, not stones. But how could he deny Alchemy's kind and earnest plea? Its shining eyes left him no choice. Alright, I'll make a cake, Naoki relented with a sigh.
Mree. Yay.
Alchemy cheered, twirling in delight. Naoki reassured Alchemy there was enough cream at home and sent it back to the picnic to continue playing.
Then, he headed indoors to begin baking. Unbeknownst to him, Eevee quietly followed.
As Naoki cracked eggs into a mixing bowl, he noticed Eevee at his feet, looking up with wide expectant eyes.
Bye. Naoki.
Can I evolve into a dragon Pokémon? Naoki paused mid-motion, stunned. What did you just say?
A dragon Pokémon. Eevee nodded eagerly. Eevee. Yes.
A heroic and powerful dragon Pokémon like Rayquaza Senpai. Naoki tilted his head, realizing the little Pokémon was captivated by Rayquaza's story. Was it inspired by the tale of the sky-high Pokémon saving the world? Instead of wanting to evolve into Sylveon, a fairy type known for countering dragons, Eevee dreamed of becoming a dragon-type Eeveevolution. The problem, however, was clear. There wasn't a dragon-type Eevee evolution in this world. Before his transmigration, Game Freak hadn't introduced a dragon-type Eevee, and Naoki had no idea how to make such an evolution happen. After some thought, Naoki shook his head gently.
I'm afraid not, Eevee.
As of now, a dragon Eevee doesn't exist in this world.
Eevee's ears drooped. Eevee.
Oh, it looked utterly dejected. Naoki crouched down and gave it a reassuring pat. Hey now, don't be sad. Eevee tilted its head up to meet his gaze, its bright eyes shimmering with hope. Naoki smiled warmly. You know, as long as you have the heart of a hero, it doesn't matter what you evolve into. You can still save the world and protect others. He paused before adding, Sylveon can protect others, Leafeon can too, and even Glacian.
And Eevee?
You don't even need to evolve to be a hero.
Eevee. Really?
Eevee's confusion was replaced with a look of thoughtful curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed to reach a realization. Its eyes brightened, and it nodded enthusiastically.
Eevee. I understand.
Without another word, Eevee dashed out of the kitchen, its little paws padding quickly across the floor. Naoki watched it leave, a smile tugging at his lips.
That little one.
He shook his head fondly and refocused on his task, baking desserts for Rayquaza and the Pokémon at Snorlax Park. Minutes ticked by, and the fragrant aroma of freshly baked cake filled the air. With a soft ding, the cream cake was ready. Naoki carefully took the cake out of the oven. Its pristine white cream was dotted with plump, bright red cherries. Slicing it down the middle, he revealed 2 golden, fluffy layers filled with a vibrant fruit compote. He divided the cake into neat slices, then prepared a tray with poffins, freshly pressed juice, and moo milk. With everything ready, Naoki carried the feast to Snorlax Park. As he approached, the Pokémon erupted in cheers, clearly delighted by his arrival. Rayquaza, towering over the gathering, shifted its gaze toward Naoki. Its piercing eyes met his, and Naoki felt the weight of its attention. Nearby, Ogerpon was eagerly introducing Naoki to the legendary Pokémon.
Pawn.
Rayquaza Senpai, this is Naoki. He's the one who told us about how you saved the world. Naoki froze, his mind racing. Wait, what? He had only been sharing random stories about legendary Pokémon, not expecting them to take it this seriously. Rayquaza let out a deep, resonant cry, its voice filled with an emotion Naoki couldn't quite place.
Was it complimenting him?
Naoki blinked in surprise, the weight of the moment sinking in.
Thanks, I guess?
He set the tray down on the picnic blanket and addressed the Pokémon. Alright everyone, enjoy it slowly. The Pokémon cheered in unison, their voices blending into a harmonious chorus of gratitude. As they dove into the fresh treats, Naoki stood to the side, observing the scene. His gaze lingered on Rayquaza, who seemed to be answering questions from Dragonite and the others. For example, the Pokémon asked questions like, has Rayquaza Senpai always lived in the sky? Are there a lot of stars in the sky? And does Rayquaza Senpai eat the moon? Rayquaza answered each question with patient simplicity, its tone surprisingly approachable. Yes, I have always lived in the sky.
Stars? There are many stars.
They're all outside this planet.
I don't eat the moon.
The moon is very big. Every time Rayquaza finished speaking, the Pokémon responded with awe, exclaiming, Rayquaza Senpai is so amazing. The constant praise visibly pleased Rayquaza. It relaxed completely, enjoying food it had never tasted before while engaging with the Pokémon who admired it. Naoki, sitting nearby, grew drowsy listening to their conversation. The questions the Pokémon asked were far too simple to hold his attention. Eventually, he decided to head back home and leave the Pokémon to their enthusiastic reception of Rayquaza. The gathering continued until late in the afternoon. As the sky darkened and stars began to twinkle, Rayquaza finally prepared to leave. With Dragonite and the other Pokémon waving goodbye, it ascended high into the sky, disappearing into the horizon.
It was over.
Naoki let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze still lingering on the fading silhouette of the legendary Pokémon. He then turned toward Dragonite and asked, so, what made you think of calling Rayquaza over? Dragonite tilted its head, its expression innocent.
A woo.
Because everyone wanted to meet Rayquaza Senpai. Naoki blinked, momentarily speechless. Well, Pokémon aren't humans, after all. It's likely that when Rayquaza gave its scale to Dragonite, it wasn't being polite, it truly meant it could be summoned at any time. Now, it seemed even if there wasn't an urgent issue, Rayquaza might still answer Dragonite's call just to hang out. Alright then, Naoki muttered, deciding to let it go. He took a deep breath, about to head back inside for dinner, when he felt a familiar breeze ripple through the air. Startled, he looked up, and sure enough, Rayquaza was returning. This time, its massive dragon claws held a radiant object that glowed with a golden light. Rayquaza descended gracefully onto the ranch, gently placing the glowing object in front of the gathered Pokémon before taking off once more. With a powerful beat, it soared skyward, vanishing into the clouds. This time, it was truly. Naoki stared at the object left behind, baffled. Dragonite held it gingerly in its claws, while the other Pokémon gathered around, equally puzzled. It didn't take long for Naoki to realize what was going on. This must be Rayquaza's return gift, Naoki murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. The legendary Pokémon had been moved by the warm reception and decided to express its gratitude. Naoki's eyes flicked to the glowing object. It resembled a small star, radiating a soft, golden light. But then a thought struck him, and his smile faltered. Wait a minute. He examined the object more closely. This isn't an actual star, is it? It was not a star, but a small meteorite, a miniature. This Pokémon, with its yellow core glowing faintly, looked like a radiant shooting star. Miniature is known as the meteor Pokémon. Born in the stratosphere, It lives in the ozone layer, a product of mutated nanoparticles. It survives by absorbing dust particles in the atmosphere, and its glowing core is a known delicacy for larger, more powerful Pokémon. One of those powerful predators was likely none other than Rayquaza, which also resides in the ozone layer. Naoki's emotions became a mix of fascination and unease as he pieced this together. But he didn't have much time to dwell on it. The yellow glow of the Minior's core began to fade rapidly. Naoki recognized this as a critical trait of Minior. When its core is exposed to the air without its protective shell, it quickly begins to dissipate. If left unattended, it would eventually vanish entirely, its life extinguished. Acting quickly, Naoki rushed back to the house and grabbed a spare Pokeball. Returning to the ranch, he gently aimed the Pokeball at the fading Minior. The ball opened with a bright flash of light, encasing the Minior inside.
It shook once, twice, 3 times, then clicked shut.
The glow of the Pokeball dimmed, signaling the capture was successful.
A woo.
Dragonite tilted its head, confusion clear in its large, expressive eyes. The other Pokémon around him also exchanged puzzled glances. Naoki crouched down to explain. This isn't a star, it's a Pokémon called Minior. The Pokémon leaned closer, listening intently. Naoki continued, Minior can't survive for long without its shell. If its core is exposed to the air, it starts to break apart. The only way to keep it alive is to place it inside a Pokeball where it's safe. Dragonite's eyes widened in astonishment.
A woo.
The stars in the sky are actually Pokémon. The realization spread among the gathered Pokémon, their amazement turning into animated chatter. Just as Naoki was about to continue, the rumble of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. He turned to see Zack pulling his truck into the ranch. The truck came to a stop, and Zack jumped out in a hurry, his expression one of shock. His eyes darted toward the sky above the pasture. Did something just fly out of the ranch? Zack exclaimed, clearly rattled. Naoki gave a calm nod. Yes, he replied simply. It was a Pokémon, just visiting the ranch. Zack blinked, then let out a shaky breath. I see. That thing was enormous. I caught a glimpse of it on the road. I've never seen a Pokémon like that before. I thought something serious was happening.
Naoki. Historical research? Really?
Naoki's gaze drifted toward the bag of coins. The coins shimmered with a golden hue, exuding the unmistakable allure of wealth. You've researched right into taking people's burial treasures, haven't you? He thought to himself, but before he could say anything, Ryfort seemed to notice his expression. With a composed smile, Ryfort explained, in professional terms, what I do is archaeology. To be honest, I have a deep fascination with the legends and histories passed down through time. And, she continued, gesturing to the coins, the reason I took these coins was to study the monetary system of the ancient Paldea kingdom from thousands of years ago. After all, I am a history teacher. Naoki felt a pang of exhaustion just listening. While her explanations sounded logical, something about it didn't sit quite right. So, what are you doing with them now?
Naoki asked.
Ryfort shrugged with nonchalance. I've completed my research. These coins no longer hold any academic value to me, so I figured I'd pass them on to someone who needs them. She smiled, adding, like you. All right, fair enough. Naoki decided not to press further. He did, after all, need those coins. Changing the topic, he asked, how many coins do you have here? Ryfort thought for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't gather these all at once. They came from over a dozen tombs and ruins.
Naoki.
He hesitated before asking, how much are you planning to sell them for? Ryfort gave it some thought and then smiled. Based on the antique market value, one gold coin typically sells for 50,000 Pokedollars. But since you're buying in bulk, I can give you a discount, on one condition.
What condition?
Ryfort leaned forward slightly. You have to tell me what these coins are for. Naoki paused, considering her request. Finally, he asked, have you heard of a Pokémon called Goldengo? Ryfort raised an eyebrow in recognition.
Goldengo?
You mean the Pokémon that evolves from Gimmighoul? That's right, Naoki confirmed. I was told that to evolve Gimmighoul into Goldengo, you need to collect a large number of coins. Ryfort's curiosity deepened. So, you're planning to test that theory? Exactly, Naoki replied. Ryfort sat back in her chair, folding her arms thoughtfully. I see. The legend of Goldengo. It's said to be born from the collective greed for treasure, taking form as an embodiment of wealth and adventure. As a history teacher with a passion for ancient lore, Ryfort was well acquainted with such myths. She nodded, as if to herself. Alright, in that case, I'll give you a 30% discount. But on one condition: if your Gimmighoul evolves, you must bring it to me so I can see it for myself.
Deal.
Naoki agreed immediately, feeling somewhat assured of Rayfort's sincerity. Her willingness to discount the coins showed she wasn't simply out for money. Judging by her background as portrayed in the game, Rayfort's primary drive seemed to be her love of history and legends, even if her methods were unconventional. If it weren't for Principal keeping an eye on her, she'd probably be out chasing legendary mysteries nonstop, Naoki thought with mild amusement. Rayfort seemed to catch his train of thought. With a smirk she asked, "Now do you believe I'm not a tomb raider just for profit?" "I believe you," Naoki replied. Rayfort chuckled softly. "And for the record, I wasn't lying on the forum. I'm quite well known in the field of historical exploration." She straightened up with a bit of pride. "I once made it to the deepest part of the underwater ruins in the Unova region. Although I am now semi-retired, that accomplishment alone earned me a reputation in the exploration community."
Naoki.
Semi-retired? So, she still goes tomb raiding sometimes, he thought, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. As Naoki processed this, his gaze wandered to Rayfort's attire. Something about it caught his attention. The emblem on Rayfort's chest resembled the majestic Articuno, one of the legendary bird Pokémon. The headdress she wore looked strikingly similar to Marshadao, while her bracelet clearly displayed elements inspired by Tapu Koko.
Come on.
Let's count them together. Rayfort cheerfully poured the coins from her bag onto the table. In an instant, a small golden mountain formed in front of Naoki. His first thought was how delighted Gimmighoul would be to see such a treasure trove of coins. The two of them began counting the coins together, the soft clinking echoing in the cozy room. Minutes passed as they counted diligently. Finally, Naoki announced a total of 142 coins. Including the 31 coins already stored in Gimmighoul's treasure chest, Naoki now had a total of 173 coins. "It's still not enough," Naoki murmured, frowning as he calculated how far he was from the target of 1,000 coins. He wondered if there were any other avenues to acquire more coins quickly. Rayfort, meanwhile, had been tallying the cost with a small calculator she carried. At market value, these 142 coins would cost 7.1 million Pokedollars. With the discount, the total comes to 4.97 million. Naoki let out a low whistle at the generous discount. He nodded, recognizing the deal as more than fair.
"All right," he said.
"I don't have that much cash on me right now. Let's head to the bank, and I'll transfer the payment." Thankfully, Naoki had prepared for this moment. After selling goat milk and crops, and dipping into his, transferring the mound of coins into the chest, one handful at a time, Gimmighoul hopped down beside him, watching intently. Its eyes sparkled as each coin clinked into place. Once all the coins were stowed inside, Gimmighoul dove into the chest with an audible plop, burying itself in the glittering gold. Only its head poked out, a delighted expression on its face as it playfully swam in its treasure hoard. Naoki stood back, watching with a soft smile. "It's like you're swimming in a sea of gold coins."
Gimmighoul beamed at him. "Gim.
Well, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest for a while.
Enjoy yourself,"
Naoki said, patting the treasure chest fondly. Gimmighoul turned its head to look at him, its chime ringing happily in farewell. Naoki carefully returned the chest to its usual spot in the tavern before heading back to the house. After pouring himself a glass of water, he climbed to the second floor, powered on his computer, and checked the status of his coin acquisition post. Despite collecting a significant haul today, only about 1/10 of the necessary coins had been gathered. Naoki planned to keep the post active, hoping other treasure hunters or tomb raiders might contact him. As he scrolled through the forum, his thoughts wandered. He clicked on the private chat interface and stared at the messages exchanged with Ancient Explorer. Rayfort. The Treasures of Ruin. Naoki leaned back in his chair, recalling the lore surrounding the 4 treasures of ruin. The legend of the Treasures of Ruin. In the distant past, during the reign of the Kingdom of Paldea, a merchant from a faraway land brought 4 exotic treasures to the royal court: a bronze tablet, a ceremonial sword, a jade vessel, and an ancient bowl. The merchant sold these items to the king, claiming they were priceless artifacts imbued with the blessings of fortune and power. However, that very night, the treasures transformed into fearsome Pokémon, wreaking havoc across the royal city. Their awakening unleashed a devastating curse that ultimately led to the downfall of the kingdom. The 4 Pokémon, Wuchien, Chien-Pao, Ting-Lu and Chi-Yu, were manifestations of accumulated malice, greed, and despair absorbed over centuries. The merchant had unwittingly brought disaster to the kingdom, as these treasures were no ordinary artifacts, they were vessels for dark, cursed energies. Survivors of the calamities sought to contain the Pokémon, enlisting the help of a skilled Pokémon tamer. After a fierce battle, the 4 Pokémon were subdued and sealed within ancient shrines located across Paldea, with inscriptions warning future generations of their destructive nature. It is said that only those with pure intentions can unseal these Pokémon, a testament to their volatile power. Naoki tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. In the game Reforged, the history teacher at the Naranja/Uver Academy in Paldea, passionately investigates the legend of the Treasures of Ruin. She consulted numerous ancient texts, disaster records, and personal diaries before confirming the authenticity of the legend of the Treasures of Ruin. In the game, the player is entrusted with the locations of the shrines and methods to unseal them, helping release the 4 legendary Pokémon. Naoki, however, had long since dismissed the idea of capturing these Pokémon. They were known to bring calamity wherever they went, and he feared their presence would wreak havoc on his peaceful ranch. But now, with the mystical water from Giratina's realm, Naoki had devised a way to alter the essence of the Treasures of Ruin. By using this water to prepare reversal dishes, he aimed to transform their destructive nature into something beneficial. Wuqian, which drained life from plants and caused crops to wither, could become a Pokémon of fertility, enriching forests and ensuring abundant harvests. Tinglu, whose seismic stomps fractured the earth, could evolve into a Pokémon of farming, softening, and cultivating land for planting. Chi-Yu, whose blazing heat melted stone and created seas of lava, might be reimagined as a fire Pokémon providing warmth and assisting in cooking for the ranch's Pokémon. Qian-Pao, known for its icy avalanches, could transform into a guardian Pokémon, slicing through threats and protecting the ranch from harm. To achieve this, Naoki knew he would need Reforged's help. Only she possessed the knowledge of the exact locations of the shrines and the methods to unlock their seals. However, these 4 treasures had long been her obsession. Her dream was to uncover their secrets, and she would likely seek to claim them for herself. Naoki struggled with the moral dilemma. He wasn't willing to manipulate or deceive Reforged to achieve his goal. It felt wrong, and the thought of betraying her trust filled him with guilt. After some contemplation, he sighed and muttered, "Forget it. Let's just leave it for now." Determined to let fate take its course, Naoki was about to turn off his computer when the chat window suddenly blinked. Surprised, he clicked it open and found several messages from Reforged. Ancient Explorer. Ancient Explorer. I just checked some texts in the library and found an ancient notebook about the legend of the Winged King. The descriptions match many characteristics of the Pokémon you had with you today. Ancient Explorer. Where did you find it? Naoki blinked in confusion. He quickly composed a reply. Gold King. It wandered into my ranch injured. I treated it, and it stayed with me ever since. Reforged's response came almost instantly.
Ancient Explorer. What do you mean?
Naoki hesitated. Sharing the true origins of Koraidon, knowledge tied to the experiments of Professor Sada and Professor Turo, was out of the question. After a pause, he replied conservatively. Gold King. I'm sorry, but this involves confidential matters. I can't disclose the details. Paldea Academy, Reforged's dormitory. Reforged sat in her dimly lit room, her eyes narrowing at the reply on her screen. She murmured to herself.
Confidential?
What does that mean? The text continued to occupy her thoughts. Gold King. But I can tell you this much, Koraidon is not a Pokémon of this era. It comes from the distant past, as you suspected. Reforged's heart skipped a beat as she reread the message. She whispered, not of this era? What does that imply? Her mind raced with possibilities. Had Koraidon traversed through time and space? Was it an ancient Pokémon resurrected from fossils? Or had it been lying dormant in some forgotten ruin until recently awakened? Adding to her shock was the realization that an old, second-hand notebook might actually contain credible information. She stared at the glowing screen, her curiosity and excitement mounting with each passing second. But what truly astonished her was the realization that the information recorded in the ancient notebook, something she had stumbled upon in the second-hand market, was, in fact, accurate. June 23, year 199 of the Alliance calendar. The Paldea region had entered the peak of summer, and the sweltering heat hung heavily in the air. The scorching weather drove all the Pokémon, including Pawmot, Alcremie, and EV, to seek refuge in Glacian's icy cave. Their thick, plush fur made running around in such high temperatures unbearable, leaving them sweaty and uncomfortable. Even traveling trainers chose to stay in town, waiting for the cooler evening hours to journey to the next destination. For a time, the ranch was unusually quiet, with no trainers arriving to take on challenges. The oppressive heat made wandering the wilderness far from appealing.
Naoki, however, didn't mind the downtime.
Taking advantage of the lull, he completed his morning chores on the ranch before the temperatures peaked and then stayed indoors for the rest of the day. The sun blazed relentlessly outside, and the faint chirping of cicadas could be heard coming from the hills behind the ranch. Inside, the air conditioning provided a reprieve. Calyrex lounged in the living room, engrossed in a daytime drama on TV. Meanwhile, the Indie siblings tidied up the mess left behind by the other Pokémon. Upstairs on the second floor, Naoki sat at his desk, refreshing the forum post he had created to see if anyone was selling the coins. Over the past month, he had managed to buy some coins from various sellers on the forum. With those purchases, the coin collection had reached 230 out of the 1,000 coins needed for evolution. "I'm nearly a quarter of the way there," Naoki murmured, doing a quick mental calculation. "If I keep this pace, I should be able to collect enough by this time next year."
Still, he couldn't help but feel uncertain.
The process of acquiring these coins had been anything but smooth. In addition to finding sellers, he had faced stiff competition from antique collectors who drove up prices on the forum. A few days ago, someone had even outbid him, offering a significantly higher price for a set of coins Naoki had been negotiating to buy. It was frustrating, and though the ranch's income was decent, it wasn't enough to support Naoki in a bidding war. His thoughts were interrupted by a notification from the private chat interface. Curious, he clicked the message.
It was from Reforged. "Ancient Explorer, how's the coin hunt going?
Is it progressing smoothly?" Reforged had just finished her lunch and returned to her dormitory, taking advantage of the air conditioning to escape the heat. She had no afternoon classes and was using her free time to browse forums for ancient relic information while casually checking in on Naoki. "Gold King, not very smoothly. A few days ago, someone outbid me and snatched the sellers I was negotiating with." "Ancient Explorer, that's to be expected. Most antiques sold on the market usually go through auctions. The highest bidder always wins." Naoki sighed as he typed out his response, only to see Reforged had sent another message before he could reply. "Ancient Explorer, have you considered alternative methods to collect more coins? If you're interested, I might have an idea to help you." Naoki frowned, an incredulous thought crossing his mind. He hesitated for a moment before typing. "Gold King, you're not suggesting I join you on a tomb raiding expedition, are you?" To his surprise, the reply came quickly. "Ancient Explorer, that's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Are you in?
If we're lucky, we could hit the jackpot and find a lot of coins in one go." Naoki blinked at the screen, momentarily tempted. The idea was undeniably appealing, but his sense of morality held him back.
After a brief internal debate, he replied, "Gold King, no thanks.
Robbing tombs is too disrespectful and immoral." Reforged's reply came almost instantly.
"Ancient Explorer, tomb robbing?
This isn't a cemetery we're talking about. My target this time is an ancient ruin buried deep underground." At her dormitory in Paldea Academy, Reforged sent the message with an excited gleam in her eye. She glanced at an old tome resting on her desk, her fingers brushing its fragile cover. This ancient book was a treasure she had unearthed deep within the Academy's library, a place renowned for its extensive collection of historical texts and rare manuscripts. Her position as a history teacher wasn't just a job, it was a strategic move to access the library's invaluable resources. And now, her efforts had borne fruit. She had found detailed records of the legendary treasures of ruin. The book chronicled the catastrophic events caused by the ancient Pokémon thousands of years ago. Reforged had no trouble deciphering the ancient text in the book. As an expert in her field, interpreting ancient scripts was second nature to her. The book recounted a catastrophic event in the ancient Paldean kingdom where 4 Pokémon, known as the Treasures of Ruin, caused widespread destruction, obliterating the royal city. In desperation, the king summoned a legendary. June 23, year 199 of the Alliance calendar. The Paldea region had entered the peak of summer, and the sweltering heat hung heavily in the air. The scorching weather drove all the Pokémon, including Pawmot, Alcremie and EV, to seek refuge in Glacian's icy cave. Their thick plush fur made running around in such high temperatures unbearable, leaving them sweaty and uncomfortable. Even traveling trainers chose to stay in town, waiting for the cooler evening hours to journey to the next destination. For a time, the ranch was unusually quiet, with no trainers arriving to take on challenges. The oppressive heat made wandering the wilderness far from appealing. Naoki, however, didn't mind the downtime. Taking advantage of the lull, he completed his morning chores on the ranch before the temperatures peaked and then stayed indoors for the rest of the day. The sun blazed relentlessly outside, and the faint chirping of cicadas could be heard coming from the hills behind the ranch. Inside, the air conditioning provided a reprieve. Calyrex lounged in the living room, engrossed in a daytime drama on TV. Meanwhile, the Indie siblings tidied up the mess left behind by the other Pokémon. Upstairs on the second floor, Naoki sat at his desk, refreshing the forum post he had created to see if anyone was selling the coins. Over the past month, he had managed to buy some coins from various sellers on the forum. With those purchases, the coin collection had reached 230 out of the 1,000 coins needed for evolution. "I'm nearly a quarter of the way there," Naoki murmured, doing a quick mental calculation. "If I keep this pace, I should be able to collect enough by this time next year."
Still, he couldn't help but feel uncertain.
The process of acquiring these coins had been anything but smooth. In addition to finding sellers, he had faced stiff competition from antique collectors who drove up prices on the forum. A few days ago, someone had even outbid him, offering a significantly higher price for a set of coins Naoki had been negotiating to buy. It was frustrating, and though the ranch's income was decent, it wasn't enough to support Naoki in a bidding war. His thoughts were interrupted by a notification from the private chat interface. Curious, he clicked the message.
It was from Reforged. "Ancient Explorer, how's the coin hunt going?
Is it progressing smoothly?" Reforged had just finished her lunch and returned to her dormitory, taking advantage of the air conditioning to escape the heat. She had no afternoon classes and was using her free time to browse forums for ancient relic information while casually checking in on Naoki. "Gold King, not very smoothly. A few days ago, someone outbid me and snatched the sellers I was negotiating with. Ancient Explorer, that's to be expected. Most antiques sold on the market usually go through auctions. The highest bidder always wins." Naoki sighed as he typed out his response, only to see Reforged had sent another message before he could reply. "Ancient Explorer, have you considered alternative methods to collect more coins? If you're interested, I might have an idea to help you." Naoki frowned, an incredulous thought crossing his mind. He hesitated for a moment before typing. "Gold King, you're not suggesting I join you on a tomb raiding expedition, are you?" To his surprise, the reply came quickly. "Ancient Explorer, that's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Are you in?
If we're lucky, we could hit the jackpot and find a lot of coins in one go." Naoki blinked at the screen, momentarily tempted. The idea was undeniably appealing, but his sense of morality held him back. After a brief internal debate, he replied,
"Gold King, no thanks.
Robbing tombs is too disrespectful and immoral." Reforged's reply came almost instantly.
"Ancient Explorer, tomb robbing?
This isn't a cemetery we're talking about. My target this time is an ancient ruin buried deep underground." At her dormitory in Paldea Academy, Reforged sent the message with an excited gleam in her eye. She glanced at an old tome resting on her desk, her fingers brushing its fragile cover. This ancient book was a treasure she had unearthed deep within the Academy's library, a place renowned for its extensive collection of historical texts and rare manuscripts. Her position as a history teacher wasn't just a job, it was a strategic move to access the library's invaluable resources. And now, her efforts had borne fruit. She had found detailed records of the legendary treasures of ruin. The book chronicled the catastrophic events caused by the ancient Pokémon thousands of years ago. Reforged had no trouble deciphering the ancient text in the book. As an expert in her field, interpreting ancient scripts was second nature to her. The book recounted a catastrophic event in the ancient Paldean kingdom where 4 Pokémon, known as the Treasures of Ruin, caused widespread destruction, obliterating the royal city. In desperation, the king summoned a legendary Pokémon trainer known as the Pokémon Envoy to combat the calamity. A fierce battle ensued between the Pokémon Envoy and the 4 Treasures of Ruin. Eventually, the Pokémon Envoy succeeded in sealing the 4, but just as the sealing ritual was nearing completion, one of the treasures, a cauldron, unleashed its remaining power. A devastating earthquake followed, splitting the earth and burying the already ruined city deep underground. The royal city's exact location was lost, and the king, deeming it irreparable, relocated his people to build a new capital elsewhere. This time, Reforged's objective was the ruins of the buried royal city. She aimed to investigate the treasures of ruin, whose history had intrigued her for years. Reforged decided to approach Naoki for help. From their month-long conversations, she had come to know Naoki as an exceptionally skilled trainer. The ancient ruins buried deep underground might harbor powerful Pokémon, and having a seasoned trainer alongside would make her exploration significantly safer and more efficient. When Naoki read Reforged's message explaining that their target wasn't a cemetery but an ancient ruin, his curiosity was piqued.
"Gold King, tell me more." Reforged quickly explained.
"Ancient Explorer, the ruins are the remains of an ancient royal city, buried deep beneath the earth due to a calamity. The city was abandoned in haste, leaving its treasures behind. If we find the castle treasury, there could be a fortune in gold and silver. You might even collect hundreds, maybe thousands of Gimmighoul coins at once. The mention of a castle treasury and the possibility of finding hundreds of coins struck a chord with Naoki. If true, it could mean that he could help Gimmighoul evolve in one fell swoop. Reforged, true to her forthright nature, then explained why she wanted Naoki to join her. Ancient Explorer, there's a chance the ruins are inhabited by powerful Pokémon. With a champion-level trainer by my side, the investigation will be much easier. Naoki blinked at her words, momentarily taken aback.
Gold King, how do you know about me?
Reforged's response came swiftly. Ancient Explorer, Naoki Ranch, Kosaji Town. Your magical ranch is somewhat famous at Paldea Academy. My students have discussed it in class before. At first, I didn't realize you were that Naoki. But when you mentioned you run a ranch in Kosaji Town and the unique Pokémon, Koraidon, that you have, I connected the dots. Naoki chuckled softly at her explanation and typed back. Gold King, alright, when do we leave? Reforged replied enthusiastically.
Ancient Explorer, July 20th.
Paldea Academy will begin its 2-month summer break then, so I'll have plenty of time to dedicate to the investigation. What do you think? July 20th, it was still 27 days away. Naoki paused for a moment before making his decision. For the sake of helping Gimmighoul evolve into its next form Goldengo, he decided to join her.
Gold King, deal.
Ancient Explorer, thank you very much. If we don't find enough coins in the treasury, I'll make it my mission to help you collect more from other treasure hunters when we return.
Gold King, thank you.
With double insurance like this, Naoki figured he couldn't lose. Agreeing to help Reforged wasn't just about the coins. If he could gain her trust, he might also uncover crucial information about the treasures of ruin. Satisfied for the moment, Naoki glanced at the forum one last time. Since no one else had contacted him about selling coins, he turned off the computer and headed downstairs.
In the living room,
Calyrex was sitting gracefully on the couch, sipping black tea while intently watching TV. Its regal posture seemed oddly at odds with the colorful, animated Pokémon variety show playing on the screen. Noticing Naoki coming down, Calyrex shifted its gaze toward him, its luminous eyes glinting with curiosity. Naoki looked at the Pokémon and frowned slightly. If you keep staring at the screen like that, you're going to ruin your eyesight, he muttered. Calyrex tilted its head in confusion. Can Pokémon even get nearsighted? Naoki wondered aloud. After a brief pause, he decided to ask. Calyrex, do your eyes ever feel sore? Or do you have trouble seeing things far away, like they look blurry? Calyrex's brows furrowed thoughtfully as though trying to decipher the meaning of Naoki's words. After a moment, it gave a calm shake of its head. I've never experienced such a thing, it replied simply.
Naoki blinked.
So Pokémon can't get nearsighted. Shrugging off the thought, he glanced at the clock on the wall. To his surprise, it was already 11:30. Looks like it's time to start on lunch, he said, stretching as he made his way to the kitchen. Naoki opened the refrigerator, pulling out the ingredients he had bought earlier that week. Since the summer heat was unrelenting, he decided to make something refreshing, mung bean soup, a perfect dish to cool down the Pokémon. As he began preparing, Sister Indy D stepped forward to help. Ai, she chimed cheerfully, her delicate psychic aura gently lifting a bowl from the counter. Thanks, Naoki said, smiling at her helpfulness. The first step was soaking the mung beans. He poured them into a bowl, filled it with water, and let them soak for about 10 minutes. Meanwhile, he washed the beans thoroughly to remove any grit or impurities. Once ready, Naoki poured the beans into a large pot, added fresh water, and set it on the stove to boil. There weren't any mung beans grown on the ranch. These had been bought earlier during one of Naoki's trips to the town. As Naoki set the pot on the stove, a familiar helper appeared. Slugma, the little lava Pokémon that lived in the heating pipes, slithered out from its usual spot. It made its way under the stove, settling in comfortably to provide consistent, radiant heat to assist with the cooking. Naoki smiled warmly at the sight of Slugma diligently helping with the cooking. He reached for a few berries, squatted down, and gently fed them to the lava Pokémon. Slugma chirped happily as it ate, its molten body glowing faintly with satisfaction. Once it had its fill, it focused intently, releasing steady heat to assist in cooking the mung bean soup. Its skill at controlling temperature had grown impressively over time, making it an indispensable helper in the kitchen. Naoki often joked that Slugma was as good as a professional chef's assistant. While the soup simmered, Naoki moved on to preparing meals for the other Pokémon. He fried steaks for Koraidon, Cyclizer, and Fluttermane. His expertise in cooking shone as he flipped the steaks deftly in the pan, the aroma of sizzling meat filling the kitchen. When the steaks were perfectly golden brown, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy inside, he transferred them onto white porcelain plates. He then set about steaming sea base for Dragonite and crafting a stack of sandwiches for Ogerpon. By the time the meals were ready, the mung bean soup had finished cooking. Naoki carefully moved the pot aside to cool and turned his attention to Slugma. With an iron hook in hand, he gently cleaned out the charcoal blocks that had formed on the Pokémon's body. These charcoal blocks were a byproduct of the fruits Slugma ate. While the flesh of the fruit was digested, the pits and cores were heated to high temperatures within Slugma's body and transformed into chunks of charcoal. Without hands, Slugma couldn't clean itself, so Naoki had taken it upon himself to help. The lava Pokémon cooed with pleasure, clearly enjoying the process. Good as new, Naoki said with a smile as he finished cleaning. He then turned to Cyclizer. Go fetch everyone from the ice cave, it's lunchtime. Cyclizer let out a cheerful chirp and zipped out the door. Moments later, a chorus of lively cries echoed through the ranch as a group of Pokémon bounded toward the house. Naoki brought the prepared food to the dining table. As he glanced at the pot of mung bean soup, he sighed lightly, feeling a mix of pride and amusement. The dish's cooling effect was exactly what he'd hoped for, perfect for combating the summer heat. Mung bean soup, C effect, cools and relieves heat. After consumption by humans or Pokémon, it provides a refreshing sensation, helping to prevent heat stroke, ideal for hot summer days. At the table, the Pokémon eagerly dug into their meals. Their happy chatter and the sound of contented munching filled the room. Naoki stood nearby, watching them with a soft, apologetic smile. In his previous life, Naoki wasn't a chef but an overworked corporate employee who spent countless late nights drowning in overtime. His limited cooking skills meant that his meals were often repetitive. Sandwiches, fried steaks, steamed sea bass, and the occasional home-cooked dishes like chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork, eggplant in soy sauce, pork rib soup, or pork stewed with vermicelli were the extent of his repertoire. At this moment, Naoki deeply regretted not enrolling in a culinary school in his previous life. If he had taken the time to learn, he could have prepared a wider variety of meals. But Koraiden and the others never saw it that way. To them, any meal prepared by Naoki was a treat. They savored his cooking with joy, no matter how repetitive the dishes might seem. Life on the ranch was a dream compared to their harsh days in the wild. Back then, food was nothing but berries and survival was the priority. Now, they not only enjoyed a variety of meals but also indulged in treats like puffins and sweet poke blocks, thanks to Naoki's efforts to rotate their diets. By 4 in the evening, the scorching midday heat began to fade, and the temperature became bearable. Taking advantage of the cooler weather, Naoki walked out to the ranch to inspect the fields. Nearly a month had passed since he planted the green onions for Farfetch'd, and they had grown significantly. To his surprise, the onions had grown to an extraordinary size, standing over 2 meters tall. Whether it was the influence of the grass energy from Gagote or some kind of mutation, these onions were nothing short of extraordinary. They reminded Naoki of the gigantic scallions he had once seen in his previous life. As Naoki approached the onion patch, he saw Farfetch'd pacing along the garden's ridges, proudly holding its original leek. Its gaze, however, was fixed on the towering leeks with an expression of unparalleled excitement and anticipation. If these massive leeks could be wielded as weapons, Naoki thought, Farfetch'd's moves would likely gain an incredible boost in power. Super Onion, a special crop. This onion has undergone mutation due to the grass energy emitted by Gagote. Now standing over 2 meters tall, its durability has dramatically increased. It is a true super onion, ideal for use as a weapon by certain Pokémon or as an ingredient for an exceptionally flavorful soup. Fully mature in 1 day. Unbelievable. Naoki murmured, staring at the oversized vegetables. He didn't even know how to react. Could Farfetch'd realistically wield such a massive leek as a sword? Or was it planning to switch its weapon style entirely, trading its leek sword for an onion spear or even a greatsword? Quack! In the onion garden, Farfetch'd darted excitedly through the towering onion forest, with the green stalks reaching over 2 meters high. For a Pokémon known for its calm demeanor, it was unable to contain its excitement. This was paradise, the dreamland Farfetch'd had always imagined. If only it had been born here, it mused, life would have been perfect. But it quickly snapped out of its daydream, its eyes narrowing with vigilance. Farfetch'd darted its gaze around the garden, wary of potential rivals. After all, in the wild, Farfetch'd often clashed with one another over the best leeks. This onion garden, with its gigantic green stalks, was too tempting a prize to leave unguarded. To its relief, it found no rival Farfetch'd nearby. Instead, it saw Naoki standing at the edge of the onion garden, quietly observing.
Far-fetched.
Farfetch'd cried excitedly. It struck one of the giant onions with the smaller leek in its hand, as if to show Naoki just how magnificent these crops were.
Naoki smiled. Calm down, he said.
They won't be ready to harvest until tomorrow. You'll have to wait just a bit longer.
Far-fetched paused.
It had already waited nearly a month for this, so one more day wouldn't hurt. Taking a deep breath, it suppressed its excitement and nodded.
Far-fetched. Understood.
At that moment, a group of yellow-feathered psyducks waddled over from the nearby riverbank. The onion garden had been planted close to the water, and the psyducks lived on the other side of the river. They often wandered over out of curiosity. Farfetch'd stiffened, eyeing the newcomers suspiciously. Naoki noticed and explained, "Don't worry. These psyducks are water types. They don't eat onions, nor do they use them. They're probably just here to play." Hearing this, Farfetch'd relaxed slightly, though it kept a cautious eye on the psyducks. The psyducks wandered into the onion garden, their dull eyes scanning the forest of stalks. They seemed fascinated by the sheer size of the crops, occasionally looking up through the gaps at the canopy above. One of the psyducks waddled closer to Farfetch'd, its webbed feet slapping against the ground. It stopped in front of the onion-wielding Pokémon, tilted its head, and stared blankly. Farfetch'd recoiled slightly. Quack!
The psyduck blinked.
Quack! What followed was an enigmatic conversation of quacks and clucks, incomprehensible to anyone but themselves. Naoki, watching the scene, simply shook his head.
Whatever.
These onions won't be ready until tomorrow. We'll talk more about this then. He waved goodbye to the Pokémon and headed off to the warehouse to prepare the day's shipments of fresh produce and milk. Later in the day. By the time Naoki finished loading the goods, Zack arrived at the ranch in his truck. Together, they transferred the crates into the vehicle. As they worked, Zack mentioned, "The fireworks festival is coming up soon. Don't forget to attend, it'll be a good time."
Naoki smiled. Of course.
I'll take the Pokémon to experience it as well. It'll be a fun outing. He was especially eager to show the festival to the newer residents of the ranch, such as Ogerpon, Eevee, Farfetch'd, and Slugma. Once the truck was loaded, Zack climbed into the cab and leaned out the window. "All right, I'm off." Naoki waved as Zack drove away. Zack's life was a busy one, traveling between rural ranches and bustling towns daily to distribute fresh produce. His stops at the ranch were always brief, but his cheerful demeanor never wavered. After dinner, Naoki settled on the sofa, watching the weather forecast for the coming days. On the TV screen, a cheerful weather reporter in uniform pointed to various regions on a map of Paldea. "It's expected that thunderstorms will begin tonight in parts of the northwest," the reporter announced. "Residents are advised to prepare accordingly." Meanwhile, the southeast region, where Kosagi town was located, would remain sunny, with high temperatures continuing. Naoki's gaze shifted to the area marked for thunderstorms. To his surprise, Kosagi town was among the affected regions.
A thunderstorm.
After handing the remote to Calyrex, Naoki got up and went outside to collect the clothes drying on the line. Sure enough, it began raining later that night. Raindrops drummed against the windows, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the deafening roar of thunder. Palmot and Eevee pressed themselves against the glass, their wide eyes staring out at the dark, stormy world beyond. The window pane blurred from the rain streaks, muting the view into a somber gray.
Palmot. Eevee.
The storm outside was wild and intimidating, but within the house, there was a warm, tranquil atmosphere. The wooden floor was layered with soft carpets, and several plush Pokémon nests lay scattered near Naoki's bed. Beneath the cozy glow of the room's warm lights, Naoki sat beside Koraidon, sharpening its claws with care. Koraidon closed its eyes, a look of serene contentment on its face. Glancing toward the window, Naoki noticed the anxious expressions of Palmot and Eevee.
He offered some advice.
"If the storm frightens you, you can close the curtains. That way, you won't have to look outside."
Palmot.
Palmot puffed up its chest, insisting it wasn't scared. However, noticing the nervousness on Eevee's face, it scampered over to the window and pulled the curtains shut with a quick hop. Relieved, Eevee ran over to the bed and leaped onto the covers. "Eevee!" it cried, the sound carrying a tone of determination, as if trying to boost its courage. Naoki chuckled as he finished sharpening Koraidon's claws. He gave the dragon an affectionate pat on the head, then climbed into bed himself. "Eevee," he asked gently, stroking its soft fur, "did you face storms like this back when you lived in the mountains?"
Eevee.
The Pokémon replied with a hesitant nod. When Eevee lived alone in the wild, it would always seek shelter in a hollow tree during storms. The rainy nights were cold, dark, and terrifying, filled with the distant cries of aggressive Pokémon prowling through the
woods.
Sensing Eevee's lingering fear, Naoki comforted it with soothing strokes along its back. "You're safe here. The ranch is your home now. There's nothing to fear on rainy nights anymore."
Eevee.
The little Pokémon pressed closer, rubbing its head affectionately against Naoki's arm. Over time, Eevee had grown to love life on the ranch. It had made many new friends and enjoyed the delicious poffins and juices Naoki prepared. It adored Naoki. To Eevee, he was the kindest human in the world, and the ranch was the happiest place it had ever known. At that moment, Eevee's heart swelled with affection and gratitude, reaching an emotional peak. Then, all at once, a dazzling light burst forth from its small body, illuminating the entire room. Naoki froze in surprise, watching as the radiant energy swirled around Eevee, intertwining with the night's atmosphere. The raw power of emotion transformed into a brilliant force that enveloped the little Pokémon, reshaping it. Under the brilliant glow, Eevee's form began to shift, its silhouette stretching and morphing into a new shape.
Naoki's breath caught. Evolution.
The light finally dimmed, revealing a sleek black Pokémon with luminous blue rings glowing faintly on its forehead, tail, and ears. It was a shiny Umbreon, a radiant moonlight Pokémon standing confidently before him. For a moment, Naoki simply stared, stunned. After evolving, Umbreon's demeanor shifted slightly. Its yellow eyes gazed at Naoki with a calm, calculating expression, exuding a unique air of mystery. It reminded Naoki of a hunter cloaked in shadows.
Umbreon.
Naoki called softly, testing the waters. Umbreon's sleek form responded with a faint smile, its voice low yet filled with unmistakable affection. Umbreon glanced down at its transformed body, taking in the glowing blue rings adorning its sleek fur. However, the realization soon dawned: it hadn't evolved into Sylveon, as it had originally hoped, but instead had become Umbreon. A flicker of disappointment crossed its face. Noticing this, Naoki quickly leaned down to comfort it.
"It's okay.
Umbreon is just as amazing. You're still incredible." The evolution didn't surprise Naoki. Eevee's genetic instability often resulted in unexpected outcomes. Though not Sylveon, Umbreon's shiny form was undeniably striking. The glowing blue rings emitted a faint luminescence, their eerie beauty giving Umbreon a captivating and mysterious presence. Naoki gently touched one of the glowing rings. "Glacian's going to be so surprised when it sees you tomorrow," he said with a chuckle. Sure enough, the next morning, Glacian emerged from its icy cave only to freeze in its tracks at the sight of Umbreon. The newly evolved Pokémon bounded toward Glacian with an elegant leap. Glacian blinked in shock, turning its head toward Naoki as if seeking confirmation.
"Booey."
Naoki smiled warmly.
"It's Eevee.
It evolved into Umbreon last night." Umbreon nodded slightly, its calm demeanor reinforcing Naoki's words.
"Boo."
Glacian hesitated for a moment before accepting this unexpected reality. It began circling Umbreon, its curious eyes scanning every detail of the dark-furred Pokémon. Umbreon, serene as ever, stood still, allowing Glacian to inspect it. Watching the two Pokémon interact, Naoki felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Great!
2 evolutions down, he thought.
By morning, the rain had dwindled to a drizzle, though the clouds still lingered. Farfetch'd, however, could barely contain its excitement. The oversized onions in the field were finally ready for harvest, and it couldn't wait to claim its new weapon. With an amused sigh, Naoki asked Koraidon for help. "Let's clear the skies," Naoki said, patting its neck. Koraidon's sunny day ability activated, and in seconds the clouds parted, replaced by a vibrant blue sky and warm golden sunlight. Naoki and Farfetch'd made their way to the onion garden. Standing before the towering onions, Naoki hesitated. "Are you sure you can handle onions this big?" he asked, gesturing to the oversized vegetables.
Farfetch'd.
The duck Pokémon quacked confidently, its determination shining through. "These are the ultimate onions," its gaze seemed to say. "With one of these, I'll be unstoppable."
Naoki sighed. "All right then."
The rain had left the garden damp, and the green onions glistened with droplets of water. Naoki approached one of the tallest onions, nearly as tall as himself, and began digging it up. After cleaning the roots of mud and trimming the leaves, he handed it to Farfetch'd.
Farfetch'd didn't hesitate.
It tossed its old leek into its beak, swallowing it whole in a single gulp, before striding toward the massive onion with purpose. Stretching its wings wide, it grasped the thick stem of the super onion with a mighty pull. The moment it wielded the massive leek, Farfetch'd transformed. It swung the oversized onion experimentally, its movements smooth yet powerful, as though testing the weight and balance of the new weapon. After a series of impressive flourishes, Farfetch'd struck a pose, resting the super onion on its shoulder like a seasoned warrior with a greatsword. Farfetch'd seemed to have undergone a significant transformation, one that felt reminiscent of the regional variant from Galar. It gripped the massive super onion confidently, as though it had already decided to make this its new weapon of choice. Naoki watched with fascination as Farfetch'd carried the oversized green onion out of the garden and into the training area filled with wooden dummies.
How does it feel?
Naoki asked thoughtfully. Can you still use your usual sword techniques?
Farfetch'd.
Farfetch'd nodded with determination. The bird steadied itself, holding the giant onion tightly in its wings, and focused intently on the dummies ahead. Taking a deep breath, it unleashed its signature move, the one-word slash. A brilliant flash of light accompanied the strike, and when the dust settled, all the wooden dummies had been sliced cleanly in half. Naoki's jaw dropped slightly. The raw power behind Farfetch'd's move was undeniable. Just as I thought, Naoki murmured to himself. The power of your techniques has increased with this new weapon. However, as he observed more closely, he noticed something concerning. Farfetch'd was breathing heavily, clearly fatigued after delivering just one strike. The super onion was evidently much heavier than its previous weapon, making it far more taxing to wield. Why don't you try holding the onion with both hands? Naoki suggested. It might be easier to manage. Farfetch'd paused, considering the advice, and then adjusted its grip, holding the super onion with both wings. Watching the change, Naoki's mind filled with vivid imagery. A swordsman holding their blade with both hands. Iaido powerful upward slashes. The possibilities were endless. Naoki couldn't help but imagine teaching Farfetch'd a variety of techniques, sweeping slashes, vertical strikes, overhead smashes, and even moves like a true greatsword user. With its new weapon, Farfetch'd could adapt its fighting style depending on the situation, choosing between the finesse of a katana or the raw power of a broadsword. However, as Farfetch'd attempted a few awkward swings with the super onion, it became clear that this transition wouldn't be easy. Its movements were uncoordinated, and the sheer weight of the weapon was too much for its current strength. Naoki sighed, quickly shelving his dreams of teaching advanced techniques for the time being. Your strength and stamina aren't quite there yet to handle this weapon properly, he pointed out gently. Farfetch'd stopped swinging and lowered the super onion, looking at it with a mixture of frustration and longing. It could feel the immense potential of the weapon, but wasn't yet capable of unleashing it fully.
You feel it, don't you?
Naoki said, watching the bird closely.
Quack.
Farfetch'd nodded, its expression serious. Then here's what you need to do, Naoki continued. Starting today, you're going to train your strength until you can handle this super onion like it's a part of you. The Pokémon Tavern was buzzing with life, illuminated by warm, cheerful lights. A diverse group of Pokémon had gathered to unwind, raising their mugs in a celebratory toast. Among them were Pokémon from the nearby town, along with wild Pokémon who had heard of the tavern's welcoming atmosphere and ventured there to join the fun. This evening, Naoki had brought Farfetch'd to the tavern with a specific purpose in mind. He was searching for 2 fitness coaches to help Farfetch'd build its strength. After scanning the room, his eyes landed on 2 towering, muscular Macamps sitting near the bar, their 4 powerful arms holding wooden mugs filled with juice. These Macamp were regulars at the tavern, coming every evening to relax after a day of work. As Pokémon who had helped out on the ranch before, they were familiar with Naoki. Naoki approached them with a friendly greeting.
Good evening, Macamp.
The 2 Macamp turned toward him, their expressions curious but welcoming.
Champ. One of them rumbled.
Naoki gestured toward the Farfetch'd beside him and explained, this little guy wants to get stronger, just like you. I was hoping you could share some of your fitness tips. The Macamp glanced at the determined Farfetch'd and quickly understood. Their kind-hearted nature made it impossible to refuse such a request. They nodded enthusiastically, their 4 arms flexing in unison. Champ. The pair agreed cheerfully.
The next evening.
True to their word, the Macamp returned to the tavern the next evening with several pairs of dumbbells in tow. They approached Naoki and Farfetch'd, ready to begin the training session. One of the Macamp lifted a dumbbell with each arm, raising them high overhead before lowering them back down in a smooth, controlled motion. Repeating this movement several times, it demonstrated the proper technique to Farfetch'd. The exercise was clearly designed to build arm strength, and the Macamp performed it effortlessly. Farfetch'd watched intently, its eyes shining with determination. After a few repetitions, the Macamp set the dumbbells down in front of Farfetch'd and motioned for the bird Pokémon to give it a try. Farfetch'd approached the dumbbells with curiosity. They were black, sleek, and unlike anything it had seen before. Inspired by the ease with which Macamp had lifted them, Farfetch'd flapped its wings confidently and grasped the bar. Farfetch'd. It quacked as it strained to lift the dumbbells. However, the weights didn't budge, not even an inch. Farfetch'd pushed harder, its beak clenched tightly in determination, but the effort was futile. Exhausted, it plopped onto the floor, panting heavily.
Farfetch'd.
It muttered dejectedly. Naoki crouched down to examine the dumbbells and was stunned when he saw the specifications. Wait a minute, these weigh 300 kilograms. He glanced at the Macamp, who had been lifting one in each hand earlier. That meant they had been effortlessly handling a total of 1,200 kilograms, or nearly 2,400 pounds, at once. As expected of Macamp. Naoki muttered in awe. That's insane. The Macamp, noticing Farfetch'd's struggle, exchanged puzzled glances. They scratched their heads, clearly realizing they had overestimated Farfetch'd's capabilities. After a moment of thought, one of them brightened, an idea sparking in its eyes. Champ, it declared, lowering itself to the ground and demonstrating a new exercise, push-ups. The Macamp used all four of its arms for stability, its powerful muscles flexing as it moved up and down with ease. It then gestured for Farfetch'd to follow suit. Farfetch'd hesitated for a moment before nodding.
Farfetch'd.
Determined to succeed, it positioned itself on the ground and began imitating Machamp's movements, using its wings to support its body. The Macamp watched closely, correcting Farfetch'd's form when necessary. Once Farfetch'd got the hang of it, the Macamp nodded approvingly. Champ, they said in unison, their smiles wide. Naoki, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, he said warmly. The drinks are on me tonight, consider it my treat. When Naoki first opened the Pokémon Tavern, his goal was simple, to create a safe and welcoming space where Pokémon could gather, relax and support one another. He didn't charge for drinks or services, aiming instead to help Pokémon in need. What he hadn't anticipated was that many of the Pokémon visiting the tavern had trainers or families of their own. For instance, Officer Jenny's Growlithe, Kelly's Macamp, and the Fire Brigade's Quaquaval. All of them had become regular visitors at the Pokémon Tavern. Initially, both Officer Jenny and Kelly were surprised to learn that their Pokémon were frequenting the tavern for drinks. However, they quickly came to accept it. After all, their Pokémon, Macamp and Growlithe, couldn't eat and drink for free every day. To cover the costs, Officer Jenny and Kelly started giving their Pokémon small change each morning before sending them off, instructing them to pay the attendant at the tavern. Wild Pokémon were a different story. Lacking money, they improvised. After observing the town Pokémon handing over currency, the wild Pokémon began mimicking this behavior, bringing small offerings such as fruits, shiny stones, or other treasures from the wilderness as payment. Some vain Pokémon even plucked and presented their most beautiful feathers as currency. Over time, this became a quirky habit among the tavern's visitors. After Naoki's conversation with the Macamp, they gave a cheerful laugh and turned back to their drinks, satisfied with their contribution to Farfetch'd's fitness journey. That night marked the start of Farfetch'd's fitness career. The very next morning, Naoki visited Kosagi Town and purchased a pair of appropriately sized dumbbells for Farfetch'd. Returning to the ranch, he set them up in the onion garden, which Farfetch'd promptly turned into its personal gym. As Farfetch'd trained, lifting dumbbells and doing push-ups, the Psyducks from across the river would waddle over to watch. They stood on the riverbank, their dull eyes fixed on the determined duck Pokémon. After a while, most of the Psyducks would lose interest and leave. But one Psyduck stayed. Naoki couldn't help but notice the way this Psyduck looked at Farfetch'd. Its gaze wasn't just one of curiosity, it had a peculiar softness to it. It reminded Naoki of Grovyle's infatuated expression toward Nurse Joy's Meganium in the anime. What's going on? Naoki wondered aloud. Could this Psyduck be in love with Farfetch'd? He shook his head at the absurdity of the idea. Psyduck and Farfetch'd couldn't possibly.
Could they? A sudden thought struck him.
Wait, are they even compatible egg groups? Unable to resist his curiosity, Naoki hurried back to his computer and searched for information about Psyduck and Farfetch'd's egg groups. The results left him stunned. Both Pokémon belonged to the field egg group. They could lay eggs together. Naoki sat back in his chair, overwhelmed. This is unexpected. Determined to confirm his suspicions, Naoki spent the next few days discreetly observing Psyduck and Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd maintained a disciplined routine. After eating a few berries in the morning, it would patrol the onion garden to ensure no bird Pokémon were stealing its prized crops. Once satisfied, it would begin its daily workout, lifting dumbbells, doing push-ups and honing its strength. Psyduck would always show up during Farfetch'd test training sessions, standing quietly by the garden fence to watch. Occasionally, it would catch small fish from the river and present them to Farfetch'd as gifts. However, Farfetch'd, focused entirely on its fitness regimen, had no interest in the offerings and politely declined each time. Disheartened by the lack of response, Psyduck eventually stopped visiting the onion garden altogether. It returned to the riverbank, its steps heavy with disappointment.
Naoki.
Just as Naoki was about to leave his observation post near the onion garden, a familiar sound startled him.
A woo.
Turning, Naoki saw Dragonite standing behind him, its large eyes filled with curiosity. It tilted its head, clearly wondering why Naoki was crouched behind the garden fence. Watching Farfetch'd tirelessly exercising nearby, Naoki couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The love and dedication of Pokémon were so pure and heartfelt. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered something. Turning to Dragonite, he asked with a teasing smile, "Hey Dragonite, didn't you have a crush on another Dragonite a while back?" Naoki vividly recalled Dragonite's awkward attempts to court its crush. The memory of Dragonite's clumsy moves, inability to land any impressive attacks, and its habit of sulking by Casaroya Lake under the moonlight flashed vividly in his mind. Hearing Naoki bring this up, Dragonite visibly stiffened, an embarrassed expression crossing its face.
A woo.
Dragonite growled softly, flapping its wings in an attempt to wave off the past. It let out a long sigh, indicating that those days were behind it and that it no longer had feelings for that Dragonite.
Naoki chuckled. Alright, I get it.
But does this mean you're planning to be a single Dragonite for the rest of your life? No interest in finding another Dragonite to raise a family with? Dragonite blinked, startled by the question, before shaking its head vehemently. A woo! It cried out, flailing its arms for emphasis.
No way.
I still have you and everyone else. Dragonite seemed to say. Naoki tilted his head, watching the passionate response. Although he wasn't using a translator device, he could piece together Dragonite's meaning from its actions and tone. So, you're saying you don't care about finding a mate? You're happy living as you are, and when it comes to laying eggs, it's all about love, not necessity. Dragonite nodded, its golden wings ruffling with what looked like pride. Naoki leaned back, marveling at the complexity of Pokémon emotions and social behaviors. Pokémon really are magical creatures, he murmured. After lunch, Naoki headed upstairs to check on the Dragonite egg resting in a specially designed crib. The egg was enormous, its creamy surface marked with faint blue patterns resembling the scales of a Dratini. The sight of it exuded an undeniable sense of vitality and promise. This egg was the result of a pair of Dragonites on the ranch who had bonded deeply. Naoki and Indeed's had been entrusted with its care. As Naoki gazed at the egg, he couldn't help but muse aloud, I still don't get why those two Dragonites trust us so much. They just handed over their egg without a second thought. In the wild, it was common for Pokémon parents to guard their eggs fiercely, often refusing to leave them unattended. Yet, these two Dragonites seemed perfectly at ease letting Naoki and his team take responsibility. It's trust, Naoki thought, his heart swelling with gratitude. They know we'll take care of their child as if it were our own. The midday sun streamed through the window, casting a soft glow over the room. Outside, the cheerful sounds of Pokémon playing echoed faintly. Naoki kicked off his shoes, sitting cross-legged beside the crib. Gently, he reached out and ran his fingers along the smooth shell of the egg. It's already been over 2 months since it was laid, he murmured. According to the care guides he had studied, Dragonite eggs had an exceptionally long incubation period, often taking up to 10 months to hatch. It's the end of June now, Naoki calculated. At this rate, it'll probably hatch sometime in January next year. As the cicadas chirped outside the window, their sound resonating through the summer air, Naoki sighed, feeling the unyielding passage of time. Wow, time seems to crawl, he thought as he listened to the rhythmic buzz. He stood and began descending the stairs, wishing that by the time he reached the bottom, he'd somehow skipped ahead to the day when his Rotom phone project would finally be completed. Of course, such miracles were impossible. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Zack arrived at the ranch as usual, his truck pulling up to collect the day's harvest. Naoki was busily sorting through the crates of fruit, calculating the quantities to be sold. Watching him work, Zack wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and grinned. This ranch has really come a long way. It's hard to believe it's been less than 2 years since you started. What a transformation. Naoki returned the smile. It's all thanks to the Pokémon, he said, glancing fondly at Koraidon and Cyclizer, who were busy loading crates into the truck. Hearing their trainer's praise, Koraidon and Cyclizer perked up and let out cheerful cries.
Gale. Aga.
Zack chuckled at their enthusiasm.
Haha.
Koraidon and Cyclizer really are reliable. But you know, he added with a teasing glint in his eye, it's time you started thinking about settling down. Find yourself a wife, build a family. Life will only get better with someone by your side. Naoki froze, blinking at the unexpected turn in the conversation. Is Zack seriously trying to set me up? He wondered.
He gave a helpless laugh.
It's a bit early for that, don't you think? It's not early at all. Zack countered, his tone shifting into the gossipy enthusiasm of an old friend. Come on, do you at least have someone you like?
No way.
Naoki shook his head. It's not like that. Sure, people in the Pokémon world are good-looking, but relationships aren't just about appearances. It's about the connection. He silently ran through the women he'd spoken to since arriving in this world. There weren't many. Kelly, Madame Dantes, Gita, and Professor Sada were the few that came to mind. None of them are suitable, he muttered under his breath, though his mind lingered for a moment on Iono, the bright, energetic girl he'd met by chance in Lavincia, who had dragged him off to a local restaurant to try her favorite dishes. Zack's voice interrupted his thoughts. Then how about I introduce you to someone? His eyes sparkled mischievously. A friend of mine has a daughter who's also a trainer. She might be a good match. What do you think? Naoki was dumbfounded. Blind dates? In the Pokémon world?
No, no, no.
He waved his hands frantically. I'm not in a rush.
Really? All right.
Zack relented, though his grin showed he wasn't entirely convinced. But if you change your mind, let me know. I'm sure your grandfather would love to see you settle down.
Naoki sighed. Okay.
Thanks, Zack. With a friendly laugh, Zack helped load the remaining crates into the truck, handed Naoki the payment, and drove off toward town. As Zack's truck disappeared down the road, Naoki turned and headed back into the house. His gaze fell on the calendar hanging on the wall. It was June 29th. Tomorrow would be the Summer Fireworks Festival. As he started preparing dinner for the Pokémon, Naoki found himself wondering which Pokémon he'd take to the festival. The next morning, the sky was bright, the air clear and fresh. Naoki was busy milking his Gagote when he noticed Sister Indy running toward him in a flurry. Ai, she called out, waving her hands frantically.
Naoki straightened, startled.
What's wrong? He asked, setting down the pail. Did something happen? Indy pointed urgently toward the entrance of the ranch. Following her direction, Naoki spotted a striking figure standing near the gate, a young woman with long flowing blue hair and piercing ice blue eyes. She was watching the Dragonite grazing on the grass. Sensing Naoki's gaze, the woman turned slightly, her serene expression meeting his.
Hello.
I am Grusha, the gym leader of Glacido Gym. I've been sent here by the Pokémon League for special training. Naoki was momentarily stunned. If he hadn't already known the profiles of the gym leaders beforehand, he might have mistaken Grusha for a girl. Beside him, Sister Indy wore a similarly surprised expression. She tugged at Naoki's sleeve and whispered in her own language, Ai. Is this human really a boy? Though Naoki hadn't consumed any translation seeds recently, he still somehow understood what Indy meant. It was likely because he had already explained Grusha's identity and gender to her. Judging by the panicked way she had run over earlier, Naoki could guess that Indy had been utterly shocked by the contrast between Grusha's appearance and his actual gender. Naoki composed himself and stepped forward to greet the guest.
Hello, Mr. Grusha.
I'm Naoki, the owner of this ranch. The chief has already informed me about your trial. Grusha gave a polite nod but remained silent. He wasn't one for small talk, and his reserved nature made the atmosphere feel slightly awkward. For a moment, Naoki wasn't sure how to continue the conversation. He racked his brain, recalling what he knew about Grusha. If memory served him right, Grusha had once been a world-famous snowboarder known for his vibrant and passionate personality. However, a devastating injury had forced him to retire, and since then, his lively demeanor seemed to have frozen, much like the ice-type Pokémon he trained. Now, he was known for being as quiet and composed as a field blanketed in fresh snow. Determined to ease the tension, Naoki decided to introduce Grusha to the trials available at the ranch. But before he could speak, another voice rang out.
Hello.
Is anyone here? The energetic call came from behind them. Naoki and Grusha turned to see a young woman sprinting toward them. She wore a beige short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with a lightning bolt emblem, and her bright, bubbly energy was impossible to ignore. Grusha's usually stoic expression flickered with surprise, while Naoki's eyes widened in recognition.
What are the odds? Naoki thought.
I was just thinking about Iono yesterday, and here she is. Her sudden appearance felt almost like a wild trainer ambushing you in a tall grass patch, unexpected and slightly startling.
Iono. Grusha.
Iono exclaimed, equally surprised. You're here for the trials too?
What a coincidence.
Grusha nodded slightly, his tone calm. The Glacido Mountain Gym is closed for the next couple of days. I decided to make use of the time.
I see.
Iono's attention shifted to Naoki. She waved enthusiastically. Good morning, Naoki. Sorry to barge in again.
Naoki chuckled. Not at all.
Actually, it's great timing. Grusha just arrived, and I was about to introduce him to the ranch's trials.
You can both join.
Grusha nodded politely.
Thank you.
That would be helpful. Iono grinned.
You'd better watch out, Grusha.
I had a rough time last time I came here. These trials aren't as easy as they look. Hearing this, Grusha raised an eyebrow. He seemed curious about Iono's experience but remained silent, keeping his thoughts to himself. Naoki turned to Sister Indy and said, Could you prepare some tea for our guests?
Ai.
Indy responded cheerfully, hurrying back to the house. Naoki began leading Grusha and Iono around the ranch. So far we have 4 main trials available: the Green Grass Trial, the Lightning Trial, the Storm Trial, and the Ancient Doubles Trial. He left out the Metronome Trial, as it was more of a novelty event and only open to Pokémon that knew the metronome move. For the Green Grass Trial, Naoki explained, challengers face off against my 3 Gagote. He gestured toward the trio of grass-type Pokémon grazing peacefully on a patch of lush grass. Grusha's gaze shifted to the Gagote, his mind already analyzing the situation. Grass types were weak against ice types, which he specialized in. However, defeating them under such favorable conditions wouldn't truly challenge him. If given a choice, Grusha preferred to train under adversity, testing himself against the odds to grow stronger. With that thought, he silently ruled out the Green Grass Trial as his first challenge. Iono seemed to have caught onto Grusha's thoughts. She chuckled and said, These Gagote aren't your typical ones. Even the chief has trouble dealing with them, you know.
Naoki.
Hearing this, Grusha was momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that these 3 Gagote might be champion-level Pokémon. Sometimes, type advantages weren't everything, a mistake on his part. I understand, Grusha said, nodding thoughtfully. Naoki resumed walking forward, though he noticed something was missing. Without seeing Pawmot, he called out in the direction of the coop. The next moment, Pawmot zipped through the air toward them. Naoki smiled. The next trial I want to introduce is the Lightning Trial, led by Pawmot. Pawmot hovered in front of Naoki, tilting its head curiously.
Pawmot.
This guest is here to challenge the trials at the ranch, Naoki explained. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement lit up in Pawmot's eyes. It immediately flexed its small arms to display its strength.
Pawmot. Pawmot.
Grusha blinked in surprise, his mouth falling slightly open as he stared at the hovering Pawmot.
A flying Pawmot? What on earth was going on? And was that a hammer in its paw? Was it Pawmot's weapon?
Could this really be a normal Pawmot?
Surely not.
1,000 questions swirled in Grusha's mind before he finally voiced one. How does this Pawmot fly? Of course, it uses electromagnetic levitation, similar to Magnemite, Naoki replied smoothly as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It manipulates electromagnetic fields through specialized training in electric induction. Electric-type Pokémon inherently control electricity, and Pawmot has undergone extensive targeted training.
Grusha.
Iono chimed in, her eyes gleaming with determination. I lost to Pawmot last time. But this time, I've trained my team hard, and I'm definitely going to win.
Naoki.
She doesn't even know Pawmot has acquired the power of the king. Naoki, deciding to move on, introduced the next challenge. The next trial is the Storm Trial, led by Dragonite. Challengers must face special weather conditions like storms and defeat Dragonite in battle. Hearing this, Grusha nodded, his face composed as he absorbed the explanation. Naoki smiled and shifted his attention toward Koraidon and Fluttermane. Finally, I want to introduce the ultimate trial at the ranch, the Ancient Doubles Battle. He continued, his tone growing serious. In this trial, challengers must face simultaneous attacks from 2 Pokémon. It's the most difficult trial the ranch has to offer and is reserved for trainers who have reached the champion level. Hearing this, both Grusha and Iono paused, their expressions showing clear astonishment. Only champion-level trainers? Iono's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds intense. Grusha was equally surprised as he gazed at the 2 unfamiliar Pokémon standing before him. It was no wonder the chief had sent them to this secluded ranch to undergo the trials. The sheer power exuding from these Pokémon was beyond ordinary. What astonished Grusha even more was that such a formidable champion-level trainer chose to live in seclusion in a place like this.
Have you decided?
Which trial do you want to challenge? Naoki asked, breaking the silence.
Grusha fell into deep thought.
At the same time, Iono raised her hand eagerly.
The lightning trial.
This time, we'll definitely pass it. That's not a given, Naoki replied with a playful smile, motioning for Pawmot to follow him to the battlefield. Grusha, still undecided, decided to observe the lightning trial from the sidelines. On the battlefield, Naoki refrained from giving any commands, leaving the stage entirely to Pawmot to showcase its abilities. At the opposite end of the field, Iono stood confidently. With a flick of her wrist, she released a red and white Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a Watrel, its wings sparking with electricity as it hovered mid-air. Sister Indy D blew the whistle in her hand, signaling the start of the battle. Iono wasted no time setting the stage.
Tailwind, she called out.
The Watrel flapped its wings furiously, creating powerful gusts of wind that surged across the battlefield, giving it a speed advantage. Pawmot lunged forward, swinging its small hammer toward the Watrel. But the flying-type Pokémon countered swiftly, whipping up a storm that howled across the field. The sharp gusts of wind, like invisible blades, sliced through the air and halted Pawmot's advance. Seeing an opening, Iono gave her next command.
Discharge.
At her word, a surge of electricity burst forth from Watrel's body. Its wind power ability activated, amplifying the energy released in the electrified storm. Yellow bolts of lightning crackled wildly, radiating outward from Watrel's form. Pawmot's figure was engulfed by the discharge, the crackling lightning obscuring it from view. Iono turned to Naoki with a triumphant grin.
See that?
That's my real skill in action. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Being distracted during a battle is not a good habit, he said calmly. Grusha, who was closely observing the match, narrowed his eyes.
Something felt off. No, this wasn't right.
The Pawmot wasn't being overwhelmed by the electricity, it was absorbing it. Back on the battlefield, the intense electric currents seemed to flow unnaturally toward Pawmot. The bolts of lightning were drawn into its small hammer and its body, as if being consumed. The storm of energy began to subside, revealing Pawmot standing unharmed. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, charged with raw power. Pawmot's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. In an instant, a golden helmet and matching armor materialized around it, as if summoned out of thin air. Iono froze in shock.
Huh?
What's that? Grusha's expression mirrored her surprise, his usually calm demeanor shaken. Now transformed into the King of Hammers, Pawmot raised its hammer high. The once small weapon grew exponentially in size, the increase visible to the naked eye. With the massive hammer now in its grip, Pawmot charged forward, swinging it with incredible force. The sheer size of the hammer left no room for escape, and Watrel was struck head-on, crashing to the ground with spiraling eyes. The electric/flying Pokémon had been knocked out in a single decisive blow.
I lost again.
Iono muttered, her shoulders slumping in despair. Her 2 Magnemite companions, sensing their trainer's mood, began spinning erratically in midair, their disorganized motions reflecting her disappointment. The golden glow around Pawmot faded, and it reverted to its normal form. Naoki approached the fallen Watrel, gently feeding it some goat milk. After a few sips, the Pokémon stirred, regaining consciousness. Pawmot floated closer, looking somewhat embarrassed. The overwhelming surge of electricity earlier had pushed it to instinctively unleash the power of the king. It hadn't meant to use such an overwhelming force, it just couldn't control itself in the moment. Seeing that Watrel was recovering, Pawmot let out a sigh of relief. Naoki turned to look at Iono, who still seemed crestfallen. However, her gloom didn't last long. With a determined shake of her head, she snapped out of it and regained her trademark energy. A radiant grin spread across her face as she turned toward Naoki. Next time, I'm definitely winning, she declared, her voice full of determination. Under the warm sunlight, her smile radiated pure vitality and optimism. Naoki found himself momentarily stunned by her energy. It wasn't just her enthusiasm that stood out, her ability to inspire and uplift those around her was unmistakable. Iono's cheerful personality made her the perfect fit as a Pokémon League host. She had an infectious energy that could make anyone smile, a quality that brought warmth to everyone she encountered. Her vibrant spirit and lively interactions during gym challenges and streams brought joy to trainers and Pokémon alike, making her a beloved figure in the Paldea region. As Naoki reflected on Iono's charm, Grusha approached, his face a mixture of curiosity and awe. The Ice-type gym leader's gaze shifted to Palmot, and his expression betrayed his disbelief. "Naoki, what was that just now?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with unease. Naoki glanced at Palmot, then back at Grusha. After a moment of thought he replied, "Well, to put it simply, that power isn't entirely Palmot's own." Both Grusha and Iono blinked, their confusion evident. "What do you mean?" Faced with the situation, Naoki explained with a calm but earnest tone, "That is the power of Calyrex." Iono, having visited the ranch before, nodded in understanding. She had encountered Calyrex and was familiar with his existence. Naoki then turned his attention to Grusha, his new audience. He delved into the legend of the King of Bountiful Harvests, describing in detail the miraculous deeds attributed to this revered Pokémon. At the conclusion of his explanation, Naoki added, "Palmot's inner courage and its heroic spirit of wanting to help other Pokémon caught the attention of Calyrex. In recognition, he bestowed Palmot with a special power to make him stronger." "Calyrex?" Grusha murmured, his icy demeanor momentarily softened by curiosity. "I feel like I've heard of this somewhere before." Iono, ever the enthusiast, chimed in, "Of course. The legend of the King of Bountiful Harvests was featured on TV once. He helped restore a mountain to its original state. Isn't that incredible?" At her words, Grusha's memory sparked, and he recalled hearing about the mythical Pokémon. His gaze shifted to Palmot, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. "I can't believe such things truly exist in this world." Naoki smiled knowingly. "So, have you made your decision? Which trial would you like to undertake?" Grusha met Naoki's gaze with renewed determination. "I want to take on the green grass trial against your Gagote. I'd like to see for myself the strength of a champion-level Gagote." The decision surprised Naoki. He had assumed Grusha might prefer to challenge Palmot or Dragonite, given his expertise in Ice-type Pokémon. "Very well," Naoki said with a nod, raising his hand to call the Gogoats. 3 Gogoats appeared, 2 positioning themselves behind Naoki while the third confidently stepped forward, its powerful aura radiating across the field. In an instant, a surge of grass energy poured forth from the lead Gogoat, transforming the battlefield. Within moments, a verdant meadow of shimmering green grass, both real and illusory, blanketed the area. The blades of grass swayed gently in an unseen breeze, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. Grusha's expression turned serious. "Grassy terrain," he muttered under his breath. Releasing such a vast amount of energy in an instant, this was no ordinary Pokémon. Nearby, Iono stood beside her Watrel, observing the scene with bright, eager eyes. Unable to contain her excitement, she began imitating a Pokémon battle commentator. And now, stepping into the arena, we have Grusha, gym leader of Glacido Mountain Gym, squaring off against Naoki, the rancher extraordinaire. Who will claim victory in this thrilling face-off? Let's find out as the battle begins. You can read up to chapter 431 at patreon.com/keepsmiling818. Bonus chapter at 500 PS.
Comment. For comment. Vote.
Chapter 62, A Warm Hearth for an Icy Heart 382. Looking at the glowing grassy terrain before him, Grusha slowly reached for a pokeball at his waist. Pressing the button, the red and white sphere, initially the size of a marble, expanded to its full size. With a sharp flick, he tossed it into the air. A beam of white light burst forth, revealing a massive, muscular Pokémon with a robust body. Its presence was imposing, and its icy aura filled the battlefield. It was Setaton, an ice-type Pokémon that thrived in snowy mountains. The battle began with Naoki and Grusha locking eyes, their Pokémon ready to clash. "Setaton, use Ice Spinner," Grusha commanded, his voice calm yet assertive. Setaton's massive body began spinning rapidly, a thin layer of frost coating its skin as it charged forward. The spinning motion created a vortex of icy energy, which began to tear through the vibrant grassy terrain, leaving frozen patches in its wake. Naoki observed Grusha's strategy and smirked. Trying to destroy the terrain? Not so fast. He raised his voice, issuing his command. "Gagote, use Vine Whip. With a cry of determination, Gagote launched 2 thick, serpentine vines from its body. The vines lashed out with incredible force, intercepting Sedaton mid-spin. The impact was so powerful that Sedaton stumbled, spinning uncontrollably in place like a top. Grusha's eyes widened in disbelief.
That's Vine Whip? No. How can it be so strong?
And that thickness, those vines are enormous. But his shock deepened as he noticed another startling phenomenon. The grassy terrain, which had been partially destroyed by Ice Spinner, began to regenerate. The frozen patches melted away, and lush green grass sprouted anew, covering the battlefield once more. What's happening? Grusha exclaimed, his usually stoic demeanor faltering. How is the terrain restoring itself so quickly? Meanwhile, Sedaton, still reeling from the Vine Whip, began to slow its erratic spinning. Its eyes swirled, mimicking a hypnotized state, before it collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud.
Hang in there.
Grusha called out, his brows furrowed with concern. But something else caught his attention. Sedaton hadn't been healed by the grassy terrain, which should have restored some of its energy. Before Grusha could voice his confusion, Naoki issued another command. Gagote, use your signature move. Gagote braced itself, a fierce glint in its eyes. It leaned forward, green energy swirling and coalescing into a massive glowing blade of grass that extended from its mouth like a sword. The energy crackled with raw power as Gagote prepared to strike. Grusha's pupils dilated as he processed the scene before him. In a swift and elegant motion, Gagote charged forward, its glowing blade slashing through the air. The attack struck Sedaton with pinpoint accuracy, hitting a vital spot. The Ice-type Pokémon let out a pained cry before falling silent, its large frame collapsing onto the battlefield. Gagote skidded to a stop a few feet away, its stance confident and poised. Its expression radiated strength and composure, as though it knew victory had been secured. Sedaton lay unconscious, unable to continue the fight. Grusha stood frozen in place, disbelief etched across his face. He had underestimated his opponent, and Gagote's extraordinary abilities. From the sidelines, Iono gasped, her hands covering her mouth.
Wow! That was incredible!
She exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Naoki stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. Unfortunately, you failed the green grass trial. Grusha remained silent, his mind racing with unanswered questions. What kind of move had Gagote just used? Why hadn't the grassy terrain healed Sedaton? And how had the terrain regenerated so quickly? Elder Indy arrived with a bottle of goat milk, gently tending to Sedaton and helping it regain its strength. Slowly, Grusha began to recover from his daze, but the questions lingered. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he turned to Naoki.
What just happened? That move, the terrain. I don't understand.
Naoki smiled knowingly, folding his arms. That attack was Leaf Blade, but a special version I developed. Its inspiration comes from a legendary Pokémon called Zacian. As for your last question, Naoki continued, it's because Gagote's mastery over grass-type energy has reached a level far beyond what ordinary Pokémon can achieve. It can precisely control the grass energy around it, making it beneficial only for itself. Similarly, Gagote can release a steady stream of grass energy to repair any damage to the grassy terrain caused by moves like Ice Spinner. After all, Naoki thought to himself, these Gagote were raised by the leaves of the World Tree. It wasn't surprising that they possessed such extraordinary abilities. Grusha stared at the 3 Gagote in a trance. At that moment, he finally understood why the chief had sent gym leaders like him to this ranch for special training. These 3 Gagote were undoubtedly champion-level Pokémon. Battling against Pokémon of this caliber could provide immense growth opportunities for gym leaders.
Amazing!
Iono exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Naoki, how do you even train Pokémon to be this strong?
Train them.
Naoki repeated, looking at her with a smile. I don't train them specifically. Life itself is their training. Life itself is training. Grusha murmured, repeating the phrase as though it were a mantra. Naoki nodded and elaborated, I integrate their special training into everyday tasks. For instance, I have Dragonite use Rain Dance daily to water the plants. It may not seem like much at first, but after doing it thousands or even tens of thousands of times, its proficiency with Rain Dance reaches extraordinary levels. It can summon rain in an instant, turning battles in its favor. He continued, it's the same with my Gagote. I let them channel grass energy to cultivate crops in the fields. Not only does this help the crops grow, but it also hones their control over grass energy. Hearing this, Grusha closed his eyes and imagined the concept. He remained lost in thought, digesting the idea for a long time. Just then, Koraidon ran over with Cyclizer and a group of Dragonairs following behind. One of the Dragonair seemed injured, limping slightly. Naoki quickly approached to assess the situation. One of the Dragonair, it seemed, had been injured during a sparring match when another hadn't controlled its strength properly. Understanding the urgency, Naoki pulled out a bottle of goat milk and gently fed it to the injured Pokémon. Within moments, the Dragonair's injuries healed, and it slowly opened its eyes. As soon as it saw Naoki, the Dragonair let out a soft purr and nuzzled against him affectionately. Naoki glanced nervously at Dragonite, who was thankfully preoccupied on the other side of the ranch. He gently patted the Dragonair's head and whispered, "All right, go take a break at Snorlax Park." Rue, the Dragonair, chirped happily, flying off with its companions toward the park. Iono, watching the interaction with wide-eyed wonder, was about to comment when she felt an intense gaze directed at her. Turning her head, she saw Koraidon squatting on the grass, staring at her with unmistakable affection. She blinked, startled, before breaking into a cheerful greeting. "Long time no see, Koraidon. How've you been?" "Rayo." Koraidon responded enthusiastically, nodding its head repeatedly. Naoki, noticing the exchange, looked between Koraidon and Iono with curiosity. A thought crossed his mind. Koraidon seemed unusually fond of Iono. Meanwhile, Iono turned her attention to Cyclizer, studying its streamlined body and mechanical resemblance. "Hey Naoki," she said, her tone inquisitive, "don't Koraidon and Cyclizer look kind of similar?" Naoki chuckled and nodded. "Yes, there's actually speculation that Koraidon represents Cyclizer's ancient form. Whether it's true or not, no one knows for certain. There aren't any Pokémon like Koraidon naturally living in the Paldea region," Naoki explained. "It's a Pokémon discovered by Professor Sada in Area Zero. Despite its fierce appearance, it's actually very gentle." Hearing Naoki's praise, Koraidon let out an excited cry. "Rayo!" Naoki smiled and reached out to pat its head affectionately. Nearby, Cyclizer watched the interaction with a twinge of envy in its eyes. It wanted to be close to Naoki too, just like Koraidon was. Naoki, however, didn't notice Cyclizer's expression, but Iono did. She narrowed her eyes, feeling like she'd uncovered something significant. Naoki had so many Pokémon, yet Cyclizer seemed to have been left out of the spotlight. Cyclizer, sensing a gaze on it, turned its head and saw Iono looking right at it. "Gow!" Cyclizer tilted its head curiously. Iono waved cheerfully. "Hi, Cyclizer." The Pokémon blinked, then responded with a small, endearing chirp. "GAA." At that moment, Grusha snapped out of his thoughts. His expression turned serious as he stepped forward to thank Naoki. "Thank you, Mr. Naoki," Grusha said formally, bowing slightly. "I understand now why the chief sent us here to train under you." His use of honorifics took Naoki by surprise, and he waved his hands modestly. "There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Naoki, like Iono does." But Grusha was insistent, his respect unwavering. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. As noon approached, Naoki invited both Grusha and Iono to stay for lunch. The aroma of freshly preparing food wafted from the kitchen, and soon the Pokémon playing outside began trickling back into the house. Seeing the variety of Pokémon gathered inside left Grusha and Iono speechless. Rare Pokémon of all kinds filled the ranch, including Calyrex accompanied by Polteageist and Sinistea. Grusha found himself seated near Calyrex, an experience that left him feeling utterly bewildered. Sitting beside a legendary Pokémon was surreal enough, but watching Calyrex calmly watch television like a human was almost too much to process. What unsettled him further was how Calyrex glanced at him with a kind and knowing look, almost as though it were smiling. Grusha was completely stunned. His respect for Naoki grew tenfold, convinced more than ever that Naoki was a champion-level trainer with years of experience under his belt. While Grusha was lost in his thoughts, Iono noticed something else entirely. She observed how the Pokémon interacted with Naoki. Pokémon like Koraidon, Pawmot, Alcremie, and Dragonite eagerly approached Naoki, rubbing against him and basking in his attention. They all expressed their affection for him in clear, direct ways. But one Pokémon stood apart from the rest, Cyclizer. It lingered near the edges of the group, watching the joyful interactions with a look of quiet longing. "The poor Cyclizer's been left out," Iono muttered softly to herself. She knew this wasn't uncommon for trainers with large teams. It was inevitable that some Pokémon wouldn't receive as much attention as others, especially when a trainer had so many companions. It was for this reason that most leagues encouraged trainers to limit themselves to carrying 6 Pokémon during their travels. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Cyclizer, Iono decided to speak up. Hey, Cyclizer. Cyclizer turned toward her, blinking in surprise. You should go to Naoki too, she encouraged. Just like Koraden does. If you go to him, he'll definitely notice you. Gao. Cyclizer hesitated, looking uncertain. Could it really approach Naoki the way Koraden did? Iono gave a determined nod.
Of course you can.
Believe in yourself. Cyclizer shuffled awkwardly on its feet, clearly shy. But after a moment of deliberation, it seemed to gather its courage. With a small but determined cry, it turned and headed toward the kitchen. Naoki, who was stirring a pot of soup, looked up in surprise when Cyclizer walked into the kitchen. What's up? Cyclizer hesitated for a moment before mimicking Koraden's actions, pressing itself close to Naoki. Naoki blinked in mild surprise but then broke into a warm smile. Cyclizer was seeking his affection. Naoki chuckled, reaching out to rub Cyclizer's head gently. Good boy. GAA. Cyclizer chirped happily, its eyes lighting up with delight. Emboldened by Naoki's warmth, it stuck out its tongue and gave Naoki's palm a playful lick. Naoki froze, his hand now damp with saliva. You and Koraden must have been born on the same day, Naoki muttered, half in exasperation and half in amusement. Why do you two always lick people like that? Cyclizer, sensing that Naoki wasn't actually upset, wagged its tail happily, its joy bubbling over. All right, Naoki said with a sigh, patting Cyclizer's head. Go play in the living room. I need to finish cooking. Cyclizer chirped again in agreement and trotted back to the living room. Once there, it locked eyes with Iono, who grinned and gave it an encouraging nod. See? I told you he'd notice you. Iono whispered with a wink. Cyclizer's confidence soared, and it glanced around the room with newfound happiness. Grusha sat quietly, observing the exchange. Though he said nothing, his thoughtful gaze lingered on Cyclizer and Iono. Naoki is so kind to his Pokémon, Iono commented, her tone filled with admiration. Grusha nodded subtly. In the short time he had spent at the ranch, he could already feel the warmth and care Naoki radiated. His eyes drifted around the living room, taking in the lively scene of Pokémon chasing each other, playing, and resting contentedly. Each Pokémon seemed genuinely happy and at peace in Naoki's care. Grusha couldn't help but compare the scene to his own life at the Glacido Mountain Gym. Once upon a time, his personality had been as vibrant and enthusiastic as Iono's. But after the accident that ended his snowboarding career, he had become reserved, his demeanor growing as cold and distant as the ice types he trained. His Pokémon, Frosmoth, Beartic, Sedaton, Weevil and Altaria, had always been his closest companions. They used to laugh with him, racing and skiing together through the snow-covered mountains. But since his retirement, those joyful moments had faded, replaced by quiet companionship. Grusha's thoughts darkened as he glanced at his right leg. The injury that had nearly shattered it still haunted him. Though he had recovered physically, he could no longer ski the way he once did. His leg, and his spirit, hadn't fully healed. What's on your mind? Naoki's voice cut through Grusha's thoughts. He had entered the living room, carrying dishes of steaming food. Grusha looked up, startled out of his reverie. It's nothing. Come on over for dinner. Naoki said with a warm smile. Though he could guess the reason behind Grusha's quiet demeanor, he decided not to pry further. Instead, he turned to Sister Indd and asked her to escort the guests to wash their hands and prepare for the meal. Grusha nodded silently and followed Indd out of the room. That left Iono, who remained seated, glancing at Naoki with an expression of hesitation. She looked as if she wanted to say something but couldn't quite bring herself to speak. Naoki raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's on your mind?" Iono sighed before responding. Grusha wasn't always like this. He used to be a phenomenal snowboarder, one of the best. But after that injury forced him to retire, his personality completely changed. No one's been able to help him. She paused for a moment, her voice tinged with sadness. I tried encouraging him before, telling him to move on and look toward the future, but nothing seemed to work. He just shut himself away. Naoki nodded thoughtfully, processing Iono's words. A leg injury. He murmured. His gaze drifted to the kitchen counter as an idea began to form. Life Milk, the nourishing drink produced by his Gagote, had incredible healing properties. But could it work on injuries as severe as Grusha's? Naoki furrowed his brow. From the way Iono described the accident, it sounded like Grusha's bones had been seriously damaged. He wasn't sure if it could mend such extensive injuries. Still, it was worth a try. I'll see what I can do after dinner, Naoki said, his tone resolute. If the life milk doesn't work on its own, I'll enlist the help of some Pokémon. He glanced at Indeedee, who had just returned, and his mind began to strategize. Between Indeedee's lunar dance, Calorex's life dew and heal pulse, and the restorative properties of life milk, paired with some specially prepared dishes, there might be a way to help Grusha recover, both physically and emotionally.
Find a way? What do you mean?
Iono tilted her head, looking confused as Naoki's words sank in. She had only been introducing Grusha's situation to Naoki and hadn't expected him to suggest helping. And was something like that even possible? Naoki didn't dwell on her reaction. He returned to the kitchen, bringing out the freshly prepared dishes and setting them on the table. As they began eating, Iono couldn't help but glance at Naoki repeatedly. Her hesitation to speak was obvious. Naoki noticed and decided to address the situation directly. Turning to Grusha, he asked, "I heard you injured your leg some time ago. How is it feeling now?" Grusha froze for a moment, caught off guard by the question. After a brief pause, he responded, "I can walk normally, but I can no longer handle strenuous activity." Even a slight push could bring a sharp, throbbing pain to his leg. "I see," Naoki murmured, nodding thoughtfully. "Well, let me take a look after lunch. Maybe I can help." Grusha blinked, surprised. "Are you a doctor, Mr. Naoki?" "No," Naoki replied with a small chuckle. "But I have a remedy that works wonders for both humans and Pokémon alike. It's worth a try." Grusha's usual calm demeanor began to waver. He could sense the genuine care in Naoki's voice. While he had little hope of recovery after so many failed treatments, he nodded politely. "Thank you. I appreciate the effort." Naoki offered a reassuring smile before focusing back on the meal. After lunch, Naoki approached Calyrex, who was lounging near the ranch garden, and explained Grusha's condition. Calyrex, intrigued, agreed to help. Floating gracefully toward the living room, the legendary Pokémon emitted a faint blue glow as it scanned Grusha's right leg with psychic energy. Grusha sat on the sofa, unable to hide his astonishment as a soothing blue light enveloped his injured leg. After a few moments, Calyrex opened its eyes and spoke telepathically. "The injury was severe. I see evidence of fractures that never healed properly." Grusha stared at his leg in disbelief before looking back at Calyrex, his mind racing. "Can it be healed?" Naoki asked, his voice steady but hopeful. Calyrex nodded calmly. "With my heal pulse and a dose of Gagote's life milk, his injury can be fully restored." Without hesitation, Naoki fetched a bottle of life milk from the refrigerator, placing it on the table. Grusha's disbelief deepened. Did Calyrex just say his injury could be healed? How could that be possible after years of pain and unsuccessful treatments? But what if it were true? Grusha felt a flicker of hope he hadn't dared to entertain for years. Iono, who had been observing silently, finally spoke up. "Wait. Grusha's injury can really be healed." Naoki smiled confidently. Calyrex believes so. The combination of heal pulse and life milk should do the trick. Go ahead and drink this while Calyrex begins treatment. Grusha hesitated, eyeing the bottle. The label depicted an adorable illustration of a Gagote, and he recognized it as the same milk Naoki had used earlier to restore an injured Pokémon. Taking a deep breath, Grusha picked up the bottle and began drinking. The milk was rich and soothing, filling him with warmth. Calyrex floated closer, its body radiating soft pink energy as waves of healing power emanated from it. The magical energy enveloped Grusha's leg, seeping deep into the bone and tissue. Seconds ticked by. Then, with a serene smile, Calyrex announced, "It is done." Grusha stared at his leg in stunned silence. A comforting warmth coursed through his limb, unlike anything he had felt since the accident. Tentatively, he stood up. The movement was smooth and free of pain. He took a step, then another. His pace quickened until he was running and jumping, his joy evident in every movement. Naoki, watching the transformation, couldn't help but smile. "Why not take a proper run outside?" he suggested. Grusha nodded eagerly, and the group followed him out to the ranch. Surrounded by Pokémon, Grusha tested his leg by sprinting across the field and performing agile leaps. His face, often stoic and cold, now bore a radiant smile. For the first time in years, he felt whole. Naoki observed the scene and let out a contented sigh. "At this rate, I might become Paldea's most famous doctor." Hearing this, Iono turned to him, her expression playful. "With skills like that, maybe you already are." Naoki laughed, scratching the back of his head. But when he glanced at Iono, he noticed her eyes sparkling with admiration. What? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Iono grinned. Helped plenty of trainers treat their Pokémon. That Pokémon was seriously injured. With the current state of medical technology, there was no way to fully cure it. If nothing had been done, it wouldn't have survived, Naoki said, his voice soft but firm. Iono's eyes widened as she began to understand. A grin spread across her face as she chimed in. That trainer must have been overjoyed, right? Naoki smiled faintly, recalling Alder's heartfelt gratitude. Yes. He was incredibly thankful, and he even helped me out a lot in return. At that moment, Grusha came running back into the room. His face was flushed, his expression animated, and without warning, he pulled Naoki into a big, enthusiastic hug. Naoki froze in surprise. Grusha released him after a moment, his face brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Naoki. Truly, thank you. Realizing what this was about, Naoki chuckled warmly. You're welcome. It was just a small favor. Grusha shook his head adamantly. No. No matter how small you think it was, I need to thank you properly. Before Naoki could reply, a group of Pokémon began gathering around Grusha, their excitement evident in their sparkling eyes and eager expressions. Naoki gestured toward them. Your Pokémon were worried about you too. Grusha turned to face his Pokémon, his loyal companions who had stayed by his side through thick and thin. There they stood, Frosmoth, Beartic, Setaton, Weevil, and Altaria. Each one's gaze was filled with joy and relief as they looked at their trainer. Grusha's expression softened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Everyone. I'm sorry for making you worry all this time. Woo! Altaria, standing at the forefront, let out a melodious cry before stepping closer. Grusha knelt down and gently stroked its head, his movements tender and full of affection. Seeing this, the other Pokémon eagerly crowded around him, their happiness palpable. Grusha reached out to each one, offering a touch or a word of gratitude. Naoki stood back, observing the heartwarming scene unfold. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Is this the real Grusha? He asked. Iono grinned, her vibrant energy returning. Yep. That's the Grusha I remember, lively and full of life. It's quite the surprise, Naoki admitted, his tone lighthearted. After spending a few more moments with his Pokémon, Grusha approached Naoki and Iono, his expression radiant. Congratulations, Grusha. Iono cheered, her enthusiasm infectious. Naoki raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eye. So, what are your plans now? Are you going to stay as the gym leader of Glacido Mountain, or are you thinking about returning to competitive snowboarding? Grusha glanced at Naoki, then at Iono, a serene smile gracing his face. I remember something you once told me, Iono, that the past is the past, and we should look forward. Iono nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Have you figured things out now? Grusha's gaze turned resolute. Yes. The past is behind me. From now on, I'll focus on the present. I am Grusha, the gym leader of Glacido Mountain Gym. I want to live alongside my Pokémon and embrace the challenges of being a trainer. The Pokémon standing behind him let out cheers and cries of encouragement, echoing their trainer's renewed determination. I'm glad to hear that, Naoki said with a grin. Honestly, I was a little worried you'd quit being a gym leader to return to the competitive scene. If that happened, I'm sure the chief would have come to give me an earful. Grusha laughed heartily, the sound warm and genuine. Iono, picturing the scenario, chuckled as well. Oh, the chief wouldn't scold you. She'd probably just drag you over to Glacido Mountain and make you run the gym. The group shared a laugh. Forget it then. Naoki shook his head repeatedly. It's way too cold up there at Glacido Mountain. Cyclizer would never be able to adjust to that kind of environment. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Paldea League, Gita, busy and utterly drained from dealing with reports of wild Pokémon causing havoc and disrupting the city's power systems, suddenly sneezed several times in succession. She frowned slightly but quickly brushed it off as insignificant. From her spot leaning against the doorframe, Rika crossed her arms and observed Gita with an amused expression. Noticing the tiny crystal-shaped buds woven into Gita's hair, she quipped, "Chief, maybe it's time you took a break." Without turning around, Gita replied firmly, "There's still work that needs to be done. Speaking of which, did you see the report about the blackout in Levincia yesterday?" Rika sighed. "You already assigned that task to Tulip this morning. She's probably on-site handling it by now." "Oh," Gita murmured, her tone lightening. Putting her pen down, she chuckled awkwardly. "In that case, I suppose I really should take a break." Rika pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. You're impossible sometimes, you know that? Grusha and Iono eventually left the ranch, each returning to their respective gyms to continue their duties. Life at the ranch resumed its peaceful rhythm, as though nothing unusual had occurred. However, Naoki began noticing something peculiar. Cyclizer had become increasingly clingy. After Cyclizer bounded over to lick his hand for the 38th time that week, Naoki finally reached his limit. Don't pick up bad habits from Koraiden. Naoki scolded, trying to sound stern.
Jew.
Cyclizer responded, its eyes wide and pitiful. Meanwhile, Koraiden, who had been lounging nearby, tilted its head innocently and chirped, Rayo. It was clear Koraiden didn't think it had done anything wrong. Well, technically, it hadn't, because Cyclizer had been copying its behavior all on its own. Feeling Koraiden's guilty glance, Naoki sighed. Oh, so it was you who taught Cyclizer this. Koraiden quickly looked away, turning its back to Naoki and pretending to nap. Its body language all but screamed guilt. Naoki rubbed his temples, exasperated. Cyclizer, ready for battle. He called out suddenly. Cyclizer blinked, confused by the sudden command. It darted its gaze around the room, searching for a foe but found none. Even Koraiden, startled awake, looked around to assess the situation. Cyclizer, use lick on Koraiden. Naoki instructed with mock seriousness. Gow! Cyclizer's eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to look at Koraiden, who stared back at it with equal horror. Neither of them moved for a moment, their shared look of disgust palpable. Cyclizer finally let out a panicked cry and bolted from the room, heading for a shady corner of the ranch. There, it sprawled out lazily, relieved to have avoided the ridiculous battle. Cyclizer was content. Being close to Naoki was worth all the awkwardness. It silently thanked Iono for the encouragement that had helped it build this bond. Meanwhile, Koraiden stretched leisurely, ambling over to Naoki. Noticing Naoki watching Cyclizer run off, it tilted its head and chirped, Rayo. Naoki furrowed his brow. Have you noticed? Cyclizer's been acting a little mischievous lately.
He paused, deep in thought.
Do Pokémon go through a rebellious phase? Or maybe Cyclizer's behavior is more like a human teenager trying to get attention. Hearing this, Koraiden immediately understood what was going on.
Ah ga.
At that moment, the videophone in the living room rang, interrupting his musings. Naoki walked over to answer the call. The screen lit up with Gita's composed face, her usual air of authority softened by a satisfied smile. Well done, Naoki, she began, her tone warm. Naoki blinked in confusion. I'm sorry, what? Gita elaborated, I heard about everything from Iono and Grusha. You helped Grusha heal his injury, overcome his emotional struggles, and strengthen the Glacido Mountain Gym in the process. I'm glad you were willing to support him. So tell me, what reward would you like? On behalf of the Paldea League, I want to thank you properly. Naoki stared blankly at the screen.
A reward? He echoed, dumbfounded.
Helping Grusha had never been about receiving anything in return.
Gita, however, didn't let him off the hook. Come on, don't be modest.
Do you want a rare Pokémon, cultivation items, evolution stones? Or perhaps something else? If the Paldea League doesn't have it, I'll use my personal resources to ensure you get what you want. Chief, you know, Naoki began thoughtfully, what you said reminds me of a dragon that can grant wishes. Gita raised an eyebrow in mild surprise.
A wish-granting dragon?
Is it also a Pokémon? Maybe, Naoki replied with a playful grin. It's just a legend. Gita nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued but choosing not to pursue the topic further.
Instead, she moved on.
So, tell me, is there any reward you'd like? Naoki paused, contemplating her question. After a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. Honestly, I don't really need anything. The ranch has everything I could ask for, thanks to my Pokémon. Hearing this, Gita leaned back slightly, her expression thoughtful. How about this? The Paldea League could help you build a professional gym on the ranch. I've heard trainers often come by to challenge you, and your ranch is becoming quite well known among students at Naranjar Academy. If you had an official gym, it would make these battles more structured, like the ones Iono and Grusha oversee. Naoki sighed inwardly, as though he'd anticipated this suggestion. Formalizing his ranch as a gym would mean he'd have to stick to strict rules, regularly interact with the Paldea League, and lose the freedom he currently enjoyed. Shaking his head, Naoki politely declined. Thanks for the offer, but I like things the way they are. Gita seemed a little disappointed but respected his decision. Fair enough, she said, though a trace of regret lingered in her tone. She then brightened slightly. If not that, then we'll arrange something else for you. The League has protocols for recognizing contributions, and we'll provide a reward accordingly. Naoki rubbed the back of his neck, sensing he couldn't talk his way out of this. Gita chuckled at his resigned face. Consider it a gesture of appreciation. You've been a tremendous help to us by supporting trainers like Iono and Grusha. She added, by the way, you should expect more gym leaders to visit the ranch for trials in the future. Naoki nodded in understanding. It made sense that Gita wanted to see gym leaders grow stronger through these experiences. After all, a stronger league benefits everyone. But now that the conversation was steering toward rewards, an idea crossed his mind. If it's alright, Naoki began hesitantly, could the league provide me with at least 1,000 Gimegaul gold coins? Gita blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Gimegaul gold coins? Naoki explained, I recently captured a Gimegaul, and I want to see how many gold coins it takes to evolve it into Goldengo. Gita's eyes lit up in understanding. As champion of the Paldea League, she was familiar with Gimegaul and its unique evolution method. I see, she said with a nod. We'll do our best to gather the coins for you, though I can't guarantee we'll collect that many. That's fine, Naoki replied with a smile. I'm already collecting coins here as well, so every little bit helps. Gita gave him a satisfied nod, clearly impressed by his modesty. All right. We'll start the collection effort immediately. She added with a playful grin, and if you ever change your mind about the gym certification, let me know. Before Naoki could respond, Gita's communicator beeped with an incoming notification. Looks like I have another issue to deal with, she said, her tone shifting to one of businesslike efficiency. Thanks again, Naoki. We'll be in touch soon. With that, the call ended, leaving Naoki staring at the blank screen. He chuckled softly to himself. Guess I'll have to find a way to thank the League in return. Later that day, Gita contacted Larry, a League staff member currently stationed in Medali. Larry was enjoying his lunch at the Treasure Eatery when his communicator buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he sighed wearily and put down his chopsticks. Work calls, he muttered, grabbing his briefcase and stepping outside to answer. Hello, he greeted, his tone professional but tinged with fatigue. Gita's voice came through the line. Larry, I need your help with something. The League is gathering Gimegaul gold coins for Naoki at Kosagi Ranch. Can you assist with the collection? Larry's tired expression softened slightly at the mention of Naoki. Understood. I'll begin the collection immediately. Satisfied, Gita continued, once the task is complete, the League will grant you a week-long vacation. You could even visit Naoki's ranch and experience the countryside. A week-long vacation. The thought alone was enough to brighten Larry's spirits. For someone as overworked as him, the promise of rest was a reward beyond gold. With this thought in mind, Larry's voice steadied, though a hint of determination seeped into his tone. Understood. I'll get started right away. Gita replied with a satisfied nod, her voice carrying authority. Good. I'll leave it in your capable hands. After hanging up, Gita leaned back in her chair, massaging her temples to ease the tension that had built up throughout the day. As the leader of the Paldea League, her responsibilities seemed endless. A moment later, she made another call, this time to the Glacido Mountain Gym. The phone rang briefly before Grusha's voice answered on the other end. Chief. Grusha asked, his tone calm as usual. Gita wasted no time. Grusha, when you visited Naoki's ranch, did you notice anything in particular that he seemed fond of? She had realized that the gold coins Naoki requested weren't so much a reward he desired, but rather something he needed to evolve his Gimegaul. Beyond fulfilling that request, Gita wanted to offer Naoki a personal gift. Not only as a token of gratitude but also as a means to foster goodwill. Naoki was a rare talent, and Gita couldn't risk him being lured away by other Pokémon leagues. She was well aware of his connections to Leon, the champion of the Galar region, and Alder, the former champion of Unova. If either of them decided to woo Naoki to their regions, it could leave Paldea at a significant disadvantage. On the other end of the call, Grusha paused, thinking carefully. Then his tone brightened slightly as he answered, what Naoki likes, well, does Pokémon count? Gita wasn't surprised by the response. Pokémon? She echoed, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, Grusha confirmed. Specifically, EV. Naoki seems to have a particular fondness for them. When I visited the ranch with Iono, we noticed 2 EV-volutions there. He paused, a hint of amusement in his voice as he continued. Naoki told us his dream was to collect all of Eevee's evolutions and create an Eevee paradise on the ranch.
Eevee.
Geeta repeated, a smile tugging at her lips. She could practically envision Naoki surrounded by a herd of adorable Eevee and their evolutions. It seemed fitting for someone as nurturing and kind-hearted as him.
I see.
Thank you for sharing that, Grusha.
Grusha's voice softened.
You're welcome, Chief. After ending the call, Geeta stood with newfound resolve. Her destination was clear: the Pokémon Breeding Center operated by the Paldea League. This facility was designed for the care and breeding of Pokémon, providing them with a safe, playful environment. Pokémon of all kinds live there, freely interacting and sometimes even producing eggs. After Pokémon hatch from their eggs, they are given special training before being sent to children aged 10 and older in various regions to be cared for and raised. This system ensures a continuous influx of trainers in the Paldea League, fostering the next generation of Pokémon enthusiasts. At the Pokémon Breeding Center, there happened to be Eevee eggs among the collection of eggs being nurtured. When Geeta arrived at the center via flying taxi, she learned from the Pokémon caretaker that the Eevee egg had not yet hatched. As Geeta stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the Eevee egg, the caretaker spoke up cautiously, sensing the chief's intense focus. It'll be more than half a month before these eggs are ready to hatch. If it's not urgent, you could wait a little longer. Geeta nodded absent-mindedly, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. She recalled a well-known fact: Pokémon that hatch from eggs form a strong bond with the first human they see. That realization solidified her decision. Leave these eggs to me, Geeta said with authority. I'll ensure they are given to trainers who can take excellent care of them. Yes, of course. The caretaker replied, quickly nodding. He began carefully placing the eggs into a specially designed protective bag to ensure their safety during transport. Soon, the eggs were securely loaded onto the flying taxi. Initially, Geeta considered calling either Larry or Rika to help deliver the eggs. However, just as she reached for her communicator, she remembered that both were already occupied with other tasks she had assigned. Her brow furrowed slightly before an alternative idea came to mind. Without hesitation, she contacted another trusted individual. The call connected after a brief moment. Geeta's tone softened, a faint smile playing on her lips.
Hello, Hassel.
Do you have some time? Could you come to the League headquarters? I have an important favor to ask of you. In the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, mid-July brought the cool breeze from Kasaroya Lake sweeping into Kosagi town, heralding the arrival of autumn. The leaves in the hills began to turn yellow, and the branches sagged with heavy, ripe fruit. The farmland surrounding Kosagi town stretched out in a golden sea of wheat, rolling endlessly to the horizon. In this picturesque season, the farmers' faces shone with the joy of a bountiful harvest. That afternoon, Naoki found himself with little to do on the ranch, so he grabbed a basket and headed toward the hills. This was the season when the mountain's bounty was at its peak. At this time last year, the forested hills had been teeming with hazel mushrooms and wild berries. Naoki had collected a large haul and cooked a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for his Pokémon. Unfortunately, a devastating fire had swept through later, reducing the forest to ashes. The once vibrant landscape was left barren, its treasures consumed by flames. But with the help of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, the forest had been revived. Now, more than half a year later, Naoki wondered if the mushrooms and berries had made a comeback. Thinking of this, Naoki ventured deeper into the hills. It had been a long time since his last visit, but he immediately noticed how the vegetation had grown far denser and lusher than before. The trees stood taller, the flowers bloomed brighter, and the air buzzed with renewed life. The forest fire had, ironically, given the land a fresh start. The ashes of burnt plants had enriched the soil, turning it into a nutrient-rich bed for new growth, rekindling the cycle of life. As he walked, Naoki couldn't help but sigh, his thoughts turning to the wild Pokémon that hadn't survived the blaze. The soft calls of wild Pokémon echoed occasionally from the dense jungle, but fewer Pokémon appeared along his path. The delicate balance of the local ecosystem was still in the process of healing. Soon, Naoki arrived at the grove he and his Pokémon had planted together that spring. Here, he was delighted to see some familiar faces. A Minccino, Tinkaton, and a family of Tandemaus greeted his arrival. The Minccino was busily plucking berries from the fruit trees, its fluffy tail deftly balancing its spoils as it hopped nimbly from branch to branch. When its nest came into view, the Minccino carefully tucked its harvest into a hollow tree trunk. With its hoard safely stashed, it smiled, clearly satisfied with its work. Meanwhile, Tinkaton sat beneath a broad tree, using its steel-type energy to polish its hammer until it gleamed like silver. Nearby, a family of Tandemaus stood before a large fallen leaf. The parents carefully draped the leaf over their two little ones like a blanket, tucking them in gently for an afternoon nap. Naoki couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene. Just then, the Minccino, having finished its task and ready for a break, spotted him. Its sharp eyes lit up, and it let out an excited squeak. The Minccino scrambled down the tree trunk, its fluffy tail swinging as it bounded across the grass toward Naoki.
Squeak.
Long time no see, Minccino. Naoki greeted happened upon the scene. The trainers were astonished. It with a warm smile.
Squeak. Squeak.
The commotion caught the attention of the other Pokémon, who quickly gathered around, curious and eager. Naoki's gaze swept over them one by one, taking in their cheerful faces. The Tandemaus family of 4 still looked the same, with the 2 smaller mice holding their parents' hands and staying close by their side. The Wutrel had grown noticeably stronger and larger. Compared to last year, it had made great strides in development. It looked as though it wouldn't be long before it evolved into a Kilowattrel. What surprised Naoki the most, however, was the evolution of the Tinkaton.
Tinkaton, have you evolved? Naoki asked, astonished.
Woo! The Pokémon, now a Tinkaton, nodded happily, waving its hammer with confidence. It had become the guardian of the forest. The Pokémon rescued by Naoki during the fire last year had formed a close bond during their time at the ranch. Even after returning to the wild, they remained together in this forest, living like the closest of friends. That's amazing!
Naoki praised.
You've become so dependable. He spent some time chatting with a group of Pokémon, catching up on their lives, before mentioning his plans to search for mushrooms and berries in the mountains. Hearing his intention, the Pokémon immediately sprang into action, eagerly patting their chests and signaling their willingness to help. With the help of the Minccino, who was particularly familiar with the forest, Naoki quickly gathered an impressive haul of fresh mountain mushrooms and wild berries. By the end, his basket was overflowing to the brim, unable to hold even a single additional item. All right, that's enough for today, Naoki said with a grateful smile.
You've worked hard.
Now go back and get some rest. But the Pokémon showed no signs of weariness. They continued to dart around him energetically, bringing him more berries and mushrooms as a way of showing their gratitude for his help in the past. Naoki felt a warm glow in his heart. Just as they were finishing up, several young trainers visiting the forest to see the Calyrex shrine.
Look at that.
Pokémon are helping him pick mushrooms. One of the boys exclaimed. Hearing the voices, Naoki turned around and saw 3 trainers standing nearby, 2 boys and a girl. They looked to be no older than 12 years old. The girl in the group asked curiously, "Are those Pokémon specially trained to pick mushrooms?" "No," Naoki replied with a gentle smile. "They're wild Pokémon that live in this forest. I helped them out before, and now they are helping me as a way of saying thank you." "Wow!" The 3 trainers chorused, their faces lighting up with amazement. One of the sturdier boys, wide-eyed with disbelief, blurted out, "Wild Pokémon can really get this close to humans?" Naoki chuckled warmly. "As long as you treat Pokémon with care and respect, whether they're wild or not, they'll always sense your kindness." The 3 young trainers were momentarily startled, thoughtful expressions crossing their faces. Naoki smiled gently, preparing to take the mountain produce back to the ranch. Just as he turned to leave, one of the boys suddenly called out to him.
"Hey sir. Please wait a moment."
Naoki turned back. "What's wrong?" Are you the forest ranger who lives around here?" the boy asked hesitantly. "No," Naoki replied with a small chuckle. "I'm a rancher."
"A rancher?"
The boy's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Have you ever seen Calyrex? Was this forest really revived by him? Did he actually appear here?" Naoki blinked, surprised by the question, then asked, "Do you admire Calyrex?" The boy nodded enthusiastically, his tone earnest. "Absolutely. Calyrex is amazing. His power is incredible, and he's done so much to help Pokémon."
"I see."
Naoki smiled warmly. "Well, yes, Calyrex did appear in this forest during that time. Many people witnessed the miracle as he restored the forest to life."
"Wow!"
The 3 young trainers gasped in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. The legend was true. "If you'd like to see him, you should visit Kosagi town on the last day of autumn," Naoki suggested. "There's a harvest festival held then, and people gather at the shrine of bountiful harvests to give thanks. Perhaps Calyrex might appear during the celebration." The trainer's eyes sparkled with hope and excitement. Naoki, meanwhile, thought to himself. He planned to invite Calyrex to the festival. If Calyrex chose to appear, the townsfolk and visitors would likely interpret it as a divine response to their gratitude. Such an event would only deepen their reverence for the king of bountiful harvests. After bidding farewell to the 3 young trainers, Naoki returned to his ranch with a basket of freshly picked mushrooms. He set aside some of the mushrooms, planning to cook a hearty dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for dinner. The rest, he decided, would be dried and stored for use during the snowy winter months. Later, as he shared the events of his trip with Calyrex, Naoki recounted, "I met another group of trainers who admire you. They came all the way here just to visit the shrine of bountiful harvests." A soft smile spread across Calyrex's face at the mention of his followers. Thinking back on the past 2 years, even he was moved by how much had changed. Life now felt almost like a dream. Where once he had wandered the crowned tundra alone, burdened by loneliness and fading memory, now he was celebrated and revered. Humans who believed in him, pursued his legends, and entrusted him with their hopes were being born across the land. I feel very happy," Calyrex said quietly, his voice tinged with emotion. Naoki smiled. "There will be Harvest Festival in the coming days. I'm curious to see what it'll be like." Last year's festival had already drawn a considerable crowd, but now that Calyrex's story had spread across the Paldea region, Naoki could only imagine how many people would gather. He suspected the hillside near the shrine would be packed, with tourists jostling for a glimpse of the divine Pokémon.
Calyrex nodded.
"I am looking forward to it as well." With autumn bringing cooler temperatures, the Pokémon had left the comfort of their air-conditioned rooms to play in the pasture. Naoki, after setting aside his mushrooms, stepped outside to pick some onions from the farmland. But as he reached the field, he noticed a flying taxi approaching, its wings flapping steadily as it descended. A familiar squawk announced the arrival of the Squawkabilly-powered transport.
"Ha!"
Naoki murmured, puzzled. Who could be visiting now? The taxi landed smoothly on the grass, and a blond man wearing a brown coat stepped out. His demeanor was calm yet meticulous, and his sharp gaze conveyed a sense of authority. Naoki's eyes widened slightly. "Is that Hassel?" Hassel, also known as the Dragon Tamer, was one of the Elite Four of the Paldea region. A skilled trainer specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon, he was also the heir to a renowned Dragon Tamer lineage and an art teacher at Paldea Academy. "Hello, Mr. Naoki," Hassel greeted with a polite nod.
"I'm Hassel.
Commissioner Gita asked me to deliver a gift to you."
A gift?"
Naoki echoed, blinking in surprise. For a moment, he wondered if Gita had somehow managed to collect the 1,000 coins he had requested for his Gimmighoul. But this seemed far too soon. Politely, Naoki replied, "Hello, Mr. Hassel." Hassel turned back to the taxi and began unloading 7 eggs, each with distinct brown patterns. Placing them gently on the grass, he gestured toward them. Naoki stared, confused.
"What are these?" he asked.
"These," Hassel explained, "are EV eggs. Commissioner Gita sent them as a gift." Naoki's mind raced.
EV eggs?
How did she know about my dream of building an EV sanctuary?
Then it hit him.
He recalled mentioning the idea to Iono and Grusha one afternoon. Word must have reached Gita, who had acted on it with surprising speed. This is too much,
Naoki thought.
It was already generous of Gita to assist with the coins, and now she had sent him 7 EV eggs. He couldn't help but wonder what her intentions were. "I've delivered the gift," Hassel said, dusting off his coat. "I have other matters to attend to at the academy, so I won't take up any more of your time." Just as he was about to leave, Hassel paused, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the ranch. Dragonaires and Dragonites lounged in the pasture, their sleek forms shimmering under the afternoon sun.
Hassel froze.
How can this ranch have so many Dragonites? He began counting, his shock growing with each number. 1, 2, 3, 9? As the young master of a dragon tamer family, Hassel was accustomed to seeing rare Pokémon, but the sheer number of Dragonites on Naoki's ranch had left him utterly speechless. His thoughts spiraled as he boarded the flying taxi. Who exactly is Naoki? Meanwhile, Naoki, still focused on the EV eggs, seemed oblivious to Hassel's internal musings. When Hassel mentioned his departure, Naoki politely offered, "Leaving already? Would you like to stay for a cup of tea before heading off?" Hassel snapped out of his thoughts, but he shook his head. "Thank you, but I must return to the academy. I have pressing matters to attend to." Naoki nodded understandingly.
"All right.
Safe travels, and thank you for delivering these eggs." Hassel gave a polite nod, boarded the flying taxi, and soon disappeared into the sky. Left alone with the unexpected bounty of EV eggs, Naoki scratched his head, staring at the neatly arranged eggs on the grass. Just then, Indy D emerged from the Pokémon Tavern, her arms full of cleaning supplies. Spotting the eggs, she let out a startled cry, "Ai-eh." Her exclamation echoed across the ranch, attracting the attention of nearby Pokémon. Soon, a curious crowd gathered, including Dragonite, Dragonairs, Umbreon, Glacian, and others. Naoki chuckled at their puzzled faces. These eggs were a gift from the gentleman who just left. They're all EV eggs, and we'll be taking care of them. The Pokémon exchanged a variety of expressions at this revelation. Alchemy and Pawmot tilted their heads in confusion.
So many EV?
Does this mean the ranch is going to be overrun with them? The Dragonairs, on the other hand, leaned in with great curiosity. They sniffed the eggs delicately, their large noses twitching, and even pressed their ears to the shells, hoping to hear signs of life inside. Glacian, however, looked as though the world had ended. Her wide eyes filled with horror as she silently thought, 7 more EVs? That's 7 more rivals for Naoki's affection. This is a disaster. Umbreon, calm and composed as always, twitched its ears and stepped forward, inspecting the eggs with quiet interest. "Alright, let's move these eggs inside where they'll be safe," Naoki announced, snapping the Pokémon out of their thoughts. With everyone's help, the eggs were gently carried upstairs and placed on the soft bedding in an incubator room. Once the eggs were secure, Naoki stood back, gazing at them in disbelief. While part of him was thrilled at the idea of having so many EVs, another part of him worried about the challenges that lay ahead. He imagined the scene already, 7 freshly hatched EVs clambering all over him, demanding milk, cuddles, and constant attention. "Am I about to become a full-time EV nanny?" he muttered to himself, sighing dramatically. But then an idea struck him. Why not enlist help? His eyes landed on Glacian and Umbreon, who had followed him upstairs and now stood near the incubator. Naoki clapped his hands together and turned to them with a grin. "Alright, you two. From now on, you're in charge. Glacian, you'll be the eldest sister. Umbreon, you're the second sister. Together, we'll take care of these little ones." The two Pokémon exchanged wide-eyed glances. Glacian and Umbreon never thought they would one day find themselves playing the role of mothers. After delegating the care of the EV eggs to the two of them, Naoki headed downstairs to answer a call, leaving the two evolved EV alone with the unhatched eggs on the second floor. Umbreon stepped forward, curiously tapping one of the eggs gently with its paw, its yellow-ringed eyes full of wonder. "Umber, can EV really hatch from this?" Glacian let out a small sigh, its tone reluctant but resigned. "Glacian. That's right." Umbreon tilted its head, contemplating, before it brightened up. "Umber, when the EV hatch, do you think they'll see us as their mothers?" Glacian froze, staring in disbelief at its companion. "Glacian. You want to be a mother?" Umbreon nodded firmly, gazing at the eggs with a mix of determination and warmth. "Umbreon. I never had a mother growing up, and these little EV don't have one either. I want to be their mother and take care of them." For a moment, Glacian was at a loss for words, simply murmuring a soft, "GLA." Downstairs, Naoki was on the phone with Gita. Gita's cheerful voice came through the line. "So, have you received the gift?" Naoki sighed, a mixture of gratitude and mild exasperation. "Yes, I have." "Good," Gita replied with a smile audible in her tone. "Grusha mentioned you were planning to build an EV park, so when I saw the EV eggs at the Alliance Breeding Center, I thought they'd be perfect for you." Naoki hesitated, feeling overwhelmed. "Chief, this feels like too much." Gita chuckled lightly. "It's not too much at all. To Paldea, you're a significant talent with champion-level strength. Even if you're not officially part of the Paldea Alliance, I sincerely hope you'll stay here." Naoki frowned slightly. "I don't have any plans to leave Paldea. My home is here, where else would I go?" Gita, on the other end, held her thoughts. Other regions might not share that sentiment. She'd heard rumors that Galar was introducing special incentives to attract foreign talent, and the idea of losing someone like Naoki to another region was unacceptable. Out loud, she simply said, "Think of this as a personal gift from me as a friend." The word friend struck a chord in Naoki's heart. Since coming to this world, he'd spent most of his time with Pokémon and had very few human friends. He smiled warmly. "In that case, thank you. I'll take good care of them." Gita added, "These EV eggs were laid 2 months ago. They'll hatch in about 2 weeks, so you'll need to keep an eye on them until then." Naoki nodded. "Got it. Thank you again, Chief." After exchanging farewells, Gita hung up, leaving Naoki deep in thought. He appreciated Gita's kindness, but he didn't want their relationship to feel one-sided. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send Gita a few bottles of his homemade special coffee. Its unique property, Insomnia Brew, allows the drinker to stay awake and fully energized without fatigue. It seemed perfect for someone like Gita, who often worked long hours. Naoki packed the coffee carefully and decided to send it via mail. He headed into town, handed the package to the postman Ivan, and asked him to deliver it to the Paldea Alliance headquarters. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, dusk had fallen. After washing his hands, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the Pokémon. He cleaned the wild mushrooms he'd gathered from the mountains earlier, tossing them into a pot with freshly prepared chicken to stew. While the aroma filled the air, Naoki noticed Glacian and Umbreon bounding down from upstairs. He called them over, smiling. "How are you two feeling about taking care of the EV eggs?"
Umbreon.
Umbreon nodded enthusiastically, its blue rings glowing faintly with excitement.
Glacian. Glacian.
Hesitated but ultimately nodded as well.
Naoki chuckled.
"Great. The eggs will hatch in about 2 weeks, so I'll be counting on your help." Umbreon tilted its head in confusion.
Umber.
"How long is 2 weeks?" Understanding its question, Naoki explained, "When the apples in the orchard on the other side of the river ripen, the EV eggs will hatch." He'd checked the orchard earlier in the day. Thanks to the nurturing efforts of his Gagote, the apple trees were growing strong, and the apples were just starting to ripen. Umbreon's ears perked up at the mention of apples, and it darted off toward the orchard, eager to investigate.
Glacian, however, stayed indoors.
Feeling peckish, it trotted over to its bowl and began munching on the pokeblocks and puffins Naoki had prepared earlier. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow across the ranch, the Pokémon playing in the pasture began to trickle back to the house. One by one, they sprawled out comfortably across the living room, awaiting dinner. Naoki surveyed the scene with a soft smile, content with the calm energy of the ranch. Yet, his mind was already spinning with plans for the coming days. Today was July 15th, leaving just 5 days until his scheduled adventure with Reforged on July 20th. As a history teacher at Paldea Academy, Reforged would be free to explore the underground ruins once the academy began its summer vacation. The two had planned this expedition for weeks, anticipating that it might take a day or two to complete. Snapping back to the present, Naoki turned to the Indy D siblings and instructed, "I'll be heading out soon and won't be back for about 2 days. I'm leaving the ranch in your care while I'm gone." The elder Indy D and younger sister nodded eagerly, their expressions brimming with confidence.
Indy D.
"Don't worry, Naoki. We'll handle everything here." The following morning greeted the ranch with a crisp, clear autumn sky. The gentle breeze carried the scent of ripening crops and freshly churned earth. Naoki began his day early, tending to the various chores on the ranch. He milked the Gagote, collected honey from the buzzing hive of Combi, and supervised Dragonite as it summoned light rain to water the fields. With Psyduck's help, he harvested the ripe crops, then moved to the orchard with Dragonite to gather fruits. Lastly, he made sure to feed Snorlax a hearty serving of Pokeblocks. Among all this activity, he noticed that the Wooloo's wool had grown lush and fluffy once again. Normally, shearing the wool himself with electric clippers was an arduous task, one that left him sore for hours afterward.
But today, he had a different idea.
Spotting Farfetch'd diligently training nearby, Naoki approached with a smile. "Farfetch'd, do you mind giving me a hand?" Farfetch'd, who had been honing its leak handling skills, immediately straightened up and nodded. Taking its well-worn leak in hand, it marched confidently toward the Wooloo enclosure. The Wooloo watched curiously as Farfetch'd approached. With precise movements, Farfetch'd spun its leak, slicing through the fluffy wool with surgical precision. In mere moments, the first Wooloo's wool was neatly shorn, its wool pooling on the ground like a soft white blanket.
Bah!
The Wooloo, startled at first, glanced at itself and realizing it was unharmed calmed down. Farfetch'd wasted no time, moving swiftly to the next Wooloo, then the next. Within 5 minutes, every Wooloo in the enclosure was completely sheared, their wool stacked neatly on the grass. Naoki stood slack-jawed, marveling at the efficiency.
Oh wow!
If he'd done this himself, it would have taken hours and left him exhausted. Farfetch'd had accomplished it in minutes with finesse. The power and precision of Pokémon never ceased to amaze him. Grateful and impressed, Naoki collected the wool. By the time he finished his morning chores, it was already 9:30 a.m. Feeling a bit parched, Naoki headed back to the house for a quick drink and a moment's rest. He had barely sat down when the sound of his videophone interrupted the quiet. Frowning slightly, he picked it up and checked the caller ID. His eyes widened in surprise. It was Uncle Elif from the neighboring cherry orchard. Why was he calling? Curious, Naoki pressed the answer button. Naoki picked up the receiver, and Uncle Elif's voice came through immediately, sounding anxious.
Naoki, are you at the ranch? Can you come to the orchard?
A wild Pokémon broke in and injured one of my Pokémon. Naoki's expression grew serious as he listened.
I'm here, Uncle Elif.
I'll be over right away. Don't go near it for now, it could be dangerous. In this world, it wasn't uncommon for wild Pokémon to intrude on farms or orchards, sometimes causing serious damage. Not all farmers were equipped to handle aggressive Pokémon, and Elif was no exception. Naoki instantly understood that Elif was reaching out to him for help. After hanging up, Naoki hurriedly sought out Koraidon, who had been sparring with Cyclizer and Dragonairs nearby. Quickly explaining the situation, he climbed onto Koraidon's back, and together they raced toward Elif's cherry orchard. When they arrived, Elif was already waiting at the entrance. His tense expression relaxed slightly at the sight of Naoki and Koraidon.
You're here, Elif exclaimed.
Where's the Pokémon? Naoki asked, sliding off Koraidon's back. It's deeper in the orchard, Elif replied, already leading the way. As they walked, Elif recounted the situation. It started yesterday morning. I was just tending to the trees when I noticed a feral Pokémon in the orchard. It's been tearing down the cherry trees, and whenever I or my Pokémon get close, it lashes out.
Elif sighed heavily.
I tried finding someone to help, but there were no trainers available nearby. You're the only one I could think of. Naoki gave him a reassuring smile.
Don't worry about it, Uncle Elif.
That's what neighbors are for. They soon reached the heart of the orchard, and there it was, the intruding Pokémon. The creature resembled a massive praying mantis, its sharp scythe-like forearms gleaming ominously in the light. It had 3 jagged horns on its head, and 2 pairs of small wings buzzed softly at its back. A scyther, Naoki murmured, recognizing the Pokémon instantly. The scyther sat in a patch of trampled grass, its eyes closed as though resting. But the moment it sensed their presence, its sharp eyes snapped open, fixing them with a piercing glare. It didn't take long for its gaze to shift to Koraidon, the most imposing figure in the group. Scyther stood abruptly, the wings on its back vibrating at a high frequency, lifting it slightly off the ground. It wasn't attacking, but its posture was unmistakably defensive, a clear warning to stay back. Elif took a cautious step behind Naoki, his fear evident.
It's aggressive, he whispered. Naoki, however, noticed something Elif hadn't.
The scyther wasn't as threatening as it appeared. Its right leg, slightly bent and stiff, betrayed an injury.
It's hurt.
Naoki observed the tense scyther carefully and thought to himself, its heightened alertness must be because of its injury. Normally, wild scyther wouldn't venture into human territory unless something was seriously wrong. Scyther typically lived deep in forests, sharpening their skills by slicing through trees with their sharp scythes. According to the trainer's guide, signs of extensive tree damage often marked the territory of a scyther. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Naoki decided to try reasoning with the injured Pokémon. Scyther, we mean you no harm, Naoki said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, you're here because you're hurt, right? The scyther's sharp gaze didn't waver, its eyes locked on Naoki with mistrust. But staying here like this isn't ideal. You've caused some damage, and it's troubling the people who live here, Naoki continued, glancing at the felled cherry trees. I want to help you. Let me prepare something to heal your injury. After that, you'll be able to leave on your own. Naoki realized he hadn't brought any medical supplies. He quickly decided to make a simple healing concoction on the spot. Turning to Elif, he asked, do you have any berries, like oran or citrus berries, and a bottle of moo milk?
Elif, caught off guard, nodded.
Yes, I think we do.
Great.
I'll need 2 berries and 1 bottle of moo milk. Before Elif could respond, a small, high-pitched voice interrupted. Big brother, are you going to heal that Pokémon? Startled, Naoki turned to see a little girl peeking out from behind a cherry tree. She looked no older than 5 or 6 and stared at the scene with wide, curious eyes.
Anna, this is dangerous.
You shouldn't be here. Elif scolded, his voice stern. The girl's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. I just wanted to check on Daddy, she cried. Elif sighed in exasperation and introduced her sheepishly. Naoki, this is my younger daughter.
Vanna.
My older daughter Gina is out traveling, so Anna keeps us company at home. Naoki smiled gently.
It's all right.
Turning to Anna, he crouched down to her level. Yes, the scyther is hurt. I'm going to make something to help it heal so it can leave peacefully. Anna's tears dried quickly, her eyes lighting up. Do you need berries and moo milk?
I can help.
Without waiting for a response, she darted off, her small figure disappearing toward the farmhouse. Elif shook his head with a mixture of fondness and frustration.
This child.
She really cares about you, Naoki remarked with a smile.
Elif chuckled, his tone softening.
Anna's always been very thoughtful. Anna soon returned, carrying 2 berries and a bottle of moo milk in her small hands. She handed them to Naoki, who thanked her warmly before getting to work. He crushed the berries, squeezing their juices into the moo milk, creating a makeshift healing milk. Though it wasn't as potent as Life Dew or Max potions, it was far more effective than the average over-the-counter medicine. As Naoki worked, Anna perched in her father's lap, watching intently. Big brother, are you going to give the milk to that Pokémon? That's right, Naoki replied with a nod. Milk can help Pokémon recover faster. He approached Scyther cautiously, holding the bottle in his hands. Scyther, this milk will heal your wounds. Drink it, and you'll feel better. The Scyther remained tense, its wings buzzing softly in warning. Naoki stopped a safe distance away and set the bottle on the ground. I won't come any closer, he reassured. You can take it yourself. The Scyther hesitated, its sharp eyes darting between Naoki and the milk. Don't be scared, Scyther. Anna encouraged from her father's arms. Mom says milk helps you grow strong and tall. The Scyther's wings slowed, the tension in its stance easing slightly. Slowly, it lowered itself back to the ground, its injured leg trembling with each step. It moved cautiously, its gait uneven but determined. Anna clapped her hands in delight. You can do it, Scyther. Encouraged by her innocent cheer, Scyther's pace quickened slightly. One step, then another, until it finally reached the milk. It raised one of its massive scythes, carefully scooping up the bottle and tilting it to drink. The effects were almost immediate. The wound on its right leg began to heal, the jagged edges of the injury knitting together with visible speed. Elif exhaled in relief, the tension in his shoulders melting away. It's working. Scyther waved its arms once more, standing tall now that its injury was healed. The tension in its stance relaxed slightly as it glanced around at the cherry trees it had cut down during its stay. It appeared regretful, realizing the trouble it had caused to the humans who had shown it unexpected kindness.
Pa.
Anna's cheerful clapping broke the silence. The little girl's innocent joy was infectious, but Elif remained conflicted. Though relieved that the Scyther was leaving, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for the damage to his cherry trees, which he had nurtured with so much effort. Scyther looked at Naoki for a long moment before turning away. Without another word, it spread its wings and took off, gliding smoothly over the orchard. Goodbye, Scyther. Anna called out, waving her small hand enthusiastically. Naoki and Koraden stood by, watching the scene with quiet satisfaction. Elif, now visibly more at ease, turned to Naoki with gratitude in his voice. This wouldn't have been possible without you, Naoki, Elif said earnestly. Come inside for a while. I'll bring you some fresh cherries from the batch I picked a few days ago. Naoki, realizing he had no pressing matters, agreed and followed Elif through the orchard to his home, with Koraden lumbering amiably beside him. Beyond the cherry orchard, a cozy 2-story wooden house came into view. The structure exuded warmth and simplicity, with several logs stacked neatly outside and an axe embedded in a chopping block nearby. Inside, Naoki was greeted warmly by Elif's wife, Mana, who immediately poured him a cup of tea and set a plate of bright red cherries on the table. She even brought out a Pokémon snack for Koraden. Thank you very much, Naoki said, bowing slightly. Mana waved off his thanks with a kind smile. You're always welcome here. Please make yourself at home. Living alone on the ranch must get lonely sometimes, doesn't it? Naoki shook his head lightly, smiling.
Not at all.
I have plenty of Pokémon to keep me company, and they make sure life is anything but dull. Mana nodded with understanding, then excused herself to go upstairs and attend to some tasks. Meanwhile, Elif and Anna sat together on the sofa, with Anna's attention fixed on Koraden. Squatting on the floor, she stared in awe as Koraden munched on cherries. Big brother, she asked eagerly, this Pokémon is so cool.
What's its name? Naoki chuckled. That's Koraden.
It's a dragon and fighting type Pokémon.
Wow.
That's amazing. Anna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Big brother, are you a Pokémon trainer? Sort of, Naoki admitted. But my main job is running the ranch. Anna turned to her father and declared, Dad, I want to become a trainer as awesome as Big Brother someday. Elif teased her gently. Weren't you just saying last week that you'd stay here in the cherry orchard with your parents forever? Anna gasped, covering her mouth as if caught in a lie. That's not what I said, she protested, shaking her head.
Ha ha ha.
Elif laughed heartily, pulling her into a warm hug. Naoki smiled as he watched the playful exchange. A Minchino diligently swept the stairs with its fluffy tail, while a dachshund dozed by the sofa, its slow, deep breaths a sign of its advanced age. Overhead, a chattet perched on a lamp, chirping occasionally, and an araquanid rested in its corner, its watery orb glinting softly. Naoki's gaze wandered to a framed photo hanging on the wall. It depicted Elif, Mana, and their 2 daughters posing happily alongside their Pokémon. The family's joy was palpable in the captured moment. The sight stirred something in Naoki's heart. He recalled the time Zach and Mayor Thomas had suggested that he should find a partner to help run the ranch, take care of Pokémon together, and maybe even start a family. For a fleeting moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Family. The thought lingered. In his previous life, Naoki had been a cog in the machine of urban life, working tirelessly in a concrete jungle. His meager earnings had barely covered the basics, let alone allowed for dreams of homeownership or marriage. In his previous life, Naoki often thought it would be fine to live his life alone, avoiding the complications of marriage and family. He had convinced himself that solitude suited him. But now, watching Anna's cheerful antics and her affectionate bond with her father, Naoki found his long-held beliefs wavering. What if he had a child? The thought took root in his mind. What would it be like to share his life with someone who carried his legacy? If the child preferred staying close to home, he could teach her the ins and outs of running the ranch, imparting the skills needed to care for Pokémon and the land. If she yearned for adventure, he'd entrust her with the offspring of his Dragonites, a newly hatched Dragonite to accompany her on her travels. Elif caught Naoki's gaze, following it to the family photo on the wall. His face softened with pride and warmth. The 2 girls in the photo are my daughters, Elif said, a hint of fondness in his tone.
The older one is Gina.
She turned 10 last year and started her journey as a Pokémon trainer.
Naoki nodded.
The name sounded familiar. Zach had mentioned her a few times last year. You had quite the argument about that, didn't you? Naoki asked with a knowing smile.
Elif chuckled, a bit sheepishly. So you heard about that, huh?
I didn't want her to leave so early. The world outside can be dangerous. But Gina locked herself in her room and cried for days, insisting that she was ready. Why not enroll her in the Paideia Academy? Naoki asked curiously. Elif sighed, shaking his head. Gina didn't want to go. She thought she'd learn more by experiencing the world herself than by sitting through boring lessons. Ah, that explains it, Naoki said, understanding Gina's adventurous spirit. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Anna, ever the eager helper, sprang up from the sofa and ran to open it. When the door swung open, it wasn't a human visitor standing there but the scyther from earlier. It held a bundle of fruit in its scythe-like claws, looking almost apologetic. Both Naoki and Elif blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the Pokémon's unexpected return. The scyther stepped forward and gently offered the fruit to Anna. Its actions seemed deliberate, as though it was trying to convey a message. Anna's face lit up with excitement.
Are these for me? She asked, her voice full of wonder. Scyther nodded.
Little Anna cheered in delight and rushed forward to hug Scyther around its waist.
Anna.
Elif's voice rose, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. Scyther froze for a moment, startled, before glancing down at the little girl. While it was visibly flustered by the sudden hug, it made no threatening moves, remaining calm. Anna, oblivious to her father's anxiety, beamed up at the Scyther. She thought it was incredibly cool, its sleek frame, sharp scythes, and the way it carried itself. Having seen her sister capture Pokémon before, Anna hesitated only briefly before asking, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Scyther, will you be my Pokémon? Both Naoki and Elif stood stunned, processing the unexpected question. Scyther tilted its head, looking at the small human before it. Remembering the damage it had caused to the cherry orchard and feeling the girl's genuine affection and kindness, its icy demeanor softened. After a brief pause, it nodded. Scythe. It called out with determination, signaling its agreement. It had decided to stay and work to repay the damage it had caused to the orchard. Yay! Anna cheered, spinning in excitement before turning to her father.
Dad, I caught a Pokémon.
Now I'm a trainer like Gina. Elif's jaw hung open, his expression caught somewhere between shock and disbelief. Naoki, however, took the situation in stride. Pokémon had always been magical creatures capable of forming deep connections with humans. He smiled warmly and said, "Congratulations, Anna. Scyther is a strong and skilled Pokémon. It's great at cutting and clearing things. It'll be a big help." Anna nodded seriously, puffing out her chest. "From today on, chopping wood is Scyther's and my job. That way, Dad can take a break." Scyther gave a firm nod of agreement.
Scythe.
Elif clutched his chest, looking dazed. "Naoki, is this really happening?" Naoki chuckled, his voice calm and reassuring. "It seems Scyther feels bad for cutting down your cherry trees earlier. Staying here to help must be its way of making amends." Elif sighed, a small wry smile appearing on his face. "I've never seen anything like this before." Scyther wasted no time proving its capabilities. It followed Anna outside, heading straight for the woodpile. With 2 precise flashes of its scythes, a single log was sliced into perfectly even firewood, ready for use. Elif's eyes widened as he watched, his mouth falling open in astonishment. "Wow, that's incredible." Scyther continued working tirelessly, its movements swift and efficient. Within moments, the entire pile of wood had been neatly chopped, leaving only a few stray chips on the ground. Despite its efforts, Scyther's breathing grew heavy, and beads of sweat formed on its brow. Seeing this, Anna rushed back into the house. A few moments later, she returned carrying a glass of water and a tissue. Standing on her tiptoes, she gently offered the water to Scyther before using the tissue to dab away its sweat. Scyther, unused to such tender treatment, was visibly moved. Its bond with Anna grew stronger, its trust in the little girl solidifying. Watching the pair, Naoki turned to Elif with a satisfied smile. "Looks like everything worked out." Elif nodded, a mix of gratitude and astonishment on his face as he watched Scyther and Anna interact. From that day forward, Scyther became a part of the cherry orchard, staying to help with various tasks as a way of repaying its debt. Before leaving, Naoki and Koraiden were invited into the house. As a gesture of thanks, Elif handed Naoki several bottles of cherry wine and a large bag of fresh cherries, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Naoki crouched down and gently patted Cyclizer's head.
It's okay.
"You're only 1.5 years old, still so young. There's plenty of time for you to grow stronger." Cyclizer's eyes brightened at the reassurance. It nuzzled Naoki's palm affectionately, its fighting spirit reigniting. It turned to Koraiden, its expression full of resolve, silently promising to grow stronger and challenge it again. Koraiden, observing this, let out a conflicted but understanding sigh.
Rayo.
Cyclizer tilted its head, momentarily confused by Koraiden's tone. Naoki, standing between the 2 Pokémon, looked at them both and laughed. "That's right. You two should get along from now on. After all, there's a lot you can learn from each other." Cyclizer looked at Koraiden with a happy expression. "Rayo!" it chirped, its eyes full of gratitude. Although Koraiden had a fearsome appearance, Cyclizer had come to recognize its kind heart. For the longest time, Cyclizer had wanted to befriend Koraiden, but Koraiden's cold demeanor had kept it at bay. Only recently had things begun to change. Koraiden glanced at Naoki, then back at Cyclizer, and gave a reluctant nod.
Rayo.
It sighed, a mix of acceptance and amusement in its tone. Later that evening, Naoki logged into the forum to consult with Reforged. "Gold King, only 2 days left until the expedition. Is there anything I need to prepare?" Reforged was online and replied almost immediately.
Ancient Explorer, no need.
"I've already prepared everything. Just bring your best Pokémon with you."
Gold King, got it.
"Where should we meet?" Ancient Explorer, let's meet in Cascaroffa City. I found some ancient records indicating that the capital of the Paldea Empire is buried beneath the sands of the Great Desert. The Great Desert? That was just south of Kosagi Town. In the Pokémon games, it was a vast expanse of sandy terrain where legendary Paradox Pokémon, Great Tusk and Iron Treads, roamed freely after escaping the depths of Area Zero. Gold King, understood. I'll meet you in Cascaroffa City. With their plans set, Naoki logged off and began preparing for the expedition. The desert was an unpredictable place, and while Reforged had assured him she would handle most of the preparations, Naoki decided to gather additional supplies, just in case. He purchased dust goggles for sandstorms, an ample supply of water and food, a compass, and warm clothing to combat the desert's freezing nights. Naoki also carefully selected his Pokémon for the journey. Aside from Koraiden, he decided to bring Slugma for warmth, Gagote, and a Psyduck. In case their luggage is lost due to a sandstorm or something, they can also use Slugma to keep warm, drink goat milk to restore their strength, and let Psyduck use a water gun to replenish water. After all the preparations were completed, the agreed deadline arrived. On July 25, Alliance Calendar Year 199, Naoki finished making arrangements for his ranch before setting off. He mounted Koraidon and made his way to Kaskarafa City, known for its shimmering waterways and nickname, Water Town. Upon arriving, Naoki spotted Rhyfort waiting on the top floor of a tower near the city's central fountain. She stood poised, scanning the endless desert with a telescope. The golden expanse of sand stretched as far as the eye could see, shimmering under the blazing sun. Rhyfort was dressed in a rugged brown and yellow expedition suit, complete with dust goggles and sturdy boots. Her confident stance and prepared gear gave her an air of seasoned professionalism. As Naoki and Koraidon approached, Rhyfort lowered the telescope and smiled.
"You made it," she said warmly. "Are you ready?"
"Are we heading out now?" Naoki asked, surveying the desert ahead. Rhyfort nodded but scrutinized Naoki's casual attire. Without a word, she reached into her bag and pulled out a matching expedition suit.
"Put this on first," she instructed.
The desert isn't forgiving, even to experienced travelers. Naoki quietly took the expedition suit from Rhyfort and headed to the nearby changing room. When he emerged, fully dressed in the rugged outfit, he noticed Rhyfort staring at Koraidon with wide, awestruck eyes.
The winged king of the past.
"I never imagined I'd get to see such a Pokémon in my lifetime."
Rhyfort marveled. Naoki chuckled. "Who knows?
Maybe you'll see even more ancient Pokémon in the future." He was thinking of the inevitable breach at Area Zero, when paradox Pokémon from both ancient and futuristic times would spill into Paldea.
But Rhyfort tilted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" she asked.
"Oh, nothing," Naoki replied nonchalantly. "I was just thinking, if Koraidon could appear in Paldea, maybe others like it will too." Rhyfort considered his words for a moment before nodding. "You might be right." She didn't linger on the topic though, her mind was already fixed on the real goal ahead. If they could uncover the lost royal city of the ancient Paldean Empire buried beneath the Great Desert, she might also find critical clues about the four treasures of ruin. Those discoveries would bring her closer to determining the locations of their seals, and perhaps acquiring them herself. "Let's move out,"
Rhyfort declared.
To Naoki's astonishment, Rhyfort walked to a nearby alley and drove out in a massive black off-road vehicle that resembled a Toro's with its rugged build and horns painted on the front. Naoki's jaw nearly dropped. "Isn't this a bit over the top?" Rhyfort grinned and patted the seat behind her.
"Hop on, both of you."
Naoki hesitated but climbed aboard with Koraidon, who perched carefully behind him, its tail tucked securely. The vehicle rumbled as Rhyfort stomped on the accelerator, and they sped out of Kaskarafa City, kicking up clouds of dust as they left the asphalt road behind. The real adventure began as they entered the desert. The off-road vehicle roared across the sandy dunes, its massive tires carving deep trails in the golden sand. Each turn and acceleration sent a fresh cascade of sand flying behind them.
"This is too fast,"
Naoki shouted, clutching the sides of the vehicle for dear life. He was sure the whole thing would tip over any second. Rhyfort glanced back at him with a smirk. "Relax. Trust my driving."
Room.
Naoki's attention was drawn to the horizon, where he saw a plume of yellow sand billowing in the distance. Something was moving fast, something big. He quickly grabbed Rhyfort's telescope to get a better look and was greeted by the sight of a herd of wild Toros. These weren't just any Toros, they were the fiery Paldean breed, their black fur glinting under the sun and their sharp eyes filled with fury.
"It's Toros. A whole herd of them,"
Naoki exclaimed, his voice filled with tension. The Toros charged through the desert with incredible speed, their hooves kicking up sand in all directions. It was clear they had mistaken the roaring off-road vehicle for a threat to their territory, and they were determined to drive it out, or overturn it completely. "They're gaining on us," Naoki cried, glancing nervously at Koraidon, who growled in anticipation of a fight. Rhyfort glanced at the charging Toros in her rearview mirror, her lips curling into an excited grin.
"Put on your goggles," she instructed.
Naoki fumbled to secure his dust goggles, quickly helping Koraidon adjust its own. Without missing a beat, Rhyfort gripped the handlebars tightly and floored the accelerator. The engine roared like a beast unleashed, and the vehicle surged forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the desert in hues of orange and red, Rhyfort drove the off-road vehicle steadily forward, the trail of dust rising behind them blending into the hazy air. The dry, hot wind carried yellow sand in its gusts, blowing against them relentlessly. Though evening had fallen, the heat lingered, refusing to dissipate entirely, leaving the air warm and heavy. Nearly 10 hours had passed since they had entered the desert. Aside from one brief stop for food, the majority of the day had been spent traversing the vast expanse of sand. Throughout the journey, Naoki had seen a side of the world that was utterly foreign to him, a stark contrast to the familiar terrain he was used to. The fiery red sun painted the desert in surreal, otherworldly tones. The Pokémon inhabiting the desert were a testament to its harsh environment. Predominantly ground types roamed the terrain, with no sign of the usual bird or grass types one might expect elsewhere. Donphan families wandered aimlessly, their young Fanpi playing mischievously around their parents' legs. Hippopotas herds lounged in groups, burrowing into the sand to prepare for the chilly desert night. Gigantic Golurks stood solemnly in the distance, their massive forms arranged in a natural circle. The silhouettes could easily be mistaken for ancient ruins if one didn't look closely enough. "It's incredible," Naoki murmured, taking in the vibrant and alien desert ecosystem. Ryfort, focused on the road ahead, nodded in agreement.
It is.
"I remember feeling the same way the first time I ventured out here. Nature is vast, humbling in its scale." She paused, her expression darkening slightly as she recalled a past experience. "I once witnessed a sandstorm here. It came out of nowhere, connecting the earth to the heavens. The desert was alive, raging in its fury." "How much farther?" Naoki asked, snapping her out of her reverie. Ryfort glanced at the radar mounted on the dashboard. "We're close, about 5 minutes out." True to her word, 5 minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop behind a towering sand dune. Ryfort hopped out of the vehicle with practiced ease, retrieving a compact yet professional-looking piece of equipment from her bag. Curious, Naoki followed her and peered over her shoulder. The device displayed a radar map, a faint blinking signal indicating it was scanning the area. Is this what you use for tomb raiding?" Naoki asked, his tone half teasing. "It's archaeology," Ryfort corrected sharply, shooting him a glare. "Right, archaeology," Naoki muttered, though his expression said otherwise. The radar emitted a faint beep, signaling it had found something. A small red dot pulsed steadily on the screen.
"Got it!"
Ryfort exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Without hesitation, she pulled a pokeball from her belt. A flash of white light revealed her Zoroark, its sleek frame exuding a quiet confidence. "Zoroark, scout ahead," Ryfort instructed firmly. The illusion fox Pokémon nodded silently and darted off, its movements fluid and calculated. Within moments, it disappeared into the dunes. Ryfort turned to Naoki. "We'll wait here until Zoroark comes back with its report." Naoki nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, he began preparing dinner for their group. Releasing Slugma, Naoki placed a frying pan atop the Pokémon's warm body. He added oil to the pan, waiting until it sizzled before cracking eggs into it. Before long, the smell of sizzling eggs and cutlets filled the air, carried on the evening breeze. Even Koraidon couldn't help but salivate, its nostrils flaring slightly as it inhaled the enticing aroma. Ryfort raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. "You're a surprisingly good cook." Naoki shrugged. "You pick up a few things living alone on a ranch." He carefully placed the fried eggs and cutlets between slices of bread, crafting simple yet delicious sandwiches. Naoki distributed the sandwiches among the group, ensuring the Pokémon were fed first. Koraidon eagerly grabbed its portion, devouring it with gusto. The way it ate, completely absorbed in the meal, was almost comical, earning a chuckle from Ryfort. She took a bite herself, her eyes widening in surprise.
"Not bad.
I knew I made the right choice bringing you along." Naoki rolled his eyes. "I'm not here to be your personal chef." Ryfort laughed, clearly enjoying teasing him. "Relax, I'll need you and Koraidon for the real work soon enough." As they bantered, Zoroark reappeared, its silhouette illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire. Ryfort handed it a sandwich before asking, "What did you find?" Zoroark gave a sharp nod, signaling its success. Ryfort couldn't suppress her excitement. A confident smile spread across her face.
"Excellent.
We'll set off as soon as everyone finishes eating." Naoki glanced at the darkening sky and couldn't help but interject, "It's getting pretty late." Ryfort waved his concern aside with a gleam in her eyes.
"That's no problem.
My Grumpig knows Flash, it can light up any dark environment. Besides, don't you think exploring ruins at night adds to the adventure?" Naoki hesitated but ultimately shrugged. "All right, your call." After all, he wasn't the leader of this expedition, just a hired hand whose main goal was to recover the coins hidden in the ruins. Everything else could be left to Ryfort's enthusiasm and expertise. By the time they finished their meal, the desert was enveloped in complete darkness. The once sweltering heat gave way to a sharp chill as the temperature plummeted. Both Naoki and Ryfort changed into warmer clothes in preparation for the cold night ahead. Naoki, always mindful of Coraiden's comfort, brought along a custom-made warm vest. It was a thoughtful piece he had tailored himself, cutting off the cuffs and removing unnecessary buttons to ensure it fit Coraiden perfectly. As he fastened the vest around the Pokémon, Coraiden gave an appreciative grunt, clearly enjoying the warmth. Meanwhile, Ryfort released her Grumpig from its Pokeball. The stout Pokémon stood tall, its pearl glowing faintly even before Ryfort issued her command. Grumpig, use Flash. A burst of dazzling light illuminated their surroundings, casting sharp shadows on the desert sand. The brightness was almost blinding, akin to the beam of a high-powered searchlight. Ryfort clapped her hands in satisfaction.
Perfect.
Now we can move out without a hitch. Naoki sighed inwardly, biting back his urge to comment. Though Ryfort exuded an aura of refinement, she was a force to be reckoned with, headstrong, fearless, and remarkably resilient. Her reputation as a scholar didn't do justice to her raw toughness. This was someone who had once dived deep into submerged ruins in a single breath. She wasn't one to shy away from danger. With Zoroark leading the way, Grumpig lighting the path, and Ryfort walking briskly ahead, Naoki followed alongside Coraiden, trailing behind. For about 15 minutes, they trudged through the sand, the crunch of their footsteps the only sound against the desert stillness. Suddenly, Zoroark stopped. Naoki looked around. The area seemed completely barren, nothing but endless dunes stretching out in all directions. Ryfort squinted at the landscape, puzzled.
This doesn't make sense.
Where's the entrance to the ruins? Zoroark's gaze shifted toward a hollow depression in the sand, its sharp eyes catching something subtle. Ryfort followed its line of sight, moving closer to examine the area. Her expression lit up as realization struck.
It's quicksand.
Could the entrance be hidden underneath? Zoroark nodded in confirmation. Ryfort's face broke into a wide grin, her excitement bubbling over.
Amazing.
Everyone put on your goggles and dust masks, we're going down. Naoki's eyes widened. Was Ryfort seriously planning to jump into the quicksand? Could it truly lead to the underground ruins she was so eager to find? And if so, wouldn't it be incredibly dangerous? Ryfort waved off Naoki's concern with a grin as she adjusted her gear.
Don't worry.
My Zoroark and Grumpig will be fine in their Pokeballs for now. I'll go first, and you two follow right after. Without hesitation, Ryfort leaped straight into the quicksand. Naoki watched in horror as her figure was swallowed up, the shifting sands devouring her entirely. It was like watching someone disappear into the maw of a desert monster. Is she gone? Naoki muttered, wide-eyed. His mind raced. Could Ryfort really have survived that? After all, in the Pokémon games, there was never any mention of Ryfort exploring such perilous places. Had his involvement pushed her into taking a dangerous risk? Just as panic was about to overtake him, a faint, muffled shout emerged from below the ground. Naoki strained to listen.
Hey! It's fine.
Come down already. Ryfort's voice echoed from below. Relief flooded through Naoki. She was alive.
Hesitation melted away.
He quickly adjusted Coraiden's makeshift mask to cover its mouth and nose before taking a deep breath. Together, they jumped into the quicksand. The sensation was disorienting. The quicksand pulled them downwards in a spiraling motion, and before long, gravity took over. Naoki felt weightless for a brief moment before he and Coraiden landed softly on a pile of sand. Coughing, Naoki struggled to his feet. His mouth was full of gritty sand, and he immediately began spitting it out. In the glow of Grumpig's flash, Ryfort stood nearby with Zoroark and Grumpig, a smirk on her face. The first time's always rough, she teased. You'll get used to it. Naoki scowled, still spitting out sand. This is the first and last time. Once I've collected all the coins I need, I'm done with this whole treasure hunting business. Ryfort's expression turned playful as she locked eyes with him.
Oh really?
Yes really, Naoki replied, brushing sand off Coraiden's scales. Ryfort leaned in slightly, her tone dripping with curiosity. Even if it means uncovering priceless treasures, gold, silver, relics of untold value.
I don't need that stuff.
It's useless to me, Naoki said flatly, thinking of the Pokémon on his ranch. Even if he had the money to buy more land or villas, he could never leave his Pokémon behind to enjoy them. Ryfort chuckled, seemingly amused by his conviction. I understand, she said with a shrug. Let's move on. Beneath the quicksand was an entirely different world. Ancient, sand-buried structures loomed in the dim light, their crumbling forms hinting at a long-forgotten civilization. A ruined watchtower stood sentinel among the dunes, its silhouette eerie and majestic. Naoki couldn't help but pause to take it all in. This is incredible. Rhyfort, however, seemed unfazed. She walked ahead, her focus on the path forward. The real discoveries lie deeper.
Keep up.
The passage narrowed, and the group moved in single file, Grumpig's flash illuminating the way. The air grew noticeably thinner, and Naoki's breaths became shallow. They must have descended to a considerable depth. Finally, the tunnel widened into a massive dark cavern that stretched far beyond the reach of Grumpig's light. Naoki stopped in his tracks, staring into the void. What is this place? Rayfort's eyes gleamed with recognition. If I'm correct, this is one of the great underground cavities formed millions of years ago during massive tectonic shifts. She turned to Naoki, her tone growing more excited. I read about this in the library at Paldea Academy. Long ago, this region was rocked by an unprecedented earthquake. These caverns were formed during that event. And if the records are accurate, there should be several of these cavities scattered throughout Paldea. Naoki murmured to himself, a giant hollow. Rayfort's expression grew thoughtful. During the time of the Paldene Empire, there was a legendary disaster Pokémon called Tinglu. It is said to have caused a massive earthquake that led to the collapse of the royal city. A massive fissure opened in the earth, and the once prosperous royal capital sank into this very place. Naoki, however, found his thoughts drifting to something else. Could it have been the legendary Regigigas that caused this ancient seismic event? He recalled the Pokédex entry for Regigigas, which described it as a colossus capable of pulling entire continents into place, shaping the world's landmasses as we know them today. But the timeline of Regigigas' actions remained ambiguous, and Naoki couldn't be certain if the earthquake that devastated the Paldene region was connected to this mythical giant. We're getting close. Rhyfort exclaimed suddenly, her voice pulling Naoki from his musings. The ruins must be just below us now. We need to find a way down. After a moment of contemplation, she reached for another pokeball on her belt. In a flash of white light, a braviary emerged, spreading its powerful wings wide. Rhyfort recalled her Zoroark to its pokeball and mounted braviary with practiced ease. I'll head down first, she called back to Naoki. Naoki quickly followed suit, climbing onto Koraidon's back. Together, the two descended into the black abyss of the cave system. The descent was far from straightforward. The cavern's terrain was a labyrinth of jagged cliffs, winding tunnels, and yawning chasms that seemed to stretch endlessly downward. The air grew colder and heavier with each passing moment. It was impossible to tell how long they traveled before Koraidon and Braviary finally landed on a rocky outcropping at the cavern's lowest point. The dim light from Grumpig's flash was no longer enough to illuminate their surroundings. Shadows stretched far beyond the reach of its glow, leaving much of the vast cavern shrouded in darkness. As Naoki wondered how they would navigate in such conditions, Rhyfort rummaged through her backpack and pulled out 2 helmets with attached night vision goggles. Here, put this on, she said, handing one to Naoki. These goggles will help you see everything clearly. Naoki took the helmet and slipped it on. The moment the night vision activated, the world around him was transformed. The once indistinct shadows gave way to a clear, eerie green-tinted view of their surroundings. They were standing atop a cliff that overlooked a vast expanse. At its base, nestled in the darkness, lay the ruins of an ancient royal city. Even in its ruined state, the city was awe-inspiring. Broken towers and crumbling walls stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their grandeur now eroded by countless centuries. The remains of the city stretched far into the cavern, a haunting reminder of its former majesty. There it is. Rayfort's voice trembled with excitement. Her eyes gleamed as she gazed at the ruins. The lost royal city of the Paldene Empire, we found it. Without waiting for Naoki, she urged Braviary forward, soaring down toward the ruins. Naoki sighed and urged Koraidon to follow, though his excitement didn't quite match Rayfort's. While the ruins were undeniably fascinating, Naoki's true focus lay elsewhere, specifically on the terrain itself. The massive cavity surrounding the ruins was full of evidence of ancient geological upheavals. Cracks and collapsed sections suggested that the cavern had experienced multiple collapses over the millennia. Rainwater and groundwater had gradually eroded the soil and rocks in the area, causing repeated collapses over time. As Naoki scanned the terrain, his attention was drawn to a cluster of oddly shaped stones scattered on the ground. Curious, he brought Koraidon to a halt. The Pokémon landed, allowing Naoki to dismount and examine the stones more closely. Brushing away the thick dirt and dust covering the first stone, Naoki uncovered a startling discovery. This is a fossil?
he exclaimed in surprise. And not just one.
Scattered around him were several more stones of similar nature. However, as Naoki inspected them, he quickly noticed a key difference. Many of the fossils were incomplete. Some were split cleanly in half, while others were nothing more than jagged fragments. What puzzled him even more was their peculiar appearance. These stones didn't resemble the fossils of any Pokémon he recognized. Neither the spiral shape of an Omanite fossil nor the sleek structure of an Aerodactyl fossil matched the shapes in front of him. Could these have come from a Pokémon? Naoki wondered aloud. But their crystalline, gem-like appearance raised doubts. He mulled over the possibility that they might not be fossils at all, but remnants of gemstones unearthed from the ruins of the ancient royal city. Could gems even fossilize over time? He mused, studying the shimmering surface of one of the stones. Koraidon, standing nearby, seemed just as perplexed, tilting its head curiously as it sniffed at the strange stones. While Naoki's mind raced with theories, a shout broke his concentration.
Naoki!
Rhyfort called from ahead, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space.
Coming. Naoki replied.
He hastily pocketed the most intact of the fossils, leaving the fragmented ones behind. He mounted Koraidon, which leaped smoothly into the air and sped forward to catch up with Rhyfort. Rhyfort let out a sigh of relief, clutching her chest.
That was close. Thank you.
It seems I really did choose the right person for the job. Naoki, still on edge, nodded toward the wooden door. We can celebrate later. Focus on the task at hand.
Right.
Rhyfort straightened herself, her excitement returning. With a firm push, she opened the door and stepped inside. Naoki peered in from the doorway, observing what appeared to be an ancient archive. Dust-covered tomes and yellowed scrolls were scattered haphazardly across the floor, the room bearing the weight of centuries of neglect. Without hesitation, Rhyfort began combing through the documents, her eyes scanning for any mention of the treasures of ruin. Left with little to do, Naoki sat down on the crumbling stairs leading up to the castle hall. Koraidon settled beside him, its vigilant gaze never leaving their surroundings. Reaching into his pocket, Naoki retrieved the gem-like fossil he had picked up earlier. Turning it over in his hands, he examined its unusual shape and crystalline texture. The faint shimmer of the fossil reflected the dim light filtering through the ruins. Koraidon's eyes were fixed on the stone, its curiosity mirroring Naoki's own. Naoki raised an eyebrow and asked, Koraidon, do you know what this is?
Rayo.
Koraidon tilted its head uncertainly, letting out a low sound. Seeing this, Naoki realized that Koraidon didn't know either. He had assumed that a Pokémon with ties to the ancient past might recognize the object. He held the stone up to the light once more. After being cleaned, it didn't resemble a traditional fossil at all. Instead, it gleamed like a gemstone, its translucent surface reminding him of amber. Maybe I could make it into a pendant, Naoki mused, an idea forming in his mind. He held the stone against his neck, testing its weight. It's a little big, but it could work as a nice ornament. Before he could ponder further, Rayfort's excited voice echoed from inside the room.
I found it.
The parchment that details the treasures of ruin. With this, I can locate the 4 disaster Pokémon. Naoki turned, his curiosity piqued. The mention of the legendary Pokémon of disaster brought old myths to mind. Concerned, he asked, are you sure about unsealing them? What if they go berserk and bring disaster to Paldea again after being freed? Rhyfort hesitated, her excitement briefly dampened. Naoki's words struck a chord, reminding her of the darker aspects of the legend. The story told of the 4 treasures of ruin, ancient Pokémon transformed into harbingers of calamity through the accumulation of human greed and malice. The parchment she had uncovered might hold the key to their whereabouts, but also to the warnings left behind by those who had sealed them away. Leaning closer, Rhyfort carefully began deciphering the ancient text, her expertise in archaic languages allowing her to translate it with ease.
The parchment read,
to suppress the 4 treasures of ruin, the king summoned a renowned Pokémon trainer. Using 8 enchanted stakes, the trainer sealed each disaster Pokémon within its shrine. Those whose hearts are tainted by greed must not break the seals, for they will unleash calamity upon the world once more. Only those with pure intentions may unseal the treasures, allowing their true forms to be revealed. Rhyfort murmured the passage aloud, her voice thoughtful. Only those with pure hearts. She paused, her expression shifting to one of mild unease. Was she truly someone free from greed?
She doubted it.
Her sole reason for seeking the treasures of ruin was to claim them for herself, a far cry from the purity of intent described in the text. Rhyfort awkwardly cleared her throat, a sheepish look crossing her face. Still, She wasn't one to back down after coming this far. She rolled up the parchment and tucked it into her bag before turning to Naoki.
Well, my part's done.
Now it's your turn to collect those coins. If I'm right, the treasure vault should be this way. Naoki caught a glimpse of the parchment as she put it away but chose not to pry further. His goals were simpler and less ambitious than hers. All he wanted was to gather enough coins to help his Gimmighoul evolve into Goldengo. Naoki and Reforged walked along the crumbling path, navigating through most of the ruins until they finally reached the castle's treasure vault. Perhaps to deter theft, the door and walls of the vault were constructed from a remarkably durable material. Despite centuries of exposure to rain and groundwater, they remained pristine, retaining their original strength and form. The door was securely locked. Naoki instinctively turned to Koraiden, considering breaking the lock by force. However, before he could act, Reforged pulled a small metal pick from her bag and began fiddling with the lock. With a soft click, the lock snapped open. Reforged pushed the door ajar, and before Naoki could express his surprise at her lock-picking expertise, his attention was immediately drawn to the gleaming treasure inside. A mountain of gold coins glimmered under the faint light, their brilliance captivating. "Wow! That's so many gold coins!" Naoki exclaimed, wide-eyed. Reforged stood in the doorway, a satisfied smile on her face. "Looks like your wish is about to come true." Grinning ear to ear at the thought of his Gimmighoul evolving into Goldengo, Naoki walked in with Koraiden and began scooping coins into his bag. After a couple of trips, he paused and, without warning, lay down on top of the pile of gold coins. Reforged tilted her head, perplexed. "What are you doing?" Naoki closed his eyes, sinking slightly into the treasure. "You know how in pirate movies, they always show someone lying on a pile of treasure? I wanted to know what it feels like."
"And? How is it?"
Reforged asked, suppressing a laugh. Naoki sat up, brushing stray coins off his arms.
"Honestly?
It's not comfortable at all.
Hard and cold."
At that, Reforged chuckled, her voice echoing softly in the room. Naoki shook off the thought and returned to packing the gold coins into his expandable bag. Among the coins, there were also various gold and silver ornaments scattered around. Items like an intricately designed golden crown, a ruby necklace, a pigeon egg-sized gemstone, and an elaborate golden scepter. Despite their obvious value, Naoki seemed unimpressed. Items like the crown and scepter, relics of a long-dead king, felt eerie to him. He preferred to stick to the practical, gold coins.
"I'll just take the coins."
"The rest is all yours," he said casually. "You don't want these?" Reforged asked, her surprise evident. She gestured toward the ornate scepter. "A piece like this could sell for tens of millions outside." Naoki hesitated briefly at the mention of such a staggering sum. But as he glanced up, he caught the gleam in Reforged's eyes, a subtle yet deliberate test.
It clicked in his mind.
Reforged was gauging his intentions. She had read the contents of the parchment earlier with him present. He recalled the specific line, "Only those with pure intentions and clear minds can remove the seals." The challenge was clear. Would he choose the promise of wealth and glory, or the treasures of ruin? Naoki didn't need long to decide. His goal was already set. He wanted the treasures of ruin. Specifically, the idea of owning his very own Chien Pao, the legendary snow leopard Pokémon, had captivated him. He gave Reforged a firm look, his decision unwavering.
"No, I'll stick with the coins. That's all I need."
Naoki's primary goal for this journey had always been to collect the gold coins, and now that purpose was fulfilled. Hearing his decision, Reforged nodded, a look of understanding dawning on her face. Her tone turned thoughtful, even a little impressed. "You're resolute, I'll give you that."
"All right, I understand.
"I'll take care of the rest. After I've translated these parchments thoroughly, I might need your help again. I'll count on you then." "Sure thing," Naoki replied with a smile. With the exploration of the underground ruins successfully completed, Naoki and Reforged retraced their steps out of the cavern and back to the scorching hot desert. By the time they emerged, the sky was bright, signaling the arrival of morning. Exhausted from a sleepless night, both of them looked worn out. Reforged drove Naoki and Koraiden straight back to Cascarafa City. At the city's intersection, the two bid each other farewell. "What's next for you?" Reforged asked, stretching slightly as she glanced down the bustling street. Naoki stifled a yawn. "Heading home for some much-needed sleep." "What about you?" "I'll find a hotel and rest for a bit. Thanks again for everything. Let's team up again if the opportunity arises."
"See you."
With a wave, Reforged turned and disappeared into the streets of Cascarafa City. Naoki climbed onto Koraidon's back and started his journey home. Koraidon, equally fatigued, seemed eager to return. Picking up speed, it covered the distance to the ranch in less than 10 minutes. Once back at the ranch, Naoki released all his Pokémon from their Pokeballs. Originally, he intended to give the coins he'd collected to Gimmighoul, but his exhaustion got the better of him. Tossing the backpack full of coins onto the living room floor, Naoki trudged to his room and collapsed into bed. Half asleep, Naoki felt something hard and slightly uncomfortable in his pocket. Without opening his eyes, he fished out the object, a gem-like stone he had found in the ruins, and lazily tossed it onto the floor before drifting off into deep slumber. A short while later, Ndidi entered the room holding a steaming cup of hot milk. Seeing that Naoki had already fallen asleep, Ndidi quietly set the milk aside and began tidying up the room. Picking up Naoki's discarded clothes, it prepared to put them in the washing machine. As Ndidi turned to leave, its gaze fell on the mysterious stone Naoki had tossed aside. Curious, the Pokémon walked over and picked it up, studying it briefly. Then, with its natural penchant for organization, Ndidi carried the stone out of the room and placed it in Naoki's dedicated storage area for evolutionary items like firestones, waterstones, and everstones. Naoki slept soundly until 7 in the evening. Upon waking, he quickly grabbed a small meal to stave off hunger, then eagerly opened his backpack to take stock of the spoils from his recent adventure. With a satisfying clink, a cascade of coins tumbled out, forming a small mountain on the floor. The gleaming pile instantly captured the attention of the nearby Pokémon, their eyes wide with astonishment.
Pawmot. Mri.
Naoki chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Pawmot's fur affectionately. What do you think? Aren't these coins beautiful?
Pawmot.
Pawmot nodded enthusiastically, its eyes reflecting the golden light. All right, go play for a bit, Naoki said with a grin. I've got some counting to do. He rolled up his sleeves and began meticulously counting the coins, his voice echoing softly in the room.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Minutes stretched into hours as Naoki carefully moved the coins from one side to the other, counting each piece with precision. 723, 724, 766. He straightened up, his brow furrowed. 766 coins in total. Naoki quickly calculated his total stash. Let's see. I already had 230 coins before this. Add the 766. That's 996.
He froze.
His eyes widened in disbelief. Only 4 coins away from 1,000? Naoki stared at the pile of coins, his face a mix of shock and exasperation. You've got to be kidding me. Unable to believe the numbers, Naoki decided to recount the coins. 10 painstaking minutes later, the result was the same, 766 coins. Combined with the 230 coins he already had, the total remained maddeningly short of 1,000.
Ugh.
Naoki groaned, collapsing dramatically onto the floor.
Of all the luck.
The king leaves behind gold crowns, necklaces, even a gold toilet, but not a few extra Gimmighoul coins. He covered his face, sighing heavily as Pawmot and the other Pokémon gathered around him, their expressions concerned.
Pawmot.
Naoki sighed again, waving a hand to reassure them. I'm fine, I'm fine. Still, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. He would have to pin his hopes on Gita and the Paldea Alliance to help track down the final 4 coins. With that thought, Naoki pulled himself together. First things first, he needed to give these coins to Gimmighoul and let it add them to its treasure chest. Rising from the floor, Naoki made his way to the Pokémon Tavern and retrieved Gimmighoul's treasure chest. As if sensing movement, Gimmighoul poked its head through the crack in the chest, its round eyes peeking curiously at the outside world. When it saw Naoki holding the chest, it relaxed, letting out a metallic jingle of relief.
Gim.
Naoki smirked, leaning down to meet Gimmighoul's gaze. Ready for a surprise?
Gim.
Gimmighoul's eyes sparkled with excitement. The last time Naoki had a surprise for it, it turned out to be the gold coins it had always dreamed of. Naoki walked into the house, his arms full of anticipation, a wide grin on his face. Gimmighoul, still perched in its treasure chest, seemed to sense something special was about to happen. As Naoki set down the backpack brimming with coins, Gimmighoul's eyes widened in disbelief. With an excited clang, it leapt up, accidentally knocking over the lid of its treasure chest.
Go ahead.
Naoki encouraged, chuckling. Gimmighoul hesitated for a moment, staring at the pile of glittering coins. It was a sight beyond its wildest dreams. For a moment, it almost seemed as if this couldn't be real, as though it had wandered into a dream where all its wishes came true. Ordinary as it was, Gimagal had always harbored the simple dream of collecting coins, but this pile of shimmering treasure seemed too good to be true. Gim? It asked tentatively, turning back to Naoki. Its eyes sparkled with hope, but its tone was cautious. Could this treasure truly be for it? Naoki smiled warmly and nodded. Yes, they're all yours.
Gim.
Gimagal squealed, overwhelmed with joy. It launched itself out of the treasure chest and dove face-first into the pile of coins, the clink-clink of the coins echoing through the room. It rolled around in the golden pile, nibbling on one coin here and sniffing another there, like a fish swimming through water. Its happiness was contagious, and Naoki couldn't help but laugh. Totally worth it, Naoki murmured, leaning back against the wall. All the effort, diving into quicksand, venturing into ancient ruins, and braving the dangers of the underground, was worth it for this moment of pure joy. After basking in its newfound treasure, Gimagal began the laborious task of moving each gold coin into its treasure chest. Watching it work so diligently, Naoki couldn't help but join in. The process was fascinating. The chest seemed to defy logic, swallowing every single coin without appearing to grow full. It was like a bottomless pit, an ability unique to the mystical ghost Pokémon. Maybe this is just one of the many mysteries of ghost types, Naoki thought aloud. He recalled that Gengar, another ghost Pokémon, was said to have a body that acted as a pocket dimension capable of storing items. Before space backpacks were invented, some trainers even used their Gengar to carry luggage while traveling. As the last gold coin was stored, Gimagal leapt into the treasure chest itself, half buried in the golden hoard. It looked utterly content, as if it could stay there forever. But as it lay among the coins, a peculiar sensation washed over it. Been aware of the other Pokémon living on the ranch, having observed them from the shadows before its evolution. Dragonite, Teddy Ursa, Pawmot, Koraidon, Cyclizer, Dragonairs, Alchemy. Goldengo was eager to join them and make new friends. Without hesitation, Goldengo released its grip on Naoki and dashed ahead, bursting through the tavern doors and stopping just outside. It turned back, beaming expectantly at Naoki. Naoki blinked in surprise before chuckling. Eager, aren't you? He followed Goldengo's lead, stepping outside to join it on the ranch. Once on the open grass, Naoki put 2 fingers to his lips and whistled sharply, his call echoing across the fields. Within moments, Pokémon came running from all directions. Koraidon, Cyclizer, Pawmot, Dragonite, Dragonair, Glacian, Umbreon, Arboliva, and Alchemy all gathered, their curious eyes fixed on Goldengo. When the last Pokémon arrived, Naoki cleared his throat, gesturing toward Goldengo. Everyone, we have a new friend joining us. Meet Goldengo, our newest companion. The reactions of the Pokémon varied, each expressing their curiosity and excitement in their unique way. Dragonite and Dragonairs were immediately captivated by Goldengo's dazzling golden body. They moved closer, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Koraidon stood at the back of the group, its arms crossed, wearing a cool, indifferent expression that suggested it was unimpressed, but Naoki could tell it was secretly intrigued. Alchemy and the Evolutions were ecstatic, hopping happily in the grass as they greeted Goldengo with enthusiastic cheers. Pawmot scratched its head with a thoughtful look before breaking into a wide smile. For Pawmot, the more companions around, the better. The liveliness of the ranch only amplified its vibrant personality. Goldengo thrived in such an atmosphere. To show its gratitude and friendliness to the Pokémon who warmly welcomed it, Goldengo began to perform. It danced a mysterious yet captivating routine, the movements resembling an intricate street performance. Then, a magical spectacle unfolded. Gold coins began to rain down from the sky, sparkling brilliantly under the golden rays of the setting sun. The coins glided gently, as though guided by some unseen force, landing softly in the outstretched hands of the Pokémon below. Every Pokémon's eyes lit up as they looked skyward. The mesmerizing rain of gold coins was enchanting. A bright smile adorned Goldengo's face as it surveyed the delighted reactions of its new companions. Naoki, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. "Wow, amazing," he muttered. Giving out gold coins on a whim, was this the true power of a rich Pokémon? He suddenly realized why the Pokédex emphasized that Goldengo could instantly make friends with anyone. It was a literal golden connection. As Naoki continued to marvel at the scene, he noticed Ogerpon and others holding Goldengo's hands, leading it enthusiastically toward the Snorlax Park. All the Pokémon seemed eager to spend time with their new companion. Naoki glanced at the gleaming gold coin in his hand. Out of curiosity, he bit into it lightly. It was solid. Real gold. So Goldengo really can conjure gold coins, Naoki mused, still astonished. He speculated, are these coins formed from steel-type energy? Such an ability was fascinating yet baffling. It defied all logic. Naoki couldn't help but feel a surge of relief and excitement. Poverty would never be an issue with Goldengo around. At 4 p.m., Larry woke from his nap. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on a comfortable bed. Stretching, he groggily left the room and made his way downstairs.
Awake already?
Naoki called out, noticing Larry's presence as he poured tea. Larry paused for a moment, remembering where he was, and nodded. "Thanks for letting me rest here," he said, his voice carrying a hint of gratitude.
"Don't mention it."
"Have some tea and snacks," Naoki offered with a smile. Larry, visibly more refreshed, sat down on the sofa. Despite being a gym leader, his exhaustion mirrored the weariness of an overworked office worker. Naoki felt a pang of sympathy for him. Larry's demeanor reminded him of his own days as a corporate employee before arriving in this world. "Were the coins I brought helpful?" Larry asked as he sipped the tea. Even the sight of extraordinary Pokémon like Goldengo didn't faze him much. Years of work had cultivated a calm acceptance of life's oddities.
Naoki nodded.
"They were perfect. Thanks to those coins, everything is sorted now." He recalled how the mere 4 missing coins had nearly driven him to despair. Larry gave a small, weary smile.
"Good.
It's just part of my job." Naoki returned the smile but noticed something contemplative in Larry's expression. After a pause, Larry spoke again. "There's one more thing I need to ask you." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "I'd like to have a Pokémon battle with you," Larry said matter-of-factly.
Naoki blinked, caught off guard. "Ha."
Larry explained further, "It's part of my assignment. The chief specifically requested it. As a gym leader, it's my responsibility to ensure you're prepared for any challenges." Understanding dawned on Naoki, though he still hesitated. "Shouldn't you rest a bit more?" Larry shook his head. "No need. Let's get this over with. The sooner I finish this, the sooner I can relax." Naoki sighed, a mix of amusement and exasperation. "All right then." Finishing his tea, Larry stood and followed Naoki. Initially, Naoki planned to introduce Larry to the various Pokémon trials scattered throughout the ranch. But then, his gaze landed on Goldengo, and an idea struck him. A mischievous grin spread across his face. If Goldengo could shower its opponents with gold coins during battle, this match might be even more entertaining than expected. "Let's get started." Larry adjusted his tie, nodding in agreement. "Right. One match to decide the winner." The two moved to the ranch's battlefield. Larry reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a red and white Pokeball. Tossing it confidently, he said, "Let's make this a real match. Show me what you've got." Naoki grinned and called Goldengo over. The shimmering Pokémon bounded into the field, its body gleaming like 1,000 tiny suns. Larry, usually composed despite his fatigue, froze for a moment. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" he asked, his brow furrowing. Naoki smirked. "It's Goldengo, the evolved form of Gimmighoul." "Goldengo." Larry trailed off as realization struck. "So that's why you were so obsessed with those coins. I see now." Larry stared at Goldengo, then at Naoki. "You're no ordinary trainer, are you? No wonder the chief chose you for this task. I should have realized it earlier." Naoki, slightly embarrassed, shrugged. "Let's just get to the battle." Larry straightened up. "No holding back then. Staraptor, you're up." A brilliant flash of white light revealed Staraptor, its sharp eyes focused and wings poised for action. Naoki blinked in surprise. Larry wasn't playing around. Staraptor was clearly his ace Pokémon. Naoki felt his competitive spirit stir. Although Goldengo had just evolved, Naoki had spent the day familiarizing himself with its moves. He was confident in its abilities, especially with its ghost and steel typing granting it a natural advantage against Staraptor's normal and flying combination. The real question was whether Goldengo's power could bridge the experience gap between the two Pokémon. As the referee, Indy raised its hand, signaling the start of the match. It then blew its whistle with a sharp tweet, and the battle began. "Staraptor, quick attack!" Larry commanded. Staraptor flapped its wings powerfully, its body blurring as it shot forward like a streak of light. It struck Goldengo at high speed, only to pass right through. Naoki smirked. "Normal moves don't work on ghost types. Goldengo's part ghost, remember?" Larry's eyes narrowed. "Ghost and steel. I see now." Despite the failed attack, Staraptor instinctively soared to a safe distance, its sharp combat instincts keeping it alert. Naoki seized the moment. Goldengo metal sound.
Golden goo.
The golden Pokémon raised its hands, and the 1,000 gold coins comprising its body began to vibrate. The air was filled with the deafening clash of metal against metal, a piercing cacophony that reverberated across the field. Staraptor felt the effects of the grating metal sound reverberating in its ears, nearly overwhelming it. Instinctively, all the feathers on its body stood on end. Staraptor, stay calm. Larry's steady voice broke through the chaos. Gain some distance and use Brave Bird.
Goldengo, don't give it a chance.
Use Make It Rain. Naoki commanded without hesitation. The battlefield sprang to life as both Pokémon acted simultaneously. Still recovering from the effects of metal sound, Staraptor flapped its wings hard to create some distance before channeling all its strength into a fierce Brave Bird attack. Its form became a blur of power as it streaked toward Goldengo. But Goldengo wasn't idle. It extended its arms with a dramatic flourish, and with a flick of its wrists, it seemed to summon a dazzling torrent of gold coins that shimmered as they appeared. Like a relentless wave, the coins surged toward Staraptor, pelting it from all directions. Larry blinked at the overwhelming sight, muttering, "That's an absurd amount of gold coins." The torrent struck Staraptor, forcing it to the ground under the barrage. Still, thanks to its superior physical resilience, the bird Pokémon managed to rise, though clearly battered. As expected, there's still a gap in strength between the two Pokémon, Naoki thought, observing the situation. Larry furrowed his brow and gave another command, "Hang in there. Use Aerial Ace." Streams of white air trailed around Staraptor as it launched forward with incredible precision. The maneuver was seamless, almost artistic. As it approached Goldengo, it suddenly pivoted mid-flight, twisting to deliver a powerful strike with its razor-sharp wings. The attack landed squarely on Goldengo's golden body, emitting a sharp metallic clang. Goldengo staggered slightly, clearly hurt by the move, but remained standing. Not wanting to give Goldengo any time to recover, Larry continued, "Now, Brave Bird again."
Stay calm, Goldengo. Use Recover. Naoki called out.
Staraptor folded its wings, preparing for a high-speed, low-altitude dive. Meanwhile, Goldengo's golden body began to shimmer faintly as it activated Recover, mending some of its wounds. The timing was tight, and Staraptor was just about to make contact when Naoki yelled, "Substitute. Now." In an instant, Staraptor's attack struck what appeared to be Goldengo, sending it flying. However, as the figure hit the ground, it dissolved into smoke, revealing it was only a decoy. The substitute had worked perfectly. Larry's eyes widened. "Staraptor, be careful." Staraptor turned quickly, searching for Goldengo, but it was too late.
"Now, Power Gem," Naoki commanded.
Goldengo's body shimmered as dazzling, gem-like light beams shot out from its form, converging on Staraptor. The radiant energy overwhelmed the bird Pokémon, engulfing it entirely. When the light faded, Staraptor was lying on the ground, its eyes shut and body unmoving. The match was decided. Metal Sound had drastically lowered Staraptor's special defense, and a combination of Make It Rain and the Rock-type Power Gem had sealed its fate. Goldengo struck a triumphant pose, radiating confidence and style. Larry exhaled deeply, retrieving Staraptor's Pokeball and returning the fallen Pokémon. "I lost," he admitted, shaking his head. "You're far too exciting for an ordinary person like me." Naoki shook his head with a smile and said, "Mr. Larry is also remarkable. In this battle, I had the upper hand due to the information gap. If you'd known Goldengo's type combination in advance, the outcome might have been completely different." "No matter what, today's victory is yours," Larry said, glancing up at the sky. "It's getting late. Today's not a day for overtime, so I'll take my leave now."
Naoki
couldn't help but silently laugh at Larry's straightforwardness. With a polite tone, he extended an invitation. "It's nearly dark. The Squawkabilly taxi service might have stopped for the evening. Why not stay at the ranch for the night?" Larry shook his head with a small smile. "Tempting, but as much as traveling can be a refreshing experience, there's nothing quite as comfortable as being in your own home, don't you think?" Naoki paused for a moment and then nodded. Larry's response was so in character, practical and steadfast.
"Fair enough," Naoki said.
Before Larry left, he picked up a shiny gold coin left behind from Goldengo's Make It Rain attack and handed it to him. "Take this as a token of thanks for helping me gather the last of the Gimmighoul coins." Larry looked down at the coin in his hand, its brilliance glinting faintly in the fading light. He thought about the battle they had just finished and carefully took the commemorative gold coin. "This Goldengo must be the only one in the Paldea region," Larry said after a moment of reflection. "At least, I've never seen a Pokémon like it before today." It's not easy to evolve a Gimmighoul into Goldengo, Naoki admitted, his tone tinged with pride. Larry nodded in agreement, adjusted his briefcase, and began his journey back down the dirt road leading away from the ranch. As the ranch faded into the distance, Larry paused for a long moment, staring at the vast sky and the horizon beyond. For a man who had spent so much time in the grind of corporate life, the nostalgia of exploring the unknown, something he had done in his youth, felt distant, almost forgotten. But in that brief pause, he caught a glimmer of the freedom he once knew, the kind of freedom that reminded him of soaring Pokémon riding the winds under the endless sky. Still, Larry reminded himself that he wasn't young anymore. That sense of boundless adventure was better left to the bright-eyed trainers bursting with energy and dreams. With a faint smile on his lips, Larry turned and resumed his walk, his stride steady. He murmured to himself,
Time to go home.
The sky gradually darkened, and the Pokémon Tavern came alive, brightly lit against the night. Inside, the atmosphere was jubilant as Pokémon gathered to celebrate the arrival of their newest member. Naoki sat on a chair alongside Koraidon and several other Pokémon, observing Goldengo, the newest addition, who was enthusiastically tossing gold coins to the gathered Pokémon. The sight left Naoki momentarily speechless. Is this the world of the wealthy? He mused. Throwing gold coins to everyone just because? It seemed that Goldengo found every occasion worthy of celebration. Whether meeting someone for the first time, feeling happy or making new friends, the result was the same, a shower of gold coins. Isn't Goldengo a little too over the top? Naoki muttered, still trying to process the scene. Beside him, Palmot and the others were equally stunned by Goldengo's exuberance. Having lived with Naoki for so long, they had learned a few human customs, including the concept of money, how it wasn't something to be tossed around but exchanged for goods and services. Palmot tilted its head and remarked, Palmot, as if saying, this is too much. Meanwhile, Umbreon carefully retrieved a gold coin from a crack in the floor and brought it to Naoki. He held it in his hand, suddenly imagining a future where gold coins could be found strewn across the ranch wherever Goldengo went. If a Meowth or Berserker, with their love of shiny objects, were here, they'd think this was paradise, Naoki thought with a chuckle. The value of the gold coins wasn't lost on Naoki. He knew that 2 of these coins were roughly equivalent in size to 1 gold bead, a commodity that could fetch up to 10,000 Pokédollars on the market. This meant that each coin Goldengo gave away was worth 5,000 Pokédollars. Today alone, Goldengo had thrown out at least 100 gold coins. Naoki did the mental math and realized, that's a turnover of 500,000 Pokédollars in a single day. While Goldengo might not have the world-shaking powers of legendary Pokémon, it was clear that its ability to generate wealth could disrupt the economy of an entire region if left unchecked. Naoki shuddered at the thought and summed it up in 4 words, this is absolutely terrifying. As the Pokémon Tavern began to close for the night, Naoki decided to address the issue. He found Goldengo, who was glowing with happiness after a night of bonding with its new companions. My dear Goldengo, Naoki began earnestly, crouching to meet the Pokémon at eye level. We can't keep throwing gold coins around like this. Goldengo looked visibly embarrassed as it chimed softly, Goldie? It clearly loved giving out gold coins to everyone, but now it felt conflicted. Noticing Goldengo's hesitation, Naoki knelt to its level and spoke gently. It's not that I want to stop you from giving out gold coins. I just think you're making too many all at once, and that leads to waste. Naoki gestured to the scattered gold coins on the tavern floor. Look at all these coins. They're everywhere, and no one's using them. Goldie. Goldengo's gaze followed Naoki's finger to the gold coins strewn about. Its expression became somber. It didn't want its coins to go to waste either. Unsure of what to do, it looked to Naoki for guidance. Smiling, Naoki offered a suggestion. Here's an idea. From now on, only give gold coins to people or Pokémon you really like. That way, the coins become a symbol of your friendship. It'll mean more to everyone, and you won't waste so many. Goldie. Goldengo's eyes lit up with understanding. It nodded enthusiastically, patting its chest to reassure Naoki that it would follow this new approach. Great. Naoki said, reaching out to gently pat Goldengo's head. Now, do you want to stay here in the tavern tonight, or would you rather come back to the house with us? Goldengo glanced back at the cozy tavern it had grown fond of since evolving. Without hesitation, it chose to stay. Goldie. It chimed decisively. Naoki chuckled. I thought you might say that. Well then, starting today, your job will be to stay in the tavern as the lucky charm of the entire ranch. Although it didn't fully understand what a lucky charm was, Goldengo liked the sound of it. It nodded happily. Goldie. All right then, good night, Naoki said warmly. Get some rest, you deserve it.
Goldie.
Goldengo chimed in response, watching as Naoki left the tavern for the night. When Naoki returned to the living room, he stopped short. Every Pokémon in the house had a gold coin in its possession, even the Calyrex held one.
Naoki blinked. Ah. Alchemy.
Alchemy chimed cheerfully, as if to explain. Calyrex, acting as a translator, elaborated with its psychic connection. These coins are gifts from Goldengo. That Pokémon is truly fascinating. It reminds me of an old companion from long ago.
An old companion?
Naoki asked, intrigued.
Calyrex nodded.
Yes, a Pokémon named Melmetal. When I ruled the Galar region, I foresaw a great calamity and summoned 2 brave warriors to defend the land. However, they lacked suitable weapons. It was Melmetal who provided the iron to forge the swords and shields that the heroes wielded, enabling them to repel the darkest day. The legendary Pokémon paused, its gaze distant. After that, I fell into a deep slumber. When I awoke, I had lost many of my memories, including what became of Melmetal.
I see.
Naoki said thoughtfully. Trying to reassure Calyrex, he added, don't worry. Melmetal is said to have a long lifespan. It might be resting somewhere in this world, just like you were. Calyrex nodded slightly, seeming comforted by the thought. Naoki recalled Melmetal's lore, which described its unique life cycle. When nearing the end of its lifespan, Melmetal's body rusts and disintegrates into tiny fragments. These fragments eventually regenerate into Meltan, the Pokémon's initial form, starting its life anew. Naoki recalled Melmetal's incredible contribution during the fight against the darkest day in Galar, providing the materials needed to forge Zacian's sword and Zamazenta's shield. Though the world might have forgotten its role, Naoki hadn't, and now the idea of bringing Melmetal to the ranch began to take root in his mind. Melmetal was an unsung hero, Naoki thought. It deserves a peaceful life, alongside others who helped shape history. He turned to the King of Bountiful Harvests, who looked wistful as it recounted its memories of the legendary Pokémon. Naoki's voice carried a mix of determination and hope as he spoke. Someday, let's travel to Galar together and find Melmetal. It would be amazing to give it a place to rest here at the ranch. Calyrex paused, its gaze softening as it realized Naoki's intentions. His little believer wanted these heroes to live a better life. I'd like that, the king replied with a chuckle. I too would like to see Melmetal again.
Naoki grinned. It's settled then.
The next day dawned bright and clear, autumn's golden hues painting the countryside. Naoki began his morning tending to the orchard, accompanied by Koraidon and Cyclizer. They worked together to pick the ripened fruits, packing any excess into crates to be sold in town. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon gathered in Snorlax Park for a meeting. The air was lively as Pawmot, Glaceon, Umbreon, Alchemy, and others jumped onto Snorlax's enormous belly, while larger Pokémon like Dragonite stayed nearby. In the center of their circle was a shimmering pile of gold coins, courtesy of Goldengo. The Pokémon had decided it was time to do something for Naoki. After all, he always took care of them, bringing gifts and surprises. Now that they had money, thanks to Goldengo, they wanted to return the favor. Pawmot scratched his head nervously.
Pawmot.
But I've never been to the market before. How do humans buy things? The Pokémon looked at one another, equally clueless, until Dragonite stepped forward with confidence.
Awoo. I know.
Humans just give money, and they get what they want, like when they buy milk from the farm. The younger Indy clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Then who will go to town and buy the gift?
This was the tricky part.
None of them were human, and Naoki was the only person who could understand them. At that moment, Ogerpon, who had been listening quietly, floated forward with an idea.
Pawn. How about I go?
I can wear a mask to blend in. No one will know I'm a Pokémon. The Pokémon buzzed with approval, Alchemy twirling happily.
Mri.
That's a great idea. Dragonite nodded as well.
Awoo. I'll fly you there.
I know the town like the back of my wing. The elder Indy gave a solemn nod. The rest of us will stay behind to avoid arousing suspicion. However, the younger Indy furrowed her brow. But is this money enough to buy a gift? The Pokémon exchanged uncertain looks. None of them fully understood the concept of money or how much things cost. Goldengo confidently patted its chest, its golden body gleaming under the sunlight.
Goldie.
Leave this to me. If we run out of gold coins, I can make plenty more. After a quick but focused discussion, the Pokémon team divided their tasks. Dragonite would escort Ogerpon and Goldengo to town, while the others stayed behind at the ranch to avoid drawing Naoki's attention. The younger Indy located a small pouch, carefully filled it with gold coins, and secured it to Ogerpon's arm. As Naoki remained occupied in the orchard, Dragonite crouched low, allowing Ogerpon and Goldengo to climb onto its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the trio quietly departed the ranch through a discreet back route. The rest of the Pokémon remained at Snorlax Park, eagerly awaiting their return. Naoki, busy collecting fruit in the orchard, suddenly paused. He straightened and glanced across the river, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Did I just hear Dragonite's roar?" he asked aloud. Cyclizer and Koraidon, who had been assisting him, exchanged confused glances.
Aga.
Not sure. Naoki shook his head, dismissing the thought. It's probably nothing. Doesn't sound like trouble. He gestured for Cyclizer to help load a large basket of fruit onto the pickup truck. Meanwhile, Dragonite, Ogerpon, and Goldengo landed in the bustling streets of Kosagi town. To avoid being recognized as Pokémon, Ogerpon donned an EV mask that Naoki had purchased during a recent festival, while Dragonite and Goldengo posed as Ogerpon's Pokémon companions. As they strolled through the lively streets, their unique group quickly attracted attention. Ogerpon fidgeted nervously.
Pon.
Why does it feel like everyone is staring at us? Dragonite, however, was unfazed, its wings raised confidently.
Awoo.
Probably because I'm Dragonite. Having made many delivery runs before, Dragonite was no stranger to the awe it inspired. People often stared or even chased it down streets just to catch a closer glimpse. Hearing Dragonite's casual explanation, Ogerpon relaxed a bit, reassured that its disguise hadn't been compromised. Meanwhile, Goldengo soaked in the attention, waving enthusiastically at the crowd.
Goldie.
The passers-by gasped in amazement. Did you see that? That Pokémon waved at us. Wow, it's solid gold. So shiny and beautiful. Goldengo puffed out its chest even more, delighted by the admiration. The group continued onward, cutting a striking figure among the townsfolk. Suddenly, a fiery-eyed young man stepped into their path. Ogerpon flinched, startled by the sudden intervention. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the group. His gaze lingered on Dragonite, then shifted to Goldengo, its golden body gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Finally, he looked directly at Ogerpon, standing between the two. "You're a trainer, aren't you?" the young man exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "That's incredible. You've managed to catch a Dragonite, and this golden Pokémon. It's amazing. I'd love to challenge you to a battle. Please, let me test my Pokémon against yours." Ogerpon hesitated, glancing at the persistent young trainer blocking their way. They hadn't come to town to battle, but it seemed there was no other way to proceed. Ogerpon exchanged a look with Dragonite and Goldengo, both of whom seemed equally perplexed by the situation.
Pon.
"Let's just get this over with," Ogerpon muttered to itself. It reached up to adjust the EV mask and mimicked the nod of a human trainer agreeing to a battle. Seeing the masked trainer's acknowledgement, the boy's face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he pulled a Pokeball from his pocket and raised it high.
Thank you.
"Please, let's have a good match," he said, the enthusiasm clear in his voice. Ogerpon, trying to act the part, extended its hand forward awkwardly, as if issuing a challenge. Dragonite stood beside it, confused for a moment, until Ogerpon's gaze shifted to it expectantly. Realizing what was happening, Dragonite let out a determined roar and stepped forward, taking its place on the battlefield.
"Oh, I'm ready."
Dragonite roared, stomping its foot for emphasis. The boy hesitated for a moment, a puzzled look crossing his face. Something about the masked trainer seemed off. Was it their silence? Their oddly hesitant movements? He couldn't help but ask, can you not talk?" Ogerpon froze, unsure how to respond. After a brief pause, it simply shook its head. The boy's eyes widened. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to be rude," he apologized, bowing his head quickly. "I didn't know." Ogerpon waved its hands dismissively, signaling that it wasn't offended and urging him to start the battle. The boy straightened, still somewhat unsure but eager to proceed. "All right then. Let's have a great match," he said, leading them to a nearby battle square in the center of the bustling town. Trainer culture thrived in this world, and public battlefields were a common feature in towns and cities to accommodate passing trainers. The square they arrived at was already surrounded by a handful of onlookers curious about the masked trainer and their imposing Dragonite. Standing at one end of the battlefield, Ogerpon tried to mimic Naoki's stance as best as it could, while Dragonite took its position on the field, flexing its wings confidently. Across from them, the boy held his Pokeball high, brimming with excitement.
All right, let's get started, he called out. Go, my friend.
Dance through the waves with elegance. With a brilliant flash of light, the Pokeball released a Pokémon onto the battlefield. An elegant, blue-bodied Pokémon with flowing feathers and a graceful stance emerged. It was a Quaxwell, its feathers glistening as it struck a poised dancer's pose. Your move, the boy declared, graciously giving the first turn to the masked trainer. He watched closely, curious about how the silent trainer would command their Dragonite. However, to his surprise, Dragonite didn't wait for a command. Dragonite flapped its massive wings, summoning a powerful storm that barreled across the battlefield. The fierce winds engulfed Quaxwell, striking with such intensity that it was knocked out instantly.
Huh?
What just happened? The boy stood frozen in shock, unable to process the overwhelming strength of the move.
That was Hurricane.
And it was unbelievably powerful. Seeing their victory, Ogerpon let out an excited cheer. Without wasting another moment, the trio, Ogerpon, Dragonite and Goldengo, turned and left the battlefield, eager to resume their quest to find the perfect gift for Naoki. Meanwhile, the boy remained rooted in place, his mind spinning. What had just happened? That battle was over in mere seconds, and he still couldn't fully grasp what he'd witnessed. Back on the bustling streets, the three Pokémon strolled through the town, pausing every so often to peer into shop windows at the dazzling array of goods on display. With no further interruptions, their shopping progressed much more smoothly. Before long, Ogerpon spotted something that caught its eye, an elegant bouquet of vibrant flowers displayed in the window of a quaint flower shop. Curious, the trio entered the shop, where they were greeted by a kind woman wearing a plaid apron. She smiled warmly at Ogerpon, who was still wearing its EV mask, and gestured to the bouquet. This is the famous Gracidia flower, she said, her voice gentle.
Pawn.
Ogerpon tilted its head, murmuring in curiosity. The florist hesitated, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied the masked trainer. A flicker of realization crossed her face.
Wait a moment.
Are you a Pokémon? She asked, her tone a mix of surprise and amusement. Ogerpon froze, its eyes wide. Realizing it had been exposed, it hastily raised its hands to cover its mouth, unsure of what to do next. The florist chuckled, her laughter soft and reassuring.
Don't worry, she said kindly.
I don't know why you're dressed as a human, but I'm guessing you're buying these flowers for someone important to you, aren't you? Seeing no hostility in her words, Ogerpon relaxed and nodded enthusiastically.
Pawn. Pawn.
That's right. Dragonite and Goldengo chimed in with their own cheerful noises, showing their agreement. The woman's gaze softened as she looked at the trio. You must have a wonderful trainer, she said. It's clear that you're all so well cared for. Her gentle smile grew as she turned her attention back to the bouquet. These flowers, Gracidia, are quite special. They come all the way from the Sinnoh region, which is far from here. In Sinnoh, people give Gracidia flowers to express gratitude or celebrate meaningful occasions, like birthdays or anniversaries. The Pokémon listened attentively, their expressions thoughtful. Dragonite, who had initially been skeptical about Ogerpon's choice of flowers, reconsidered after hearing the florist's explanation. While there were plenty of flowers on the ranch, none carried the same significance as these. Ow, this is perfect for Naoki. Dragonite thought, nodding firmly. Beside it, Goldengo shared the same sentiment, its golden body gleaming brightly in approval. Goldengo, with its love for golden treasures, had initially planned to pick a gift of that hue for Naoki as a token of gratitude for the gold coins that enabled its evolution. But as it stared at the vibrant Gracidia flowers, a thought clicked. This flower, it's perfect. Goldengo decided, setting aside its usual preference. With their choice made, it was time to pay for the bouquet. Ogerpon rummaged through its small pouch, pulling out the bundle of gold coins carefully packed by Indy D earlier. It handed the bundle to the flower shop owner. The woman accepted the bundle, assuming it might contain berries or other trinkets. However, as soon as she opened it, the golden brilliance inside nearly blinded her. Her eyes widened in astonishment.
What? What are these?
Ogerpon, Dragonite, and Goldengo exchanged uncertain glances. Sensing hesitation, Goldengo stepped forward, thinking the amount might be insufficient. With a swift gesture, it channeled its steel-type energy and conjured a dozen more shimmering gold coins on the spot. The woman gasped, her face pale with shock.
Oh my goodness.
Did that Pokémon just create gold coins out of thin air? Her hands trembled as she quickly tied up the bundle and handed it back.
No, these are far too valuable.
I can't possibly accept this. The trio tilted their heads in confusion. Wasn't money supposed to be used to buy things? Goldengo jingled slightly, its golden body gleaming with perplexity. The florist noticed their confusion and softened her tone. It's not about the money. These coins are incredibly valuable. You should keep them. Consider the bouquet my gift to you. It's clear you're buying it for someone very special. Relieved, Ogerpon nodded in understanding. Goldengo jingled excitedly, and even Dragonite gave a low rumble of approval. The three Pokémon exchanged happy glances before leaving the coins Goldengo had just created on the counter. With the flowers in tow, they turned and darted out of the shop. The florist quickly called after them, but by the time she reached the door, the trio had already mounted Dragonite, who took to the skies with a powerful flap of its wings. When Naoki received the bouquet of flowers from his Pokémon, his face lit up with surprise and delight. "For me?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief.
Pawmat. Awoo.
The Pokémon nodded eagerly, their faces glowing with happy, expectant smiles. Naoki stared at the bouquet in his hands. Never in his life had he imagined he'd be on the receiving end. To him, bouquets were gifts reserved for girlfriends, wives, mothers, or teachers. But here he was, holding a beautiful arrangement from the Pokémon he had raised and cared for. Deeply moved, Naoki reached out and patted each Pokémon on the head, hugging them one by one. Their thoughtfulness filled him with warmth, and for a moment, he felt like the luckiest man alive. "You're all amazing," he said with genuine affection, his voice brimming with gratitude. The Pokémon beamed at the praise, their tails wagging and their eyes sparkling. As Naoki made his way back to the living room, his steps were lighter, and a cheerful tune escaped his lips. He held the bouquet close, determined to place it in the most prominent spot in the house. Though flowers may wither, the bond he shared with his Pokémon was eternal. However, as Naoki's gaze swept over the bouquet, a curious string of information surfaced in his mind. Gracidia, a rare and precious flower. When given to a Pokémon, it can alter its form. Humans often gift it in bouquets to express gratitude on significant occasions like birthdays or anniversaries.
Gracidia.
Naoki murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. Wasn't that Shaymin's favorite flower? His mind raced with memories of the mythical Pokémon of the Sinnoh region. Shaymin, known for its unique ability to purify the atmosphere and transform barren lands into lush flower beds, was a Pokémon steeped in legends of gratitude and renewal. Naoki recalled the Sinnoh region's lore. Shaymin was said to appear during celebrations marking the change of seasons, filling the earth with blossoms as a symbol of gratitude to the heavens. Among all flowers, Shaymin favored the Gracidia, which enabled it to shift from its land for me to its sky for me. A thought struck Naoki like lightning. If Shaymin migrated when the Gracidia bloomed, what if he planted a field of these flowers on his ranch? Would it attract a wild Shaymin? His heart raced with excitement, but a glance outside reminded him of the current season. Autumn had painted the landscape golden, and winter's icy grip was just around the corner. It wasn't the right time to sow Gracidia seeds. He'd have to wait for spring and summer, the seasons when the flowers thrived. Smiling to himself, Naoki made a mental note to prepare for next spring. For now, he had other matters to attend to. Heading upstairs, Naoki powered on his computer and logged into the Pokémon forums. Opening a private chat with Reforged, he eagerly shared the news of Goldengo's evolution. Reforged's response came quickly. "Congratulations, Naoki. I'd love to see Goldengo with my own eyes someday. Right now, I'm investigating the location of the shrines where the treasures of ruin are sealed. Let's collaborate again when the opportunity arises." Naoki replied with a simple, "Sounds good," before logging off. Then, he called the owner of the antique shop in the town and told him the news. As promised, Naoki arranged for Goldengo to meet the antique shop owner during his afternoon trip to town for groceries. The moment Goldengo entered the antique shop, the shopkeeper's eyes widened with awe. He paced around Goldengo, his excitement palpable. "It's incredible. This is Goldengo," the shopkeeper exclaimed, his voice almost trembling. He circled the Pokémon, marveling at its golden, radiant body. This golden sheen, this brilliant glow, this powerful stance. What him, their eyes shining with trust, Naoki felt his heart swell with happiness. An absolutely perfect Pokémon. He paused dramatically, his eyes gleaming. "My life is complete now that I've seen Goldengo." Naoki couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Isn't that a bit over the top?" "Not at all." The shopkeeper's tone was firm, his admiration unwavering. "It's been a millennium since the last sighting of Goldengo, the richest Pokémon. For most, It's just a legend passed down through stories. People say it's the ultimate treasure for any explorer, a Pokémon that can grant unlimited wealth. Naoki nodded slightly. That's true. Goldengo really does have the ability to create gold coins. After fulfilling his promise, Naoki bid the shopkeeper farewell and returned to the ranch with Goldengo. Back at the ranch, Naoki felt a sense of accomplishment. With Goldengo's situation resolved, everything seemed peaceful. But then he remembered something critical.
Oh no!
I almost forgot.
Naoki exclaimed.
He glanced upstairs, where 7 EV eggs rested in their incubators. The EV eggs, it's almost time for them to hatch. From that moment, Naoki kept a close watch over the eggs, eager to witness their hatching. Time flew by, and soon it was the afternoon of August 15th, year 199 of the Alliance calendar. Naoki was in the kitchen, carefully stirring a pot of chicken soup, when suddenly Umbreon came bounding down the stairs, excitement radiating from every step. Umbreon barked, its tail wagging furiously. Naoki chuckled at Umbreon's frantic but amusing dash but quickly realized what it meant.
His heart skipped a beat.
Are the eggs hatching?
Umbreon
nodded enthusiastically. Naoki wasted no time. Indeed, watch the soup for me, he called out, before darting upstairs with Umbreon leading the way. When Naoki entered the room, the first baby EV had already hatched. Its big shiny dark eyes blinked curiously, while its velvety light-colored fur and soft pink paw pads made it look utterly adorable. A small piece of eggshell still rested on its head as it clumsily tried to free itself from the rest of the egg. The newly hatched EV was irresistibly cute, and Naoki felt his heart melt at the sight. He quickly approached, guiding Glacian and Umbreon, who had been vigilantly watching over the eggs, closer to the newborn. The little EV soon managed to wriggle free from the eggshell, then sat on the soft bedding, gazing at Naoki and the 2 older evolutions with wide, bright eyes. The tail has a jagged edge. This one's a male, Naoki noted immediately, recognizing its gender from the shape of its tail. Glacian, seeing the tiny EV, instantly forgot any reservations it might have had and let out a delighted boo-ee. Umbreon, curious as ever, stepped forward quietly. It sniffed the newborn EV gently, its nose twitching as it took in the baby's scent. Naoki crouched down with a warm smile.
Hello EV, he greeted.
The little EV looked between Naoki and the 2 older Pokémon. After a moment of hesitation, it attempted to respond with a high-pitched, EV. At that moment, Indeedee, the elder caretaker, entered the room carrying a small bottle of milk, specially prepared for the newly hatched Pokémon. Indeedee had been trained for moments like this and handled the situation expertly. Naoki stepped aside, allowing Indeedee to gently feed the little EV. As the newborn suckled, Naoki turned to Glacian and Umbreon. This is your little brother from now on, he announced playfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 6 eggs began to crack. One after another, more baby EVs emerged, each with bits of eggshell still clinging to their heads. They blinked up at the world, their tiny forms radiating curiosity and wonder. Naoki quickly realized the scale of the situation. Indeedee alone couldn't manage to care for all of them. He called out to younger Indeedee, "Bring a few more bottles of milk, quickly." Soon enough, Indeedee's sibling arrived, carrying additional bottles. The scent of milk seemed to energize the baby EVs, who had used up most of their energy hatching. They wobbled toward the bottles, their tiny cries filling the room. EV. EE. Their voices were sweet and soft, yet brimming with life. Several of the baby EVs scrambled onto Naoki's legs, eagerly pawing at him as if seeking his help. He found himself juggling bottles while trying to calm them down. Wow, Naoki muttered with a wry smile. I'm not even married, and I'm already a stay-at-home dad. He eventually settled on the carpet, cross-legged, with all 7 baby EVs nestled in his lap. As he held them, he carefully attached the pre-prepared nipples to the bottles so they could feed. Though he was a bit overwhelmed, Naoki couldn't help but feel a profound sense of joy. Looking at the tiny, furry Pokémon snuggled against. Naoki was slightly surprised when he heard Eevee's declaration. He hadn't anticipated that one of the little EVs would have such a determined idea. But on further thought, it made sense. In many ways, Pokémon were not so different from human children. Just as every child in a family wants to stand out and feel unique, every EV also wishes to carve out its own identity. Naoki's gaze swept over the group of EVs. Each one looked up at him with earnest eyes, their expressions full of trust and curiosity. I understand, Naoki said with a warm smile. Exhaling softly, he added, All right, I'll help you work toward your goal of becoming partner EV. But first, you'll all need to wear this stone. He reached into his bag and pulled out several Everstones. Gently, he placed one on each unevolved EV, tying the smooth stones securely around their necks. The EVs glanced down at the stones with puzzled expressions.
EV. What's this?
Naoki crouched to their level and explained, these are Everstones. They'll prevent you from evolving accidentally due to environmental factors. EV's genetic instability made them highly susceptible to evolution in certain conditions. At Naoki's ranch, there were many such conditions, areas rich in energy that could trigger evolution, such as the grassy fields near Gagote, the icy cave that housed Glacian's ice stone, or the natural deposits of elemental stones scattered across the land. Without the Everstones, it was all too easy for an EV to accidentally evolve simply by wandering into the wrong area. Naoki felt the stones were a necessary precaution, especially since he wanted to wait until the EVs were at least 1 or 2 years old before helping them evolve. For now, however, he planned to focus on preparing for their future evolutions. Leafian's evolution was straightforward, but Sylveon and Espion required special conditions. I'll have to start teaching them baby doll eyes soon, Naoki mused. The move was a fairy-type technique, and mastering it was one of the prerequisites for evolving into Sylveon. With the EV's future plans settled, Naoki moved on to another task. He grabbed a bag of supplies and set out with Dugtrio and Calyrex, heading toward the lake on the ranch. Passing through a shimmering portal created by Giratina, they entered the distortion world. In this surreal and chaotic realm, the majestic world tree stood tall, its lush greenery radiating a quiet, awe-inspiring power. Naoki gazed at the tree, marveling at its progress. More than 20 days had passed since Calyrex last nurtured the world tree. According to Naoki's calculations, tomorrow would mark the next scheduled cultivation. As his eyes roamed the massive tree, information surfaced in his mind. World tree, mature a seedling that has absorbed vast amounts of grass-type energy. Enhanced by Gagote's influence, it has undergone a unique mutation, giving it immense vitality. Said to support an entire ecosystem, it requires 64,054 years to reach full maturity. Naoki let out a breath. It's nearly halfway there. Over the past months, Calyrex had been visiting the distortion world regularly to accelerate the world tree's growth. Each month, its efforts reduced the tree's remaining growth time by approximately 4,000 years. At this rate, Naoki estimated, 64,054 divided by 4,000. It'll take about 16 more months. That meant the world tree could potentially reach maturity by December of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar, just over a year away. Considering the tree's natural timeline, this accelerated pace was nothing short of miraculous. Reflecting on this, Naoki felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without Calyrex's help, he likely wouldn't live to see the world tree reach its full potential. But Naoki wasn't in the distortion world today for the world tree. Instead, he had another experiment in mind. Since the current season in the outside world wasn't suitable for cultivating Gracidia flowers, Naoki decided to plant a batch here to see if they could thrive in the unique conditions of this realm. Being careful not to disturb Giratina, who was resting among the flowers, Naoki led Dugtrio and Calyrex to an untouched island within the distortion world. The three set to work immediately. Dugtrio tilled the soil, Naoki scattered the seeds, and Calyrex used its powers to accelerate the flower's growth. Before long, a breathtaking sea of pink blossoms stretched out before them. Dugtrio stared at the scene with sparkling eyes.
Dig dig. How beautiful.
Calyrex was equally moved. This is the first time I've seen flowers as enchanting as these. Yeah, Naoki agreed, smiling warmly. After all, these are magical flowers capable of attracting mythical Pokémon. While Shaymin might not be as well known as legendary Pokémon like Mew, Jirachi, Celebi or Diancie, it was still a mythical Pokémon in its own right, with a special connection to these flowers. At that moment, Giratina glided over, drawn by the spectacle. The imposing dragon-like Pokémon observed the island blanketed in vibrant pink blossoms and asked in its deep, resonant voice, "What are these flowers?" "They're Gracidia flowers," Naoki replied, turning to Giratina with a mischievous look. The sight of Naoki's half-smile made Giratina uneasy. It narrowed its glowing red eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Naoki snapped out of his thoughts and chuckled. "Nothing. I just remembered something amusing." "What is it?" Giratina asked, curiosity evident in its tone. Naoki avoided giving a direct answer. "Just protect this sea of flowers well. When the time comes, you'll understand." He couldn't help but wonder what Shaymin's reaction would be upon seeing this transformed corner of the distortion world. With that, Naoki left the island, accompanied by Calyrex and Dugtrio. Giratina remained behind, gazing silently at the sea of pink flowers. A gust of wind swept through the island as Giratina moved its massive body. Countless petals were lifted into the air, dancing like a pink snowfall against the surreal backdrop of the distortion world. The spectacle left Giratina momentarily awestruck. The mighty Pokémon leaned down, sniffing the flowers delicately. To its surprise, the blossoms carried a pleasant and soothing fragrance. Feeling unexpectedly relaxed, Giratina laid down amidst the flowers, curling its massive body around the sea of pink, and soon drifted off into a peaceful slumber. That evening, Naoki was in the Pokémon Tavern, inspecting the fruit wines aging in barrels, when a distant siren pierced the air. Curious, he stepped outside to find Officer Jenny driving past the ranch in her police car, with Growlithe trotting alongside her. "Officer Jenny, where are you headed?"
Naoki called out.
Jenny stopped the car and got out, letting Growlithe hop down beside her. She approached Naoki with a calm but determined expression. "I'm leaving the patrol car here for a while," she explained. "Growlithe and I are heading to the forested area behind the ranch for a patrol." Naoki tilted his head. "Why the sudden patrol?" Jenny sighed, brushing her uniform absently. "It's autumn again, and we want to prevent another forest fire like the one we had last year. The police station has stepped up patrols to monitor the backwoods." Naoki nodded in understanding.
"That makes sense.
"Would you like me to keep an eye on the car while you're gone?" "That would be helpful, thank you."
Jenny smiled. "The fire department is
also involved this year, but the forest ranger is stretched thin. The backwoods are vast, and there's only so much one person can do." "It sounds like everyone's working hard," Naoki said, kneeling to pat Growlithe's head. "Thanks for keeping the area safe."
Jenny's smile softened. "It's our job."
"All right, I'll get going now." Naoki watched as Jenny and Growlithe disappeared into the forest, their silhouettes fading into the golden hues of the autumn evening. He couldn't help but admire the dedication of the police and fire department in this world. Naoki shook his head, turned back to the Pokémon Tavern, and refilled the empty barrels of fruit wine. He also brought out some berries and sandwiches to stock up for the evening. Once guests arrived, the tavern could officially begin its operations for the night. After setting things up, Naoki returned to his home. The clock read 4:30 in the afternoon. As far as he knew, Officer Jenny wouldn't return until at least 9 p.m. Naoki's thoughts wandered. It was currently summer vacation for the students of Paldea Academy, but unlike the summer breaks in his past life, he doubted these students would simply stay home to rest. Most of them were likely traveling across the Paldea region, challenging gyms and honing their skills as trainers. After all, gym leaders in the Paldea region only got their holidays after November, following the conclusion of the annual Pokémon League conference. It was only during this downtime that gym leaders could enjoy a well-deserved 2-month break. Naoki sighed, shaking his head. While Gita had always been kind to him, he couldn't imagine ever wanting to be a gym leader himself. The life of a free man, without the constraints of such responsibilities, was far more appealing. Smiling at the thought, Naoki pulled out a cookbook titled 300 Unique Recipes from his bag. He had purchased it earlier that morning while in town, intent on learning some new dishes. Cooking for his Pokémon had become a daily routine, but he realized the meals he prepared often lacked variety. Even if the Pokémon didn't complain, he himself was growing bored of the same repetitive menu. He flipped through the pages, his eyes lighting up at the colorful photos of delicious-looking meals. Mushroom soup, requires shiitake, button mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. Spicy meat broth, needs fatty cuts of meat, salad oil, minced garlic and mashed ginger. Wine braised Paldea tomatoes, vodka steamed Carlos eggplant, Paldea crab meat and ham dumplings, Paldea-style seafood rice. The pictures were mouth-watering, and Naoki's enthusiasm grew. Many of the recipes seemed feasible with the ingredients he already had on hand. He decided to try the mushroom soup, spicy meat broth, wine-braised tomatoes, and vodka-steamed eggplant first. However, the crab meat and ham dumplings seemed out of reach for now. The recipe required raw ham slices to replace the dumpling skin, a luxurious and extravagant twist that Naoki wasn't prepared for. "Let's keep it simple for now," he muttered, closing the book. Naoki stood up and began pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. With a growing sense of excitement, he set to work cooking. The warm aroma of simmering sauces and roasted vegetables soon filled the kitchen. Time passed, and as dusk began to fall, the Pokémon who had spent the day playing outside started returning home. By then, Naoki had finished preparing dinner. One of the dishes he'd made was the mushroom soup, a creamy concoction that looked inviting in its bowl. A notification in his mind popped up as he finished plating it. Mushroom soup, C. A thick and hearty soup made by blending various mushrooms into a flavorful broth. A popular specialty from a certain village, this dish is both comforting and nutritious. Cooking effect: Mushroom Hunter. Pokémon with a pickup ability become better at finding mushrooms after eating this dish, with a high probability of bringing mushrooms to their trainer. Naoki blinked, slightly baffled.
Mushroom Hunter? Really?
He glanced around the room, realizing the only Pokémon on the ranch with the pickup ability was Baby Bear, who had been away on an extended journey for quite some time. Well, that's oddly specific, Naoki murmured, scratching his head. However, this seemingly niche dish sparked an idea. Naoki mused over an idea. Maybe he could train a group of Pokémon with the pickup ability and send them out to gather mushrooms and rare items. It reminded him of the feline expedition teams in Monster Hunter, where the hired feline helpers would venture out to collect herbs, mushrooms, and other useful materials for hunters. The more Naoki thought about it, the more he felt that the pickup ability in Pokémon served a similar purpose. This idea intrigued him. Setting that thought aside, he focused on the next dish. Spicy meat soup, C+. A hearty soup made with tender cuts of meat. Chicken essence and soy sauce are added to a rich beef broth, simmered slowly with mashed ginger to infuse it with a robust, spicy flavor. Cooking effect: Sprint level 1. Drinking this reduces stamina consumption during running and battles for both humans and Pokémon. Effect lasts for 15 minutes. Naoki raised an eyebrow, impressed.
Reduced stamina consumption?
This is perfect for intense training sessions or long treks. He made a mental note to prepare this dish during moments when endurance was key. Next, he turned his attention to the wine-braised Paldea tomatoes. This dish had a simple yet enticing effect: it stimulated the appetite. As the name implied, it was ideal for humans or Pokémon who had lost their appetite. The recipe involved simmering cherry tomatoes in white wine until they softened, their natural sweetness blending with the wine's aroma. The result was a tangy sweet dish that could coax even the pickiest eater into taking a bite. This will be perfect for any Pokémon that's reluctant to eat, Naoki thought. He decided to save this recipe for when the need arose. The next dish was vodka steamed eggplant. Its effect was similar to hot soup dishes, warming up the body. While practical, Naoki found it less exciting compared to the others. Finally, Naoki studied the most complex dish of the bunch: paella. Paldea seafood rice B. A fragrant delicacy made with head-on shrimp, mussels, and rice that absorbs the essence of a rich seafood broth. Infused with the blessings of the sea, this dish embodies the culinary spirit of Paldea. Cooking effect: Blessing of the sea. For humans, this increases the chance of catching rare fish when fishing. For Pokémon, it significantly boosts the effectiveness of sea-based special training. Effect lasts for 3 hours. Comments: a dish imbued with the blessings of the sea, perfect for anglers and sea-dwelling Pokémon alike. Naoki's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, a dish that benefits Pokémon directly. This dish was not only versatile but also incredibly useful. For humans, it enhanced their chances of catching rare fish, a boon for fishermen. In the Pokémon world, rare fish often referred to elusive aquatic Pokémon. Common ones like Magikarp, Goldeen, and Finneon were easy enough to find, but rarer species like Wishiwashi, Carvania, and Relicanth required effort and a bit of luck. This dish could even improve the odds of encountering powerful aquatic Pokémon like Gyarados or Milotic. Naoki chuckled at the thought.
Who knows?
With enough courage and luck, maybe someone could even fish up Kyogre. After all, there was that one memorable moment in the anime where Lana managed to reel in a little Kyogre with her fishing rod. For Pokémon, the dish's effect was equally impressive. It significantly enhanced the efficiency of water-based special training, making it ideal for Pokémon like Dragonairs aiming to evolve into Dragonites. Naoki immediately called over the Dragonair who had not yet returned to Dragonite Island and served them generous portions of the Paldea seafood rice he had prepared. The Dragonair's eyes sparkled as they took in the aromatic dish brimming with the essence of the sea. They curiously leaned forward, sniffing the delectable aroma with their large snouts, before happily picking up a shrimp and savoring it.
Delicious.
At a nearby table, Koraidon and Dragonite also began enjoying their portions of the vibrant seafood dish. The paella, filled with rich flavors and the happiness of shared meals, was a feast not only for the palate but for the eyes. Dragonite, particularly enchanted by the dish, eagerly picked up its plate and began devouring the rice in large hearty bites, leaving the plate spotless. The rest of the Pokémon joined in the meal, eating with equal enthusiasm. Watching the joyful scene, Naoki smiled warmly. This, he thought, was the true purpose of cooking, bringing happiness to those around him. Turning his attention to the Dragonair, Naoki crouched to their level and said with a knowing smile, "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you all to a special place for some intense training."
Dra.
The Dragonair tilted their heads, their curiosity piqued. Naoki chuckled, deliberately leaving them in suspense. "You'll see when we get there." The next morning, after observing Calyrex nurture the world tree, Naoki got to work preparing more Paldea seafood rice for the day's training session. Though the dish greatly enhanced the effectiveness of special training in the sea, its effects only lasted 3 hours. To ensure the Dragonair had enough energy for the entire session, he packed extra portions in advance. The Dragonair were eager and had already gathered around Naoki by the time the sun had risen. Their anticipation was palpable as they encircled him. "All right, we'll set out soon," Naoki assured them, carefully packing the prepared paella into containers. He also grabbed his fishing rod and a small bucket, deciding to spend the training session testing the dish's effects on fishing while the Pokémon trained. For this session, Naoki chose to switch instructors. Instead of Koraidon, Dragonite would lead the special training. With its ability to summon storms and create ocean whirlpools, Dragonite was the perfect choice to challenge and guide the Dragonair in their exercises. After securing everything, Naoki climbed onto Koraidon's back, signaling the Dragonair and Dragonite to prepare for takeoff. However, before they could leave, the EVs playing in the pasture noticed Naoki gearing up and rushed over to him. "Bew bew. Take us with you." Naoki glanced down at the excited group of EVs swarming around him. "I'm heading to the beach to help the Dragonair with their training," he explained. "Bew bew bew. We want to go too," the EVs chorused, their eyes sparkling with hope. Naoki chuckled softly. These EVs hadn't left the ranch since they'd hatched, and their curiosity was understandable.
After a moment's thought, he nodded.
"All right, you can come, but you have to promise to behave and not wander off."
"Got it." We promise."
"All right then, climb aboard," Naoki said, patting Koraidon's back. With delighted cries, the EVs quickly clambered onto Naoki, finding spots on his shoulders, arms, and lap until he was completely surrounded by their fluffy forms. Naoki adjusted his arms protectively around them to ensure they wouldn't fall. "Hold on tight, everyone," Naoki said, preparing for takeoff. He glanced over at Dragonite and the Dragonair, who were ready to accompany him.
"Rayo!"
Koraidon let out an enthusiastic cry. In about 3 minutes, the group arrived safely at their destination. Naoki turned his head, surveying the surroundings. The beach was relatively quiet during the day, with only a handful of fishermen scattered along the shore, their fishing rods planted in the sand. He recalled his last visit to this beach when he had brought Dragonite and the others to enjoy the summer fireworks festival. This time, however, the atmosphere was tranquil. As Koraidon landed gracefully on the golden sand, the group of EVs quickly jumped off Naoki, their wide eyes brimming with excitement. The sight of the glimmering sea and the endless expanse of sand fascinated them. It was their first time experiencing such a view. Naoki pulled a small stool and a folding fishing rod from his backpack. Turning to Glacian, Umbreon, and Koraidon, he instructed them with a smile, "I'm counting on you 3 to look after the EVs. Let them enjoy playing in the sand, but make sure they stay out of the water." "Bye," Glacian responded with a calm nod.
"Aga,"
Koraidon added enthusiastically, puffing out its chest in assurance. The trio of Pokémon then led the excited EVs a short distance away, where they began building sand sculptures with playful energy. Naoki glanced over at the happy group, satisfied that they were in good hands. He then retrieved the still warm paella from his backpack and fed it to the eager Dragonair. "Dragonite," he called to the large, dependable Pokémon. "They're under your guidance now. Take them to the sea and use your powers to create a tidal wave so they can undergo special training."
"A woo."
Dragonite patted its belly confidently, signaling its readiness for the task. After the Dragonair finished their meal, Dragonite led them toward the sea. Once they reached a considerable distance from the shore, Dragonite plunged into the water with a mighty splash. The scene was idyllic, sunlight reflecting off the waves, the soft cries of Wingull echoing in the distance, and the rhythmic sound of the tide rolling onto the beach. Naoki cast his fishing rod toward the horizon, settling into a comfortable position on his stool. Behind him, the EVs were energetically playing in the sand under the watchful eyes of their caretakers. Naoki allowed himself to relax, enjoying the serenity of the moment. Suddenly, the buoy attached to his fishing line bobbed sharply.
"A bite!"
Naoki exclaimed, his focus snapping back to the fishing rod. He pulled hard, reeling in a white fish-like Pokémon with wavy yellow markings on its body. It soared out of the water in a graceful arc, landing on the sand near Naoki. Is that a Dynamo? Naoki recognized the Pokémon immediately. Dynamo itself wasn't particularly famous, but its evolved form, Electros, was renowned for its strength and versatility. Naoki recalled how some trainers referred to a Dynamo's transformation into Electros as a metaphor for a trainer's own growth and development. The tiny Pokémon flopped about on the sand, emitting a faint but sharp electric current in a bid to escape. Naoki winced as the weak electricity tingled against his hand. Deciding not to stress the Pokémon further, he gently released it back into the sea. At that moment, a sudden commotion drew his attention to the ocean. Far from the shore, a violent whirlpool had formed, its swirling waters creating an intense current. The Dragonair were already in action, fearlessly diving into the whirlpool. The seawater surged around the Dragonairs, tempering their bodies as they pushed against the relentless vortex. To them, it felt as though the world had dissolved, leaving only the roaring whirlpool and the deafening sound of rushing water in their ears. Amid this intensity, a peculiar sensation stirred within the hearts of the 5 Dragonairs. It was as though they could distinctly sense the flow of the water surrounding them, a newfound awareness that sparked a flicker of understanding. One Dragonair, enthralled by the sensation, instinctively began swaying its body in rhythm with the water's currents. The moment its body moved in sync, a sudden powerful wave of energy erupted from within, causing the surrounding seawater to vibrate in response. However, the unexpected force rippled through the vortex, catching the other 4 Dragonairs off guard. Still deeply focused, they had no time to react before the water's turbulence overwhelmed them. The whirlpool pulled them under, pummeling them mercilessly with its fierce currents. The instigator of the wave panicked upon realizing the chaos it had caused. Watching its companions struggle against the powerful currents, it let out a distressed cry and surged forward in an attempt to help them. Woo! The Dragonair roared, determination blazing in its eyes as it rushed toward its floundering companions. But just as it reached out to grab them, the Dragonair froze, struck by a sudden realization: it had no hands. For a brief moment it hesitated, but then a thought formed in its mind: if I need hands, I'll grow them. As the thought solidified, a brilliant white light enveloped the Dragonair, radiating outward with intense energy. The evolution light was so strong it dispersed Dragonite's whirlpool entirely. Within the radiant glow, the Dragonair's form shifted and transformed. Moments later, the light faded, revealing a majestic Dragonite in its place. Without missing a beat, the newly evolved Dragonite stretched out its powerful arms, swooping in to catch its 4 companions just in time. With care and precision, it cradled them in its strong embrace, lifting them above the turbulent waters. Meanwhile, time passed swiftly for Naoki as he focused on his fishing. When only 5 minutes remained of the 3-hour training session, he glanced down at his fishing bucket, now brimming with his catch. Peering inside, Naoki noted 5 flopping Magikarp and 2 dull-looking Phoeba. He chuckled softly, remembering how a few aggressive Basculin had made their way into the bucket earlier. However, their fiery tempers quickly turned the situation chaotic. The feisty Pokémon had launched themselves at Naoki, striking his chest repeatedly until he had no choice but to release them back into the water. Now, the bucket only held the docile Magikarp and the sluggish Phoeba, both of which lacked the ferocity of the Basculin. These 2 types of Pokémon were so placid that they hardly resisted being caught, instead accepting their fate with a resigned air. Examining his catch, Naoki couldn't help but muse: with these Magikarp and Phoeba, I could almost cosplay as the festival Magikarp seller. He sighed wistfully. It's a pity I didn't manage to reel in a Gyarados or Milotic. Both Pokémon were rare in the shallower waters near the beach. To find them, he'd need to venture much deeper into the sea, a task for another day. Still, Naoki felt satisfied with his efforts. The Pareya of Paldea had worked wonders, amplifying his fishing luck. Though it was technically his fortune that had improved rather than his skill, the results spoke for themselves. This might be my ticket into next summer's fishing competition, Naoki mused with a smile. In previous years, he had avoided the competition due to his lackluster fishing abilities. Early on, it had been Koraden's efforts that brought in the fish for the ranch, though the townspeople mistakenly believed Naoki himself was the talented angler. Naoki had once been given the honorary title of fishing master by the townspeople, though it was more exaggeration than truth. But now, with the blessing of his special Pareya de Paldea, his imagination ran wild. He pictured himself at the upcoming fishing competition, skillfully reeling in fish after fish, including rare and extraordinary Pokémon. A crowd of townsfolk would gather around him, their faces alight with amazement and admiration. What a true fishing master! They would exclaim. Naoki's daydream was abruptly interrupted by the jerking motion of the float on his fishing line. The float bobbed wildly, Another fish had taken the bait. He grabbed the rod and began to pull. However, the line didn't budge.
The resistance was immense. This is a big one, Naoki thought, his heart.
Naoki sighed with relief as the group finally arrived back at the ranch. From the air, he could see thin wisps of smoke rising from the chimney of his house. He knew immediately what it meant. Indeed, must have been busy preparing lunch for everyone. He couldn't help but think how much easier life was with a butler-like Pokémon at home. Having a Pokémon like that really takes the load off, Naoki mused. Deciding to leave lunch preparations to Indeed, Naoki headed straight to the cupboard upon entering the house. He grabbed a small bag of roasted seed crisps and munched on them as he walked back to the yard. So, what did everyone gain from today's training? Naoki asked, turning to the group of Pokémon gathered in the yard. Standing in front of him were the newly evolved Dragonite, whom Naoki decided to call Dragonite 5, and the 4 Dragonairs that had yet to evolve. Naoki had a simple naming system for his Dragonites. His original Dragonite was Dragonite 1, and the 3 older Dragonites who helped with deliveries were 2, 3, and 4. Now, Dragonite 5 had joined the ranks. With 5 Dragonites and 4 Dragonairs on the ranch, it was an impressive lineup, even for Dragon types. Compared to the others, Dragonite 5 had a slightly goofy demeanor. It scratched the back of its head and proudly said, "Awoo! I evolved into Dragonite." Naoki smiled warmly.
I know.
You did great. He knew how much effort this Dragonite had put into training under the guidance of Koraidon and his own care over the past months. If it had been left on Dragonite Island, it might have taken years to reach this stage. Turning his attention to the Dragonairs, Naoki asked, "And what about you?" In unison, the Dragonairs scrissed, "Woo woo." We learned new moves. Curious, Naoki gestured for them to demonstrate. One by one, the Dragonairs showed off their progress. The first Dragonair gathered water energy on its tail and swung it powerfully, creating a torrent of water.
Waterfall.
Naoki identified the move immediately. Nice work. The second Dragonair opened its mouth, water swirling as it charged energy. With a loud roar, it unleashed a powerful stream that blasted forward in a high-pressure torrent.
Hydro pump.
Naoki's eyes sparkled with approval. That's a super move. The third Dragonair summoned ripples of water, manipulating them into a series of focused waves aimed at an imaginary target.
Water pulse.
That's another great addition to your arsenal, Naoki praised. Finally, the fourth Dragonair raised its body high and summoned a massive wave, which crashed down with impressive force. Unfortunately, the wave soaked Naoki and several nearby Pokémon in the process. Surf, Naoki said, drenched but still smiling. It's a fantastic move, but let's try to avoid soaking everyone next time, okay? The guilty Dragonair whimpered, flapping its tail nervously in apology.
It's fine.
Naoki reassured it, laughing. Just be more careful. You're all doing amazingly well. Satisfied with their progress, Naoki turned to Dragonite 5 and called over Dragonite 1. Dragonite, explain the delivery routines to your new teammate, alright? Dragonite 1 saluted with a confident awoo, and took Dragonite 5 aside to explain the duties of the ranch's delivery service. Meanwhile, Naoki went inside to change into dry clothes. Reflecting on the training session, he was thrilled with how effective the Paldine Pareya had been. Its ability to enhance ocean-based training results was undeniable, though it was a shame that it wasn't useful for all Pokémon types. After changing, Naoki headed to the living room. There, a group of EVs was chasing each other around, tumbling and yipping happily. Watching them, Naoki was struck by a thought. He recalled a detail from his studies. Evolving Pokémon too early could sometimes prevent them from learning critical moves. To avoid that, he wanted to find ways to support their growth without rushing their evolution. Pulling out his recipe notebook, Naoki flipped through its pages. He paused at a section and muttered, "Zapdos feather lightning buns for Jolteon." These steamed buns could enhance Jolteon's electric capabilities, potentially compensating for any disadvantages of early evolution. But the recipe presented a problem. Zapdos was currently off traveling, and it wasn't easy to procure its feathers. Forget it, there's no need to rush this, Naoki thought after some consideration. Eventually, Zapdos would return to roost near the World Tree. When that happened, Naoki figured he could visit its nest regularly and might find naturally shed feathers. While he was at it, he could even offer Zapdos a lightning bun to enhance its strength. Naoki knew this particular Zapdos was just a wild Pokémon, not the legendary thunder god referenced in myths or the one featured in The Power of One. Its strength likely didn't compare to the Zapdos guarding the thunderous skies near Shimudi Island in the movie. But with the lightning bun, it could grow closer to that level. However, figuring out something similar for Flareon and Vaporeon presented more challenges. Naoki had never encountered molters, nor did he have access to its feathers to create flame buns. As for Vaporeon, its unique physiology posed a different problem entirely. There wasn't an established method to boost its water-based abilities with food. Maybe I'll just have to experiment and come up with something simple yet effective, like grass dumplings, Naoki thought optimistically. When Indy D called from the kitchen to announce lunch was ready, Naoki closed his recipe notebook. Stepping outside, he called all the Pokémon back to the house for their meal. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Dragonites and Dragonaires who had spent their day working, and occasionally napping, on the ranch returned to Dragonite Island. Each carried a box filled with poffins and pokeblocks. They landed near the central lake on the island and sat in a circle, eagerly munching on the snacks. The sight of the working Dragonites feasting had become a familiar scene for the wild Dragonites living on the island. Compared to these workers, the wild Dragonites were less interested in food and more focused on training. Their primary goal was to grow stronger and evolve into even more powerful Dragonites. However, tonight, the wild Dragonites noticed something unusual. Among the team of working Dragonites was a newcomer, a Dragonite they didn't recognize. Intrigued and a little suspicious, 3 particularly fierce Dragonites approached. They surrounded the newcomer, their faces full of confusion.
Woo!
How did you evolve so quickly? Dragonite 5 blinked at them innocently. Still chewing on a poffins, it replied through a mouthful of food, woo, Naoki helped me train with special methods.
Naoki.
The wild Dragonites were no strangers to the name. They remembered the human who had sent Dragonite 1 to their island and later took a particularly clumsy Dragonite under his wing. Naoki had visited Dragonite Island several times, but they hadn't paid much attention to him back then. They hadn't considered the human particularly remarkable. But now, things seemed different. This human had apparently found a way to help Dragonaires evolve into Dragonite faster than they had ever thought possible. The 3 Dragon brothers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Their amazement didn't stop there. After finishing dinner, the remaining Dragonaires began their nightly routine, sparring with each other. This wasn't just casual play. Each clash was a determined effort to grow stronger, to push their limits, and to one day evolve into Dragonite themselves. Their goal wasn't just evolution, it was to become strong enough to help Naoki manage the ranch and contribute to its daily operations. The 3 Dragon brothers, known for their intimidating presence, were accustomed to watching the Dragonaires spar on Dragonite Island. However, today's training battles were noticeably different. The Dragonaires were using new moves they had recently mastered. One of the brothers asked, woo. Are those the new moves you just learned? The Dragonaires nodded enthusiastically.
Woo! That's right.
These moves are the result of Naoki's special training. Hearing this, the 3 Dragonites widened their eyes in disbelief. Naoki was truly impressive. The Dragonite trio moved to the top of a nearby cliff, overlooking the waves crashing against the rocks below. They began to murmur among themselves.
Woo!
Big brother, do you think we could also ask that human for help? The Dragonite referred to as Big Brother had a solemn expression. A long scar ran across its face, a testament to the battles it had endured. The scar was a reminder of the time it had been attacked by a Gyarados while fishing, mistaken as an intruder in the Gyarados territory. At the mention of seeking help, Big Brother Dragonite hesitated. Its pride as a powerful Pokémon weighed heavily on its heart. It remembered the fierce battle with the Gyarados. At the time, it had only just evolved into Dragonite and was no match for the Sea Serpent. But through sheer determination and an unyielding spirit, it had driven the Gyarados away, eventually claiming dominance over that stretch of the sea. From that day forward, Big Brother Dragonite dedicated itself to the pursuit of strength. It fought countless battles, sharpening its skills and building a reputation. Its unwavering determination inspired the 2 younger Dragonites to follow it, forging a bond of loyalty and camaraderie. But lately, Big Brother Dragonite felt as though it had reached its limit. No matter how hard it trained, it couldn't seem to grow any stronger. The thought of stagnation frustrated it deeply. When it observed Naoki's influence, how the human had helped other Pokémon like Dragonite and Dragonaires evolve and reach new heights, it saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Naoki could help it break through the barriers holding it back. But the idea of asking a human for help was daunting. Big Brother Dragonite's pride rebelled against the notion. The 2 younger Dragonites, seeing the conflict in their elder brother's eyes, exchanged knowing looks. One of them spoke up, woo. Then let's all go together and see what happens. Big Brother Dragonite's resolve wavered. It was tempted but still hesitant to take the leap. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the three brothers remained deep in thought. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky, the working Dragonites took flight from Dragonite Island, heading toward Naoki Ranch. The two younger Dragonites called out to their elder brother, urging him to follow them. Finally, with a reluctant huff, the eldest brother Dragonite gave in and joined them. It wanted to see for itself what made this human, Naoki, so remarkable. Naoki Ranch, 6:30 a.m. In a world without smartphones or modern distractions, Naoki had developed the habit of going to bed early and rising with the sun. After a quick breakfast, he began his daily chores at the ranch. His first task was to prepare the milk and vegetables for delivery to customers in town. As the ranch grew in popularity, orders had surged, from just a handful of customers in the beginning to nearly 100 now. Although the ranch hadn't expanded significantly in size, the crops benefited from the unique nurturing abilities of the go-goats. With their help, the fields yielded mature produce in just over half a month, ensuring a steady supply for the town. As Naoki finished packing the milk and vegetables into crates, the familiar sight of the delivery Dragonites descending from the sky brought a smile to his face. "Great job as always." Naoki greeted them warmly as he handed out the goods. The Dragonites took their deliveries and soared off toward the town. Among them was his own Dragonite, who seemed particularly eager. It wasn't just about the deliveries. Dragonite relished its visits to town, especially to greet Mrs. Dantes, who often baked cookies for it. Naoki suspected the Pokémon felt Mrs. Dantes would worry if it didn't make an appearance. With the Dragonites off on their deliveries, Naoki turned his attention to the apple orchard across the river. Just as he was about to set out, 3 more Dragonites appeared, their silhouettes cutting through the morning sky. The trio landed in the ranch, and the leader, a fierce-looking Dragonite with a long scar across its face, stepped forward. Its intense gaze and battle-scarred appearance immediately set it apart. Naoki froze for a moment. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. The scarred Dragonite narrowed its eyes, its intimidating presence amplified as it let out a low growl, a woo. Naoki's heart skipped a beat, but as he observed their posture and expressions more closely, he realized they weren't here with hostile intentions, at least not outright. Relaxing slightly, he ventured a guess. "You're here to apply for a delivery job, right?" It wasn't an unreasonable assumption. After all, this wasn't the first time wild Dragonites had shown up looking to join the ranch's delivery team. "If that's the case, it's pretty straightforward," Naoki continued, gesturing to the crates. "You just deliver milk and vegetables to town each morning. The rest of the day is yours to do as you please. In return, I'll provide poke blocks and poffins." The 3 Dragonites, however, didn't look like they were here for a job interview. Their intense stares and domineering aura felt more suited for a gang of troublemakers than delivery workers. Naoki couldn't help but wonder if their fierce demeanor might scare away customers. Behind him, several Pokémon from the ranch had gathered, curious about the new arrivals. The scarred Dragonite, clearly the leader, grew impatient. Seeing Naoki continuing to explain, it lashed out at a nearby fruit tree with its sharp claws, the sound of splintering would snapping everyone's attention back to it. A woo. Enough. Naoki's eyes widened. A sudden realization struck him, and his thoughts raced. Are they here to pick a fight? The scarred Dragonite's gaze swept over the Pokémon behind Naoki, its eyes brimming with fiery determination. Naoki, feeling the weight of that gaze, pointed to himself incredulously. "You want to battle me?" The Dragonite's nod was slow but deliberate. A woo. "That's right." Naoki was perplexed. Why would these 3 Dragonites come all the way from Dragonite Island just to challenge his Pokémon? Seeing the serious demeanor of the 3 Dragonites, Naoki decided to take a moment to prepare. He turned to Palmot, who was standing nearby. "Palmot, could you fetch me some of those translated seed crisps?" Palmot. On it. Palmot nodded enthusiastically and dashed off. Meanwhile, the 3 Dragonites stood silently, their ferocious expressions betraying no emotion. Coraden, who was watching from the side, glanced at the 3 Dragonites with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. It couldn't understand why they were making such a big deal about a simple challenge. Palmot returned in record time, carrying the seed crisps Naoki had requested. Naoki patted its head affectionately. "Good work." He took the crisps, popped one into his mouth, and turned to address the scar-faced Dragonite. Breaking the silence, he asked, "Why do you suddenly want to fight me?" The eldest Dragonite, its scar adding a fierce edge to its otherwise docile appearance, replied in a deep, solemn voice, "A woo." "Because you are strong." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "So, You want to test yourself against stronger opponents? He studied the Dragonite closely. It was clear this wasn't an ordinary Dragonite. The scar running diagonally down its face spoke of countless battles, each one honing its skills and hardening its spirit. This wasn't the kind of Pokémon that followed orders lightly, it had earned its power through sheer determination. Naoki couldn't help but compare it to Iris's grumpy Dragonite from the anime. But even that Dragonite paled in comparison to the commanding presence of this one. Dragonite nodded again, its voice low and firm, a woo. If you defeat me, I will work for you like the other Dragonites. Naoki's eyes widened in surprise.
So that's the deal.
This Dragonite wasn't here for rewards like Poffins or Pokeblocks. It wanted to become stronger, and it believed that having a human trainer could help it achieve that. Naoki scratched his head, slightly overwhelmed by the turn of events. You want me to train you? The eldest Dragonite's response was direct and unwavering, a woo.
Yes.
Naoki glanced around nervously, relieved to see that his own Dragonite wasn't back yet. He sighed and shook his head. Look, I can help you become stronger, but I don't want you to think of me as your trainer. Just see me as your boss. The Dragonite didn't seem to care about the semantics.
A woo. That's fine. All right then, Naoki said, stepping forward.
If I defeat you, you'll stay and help with the work here at the ranch.
Deal.
The eldest Dragonite nodded solemnly. It was clear this was a Pokémon that valued honor and kept its promises.
Naoki grinned. Good.
If you join us, you'll be a great asset to Dragonite Express. As for helping Dragonite grow stronger, Naoki knew he would find a way, whether through special training, new recipes, or other creative means. Naoki decided to ask one final question. Which of my Pokémon do you want to battle? The Pokémon gathered around eagerly, awaiting the Dragonite's choice. Among them were Koraidon, Cyclizer, Fluttermane, Pawmot, Alcremie, the EVs, Garganacl, Butterfree, and Ogerpon. The eldest Dragonite's sharp gaze scanned the group, assessing each Pokémon. Finally, its eyes locked onto Koraidon. Its dragon instincts told it that the Crimson Pokémon was the strongest. The aura Koraidon exuded, the glint of determination in its eyes, everything pointed to a battle-hardened warrior. Naoki followed the Dragonite's gaze and let out a soft whistle. Wow, it went straight for the top contender. Koraidon is incredibly strong, Naoki warned. Hearing this, Dragonite's stance only grew firmer. It clearly wanted to challenge the most powerful opponent.
Naoki sighed.
Well, if that's your choice. Turning to Koraidon, he added, I'm counting on you.
Rayo.
Koraidon stepped forward confidently, facing Dragonite.
Naoki thought for a moment.
Typically, he'd allow the challenger to make the first move, but considering Dragonite's personality, that might come across as dismissive or disrespectful. Instead, he decided it would be best for both sides to give it their all from the start. Once both Pokémon were ready, Naoki gave the signal, let's begin. Dragonite wasted no time, spreading its massive wings and unleashing a roar. A vortex of purple, dragon-type energy swirled in its mouth before surging outward in a devastating dragon pulse.
Dodge it.
Naoki commanded calmly, confident in Koraidon's unmatched speed. Koraidon responded instantly, its form blurring as it dodged the oncoming attack with ease, dashing toward Dragonite from the side like a streak of lightning. Realizing its attack had missed, Dragonite pivoted quickly, its wings flaring to halt its momentum. Electricity crackled along its right fist as it prepared a thunder punch, thrusting it toward Koraidon with immense power. The two Pokémon collided with immense force, creating a gust of wind that rippled outward in all directions. The sheer power of their clash left the surrounding Pokémon in awe. It was their first direct confrontation, so Koraidon held back slightly, testing its opponent's strength. Dragonite, however, did not yield an inch. Its unrelenting nature shone through as it closed the distance and unleashed its most powerful move, Outrage. A fierce purple aura enveloped its body, its eyes glinting with a crimson light as it began an indiscriminate assault, embodying its raw, untamed power. Counter with Dragon Claw. Naoki commanded firmly.
Rayo.
Koraidon responded instantly. Although Outrage was an incredibly powerful move, it came with a glaring weakness. The attacking Pokémon would leave itself wide open and fall into confusion once the move ended. Koraidon capitalized on this flaw. Its claws glowed with a brilliant energy as it slashed at Dragonite with precision. The impact shattered Dragonite's offensive rhythm, sending it flying across the field. The powerful hit left the Dragonite sprawled on the ground, unable to continue the battle. The two younger Dragonites, who had watched the fight from the sidelines, stared at Koraidon in stunned silence, their expressions filled with disbelief and awe. Naoki approached the defeated Dragonite, kneeling to check its. After drinking the goat milk, the eldest brother Dragonite slowly got back on its feet. Its gaze was steady, its expression serious, and it let out a low, determined cry, a woo. The look in its eyes clearly conveyed, "From now on, you are my trainer." The two younger Dragonites stepped up behind their leader and nodded enthusiastically.
A woo.
"Yes, you're our trainer too." Naoki broke into a nervous sweat, his thoughts racing. Why does this feel like a buy one, get two free deal? Later that afternoon, when Naoki's own Dragonite returned to the ranch after completing its delivery route in Kosagi Town, it was greeted by an unusual sight. A trio of unfamiliar Dragonites standing in front of Naoki with wide, eager smiles. Dragonite's eyes narrowed suspiciously, and it immediately swooped down to land between Naoki and the three newcomers, shielding him from their view. The eldest brother Dragonite noticed this defensive stance and shifted its gaze from Naoki to his Dragonite. The tension in the air was palpable as the two Dragonites locked eyes, each sizing the other up. The eldest brother Dragonite said nothing, and Naoki's Dragonite remained silent as well. The two stood on the grass, their expressions stern and unyielding.
Ahem.
Naoki awkwardly cleared his throat, stepping between them to break the standoff. "These three Dragonites are here to apply for jobs at the ranch." Dragonite blinked in confusion.
A woo. Jobs.
Naoki placed a reassuring hand on Dragonite's shoulder. "Yes, they're here to work. And as per the usual process, it's your job to show them the ropes. Take them to town, familiarize them with the delivery routes, and help them settle in." Dragonite tilted its head, still puzzled. It knew the eldest brother Dragonite was powerful and proud, so much so that it seemed impossible for someone like it to come all the way to the ranch for simple delivery work.
A woo.
"Are they really here just to work?" Dragonite asked, its tone skeptical. Naoki nodded with a smile. "It's true. They're here to work, but their real goal is to become stronger. That's why I promised to help them grow in exchange for their work." Dragonite's eyes lit up in realization. Working to become stronger? That sounded like a pretty good deal, and it would save a lot of resources like Poffins. Now understanding there was no competition for Naoki's attention, Dragonite relaxed. Its expression softened, and it nodded cheerfully. "A woo, alright, leave it to me."
"Great. Off you go,"
Naoki said with a grin, patting its head. Dragonite turned to the three newcomers and motioned for them to follow. Together, they flew off toward Kosagi Town, with Dragonite explaining the delivery process and the areas they would be covering. The next morning, the three new Dragonites officially joined the Naoki Ranch delivery team. From this day forward, the townspeople of Kosagi Town would begin to experience firsthand the unique personalities of ranch Dragonites. For the most part, the Dragonites of Naoki Ranch were known for their gentle and kind demeanor. Over time, this reputation led to the assumption that all Dragonites were like this. However, this assumption was quickly shattered when, early that morning, one of the townspeople opened their door to receive their delivery. Standing on the doorstep was none other than the eldest brother Dragonite, its fierce gaze unyielding, its scar stark and intimidating, and its expression as serious as ever.
"Ah."
A white-haired elderly woman gasped, stumbling back in shock. For a brief moment, she felt as if she had been transported back to her youth. During her younger years, while venturing into the wild, the elderly woman had an unforgettable encounter with a grumpy, ferocious-looking Ursaring. The bear caught her off guard and attacked her, leaving her severely bruised and hospitalized for several weeks. The traumatic experience left a deep scar on her memory. Now, seeing the stern and intimidating appearance of the Dragonite before her, those old fears came rushing back. The eldest brother Dragonite, noticing her fear, furrowed its brow, its expression becoming even more serious. However, instead of reacting aggressively, it quietly placed the milk on the ground and turned away, walking back toward the path it came from. The old woman stared at the milk on the ground, gradually realizing what had happened. This Dragonite was here to deliver milk? Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Naoki kept himself busy with other tasks while waiting for the Dragonites to return from their delivery routes. His nerves remained on edge, particularly regarding the three new Dragonites. Their naturally fierce and serious expressions might give the townspeople the wrong impression. When all the Dragonites finally returned safely, Naoki let out a breath of relief. "It looks like their delivery work went smoothly," Naoki said to himself. He had been half expecting a flood of complaint calls about the robber-looking Dragonites, but no such calls had come. He was impressed, and a little surprised, that the townspeople seemed to handle the encounters well. Now, it was time for Naoki to fulfill his end of the bargain. As the Dragonites rested on the meadow, Some chatted with each other, others dozed off, and a few feasted on treats with contented expressions. The two younger Dragonites, who followed their eldest brother, were particularly engrossed in their newfound love for puffins, enjoying them with reckless abandon. The eldest brother Dragonite, however, remained indifferent to the food. Its focus lay elsewhere, driven by a deeper desire to grow stronger. Its self-discipline and ambition set it apart from its siblings. Naoki called the eldest Dragonite into the living room. On the table was a neat row of fruit wines, each labeled with its unique properties: resistance to paralysis, poison, burns, and freezing.
Drink these,
Naoki said with a warm smile. They're my special brews made from berries. They'll help enhance your strength. The eldest brother Dragonite stared at the glasses of wine skeptically. Could something like this really make me stronger?
It hesitated for a moment, uncertain.
You don't need to fight, just drink this to become stronger? After a moment of silence, it reasoned that Naoki had no reason to deceive it. With that thought, it cautiously picked up a glass and took a sip. One glass turned into two, then three, and before long, the Dragonite had polished off over a dozen glasses of fruit wine. Its eyes started to glaze over, and a hazy, light-headed sensation washed over it. The mighty Dragonite, renowned for its stoicism, now swayed slightly, its balance unsteady. Naoki stood frozen, wide-eyed. How could this happen? The alcohol content in these fruit wines wasn't supposed to be that strong. To him, the drinks tasted more like juice, similar to the mild pineapple beer he'd occasionally enjoyed in his previous life. By looking at the patrons in the Pokémon tavern, Naoki noticed that none of them had ever been drunk. Is this Dragonite's alcohol tolerance really this poor? He wondered. With a resounding thud, the mighty Dragonite collapsed to the ground, sound asleep and thoroughly intoxicated.
Naoki.
The commotion caught the attention of the curious EVs, who padded over to inspect the unconscious Dragonite. They prodded its large body gently with their tiny paw pads.
Bwee? One of them squeaked inquisitively.
Naoki chuckled and explained, it's drunk. Fetching a soft blanket, Naoki covered the Dragonite, letting it rest peacefully. The EVs, however, didn't understand what it meant to be drunk. Two of them clambered onto the table, noses twitching as they sniffed the remnants of the fruit wine in the glasses. Quickly stepping forward, Naoki whisked the glasses away. No drinking for you.
You're too young.
Maybe when you turn 1 year old, he said, wagging his finger at them. EV, protested one of the little troublemakers, its eyes fixed on the wine. The fruity aroma was simply too enticing. Seeing Naoki's firm stance, one particularly cunning EV darted its gaze toward the basement door, the place where Naoki stored his wines. Its tiny eyes gleamed with mischief as it began to plot. Naoki immediately caught on. Don't even think about sneaking into my wine cellar, he scolded. Marching over, he securely locked the cellar door. When Big Brother Dragonite finally woke up, the sun was high in the sky, and it was already nearing lunchtime. Stretching and blinking groggily, the Dragonite's first sight was Naoki, who greeted it with a warm smile.
Awake? How do you feel?
Naoki asked, his tone light-hearted. The Dragonite closed its eyes briefly, focusing on its body. In mere moments, it noticed subtle yet significant changes. Its muscles felt stronger, its energy reserves replenished, and there was a faint but undeniable sense of growth, both physical and internal. Its pupils widened slightly in amazement. Those drinks were incredible. Naoki noticed its expression and chuckled. Each glass of that wine has a different effect, he explained, outlining the benefits of the various fruit wines. But while your strength is impressive, it seems like you're lacking in technique and strategy. Naoki's observation came from the Dragonite's battle with Koraidon earlier. Big Brother Dragonite clearly subscribed to the philosophy of brute strength, charging headlong into fights without much consideration for tactics or precision. Against a seasoned opponent, such recklessness became a glaring weakness. After lunch, Naoki decided to help. He called over his own Dragonite and suggested a sparring match between the two. The ensuing battle only confirmed Naoki's suspicions. Big Brother Dragonite launched itself forward with raw, unbridled power, relying on sheer physicality. Meanwhile, Naoki's Dragonite employed a well-coordinated strategy, using Rain Dance to summon a downpour and then striking decisively with a powerful thunder attack. The clash was over in moments. Big Brother Dragonite was left defeated, stunned, and sitting on the sidelines, its face a mix of disbelief and frustration. How could that clumsy Dragonite surpass me? Naoki carefully reviewed Big Brother Dragonite's recent battles, identifying its strengths and areas needing improvement. Now that he had diagnosed the symptoms of the elder Dragonite's struggles, it was time to provide the right treatment. The plan was multifaceted, teaching Big Brother Dragonite about type matchups, practicing combination moves, refining its fighting style, and instilling the importance of observing opponents' actions instead of charging in recklessly. To achieve this, Naoki enlisted the help of Koraidon and his own Dragonite as sparring partners. Each battle was a chance for Big Brother Dragonite to learn something new, whether it was a tactical adjustment or how to better manage its immense strength. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was September 20th of the 199th year in the Alliance calendar. In that time, Big Brother Dragonite's progress was remarkable. It had evolved from a reckless powerhouse into a more calculated and versatile fighter. The lessons learned from Naoki had a profound impact, shaping it into a wiser Pokémon. But Big Brother Dragonite's growth wasn't limited to battle skills. Over the past month, it had experienced many things that were completely new to it, and one change stood out more than anything else: the way the townspeople viewed it. At first, its intimidating appearance had frightened everyone it encountered during deliveries, much like wild Pokémon feared it in the wilderness. Yet, as it continued delivering goods, the people slowly began to warm up to it. Instead of fear, they started greeting it with gentle smiles and waves. One incident stood out vividly in Dragonite's memory. During a delivery, an elderly woman's Meowth had climbed a tall tree and become too scared to come down. Before leaving, the woman had shyly asked for help. Without hesitation, Dragonite rescued the Meowth, earning the heartfelt gratitude of both the woman and her Pokémon. As thanks, they offered Dragonite a plate of freshly baked cookies, a gesture that left a deep impression on it. What had begun as a job driven by the desire to grow stronger had become something more. Big Brother Dragonite realized it genuinely enjoyed its role as a delivery Pokémon. The simple joy of helping others, the gratitude it received, and the sense of community made every day fulfilling. It finally understood why the other Dragonites were so eager to work at Naoki's ranch. It wasn't just about the delicious poffin. It was about the sense of purpose and the respect Naoki showed every Pokémon under his care. One evening, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Dragonite Island, Big Brother Dragonite quietly returned to its nest. It rummaged through its belongings until it found a precious keepsake, a shimmering scale from its own reverse scale. This was no ordinary scale. During a fierce battle in the past, the scale had been dislodged, causing Dragonite great pain. After the fight, it had kept the scale as a treasured memento, a symbol of its trials and growth. But now, it decided to give this cherished scale to Naoki as a token of its gratitude. The following morning, Big Brother Dragonite approached Naoki at the ranch, carefully presenting the glimmering scale. Naoki blinked in surprise, his gaze shifting between the Dragonite and the scale in his hand.
"For me?" he asked, incredulous.
Big Brother Dragonite nodded, its deep voice rumbling softly, "A woo." For a moment, Naoki and the Dragonite locked eyes. In that brief exchange, Naoki understood the unspoken message. This was Dragonite's way of saying thank you. A warm smile spread across Naoki's face. Reflecting on the Dragonite's journey, Naoki felt his heart swell with pride and affection. Despite its fierce appearance and thirst for strength, this Dragonite had a kind heart. It never bullied weaker Pokémon and was always ready to help those in need. The phone call he'd received from the elderly woman, thanking him for Dragonite's assistance, echoed in his mind. Naoki couldn't help but feel a deep fondness for this Dragonite. "I understand," Naoki said softly, exhaling as he spoke. Then, with a warm smile, he added, "From now on, live with us on the ranch." Big Brother Dragonite regarded him seriously for a moment, then let out a low, resolute cry, "A woo." Without further hesitation, it turned and headed off to spar with Naoki's Dragonite, eager to improve itself even further. Naoki watched it go before lowering his gaze to the crescent-shaped scale resting in his palm. A moment later, a familiar sensation filled his mind, and information about the scale surfaced. Dragonite's reverse scale, a unique item imbued with Dragonite's deep trust and gratitude. This reverse scale carries the essence of a dragon's power. If used as an ingredient in cooking, it may grant special effects. Naoki froze. Another sentimental item? The last time he received something similar was from the forest Pokémon he'd helped. They had gifted him berries imbued with gratitude, which, when used in cooking, significantly enhanced the quality of his dishes. But this was different. His expression grew serious as he examined the scale. This wasn't just any ordinary item, it was a reverse scale, a piece of Dragonite's very being. For Dragon-type Pokémon, their reverse scale was incredibly significant, a physical and symbolic representation of their strength and spirit. Dragonite had entrusted something so precious to him. Naoki felt a mixture of awe and concern. How could such an important part of Dragonite have come off? His thoughts quickly turned to the only plausible explanation: battle.
The idea made his heart ache.
Losing a reverse scale wasn't just symbolic, it was undoubtedly painful, a wound both physical and emotional. Naoki found himself imagining the agony Dragonite must have endured when it lost the scale. He gripped the scale tightly, his expression firm. He couldn't bring himself to use it for cooking. This wasn't just a tool, it was a token of trust, one he couldn't tarnish. Naoki made his decision. He would keep the scale as a treasure, a reminder of the bond he shared with Big Brother Dragonite. Back in the living room, Naoki gently placed the scale on the table. Sitting on the sofa, Calyrex glanced up from the television, noticing Naoki's pensive expression. "What's on your mind?" Calyrex asked, his tone curious. Naoki held up the shimmering scale. "This is Dragonite's reverse scale. It gave it to me as a gift." Intrigued, Calyrex leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as Naoki explained the significance of a reverse scale to Dragon-type Pokémon. Under normal circumstances, Naoki continued, a reverse scale doesn't fall off naturally. The only way it could have come off is if it was forcibly knocked off during a battle. I can't imagine how much pain Dragonite must have been in at that moment. Calyrex's expression turned solemn. Nodding slightly, he reached out toward the scale. His eyes glowed faintly with a blue light as he activated his psychic abilities, delving into the past and future of the scale. Images flooded Calyrex's mind. In one vision, he saw Dragonite mid-battle, roaring in anguish as the scale was torn from its body. The pain was palpable, yet Dragonite persevered, refusing to give up despite its suffering. In another vision of the future, Calyrex saw the scale transform into a radiant force, merging with Naoki. This newfound power enabled Naoki to help every dragon Pokémon on the ranch grow stronger, creating an unbreakable bond between them. Calyrex looked slightly surprised. After a moment of thought, he said, "You can use its power by transforming it into a dish." Naoki blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean by that?" "I've seen it in the future," Calyrex explained. "This scale becomes your power, and you use it to help Pokémon." Naoki's expression turned to one of utter confusion. What exactly did Calyrex mean? How could a scale become his power? And how would that help him aid Pokémon? Calyrex said no more, instead using his psychic abilities to project what he had seen directly into Naoki's mind. The image that appeared in Naoki's thoughts was vivid. He saw himself placing his hand gently on the scar of Big Brother Dragonite. From his hand emanated a faint, shimmering light that flowed into Dragonite's body. The large Pokémon's expression shifted to one of deep relaxation and contentment, as if being healed or empowered. The vision vanished, leaving Naoki staring blankly into space. He couldn't fully grasp what he had just seen, but one thing was clear: the scale contained untapped potential. Whatever he created from it could benefit Big Brother Dragonite directly. After some consideration, Naoki came to a decision. He would use the scale to explore this newfound possibility. Naoki sought out Big Brother Dragonite at the ranch. Holding the reverse scale reverently in his hand, he asked, "Would you mind if I used this scale of yours for something special?" Dragonite tilted its head in curiosity before nodding solemnly. Since it had already entrusted the scale to Naoki, it had no objections to how he used it. Relieved, Naoki returned to the house, brimming with determination. His initial plan was straightforward: grind the reverse scale into a fine powder using a mortar and pestle. However, he quickly discovered that the scale's hardness was beyond what any ordinary tool could handle. Undeterred, Naoki turned to Calyrex for assistance. With a wave of his hand and a glimmer of psychic energy, Calyrex compressed the scale with extreme precision, shattering it into a fine, shimmering powder. Next, Naoki prepared to combine the dragon scale powder with high-quality black tea leaves. He brewed the mixture carefully, his movements precise, as though performing a sacred ritual. As the tea steeped, a mysterious, almost otherworldly fragrance filled the room. The tea was ready. Naoki gazed into the cup, its liquid a deep, radiant gold, exuding a strange, alluring aroma. The information about this extraordinary concoction immediately surfaced in his mind. Dragon scale fragrance, S plus a unique tea brewed from the reverse scale of a dragon Pokémon and premium black tea leaves. The drinker gains the ability to form unparalleled bonds with dragon Pokémon. Cooking effect, the power to command dragons. Drinking this tea bestows a special ability to the drinker, allowing them to forge deep connections with dragon-type Pokémon. This ability is exclusive to humans. Dragon power greatly enhances the drinker's affinity for dragon Pokémon, making them easier to befriend or capture. Allows the drinker to channel this power to accelerate the growth and strength of dragon Pokémon. Comment: according to legend, Only those who are deeply trusted by dragon Pokémon can acquire this ability. Those blessed with the power of dragons will find all dragon Pokémon drawn to their presence. Looking at the cup of tea in front of him, Naoki's hands trembled slightly. The power to control dragons. Wasn't this a gift exclusive to the legendary Dragon Clan? Even among the Dragon Clan in Blackthorn City of the Johto region, this power was considered extremely rare. It was said that only those born with extraordinary potential could awaken such an ability. True Dragon Masters, destined to command the respect and awe of all Dragon Pokémon. Naoki's thoughts turned to the Dragon Clan in Johto, to Lance, the legendary Dragon Master, and finally to himself and the Dragon Pokémon who had become an integral part of his ranch. Who were the true keepers of dragons? Dragonite wasn't the only Dragon Pokémon on the ranch. Koraidon and Cyclizer were also part of his team.
This power.
It wasn't just a blessing, it was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Naoki lifted the cup and drank the tea in one gulp, paying no mind to whether ingesting something made from Dragonite's reverse scale might upset his stomach. The moment the tea settled in his stomach, Naoki felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. It was as if a new foreign force had integrated itself into his being, a force he could control with a mere thought. The power of dragon affinity. Naoki rose from his seat and headed straight for the ranch's dragon Pokémon. He first approached Big Brother Dragonite, who had been lounging nearby. As Naoki drew closer, Big Brother Dragonite turned to look at him. There was something different, an inexplicable feeling of closeness and trust radiating from the human. Not just Big Brother Dragonite, the other dragon Pokémon also began to gather around Naoki, their curiosity piqued by the strange new aura he exuded. Naoki grinned at the group, then reached out toward Big Brother Dragonite, placing his hand gently over the scar that marked its face. The power of dragons activated. The scene predicted by Calyrex earlier that day began to unfold. As Naoki's hand rested on Dragonite's scar, a warm, glowing energy began to flow from him into the dragon's body. Big Brother Dragonite's eyes widened in surprise at first, but as the energy coursed through its form, it felt an indescribable comfort spreading throughout its body. Strength surged in its veins, a heat built in its core, and a newfound vitality blossomed within it. The scar didn't disappear, but something deeper changed. Big Brother Dragonite closed its eyes, its expression melting into one of pure contentment as it soaked in the power. This wasn't just healing, it was empowerment. Naoki gave everything he had, pouring his dragon affinity into Big Brother Dragonite until he felt his reserves run dry. He staggered slightly but quickly assessed his condition. Despite the exhaustion of his newly gained power, he felt no other discomfort. It was as though the ability would replenish itself naturally over time, just like mana in a role-playing game. Naoki chuckled to himself, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead.
How do you feel now? He asked.
Big Brother Dragonite's eyes snapped open, now blazing with energy and a newfound sense of vigor. It turned to Naoki, its gaze intense, almost fiery. Before Naoki could react, his own Dragonite stepped forward protectively, scooping him up and carrying him a safe distance away.
A woo.
With his newfound power to cultivate Dragon-type Pokémon, Naoki set his sights on the 4 Dragonaires at the ranch that had yet to evolve. The power to control dragons was a unique and special ability, functioning almost like the energy transfer seen in fairy tales, consuming one's own energy to imbue dragon Pokémon with enhanced growth potential. Combined with the incredible training benefits brought by Pareya, the Dragonaire's quartet finally evolved into Dragonite just 3 days before the end of autumn. With this accomplishment, Naoki's ranch became home to a significantly stronger Dragonite team. Including his original Dragonite, the 8 delivery Dragonites, and the 3 Dragonites led by Big Brother Dragonite, the ranch now boasted 12 Dragonites in total.
Wait, no, make that 13.
A Dragonite egg still rested safely in its incubator, waiting to hatch. As Naoki surveyed the group of powerful dragons spread across the ranch, he couldn't help but grin. Dragon Ranch might be a more fitting name for the place now.
If I round up,
I could practically call myself the Dragon King, Naoki joked to himself. In fact, the pure Dragon Squad could now be divided into 2 formidable teams. First team, Koraidon, Cyclizer, Dragonite 2, Dragonite 3, Dragonite 4, Dragonite 5. Second team, Naoki's Dragonite, Dragonite 6, Dragonite 7, Dragonite 8, Dragonite 9, Dragonite 10. But with the growing numbers came a new challenge, feeding them all. The 12 Dragonites consumed a significant amount of food each day, particularly Poffins and Pokeblocks. While Pokeblocks were relatively easy to prepare thanks to Naoki's automated fruit mixer, which could churn out large batches in an hour, Poffin preparation was much more labor-intensive. Every step, cooking the berries, blending ingredients, and molding them into shape, had to be done manually. When there were just a few Dragonites, Naoki managed fine, but with so many now, he was struggling to keep up. Just as Naoki was feeling overwhelmed, Sister Indy D approached him with a confident smile. AI, maybe I can help, Naoki. Naoki popped 2 pieces of his translation seed crisps into his mouth, tilting his head in surprise. You can make poffins? Indy D shook her head but quickly added, Aya. Not at first, but after watching you every day, I memorized all the steps. Naoki blinked, both impressed and relieved. If his Indy D could handle some of the workload, things would get much easier. Psychic Pokémon like her could complete tasks far more efficiently than a human. Alright, Naoki said with a grin. Let's see what you can do.
Show me.
Indy D nodded eagerly and led him to the kitchen workshop, where alchemy's cream recipes were typically prepared. A blue psychic glow enveloped her eyes, and immediately, the kitchen came to life. Pots and pans floated into the air, egg beaters whirred on their own, and the refrigerator opened, releasing its bounty of fruits and eggs. Naoki watched wide-eyed as the ingredients peeled themselves, eggs cracked perfectly into bowls, and flour sifted itself into a mixing pot. The psychic choreography continued seamlessly. Fruits were cooked, blended, and folded into the dough. Finally, the mixture was poured into molds and placed into the oven using telekinesis. Indy D's display of efficiency had him thinking of wizards conjuring feasts in fairy tales. After about 30 minutes, the oven chimed. Indy D opened the oven and brought out a large tray of sweet-smelling poffins. Naoki eagerly picked one up and took a bite.
How is it?
Indy D asked nervously, her eyes filled with anticipation. It was her first time making poffins, and she worried they might not turn out well.
It's delicious.
Naoki exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. It's even better than the ones I make.
Aya. Great.
Indy D clapped her hands in joy, clearly pleased with herself. Naoki was equally thrilled. With Indy D's help, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of poffins to feed the growing number of Dragonites on the ranch. In fact, there was another potential solution to this problem, giving the Dragonites money to buy their own food in town. However, the idea wasn't exactly practical at the moment. Dragonites didn't understand how prices worked, and shopkeepers couldn't interpret their roars. A Rotom phone would really come in handy, Naoki thought aloud. A Rotom residing in a phone could act as a translator and even assist the Dragonites with purchasing and paying for items. I wonder how Nemona's father's research on that is progressing, he mused, making a mental note to check in on it later. It was a beautiful day, with the sun shining warmly over the ranch. After lunch, Naoki decided to take the EVs to the grassy meadow for some sunshine. He spread a picnic blanket over the soft grass and set out an assortment of snacks for the EVs to nibble on if they got hungry. For now, the EVs were far too busy darting around and playing joyfully, their laughter-like cries filling the air. Naoki sat amidst the lively group, using his newfound power of dragon control to nurture Cyclizer. With the Dragonaires having already evolved into Dragonite, Cyclizer was next in line to receive special training. Naoki had noticed how Cyclizer's eyes would gleam with envy whenever Dragonite munched on Storm Buns or Palmot enjoyed Lightning Buns. He hadn't had the opportunity to help Cyclizer before, and that guilt weighed on him. Now, with the power of dragons, he was determined to make up for it. While the exact mechanics of dragon power were still unclear, its effects on dragon Pokémon were undeniable. With consistent care, Naoki was confident that any dragon Pokémon nurtured with this power could one day reach the ranks of a king tier or even champion tier Pokémon. Beyond its growth accelerating properties, dragon power also enabled a deeper mental connection with dragon Pokémon. Naoki recalled how Iris from the anime used a similar ability to understand and bond with Pokémon, often sensing their emotions and intentions. Therefore, when Naoki felt guilty, Cyclizer felt it immediately. Gah! Cyclizer's voice trembled, and its eyes glistened with emotion. For the first time, it fully understood. Naoki had never ignored it. He had always cared. Naoki gently patted the Cyclizer's head and said with a warm smile, "Believe in yourself. One day, you'll become even stronger than Koraidon." The Cyclizer's eyes lit up with determination. It responded enthusiastically, "Gayo." Then, unable to contain its excitement, it affectionately licked Naoki's hand with its large wet tongue. Naoki froze for a moment, blinking at the unexpected gesture. "Thanks, I guess." Meanwhile, not far away, Koraidon lay sprawled on the grass, enjoying the warm afternoon. But suddenly it sneezed, its eyes fluttering open in mild confusion. "Aga!" Koraidon looked around as if sensing someone had just spoken about it. Its attention was quickly diverted to a sleek, jet-black luxury car slowly pulling into the ranch. Naoki noticed it too, and the EVs, who had been chasing each other around. Stopped to curiously observe the new arrival. Who could that be? Naoki wondered as the car came to a halt. His question was answered almost immediately when the car door opened, and an excited Nimona leapt out, practically bouncing on her feet. From across the ranch, her cheerful voice rang out, "Mr. Naoki. I'm back to take on the trial again." The front door of the car opened next, and Nimona's father, Nicker, stepped out alongside a distinguished-looking elderly butler, both impeccably dressed. "Long time no see, Naoki." Nicker greeted warmly as he walked over, carrying a small box in his hand. "Mr. Nicker. This is a surprise," Naoki said, pleasantly surprised. Nimona's visit wasn't unexpected. Her love for Pokémon battles often brought her to the ranch, but seeing her father was another matter. "I have something important to discuss with you," Nicker explained with a smile. Nimona, however, was too captivated by her surroundings to pay much attention. "Wow!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she spotted the EVs. So many EVs. Before she could take a step closer, Goldengo and Ogerpon darted past, their swift movement catching her eye. Her attention shifted instantly. "Oh my gosh, it's Ogerpon. Wait, what's that golden one?" She gasped when her eyes landed on Dragonite. "Mr. Naoki, you've got another Dragonite? That's so cool." Naoki chuckled, understanding her excitement. After all, no child or adult could resist being awestruck by such rare and magnificent Pokémon. Turning to Pawmot, Naoki called, "Pawmot, could you give Nimona a tour of the ranch?" The little Pokémon looked up at Nimona and seemed to recognize her from a previous visit. With a proud paymo, it puffed out its chest and gestured for Nimona to follow. "Yay! Thank you, Mr. Naoki." Nimona cheered, skipping after Pawmot, her excitement infectious. Watching her enthusiasm, Nicker shook his head fondly. "She's so energetic, isn't she? I apologize if she's being too forward." Naoki waved it off with a smile. "Not at all. She's just comfortable around me now. When she first came, she was very polite." "Haha. It seems Nimona likes you a lot," Nicker said with a laugh. Naoki turned the conversation toward business. "So, Mr. Nicker, what brings you here today?" At this, Nicker's grin widened. He held up the small box and handed it to Naoki. "See for yourself." Naoki took the box, his eyes catching the Rotom Technology Corporation logo stamped on the top. His heart skipped a beat as a thought crossed his mind. Could it be what I think it is? Naoki opened the box to reveal a Rotom phone with a sleek design resembling a crocodile. It lay quietly inside, exuding a faint technological glow. "A Rotom phone!" Naoki exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Has the research finally succeeded?" Nicker nodded with a proud smile. "That's right. After months of dedicated work by our team of researchers, we've finally brought your vision to life. The device you're holding is from the very first batch of Rotom phones. We plan to release it to the public by the end of the year. I believe this marks the beginning of a new era." Naoki gently lifted the Rotom phone from the box, its lightweight and ergonomic design fitting perfectly in his hand. Since he had contributed to the phone's conceptual design, its structure and button layout felt instantly familiar. Pressing the power button, the screen flickered to life. Naoki unlocked the device with a simple swipe, revealing a clean and intuitive main interface featuring 5 core apps: Map, Messaging, Phone, Camera, and Pokédex. Curious, Naoki tapped the Pokédex app. Immediately, a list of Pokémon native to the Paldea region appeared on the screen. "These are just the basic apps we've developed so far," Nicker explained. "Several tech companies have already started working on additional apps specifically designed for this phone. Once they're ready, users will be able to download and install them through the internet." Nicker paused for emphasis, then added, "The Pokédex app is especially noteworthy. It's a collaborative effort between our company and Professor Jack from Paldea Academy, incorporating the latest Pokémon research." Naoki nodded in appreciation. Testing the Pokédex's scanning feature, he pointed the phone's camera at the Cyclizer lounging beside him. A cheerful, electronic voice chimed, "Cyclizer, the Mount Pokémon. It can travel at speeds of up to 120 km per hour while carrying a person. It uses body heat to warm its back, restoring vitality. Ancient murals from 10,000 years ago depict humans riding Cyclizer, suggesting this bond has existed for millennia." Naoki flipped the phone over to examine its sleek back, where a small Rotom emblem was etched. He couldn't help but smile. Nicker, seeing Naoki's curiosity, elaborated, "Each Rotom phone contains a Rotom inside. Think of Rotom as an intelligent assistant. It can guide you through the Pokédex, report the weather, provide navigation, and even answer your questions. If you don't want it to narrate, you can simply ask it to stop. However, Nicker's expression turned slightly hesitant, drawing Naoki's attention.
Is something wrong? He asked.
Nicker sighed. It's nothing major, but we've noticed something peculiar. Unlike the Rotom found in traditional Pokédex devices, the Rotom inside these phones rarely interacts with users beyond its programmed voice commands. It doesn't engage in casual conversation or show much personality. Naoki thought about it carefully and realized that the same situation had occurred in the Pokémon anime, but he had no idea why Rotom behaved differently when integrated into phones. Still, he set the thought aside, as there was something else he was curious about. How many Rotom phones did you produce in the first batch?
Naoki asked.
Nicker smiled and replied, about 100,000. But not all of them have Rotom inside. It's impossible to catch that many Rotoms. Naoki nodded in understanding. A smartphone without Rotom would still function perfectly well, except it wouldn't have voice broadcasts or real-time navigation. From this perspective, the Rotom in the phone acted very much like a smart AI. Nicker continued, is there anything else you want to know? Thanks to you, the Rotom phone became a reality and helped our company dominate so much of the market. If you need anything, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen.
Naoki chuckled.
He didn't lack money or resources, so there wasn't much he wanted. After a brief pause, he made a request. Could I pre-order a batch of Rotom phones from your company? He had plans to give these Rotom phones to the Pokémon on his ranch. For instance, Calyrex, Giratina, the expedition teams, and the Dragonites could all benefit from having one. With Rotom phones, Dragon Express could be officially established, with deliveries tracked and navigated using the phones. It would allow Naoki Ranch's goods to be delivered to every corner of the Paldea region, realizing Naoki's long-held dream. Additionally, Naoki could make video calls to check in on Baby Bear and other Pokémon traveling far from the ranch, keeping everyone connected no matter where they were.
Of course.
Nicker said enthusiastically.
How many do you need?
I'll have them sent over as soon as I return. Naoki mentally calculated the number of Pokémon that would need a Rotom phone and answered, 50 should be enough. Consider it done, Nicker replied with a grin. He planned to select 50 phones pre-installed with Rotom and personally ensure their delivery. But Nicker had another reason for visiting the ranch today. He wanted to discuss the future of the mobile application market and gather ideas from Naoki about potential app development. Though surprised by the request, Naoki willingly shared what he knew. He suggested apps for online shopping, streaming TV shows, live broadcasting, video communication, electronic payments, global news aggregation, and even social networking. It would be great to create something as simple and user-friendly as WeChat, Naoki thought. That way I could help Pokémon like Baby Bear, Calyrex, and Giratina create accounts, and we could even form a group chat with all the legendary Pokémon. He chuckled at the thought, I just hope the legendary Pokémon don't start arguing in the group chat. Nicker listened intently, his expression growing more excited with each suggestion. His eyes sparkled with the realization of the potential. If these apps become a reality, Nicker said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, they will connect people across the globe. The internet industry will enter a truly transformative era. Nicker and Nimona stayed at the ranch until evening. Nicker had originally intended to leave after discussing the future development plans for the Rotom phones with Naoki, but Nimona was having too much fun. The energetic girl spent the entire afternoon battling Pokémon at the ranch. She only stopped when all her Pokémon were too exhausted to continue, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. Pokémon battles are the best. Nimona said with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Naoki could only respond with a wry smile. He glanced at Nimona's Pokémon, noticing how much experience both she and her team had gained during the day. Seeing his daughter's enthusiasm, Nicker sighed helplessly and said, Nimona acts more like a boy sometimes.
Naoki chuckled.
She just loves Pokémon battles. Nicker nodded with a soft smile. Yes, she's told me that her dream is to become a great Pokémon trainer someday. She'll definitely achieve it, Naoki said thoughtfully, recalling Nimona's accomplishments in the games. His voice carried a note of admiration and certainty. Well, as long as she's happy, that's all that matters, Nicker said, exhaling deeply. As her father, I'll support her no matter what path she chooses. Nicker then glanced at the time and said, it's getting late. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Naoki. We should head back now. Once I return, I'll have the Rotom phones you ordered sent over immediately. Thank you, Mr. Knicker, Naoki replied with a nod. Knicker smiled warmly, then turned toward Nimona, who was busy tending to her Pokémon.
Nimona, it's time to go, he called out.
Nimona's face fell with reluctance. She didn't want to leave, but she knew they had already stayed for quite some time. With a heavy sigh, she returned her Pokémon to their Pokeballs and turned to wave at Naoki. Her expression quickly brightened with determination. I'll come back to visit you again, Mr. Naoki. You're always welcome here, Naoki replied with a warm smile. As Nimona climbed into the car, she waved enthusiastically through the window.
Pawmot, let's battle again next time, she shouted.
Pawmot, who had endured a whole afternoon of intense battles at Nimona's insistence, could only reply weakly, Paymo. Naoki chuckled, patting Pawmot's head as they watched the car drive off. It wasn't long after Nimona and her father left that Zack arrived at the ranch in a large truck. Together, he and Naoki loaded crates of vegetables and milk onto the truck. As they finished up, Zack wiped the sweat off his brow with a towel and grinned. Don't forget, the day after tomorrow is the Harvest Festival. Bring your Pokémon and join in the fun. The Harvest Festival, originally a celebration of the harvest in Kosagi Town, had been transformed into an event honoring the Calyrex. This change was made to show gratitude for Calyrex's role in restoring the fertility of the land after saving the nearby mountains. In previous years, the festival was held in Unity Square, but this year, with the establishment of the Harvest Shrine, Mayor Thomas moved the venue to the mountain behind the town. Though the festival was still 2 days away, the townspeople were already hard at work decorating the event site. From the ranch, Naoki could see the illuminated mountain path leading to the Harvest Shrine each night, with lights adorning both sides of the trail. We'll definitely be there, Naoki said with a smile, already looking forward to the festival. Zack looked thrilled. It's going to be so lively, right? I heard that lots of tourists are coming to Kosagi Town just for this. And apparently, there will even be TV stations recording the event. Of course, Naoki said softly. I think Calyrex will be delighted to see the town bustling like that. It's going to be amazing. Zack exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Just imagining the scene filled him with energy and pride. It was heartwarming to see the town he had grown up in flourishing more and more. After leaving with a cheerful goodbye, Zack headed off, brimming with enthusiasm. Naoki, meanwhile, continued his work on the ranch. He packed boxes of puffins and blocks, handing them over to the Dragonites. After a long day, the Dragonites left the ranch carrying their deliveries, their spirits high and their loads full. As soon as the Dragonites flew off, the ranch suddenly felt quieter and emptier. Naoki's thoughts drifted back to his earlier conversation with Knicker. Curious, he pulled the Rotom phone out of his pocket and decided to test more of its features. He opened the camera app and aimed it at a Gogoat lounging peacefully on the grass. With a tap of the shutter, the screen captured the serene Pokémon in perfect clarity. Not bad, he thought, examining the photo. The quality was excellent. This would make it easy to save Pokémon photos in a digital album going forward. Satisfied with the camera function, Naoki switched to testing the messaging and calling features. That's when he noticed something fascinating. The Rotom phone didn't require a SIM card. Instead, it seemed to have its own built-in communication system. By checking the settings, users could find their unique phone number. This meant that as long as someone had another person's number, they could communicate without the usual network requirements. Next, Naoki opened the map feature. The phone automatically pinpointed his location, the outskirts of Kosagi Town. The map allowed zooming in and out, and its design was similar to the in-game version. However, it lacked certain features, such as displaying the types and details of Pokémon inhabiting specific areas. The Rotom Pokédex was the following app he revisited. As he already knew, it provided detailed entries on Pokémon found in the Paldea region. Finally, Naoki explored the App Store and web browsing features. The App Store was still in its infancy, as the phone hadn't been officially released yet. Only a few basic applications were available for download. The web browsing feature, however, was equipped with a special search engine designed to help trainers quickly find relevant information. But the most impressive feature of all? The Rotom phone didn't need to be charged. Specifically, only phones with a Rotom inside offered this convenience. The Rotom living within the phone provided continuous energy, ensuring the device remained powered indefinitely. As long as Rotom was in good condition, the phone would never run out of battery. Wow, this Rotom technology is truly incredible. Naoki exclaimed in awe. Still, when he thought about it, it made sense. Rotom was an electric-type Pokémon, so generating electricity was second nature to it. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, in a Krutique city, Walking along the Belchim Trail, covered with golden sycamore leaves, one eventually arrives at a silent and majestic tower steeped in history. The tower, known as the Bell Tower, stands tall and ancient. Bells hang under the eaves of every floor, and when the wind blows, their melodious chimes carry through the golden forest, creating an atmosphere of serenity and reverence. Inside the bell tower, several monks dressed in traditional robes were sweeping the floors with quiet devotion, their rhythmic movements blending with the faint chime of the bells. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, Teddy Ursa and Mew peeked out cautiously from behind a pillar. "Teddy, is this the bell tower?" Teddy Ursa asked, its eyes wide with curiosity. Mew glanced around, confirming with a soft nod. Mew. Yes, this must be it. Upon realizing they had arrived at their destination, Teddy Ursa's eyes sparkled with excitement. It reached behind itself and brought out a luminous, rainbow-colored feather that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The two companions had stumbled upon this feather during their travels a few days ago. Teddy Ursa, ever resourceful with its pickup ability, had spotted the radiant feather lying on a patch of grass. At the time, it had thought of gifting the feather to Zapdos as a surprise for Naoki. However, that night, a majestic Pokémon appeared before them. Its presence was commanding. Its orange-red mane billowed like flames, iron bands adorned its powerful limbs, and a golden crest shaped like a clover rested on its forehead. White, smoke-like fur flowed elegantly from its back. This Pokémon exuded an air of authority and ancient wisdom. It introduced itself as NTI, the embodiment of the volcanic fires and one of Ho-Oh's 3 sacred beasts. NTI explained that the feather they had found was no ordinary item. It was a rainbow wing, a sacred feather of Ho-Oh. The Pokémon urged them to travel to the bell tower in a Akrutique city, where the feather's purpose would be revealed. Guided by NTI's words, the Hero Expedition team made their way to this ancient city, asking for directions along the way. Now, standing at the base of the bell tower, Teddy Ursa tilted its head and looked up toward the top of the tower. "Teddy. I think the Pokémon said we need to go to the top of the tower," it mused aloud. Mew's eyes sparkled with understanding. Without hesitation, it used its teleportation ability to transport itself and Teddy Ursa outside the tower in an instant, where they reunited with Zapdos, who was waiting for them near the base. After hearing their companion's findings, Zapdos nodded calmly, gesturing for Mew and Teddy Ursa to climb onto its back. Once both were securely seated, Zapdos flapped its powerful wings and ascended gracefully, soaring toward the summit of the bell tower. The warm orange sunlight bathed Zapdos in a radiant glow, casting a moving shadow over the Belchim Trail below. One of the monks sweeping fallen leaves along the path noticed the shadow first. He paused, looked up, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight of an orange-yellow figure heading toward the bell tower. "Ho-Oh! Lord Ho-Oh has returned to the bell tower," the monk exclaimed with a mixture of joy and astonishment. His voice carried through the air, and soon the other monks gathered, sharing the same hopeful excitement. 4 years, they had waited in faith for Ho-Oh's return. Could this mean the legendary phoenix was finally ready to re-establish its connection with humanity? The monks hurriedly spread the word, alerting the elders and those in Akrutique city who had long awaited this day. Together, they climbed to the top of the bell tower to witness what they believed to be Ho-Oh's miraculous return. However, upon reaching the summit, their joyous anticipation quickly turned into stunned confusion. There was no majestic phoenix. Instead, they found 3 Pokémon, Zapdos, an unknown Pokémon, and Teddy Ursa, perched atop the tower. The monk who had first spotted the figure frowned, his earlier excitement deflating. His shoulders sagged as he muttered, "It's not Lord Ho-Oh." Zapdos tilted its head, clearly puzzled by the reaction. "Zap! What are they upset about?" Mew and Teddy Ursa exchanged curious glances, equally bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere. Among the humans, an elderly woman with white hair stepped forward. Her sharp eyes immediately noticed the shimmering rainbow feather clutched in Teddy Ursa's paw. That is Ho-Oh's rainbow wing," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with awe. Teddy Ursa glanced down at the feather and then back at the humans, its expression wary. The way they stared at the feather made it wonder, could they be planning to take it away? Determined to protect its treasure, Teddy Ursa bristled with vigilance. If the feather wasn't needed here, it thought, then it would take it back to Naoki as a gift. Sensing Teddy Ursa's unease, Mew prepared to teleport them away, while Zapdos shifted its stance, ready to take flight. But before they could act, the elderly woman called out urgently. "Wait. Please don't leave, I mean you no harm." The trio hesitated, turning their attention back to her. Her tone was earnest, her posture non-threatening. "That feather," she began gently, "is Ho-Oh's rainbow wing. The fact that it is with you means that Ho-Oh has chosen you." Mew tilted its head in curiosity.
Mew. Chosen us.
The woman continued, her voice laced with reverence. According to legend, those guided by the Rainbow Wing are destined to meet Ho-Oh and become the Rainbow Hero. At the mention of Rainbow Hero, Teddy Ursa and Mew exchanged intrigued glances. Their ears perked up, and even Zapdos's sharp gaze softened with interest. The woman, however, couldn't completely hide her disappointment. She had hoped that Ho-Oh would return to humanity, bestowing the honor of Rainbow Hero upon a deserving human. Yet here it was, 3 Pokémon carrying the sacred feather, chosen instead. She sighed quietly, her eyes lingering on the feather. Ho-Oh no longer entrusts humans with the Rainbow Wing. It seems the sacred phoenix has chosen a new path. It seemed Lord Ho-Oh was still deeply affected by the tragedy that occurred centuries ago. Back then, Lord Ho-Oh and Lord Lugia resided in the Bell Tower and Brass Tower, bringing balance and harmony to a Krutique city. However, a war among humans eventually reached the towers, and the Brass Tower was set ablaze. The fire claimed countless lives, including nearby Pokémon, devastating both legendary Pokémon. Heartbroken and disillusioned by humanity's actions, Lord Ho-Oh and Lord Lugia departed from Krutique city, vowing never to return. Although Lord Ho-Oh had not yet forgiven humanity, the monks remained steadfast in their faith. Now, seeing that Lord Ho-Oh had entrusted its sacred rainbow feather to 3 Pokémon, they believed it was a sign to follow its will. The elderly woman turned to the trio and spoke solemnly. "We must go to Azure Mountain. If Lord Ho-Oh will not return to the Bell Tower, then it must be waiting on Azure Mountain. Follow the guidance of the rainbow feather to Azure Mountain. If you can pass Lord Ho-Oh's test, you will be recognized as the Rainbow Hero, and Lord Ho-Oh will grant your wish," she continued, her words steeped in the ancient wisdom recorded in sacred texts. The next evening, the 50 Rotom phones that Naoki had pre-ordered were delivered to the ranch. The delivery was made by a sharply dressed office worker who arrived in a Squawkabilly flying taxi. Clearly, the man was an employee of Rotom Technology Corporation, visiting the ranch as part of his official duties. After Naoki signed for the package, the office worker promptly left, boarding the Squawkabilly flying taxi for his return journey. Naoki carried the large box of phones to his living room, eagerly opening it to inspect the devices. He carefully unboxed each phone, running initial diagnostics to ensure everything was in perfect working condition. Satisfied that all the phones were functional, Naoki leaned back and thought to himself, "Once the phones are officially released, I'll download all the necessary apps and give them to the Pokémon." For now, however, he decided to hold off distributing the phones. Without the full range of apps, there wasn't much for the Pokémon to do with them just yet. After neatly storing the phones, Naoki turned his attention to preparing for the Harvest Festival, which was set to take place the next day. The Harvest Festival marked the end of autumn, a celebration of nature's bounty and a time of gratitude. For Naoki, it also symbolized how quickly the year had passed. Reflecting on the changes, he felt a surge of warmth as he thought about all the new Pokémon that had joined the ranch. This year's New Year's celebration would undoubtedly be lively, with so many companions by his side. Still, his thoughts strayed to Teddy Ursa, Mew, and Zapdos. It had been nearly 2 months since he'd last heard from the Hero Expedition team. He couldn't help but wonder what adventures they were undertaking or where their journey had taken them. As the Harvest Festival approached, Kosagi Town grew livelier with each passing day. Naoki could occasionally spot Pokémon trainers passing by the ranch, their destination undoubtedly the Shrine of Plenty on the nearby hillside. Mayor Thomas and his team took this year's Harvest Festival preparations seriously. Early in the morning, they began decorating the back mountain and continued until nightfall. When Naoki looked over that evening while feeding the Pokémon, the back mountain was illuminated with bright lights, and it seemed bustling with activity. The Pokémon in the ranch noticed the lights too. Led by Ogerpon, they gathered with excitement. Ogerpon asked eagerly, "Pony-Eye, Naoki, are we going there to play tomorrow too?" "Of course," Naoki replied with a smile. He glanced at the Pokémon surrounding him and added, "Not just us, Calyrex is planning to come along as well." Hearing this, Ogerpon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It hadn't attended a festival in years. Back in Kitakami, its former trainer would don a mask and take Ogerpon to celebrate in town. After its trainer passed, Ogerpon could only stand from a distance, wearing its mask and watching others revel in the festivities.
Pawn.
Ogerpon murmured, a mix of nostalgia and excitement in its voice. It wondered how this festival might compare. On September 30th, the last evening of autumn in the 199th year of the Alliance calendar, Kosagi Town's Grand Harvest Festival officially began. Mayor Thomas led a procession up the brightly lit mountain path to the Shrine of Plenty, where they would offer thanks to Calyrex. The back mountain was abuzz with activity. Trainers from all over had gathered, along with several TV reporters and photographers eager to document the event and the legendary Calyrex. At the base of the mountain, a lively marketplace stretched out. Colorful stalls lined the path, offering all kinds of wares. Some sold souvenirs and wooden sculptures of Calyrex, while others had roasted corn and other snacks. Naoki even spotted an uncle hawking Magikarp with great enthusiasm. Magikarp. Super excellent Magikarp with unrivaled potential. Buy one for only 3,000 poke dollars. The more you buy, the better the deal, the man shouted. Hearing the familiar pitch, Naoki narrowed his eyes. Even here, he muttered. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same fisherman he'd encountered at the beach. With so many people around, Naoki turned to his Pokémon. Stay close, everyone. Don't wander off. He addressed Cyclizer directly. Cyclizer, can you help me keep an eye on the EV and Alchemy? Cyclizer gave an enthusiastic nod. Gale. Naoki glanced around. Pawmot, can you check on Goldengo? Wait, where's Goldengo? Naoki turned and scanned the crowd, spotting Goldengo eagerly running toward a stall selling roasted corn. The little Pokémon handed the owner a few gold coins with its tiny paw, then grabbed several roasted corns, leaving the vendor surprised and speechless. Naoki. The EVs draped over Naoki looked around with wide, curious eyes, captivated by the delightful sights and smells emanating from the nearby stalls. The most extroverted of the bunch, Flareon, leaped down and made its way to a barbecue stand, pointing excitedly at the sizzling skewers as if urging Naoki to buy them immediately. As pedestrians bustled along the crowded festival path, Naoki could feel his headache growing. With a sigh, he moved forward to purchase a few skewers for Flareon, then gently grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and placed it on Coraiden's back. There are too many people here. Don't wander off, he cautioned firmly. But EVs being EVs, their adventurous and mischievous spirits weren't about to be quelled by mere crowds. In the blink of an eye, 2 more EVs had darted away, disappearing into the sea of festival-goers. Bammo. Pawmot, ever watchful, spotted the 2 mischievous EVs in a corner. It called out sharply and immediately flew after them. Naoki pressed his temples, now feeling the full weight of trying to manage such a lively group of Pokémon in. From what I've gathered, this harvest festival is a cherished tradition in Kosagi Town. Look at the shrine, do you see it? That statue represents the legendary Pokémon known as Calyrex, she explained, gesturing toward the ornate statue within the shrine. Calyrex, a legendary Pokémon revered as the King of Plenty, is said to possess the miraculous ability to make crops flourish and flowers bloom instantaneously. Wherever it descends, the land becomes fertile and brimming with life. She paused for effect, her tone softening as if addressing a close friend. Some of you may recall this incredible Pokémon from earlier this year when it revived an entire forest, bringing it back to life after a devastating drought. Truly a magnificent Pokémon. Just as Kate finished speaking, her cameraman's eyes widened as he caught something extraordinary in his viewfinder. High above the shrine, an ethereal glow shimmered. A Pokémon with a majestic crown-like structure on its head materialized, radiating an aura of warmth and grace. Its gaze fell lovingly upon the humans gathered below. The cameraman instinctively swung the lens upward, capturing the miraculous sight. Startled by his reaction, Kate turned to see what had grabbed his attention. When her eyes landed on the magnificent figure hovering above the shrine, her mouth formed a perfect O. "Oh my goodness!" she gasped, her voice trembling with excitement. "That Pokémon! Could it be? It's the Calyrex. Calyrex has appeared before us." Her exclamation rippled through the crowd. The townsfolk, who had been immersed in their prayers and offerings, followed her gaze. A collective gasp filled the air. Mayor Thomas, aware that the Calyrex resided at Naoki's ranch, maintained his composure, but the rest of the townspeople were overcome with awe and excitement. The legendary Pokémon itself had chosen to grace their festival with its presence. For many, this moment confirmed their heartfelt belief that their offerings and prayers had reached Calyrex. Meanwhile, the live broadcast reached countless homes across the Paldea region. Everyone watching the evening news witnessed the awe-inspiring sight of Calyrex, its serene and majestic form captivating the hearts of viewers far and wide. Not far from the shrine, Naoki stood with Coraiden and several other Pokémon, observing the joyous reactions of the people. He could already picture tomorrow's headlines. Stunning revelation. Legendary Pokémon appears at Kosagi Town's festival. A celebration of unity, humans and Pokémon strengthening their bond through ancient traditions. Naoki smiled softly, recognizing the far-reaching impact of what was unfolding. This moment would introduce countless others to the legend of the King of Bountiful Harvest, ensuring its stories and deeds would echo through generations. In this age of rapid information exchange, the sighting of the Calyrex would spread like wildfire. Its tale would inspire faith and admiration, rejuvenating the legendary Pokémon's strength and ensuring its place in history. Naoki felt certain that what happened tonight would become a legend retold for millennia, a story of mutual trust and harmony between humans and Pokémon. It would be remembered as a moment when both worlds reached out to one another, creating a bond that transcended time. He exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the glowing figure of the Calyrex. For the first time in centuries, the legendary Pokémon would no longer have to worry about fading into obscurity. Its power would flourish once again.
It was truly emotional.
Who could have imagined that things would develop this way? At first, Naoki only intended to bring Calyrex's two favorite steeds to participate in the horse racing event held in town. However, he never expected that his devotion and actions would help Calyrex regain his strength and establish a bond of trust with him. Now, standing before the Shrine of Plenty, Calyrex floated gracefully in front of the gathered crowd. His gaze was gentle, full of warmth for those who worshipped him, expressed gratitude, and placed their trust in him. If someone had told him a year ago that he would be revived and restored to his full strength, he would have dismissed it as impossible. But now, it had become reality. His devoted follower had crossed oceans to find him in a distant land, reunite him with his cherished steeds, and restore his strength and memories. Naoki had invited him to this new land, where his legend could flourish, ensuring his existence would never be forgotten. Through these acts, not only had Calyrex's strength been restored, but he had transcended his previous limitations, reaching unparalleled levels of power. Calyrex felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Naoki. For the first time in centuries, he was willing to trust humanity again, bringing them prosperity and abundance. Turning his gaze to Naoki, who stood among the crowd, Calyrex looked at him with gentle eyes. Nothing needed to be said, everything was understood. Naoki noticed the glance and smiled. He turned to the Pokémon gathered around him and said, "All right, let's head back down the mountain for a walk."
The Pokémon nodded in agreement.
As they descended the brightly lit mountain path, Ogerpon took in the lively festivities around them. The glowing lights and joyous atmosphere reminded it of a festival it had attended in Kitakami Town, back in its days with the man it dearly missed. The memories overwhelmed Ogerpon, and its eyes filled with tears. Before long, it began crying softly.
Pony.
Naoki and the other Pokémon stopped in their tracks, surprised by Ogerpon's sudden sadness. Even Goldengo, typically so composed, seemed flustered by the sight of its friend crying.
Gold.
Naoki knelt beside Ogerpon, gently stroking its head. "You're thinking about the past again, aren't you?" he asked softly. Ogerpon looked up at him, its eyes glistening with tears.
Pony.
Naoki sighed and decided not to rush. He led the group to a quiet spot along the mountain path, where they could sit and enjoy the serene beauty of the night. The sky was exceptionally clear, with no clouds in sight. The stars sparkled brilliantly, painting a breathtaking tapestry across the heavens. As they sat together, Naoki looked up at the starry sky and said, "You know, in human stories, it's said that when someone leaves this world, their soul ascends to the sky and becomes a star. That star watches over their loved ones and guides them through the darkness." Hearing this, Ogerpon slowly lifted its head, its teary eyes now fixed on the vast, twinkling sky. The stars reflected in Ogerpon's teary eyes as it looked up at Naoki and asked, "Pony, is that true?" Naoki nodded gently.
Yes.
"He's watching over you from up there, protecting you, and hoping you'll live a happy life. Maybe it was his guidance that led me to find you and bring you away from that place." Ogerpon's expression softened, its tears slowing as it listened.
Pony. I see.
It wiped its tears with its hands and straightened up, trying to cheer itself up. Then it stood tall, determinedly holding its mask and signaling to Naoki with a cheerful road, leading them back to the peaceful ranch they called home. As autumn passed, the temperature dropped sharply. The Pokémon in the forests began gathering fruit to prepare for winter, while those that disliked the cold embarked on their annual migration, flying south to warmer regions. Cold winds blew across the land, and withered yellow leaves swirled as they fell from the branches. Naoki had finished harvesting his fields and decided to plant just two types of radishes, the favorite food of Spectrier and Glastrier. He and his Pokémon worked together to store the harvested vegetables in the warehouse or pickle them to enjoy during meals. Interestingly, the onion patch guarded by Farfetch'd wasn't immune to the changing seasons. The once thick and vibrant leeks had aged and begun to wilt from being left unharvested. Fortunately, Farfetch'd knew just what to do. With a quick flourish of its cherished leek, it harvested the onions one by one, bundling them neatly and presenting them to Naoki for sale. After months of dedicated fitness training, Farfetch'd had developed a robust physique, its sturdy muscles visible beneath its fine feathers. The leek it once wielded awkwardly now felt like a natural extension of itself. "Looks like your leek-wielding skills have improved again," Naoki commented, watching as Farfetch'd expertly swung its leek, sending fallen leaves flying into the air. Hearing the praise, Farfetch'd paused mid-swing, holding its leek like a spear, and turned to Naoki with a resolute expression. "Quack!" it declared confidently. Naoki smiled. "What's your plan for the future?" he asked curiously.
Farfetch'd.
Farfetch'd tilted its head in thought, then shook it. It had no plans to leave, it wanted to stay on the ranch and continue training. "Well, let's keep working together," Naoki said warmly, patting Farfetch'd on the head. He then took out a red wool scarf he had purchased in town and gently wrapped it around the Pokémon's neck. "Here's a gift for you. This winter is going to be especially cold," Naoki explained. He had seen the news a few days prior. An intense cold front was sweeping across the western seas of Paldea, and it was expected to hit the region soon. Farfetch'd looked down at the scarf in delight. "Quack!" it chirped happily. After spending a bit more time with Farfetch'd, Naoki returned to his house. November had arrived, and the cold was becoming more biting with each passing day. It felt like snow could fall at any moment. Last winter, Naoki had traveled to the Galar region in search of Calyrex. This year, however, he had no major plans, so he decided to spend the season at home, enjoying the quiet months with his Pokémon. Even the Paldea Pokémon League offered a seasonal holiday. Gym leaders like Iono and Grusha could use the break to travel or return home to spend time with their families. As the temperature continued to drop, Naoki reopened the ventilation ducts connected to the home slugma. The slugma moved through the pipes, radiating warmth throughout the house and keeping every corner cozy. Outside, the EVs with their thick fur coats showed no signs of discomfort despite the cold. They frolicked in the yard, their cheerful antics lighting up the wintry atmosphere. In the living room, besides Calyrex watching TV with his elegant tea set, including Sinistia and Polteageist, the only other one trying to escape the cold was Cyclizer, curled up comfortably near the warm fireplace. Naoki opened the refrigerator and began preparing lunch for the Pokémon. He had some important tasks planned for the afternoon. Professor Sada had called him the day before, mentioning her intention to visit the ranch to observe Fluttermane's adaptation to modern life. After finishing lunch, Naoki settled on the sofa with a warm cup of tea. Just as he was enjoying his break, Professor Sada arrived at the ranch with Arvin in tow. It had been a while since Naoki had last seen Arvin, and the young man seemed unchanged, still reserved and quiet. Naoki greeted him warmly. "Long time no see, Arvin." Arvin gave a polite nod in return. "Long time no see, Mr. Naoki." Indeed, acting as the ever-dutiful host, brought over 2 steaming cups of tea for Professor Sada and Arvin. After taking a few sips, Professor Sada eagerly expressed her desire to see Fluttermane. "Fluttermane should be at Snorlax Park now," Naoki informed her as he stood up. "Let me take you there." The group made their way across the ranch. On the way, Arvin glanced around, noticing the absence of the Gogoat herd and Arbaliva. "Mr. Naoki, where are the Gogoats?" he asked curiously. "They've gone to a warmer place for the winter," Naoki replied. To be specific, they were at the World Tree in the Distortion World. The World Tree had grown tall and vast, providing ample shelter for the Gogoat and Arbaliva. Its stable climate and the natural energy it emitted were especially beneficial for grass-type Pokémon. So, when the temperature dropped, Naoki allowed them to retreat to the World Tree's floating island until spring. Conveniently, the entrance to the Distortion World was located in the ranch's lake, making it easy for the Pokémon to travel back and forth. Satisfied with the explanation, Arvin nodded and continued walking without further questions. Crossing the river, the group arrived at Snorlax Park, where Professor Sada finally laid eyes on Fluttermane again. The park was bustling with activity. A group of EVs was gleefully bouncing on Snorlax's belly as though it were a trampoline, while Fluttermane was curiously sliding down a slide, gripping the edges with its ghostly claws. Professor Sada's eyes lit up. The sight of the ancient and once mysterious Fluttermane enjoying such a mundane activity was astonishing. Naoki explained how Fluttermane had adapted to life on the ranch. At first, Fluttermane retained its primitive instincts, sneaking out at night to hunt. It preferred raw meat, tearing it apart with its sharp teeth. Professor Sada nodded knowingly. That aligns with the habits of Pokémon from its era. The ancient Pokémon were shaped by a world of survival and primal energy. Naoki continued, "I had Koraidon introduce modern life to Fluttermane, teaching it what's acceptable and what isn't. To help it adjust its nocturnal habits, I gave it a special blend of coffee to boost its energy during the day. Over time, it grew accustomed to ranch life. Has Fluttermane made any friends?
Sada asked. Naoki thought for a moment.
Fluttermane mostly keeps to itself and doesn't seek attention like the others. But it does enjoy being petted, especially when I comb its hair. It's on good terms with most Pokémon here, but it's closest to Koraidon. I see, Sada said thoughtfully, raising her camera to capture the rare sight of Fluttermane sliding down. After observing for a while, the group returned to the living room. Arven seemed intrigued by the ranch's Pokémon, so Naoki asked Indy to give him a tour. Meanwhile, Naoki stayed behind to chat further with Professor Sada. Dr. Sada took a sip of the warm tea and remarked, "This winter feels exceptionally cold."
Naoki smiled.
Are you and Dr. Turo planning to come back to the surface to celebrate the new year this year? It's uncertain, Dr. Sada replied, her mind drifting back to the research at the lab. It depends on how busy things are at the institute. But if we can't make it, we'll make sure Arven comes to visit us there.
Naoki nodded.
I'm sure he'd love that. Having his family around will definitely make him happy. Yes, Dr. Sada agreed with a gentle smile. Arven is the pride of both Turo and me. Next year, he'll be heading to Uver Academy. I hope he'll make plenty of new friends there. She paused briefly, her expression softening. That way, Arven won't feel so lonely. Naoki couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Time passes so quickly, he thought. When he first met Arven, he was just a reserved child, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was about to embark on a new chapter in his life at Uver Academy. Still, Naoki couldn't help but wonder if Dr. Sada's hopes would come true. From what he recalled of the events in the games, Arven had struggled with loneliness at the academy. It wasn't until much later, after the tragic injury of his loyal Mabostiff, that Arven began forging bonds. In his determination to heal his partner, Arven crossed paths with the game's protagonist, Nimona, and Penny. Together, their adventure in exploring Area Zero forged a lasting friendship. As the conversation turned reflective, Naoki's thoughts wandered to the time machine in Area Zero. From what he understood, creating a time machine with the Pokémon world's current technology should be impossible. Time manipulation was a power tied exclusively to legendary Pokémon like Dialga and Palkia. Doctor, Naoki asked curiously, can the time machine in Area Zero truly achieve time travel? Dr. Sada nodded slightly. Yes, it is thanks to its capabilities that we've been able to summon Pokémon from both ancient and futuristic eras to this timeline. Doesn't that mean humans could use the time machine to explore distant periods in the past or future? Naoki asked, leaning forward in interest. Well, Dr. Sada paused, choosing her words carefully. The truth is, we can't pinpoint exact moments in time. The technology allows us to access Pokémon from broad eras, but not precise dates or events. And as for traveling back to those times ourselves. Dr. Sada hesitated briefly, her gaze thoughtful. It has always been Turo's and my dream to witness those eras firsthand. However, we don't intend to attempt it. Why not? Naoki asked. Dr. Sada looked at Naoki and asked, have you ever heard of a time paradox? It occurs when time travel or manipulation creates contradictory logical outcomes. She leaned forward slightly, her tone becoming more serious. Time is a linear progression. Every action you take has a cause and effect. If you change something in the past, it will alter history, and everything in the future will shift accordingly. You'd never return to the timeline you're familiar with. Naoki furrowed his brows, his head spinning from her explanation. Dr. Sada continued, many scientists have hypothesized ways to resolve time paradoxes. For instance, the well-known parallel universe theory posits that there are numerous alternate versions of our world. When someone travels to the past, they might inadvertently step into a parallel universe, a version of reality altered by their actions. This secondary universe could potentially collapse and vanish at a specific point in time, perhaps even the moment the traveler initiated their journey. Naoki stared at her, bewildered. I don't follow at all. Noticing his confusion, Dr. Sada chuckled. In simple terms, meddling with time is a dangerous game. Time will retaliate if you try to change what's already established. Events in the future could unravel entirely, and everything you know, people, Pokémon, even the environment, would be swept up in the butterfly effect. For example, she added, imagine if someone from the future went back in time and prevented their grandparents from meeting. That person would cease to exist because their very existence depended on that relationship. This is too complicated, Naoki admitted, his head aching from the mental gymnastics. As he stared at Dr. Sada, a thought crossed his mind. Was the tragic ending of the professors in the game, the one where they died during their research, a result of tampering with time? He had tried to alter Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo's fate before, but whether he had succeeded or not remained a mystery. After some time, Dr. Sada rose to leave. There was much work awaiting her at the Research Institute, and she planned to bring Arvin along to Area Zero. If time didn't permit, she mentioned that the three of them might celebrate the new year there. Seeing her prepare to leave, Naoki got up to see them off.
Take care, he said warmly.
Dr. Sada smiled in return, and with Arvin by her side, they disappeared down the country road. Returning to the living room, Naoki noticed Cyclizer standing near the fireplace. Its expression was one of quiet confusion, as though it was lost in thought. Naoki raised an eyebrow.
What's wrong?
What's on your mind? Geo, the Cyclizer replied. Calyrex, who was seated nearby, casually offered a translation. The Cyclizer is pondering Dr. Sada's explanation of the time paradox, Calyrex stated with a serene expression. Cyclizer tilted its head and asked, Geo, does Naoki fully understand what that means? Naoki thought carefully for a moment, then tried to explain as simply as he could. Well, let me give you an example. You know I had a father and a mother, right? Cyclizer nodded earnestly. Every person and Pokémon has parents, after all. Naoki continued, if someone were to travel back in time and stop my parents from falling in love, then I'd never be born. And the version of me that exists now would disappear along with them. That's the butterfly effect, or at least what Dr. Sada called it. Even as he explained, Naoki couldn't help but feel a pang of uncertainty. After all, this was the Pokémon world, where time itself was guarded by Dialga, the deity of time. It made him question whether the scientific theories he'd learned in his past life were entirely applicable in such a magical and extraordinary place. Cyclizer tilted its head again, seeming to understand parts of what Naoki was saying, but still a little perplexed. Before Naoki could continue, the video phone in the living room began to ring. He walked over to answer it, and a familiar voice came through the line. Is Mr. Naoki home? The cheerful voice of Rachel, the granddaughter of the Pokémon Ranch store owner, came through.
Yes, I'm here.
What's going on, Rachel? Naoki asked curiously. Rachel replied, well, it's about Atropius. My grandfather came across an injured one in the jungle 2 days ago. It should have migrated south for the winter, but it hurt its wings and couldn't fly. Naoki listened intently as she continued. We managed to treat its injuries, but now the weather's getting colder, and there's no way for it to make the journey south in time. Grandpa thought it would be best to find a trainer who could care for it over the winter. Do you think you'd have time to help? After hanging up the phone, Naoki immediately made his way to Kosagi town. When he arrived, Rachel was busy organizing food in the store. Upon seeing Naoki, she quickly set aside her work and led him to where the Tropius was being kept. The Tropius is currently staying at our ranch, Rachel explained as they walked. But it seems really down. It's been feeling lonely ever since it got separated from its flock. Naoki nodded in understanding as Rachel continued. Tropius, like many other Pokémon, has unique migratory habits. These grass and flying-type Pokémon are native to tropical jungles, particularly in the Alola region, where they are abundant. However, smaller populations of Tropius also live in other regions, adapting to their environments. The migration patterns of Tropius are fascinating. Every winter, they form large flocks and migrate to warmer southern regions, much like swallows. They only return north when the weather becomes more temperate. After passing through a patch of withered yellow grassland, Naoki finally spotted the Tropius by a small lake. In person, Tropius was even larger than Naoki imagined, standing over 2 meters tall. Its brownish-gray body resembled a coastal coconut tree, with a long neck, sturdy legs, and 3 broad, leafy fronds sprouting from its head. Its back bore 4 massive, leaf-like wings that it used to fly. The most eye-catching feature, however, was the cluster of banana-like fruits hanging from its neck.
This is Tropius.
Mr. Naoki, have you seen one up close before?
Rachel asked.
Naoki shook his head.
Not up close.
I've only seen one from a distance at Casaroya Lake. Casaroya Lake, with its abundant water, lush vegetation and fresh air, was a favored spot for Tropius to thrive.
I see.
Rachel replied with a nod. She continued, you know, Tropius can also be raised on ranches. She gestured toward the fruit hanging from its neck. These fruits grow twice a year. I've tasted them before, and they're incredibly sweet and delicious. In the Alola region, children often eat the fruit from Tropius necks as snacks. In fact, the fruit is so popular there that several Tropius breeding farms have been established. She paused before adding, that said, due to Padia's cooler climate, Tropius fruits here aren't as sweet as the ones in Alola. Naoki listened intently, his gaze fixed on the majestic Pokémon. Tropius is enormous, he remarked, marveling at its size, comparable to an elephant.
Rachel chuckled.
Don't worry, Mr. Naoki. Tropius are incredibly gentle by nature. Even wild Tropius are known to willingly share the fruit from their necks with people in need. To demonstrate, Rachel approached the Tropius and gently stroked its legs. It's all right, Tropius, she said soothingly. We've found a kind trainer who's willing to care for you. This gentleman right here. The Tropius looked toward Naoki with a somber gaze, clearly still longing for its flock. Naoki took a step closer, raising a hand in a friendly wave.
Hello, Tropius.
I'm Naoki, and I run a ranch. If you'd like, you're welcome to spend the winter with us. We'll take good care of you. Naoki couldn't help but think, it's a shame Tropius isn't a dragon-type Pokémon, otherwise the power of dragon control would work on it. Hearing his words, Tropius raised its long neck and gazed at him with curious eyes. It saw a kind human smiling warmly in its direction. Rachel, standing beside Tropius, nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Naoki is a very kind man. His ranch is home to many different Pokémon. If you spend the winter there, you won't feel lonely at all.
Tropius.
Tropius let out a low, somewhat melancholy cry but eventually nodded, signifying its agreement to go to the ranch with Naoki. It didn't have many other options. With its injured wing, it couldn't fly south with the rest of its flock. Watching them leave while it stayed behind had been a heartbreaking experience. Seeing Tropius agree, Naoki smiled warmly.
Great. Let's head back now.
The Pokémon at the ranch are looking forward to meeting you. Naoki wasn't exaggerating. Before leaving, several Pokémon, Alcremie, Goldengo and Ogerpon, had eagerly asked where he was going. When Naoki explained about Tropius, they became excited upon hearing about a Pokémon that grew sweet fruits on its neck. The thought of meeting Tropius had them waiting enthusiastically at home for its arrival. Hearing that other Pokémon were excited to meet it, Tropius seemed touched. Its mood lifted slightly, and it let out a deep, resonant cry, then flapped its large wings and moved closer to Naoki. Naoki was momentarily surprised by Tropius's gesture. Wait, are you asking me to ride on your back? He asked incredulously.
Tropii.
The large Pokémon nodded, lowering itself slightly to make it easier for him to climb on. Seeing this, Naoki smiled and didn't hesitate. He recalled the Cyclizer to its Pokeball and carefully climbed onto Tropius's back. Waving goodbye to Rachel, Naoki and Tropius prepared to depart. Rachel, her face lighting up with joy, called out, "Take care, Tropius. Live happily at the ranch."
Tropii.
The Pokémon responded gratefully, its tone warm. It lowered its neck and offered Rachel the bananas growing around its chin, a gesture of thanks to the person who had saved and cared for it. Naoki watched this exchange and nodded approvingly. It's such a kind and polite Tropius, he thought to himself. Just as he was about to express his admiration aloud, Naoki noticed something astonishing. The bananas that Tropius had given to Rachel had already regrown on its neck. Startled, Naoki blinked in disbelief. Naoki furrowed his brow in confusion. Wait a minute, don't the fruits on Tropius's neck ripen only twice a year? But then, something clicked in his mind, and he suddenly understood. This Tropius has the harvest ability, he exclaimed inwardly. Harvest, a hidden ability of Tropius, grants it the chance to regenerate consumed berries with a 50% chance under normal conditions and a 100% chance on sunny days. This realization explained everything. Rachel, holding the freshly grown fruit, quickly caught on as well. So your ability is harvest, she said, turning to Tropius with a bright smile. Then, looking back at Naoki, she added, Mr. Naoki, Tropius with a harvest ability are known for being very productive. She continued enthusiastically, they can convert their body's energy, water, and sunlight into nutrients to accelerate fruit regrowth. That's why the fruit you saw just regrew so quickly. But, she clarified, this ability can only be used once in a short period of time. After activating, Tropius needs some time to recover its energy before it can regrow fruit again. Hearing her explanation, Naoki nodded thoughtfully. That makes perfect sense, he mused. A Tropius with the harvest ability seemed like the ideal addition to his ranch. What surprised him even more, however, was Rachel's knowledge on the subject. He vividly remembered when he first met her, a shy and soft-spoken girl. Now, 2 years later, Rachel had grown. into a confident and cheerful young woman. You're amazing, Rachel. You even know about Pokémon abilities like Harvest. Naoki praised her with genuine admiration. Rachel blushed slightly, rubbing the back of her neck. My grandfather taught me a lot. I'm planning to become a Pokémon breeder in the future, so he's been sharing all sorts of Pokémon-related knowledge with me.
A Pokémon breeder?
Naoki smiled warmly. That's a wonderful goal. Keep it up, Rachel. She nodded firmly, her confidence unwavering.
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Naoki. After their brief chat, Tropius flapped its broad leafy wings and rose into the air. Naoki pointed in the direction of his ranch, and Tropius, with a determined nod, flew off in that direction. While Tropius wasn't as fast as Dragonite, its spacious back made the ride incredibly stable, almost like sitting on an elephant. Before long, Naoki and Tropius landed at the ranch. A group of Pokémon was already gathered, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As soon as Tropius touched down, the Pokémon rushed over excitedly, surrounding them. Naoki gestured toward Tropius and introduced it with a smile.
Everyone, this is Tropius.
Tropius, these are the Pokémon I told you about earlier. Tropius, towering over the crowd, looked at the diverse Pokémon curiously. Alcremie, Goldengo, Ogerpon, and others all chimed in with enthusiastic welcomes. Their warmth seemed to lift Tropius's spirits even more. Seeing their friendliness, Tropius couldn't help but let out a happy cry, its leafy wings swaying gently.
Tropius.
The next step was finding the perfect place for Tropius to stay on the ranch. The weather was getting colder by the day. As a grass and flying-type Pokémon, Tropius had a severe weakness to ice and was just as vulnerable to the cold as Cyclizer. This was precisely why Tropius and its kind migrated south in large groups before winter arrived. Naoki considered the options. The ranch during winter clearly wasn't suitable for Tropius.
After some thought, he knew just the place.
He rode Tropius across the lake at the ranch and entered the reverse world, leading the Pokémon to the Sky Island where the World Tree stood tall. This island had been cultivated with sunflowers that emitted both light and warmth. For grass-type Pokémon like Tropius, this environment was perfect. Here, they could photosynthesize freely to replenish their energy, even in the depths of winter. The World Tree itself had grown tremendously, towering over 100 meters high. Even Tropius, with its impressive 2-meter frame, looked small beside it. Thankfully, the reverse world had infinite space, so there was no concern about overcrowding. Tropius stared at the towering tree in awe, its eyes wide with surprise. Tropius! It exclaimed, its tone filled with wonder. This is the World Tree, Naoki explained with a smile. He then approached the nearby Pokémon. The Go-Goats lounging peacefully beneath the World Tree and Arboliva, whose form had grown larger and more vibrant thanks to the abundant natural energy here, greeted him warmly. Naoki patted their heads and introduced the new arrival.
This is Tropius.
If everything goes well, it'll be staying with you from now on, he said. The Go-Goats, as relaxed and gentle as ever, welcomed Tropius with warm gestures. Arboliva, standing majestically on the Sky Island and resembling an enormous olive tree, opened its eyes. Its gaze met Tropius's, and it offered a soft, graceful welcome. Tropius observed its new companions curiously. It was drawn to the goats, sensing an unusually rich grass-type energy radiating from them. Its surprise was evident. This wasn't something it had ever felt from the Gogoat Pokémon it had encountered around Casaroya Lake. This place is incredible.
Tropius thought, impressed.
Naoki instructed the Go-Goats and Oliva to take good care of their new companion, and with his task complete, he prepared to head back to the ranch. The sun was beginning to set, and he needed to start dinner for the Pokémon. Just as he was about to leave, a faint yet familiar voice echoed from the neighboring Sky Island. Giratina stirred from its resting place and called out, its tone tinged with exasperation. You're becoming more and more casual. Naoki froze for a moment, feeling a slight chill that had nothing to do with the weather. He turned towards the massive legendary Pokémon, offering a sheepish smile. Giratina grumbled internally. This is my territory. How dare he come and go so freely without consulting me first? Naoki suddenly remembered that the reverse world was home to a certain temperamental dragon. Looking at Giratina, he said, "Don't you ever feel lonely living here all by yourself? You should really consider making some friends." Giratina's eyes narrowed at the comment. If it got this upset over a harmless remark, Naoki wondered how on earth he could ever convince Giratina to accept a Rotom phone in the future. The poor Rotom would likely be too frightened to function properly around the legendary Pokémon. Of course, Giratina would never admit to feeling lonely. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar to mask its true emotions.
Lonely. Me.
Don't be ridiculous. I've lived like this for tens of thousands of years. I don't need anyone. Giratina declared, its voice laced with indignation. Despite its bluster, there was an odd familiarity and warmth in the way Giratina looked at Naoki. Naoki, unsure of Giratina's mood, decided to take a gamble. He floated closer to Flower Sky Island, extending his hand toward the legendary Pokémon. Let me try something, Naoki said. Giratina regarded him with suspicion, but before it could react, Naoki activated his dragon power. A warm, soothing energy surged through Giratina's massive form, causing its golden eyes to widen in shock.
Bold human. What have you done?
Giratina demanded, though its tone betrayed a mix of confusion and wonder. Naoki smiled as he gently ran his hand along Giratina's sleek, shadowy scales. I'm thanking you. This is a power I recently awakened. It's especially effective with dragon-type Pokémon. And since you're a dragon-type, I thought I'd give it a try. He carefully massaged Giratina, channeling the calming energy. Despite its initial protests, Giratina eventually relaxed under the touch, its tension melting away. When the massage ended, Giratina looked almost dazed, as if it had just woken from a pleasant dream.
Fine. You may go.
Since you've been so considerate, I'll overlook your intrusion today, Giratina said, trying to maintain an air of dignity despite its evident satisfaction. Naoki stifled a chuckle. So even legendary Pokémon can't resist a good massage. Although his dragon power wasn't strong enough to make Giratina any more powerful, it was heartening to know it could help win the Pokémon's favor. With a respectful bow, Naoki said goodbye and made his way back to the ranch. The snowfall in the Alliance calendar year 199 came earlier than expected. By the next morning, delicate snowflakes were floating down from the gray sky, blanketing the world in white. Thankfully, Naoki had prepared the ranch well in advance. The Combi and Butterfree were relocated to the warm glass greenhouse. The Go-Goats and Arboliva were sent to the World Tree on Sky Island, while the Miltanks cozied up in the Pokémon house. The Garganackle retreated to their underground caves, shielded from the chill. Naoki also moved the Wooloo into the Pokémon house alongside the Miltanks and invited Snorlax into the living room, where it sprawled contentedly on the floor. With heavy snow falling outside, there was no work to be done. Naoki decided to take the rare opportunity to relax at home with his Pokémon. Inside, Slugma kept the house warm by channeling heat through vents. Pawmot floated by one of the vents, feeding fruits to the Slugma. The EVs, with their thick winter coats, played rambunctiously in the room. Some were perched on Snorlax's belly, chatting happily, while others stared out the window at the falling snow, their little faces pressed against the glass. Cyclizer and Coraden lay by the fireplace, basking in the warmth. Nearby, the sibling Indeedee tended to their tasks, ensuring everything was in order. Meanwhile, Calyrex sat on the sofa, watching TV with a regal air. Ogerpon and Goldengo occupied themselves on the second floor, sharing Ogerpon's old mask. Farfetch'd rested nearby, its precious leek held close. Dragonite, having worked tirelessly throughout the year, had been sent back to Dragonite Island with a bag of treats as its year-end bonus. Naoki lounged on the sofa, fiddling with his Rotom phone, trying to coax the Rotom inside to chat with him. Outside, the heavy snow created a serene, frosty landscape. Suddenly, the skies were pierced by the figure of a Zapdos cutting through the stormy clouds. On its back were two small Pokémon, Teddy Ursa and Mew. As the ranch came into view, their faces lit up with anticipation. Home at last, they thought, eager to reunite with Naoki and the rest of their friends. When Naoki saw Zapdos, Teddy Ursa, and Mew return to the ranch on such a snowy day, he was both surprised and overjoyed. He quickly ushered the three Pokémon inside, brushing the snow off their fur and feathers. Warmth enveloped them as they entered the house. Naoki prepared hot tea and served soft, sweet cookies to the trio. The three Pokémon settled on the floor by the crackling fireplace. After draining their cups of hot tea, they began to feel the warmth seep back into their frostbitten limbs. Their energy slowly returned, and they began to speak. Teddy Ursa and Mew munched on cookies like two hungry squirrels, their mouths stuffed with crumbs. Meanwhile, Zapdos lowered its head into a bowl of warm snacks, savoring the taste with evident delight. After a while, Teddy Ursa let out a satisfied burp and pulled something shimmering from behind its back. It was a feather, glowing with radiant rainbow hues.
Teddy Ursa.
This is a gift for you, Naoki. The small Pokémon declared proudly. Because Naoki had eaten the translation seeds earlier, he could immediately understand what Teddy Ursa was saying. His eyes widened as he took the feather in hand, and almost instantly, information about the item appeared in his mind. Rainbow Feather, a legendary artifact, this feather belongs to the mythical Pokémon Ho-Oh. It is said that when it glows with rainbow light, it brings joy and happiness to humanity.
Naoki was stunned.
This is a rainbow feather from Ho-Oh. He stared at Teddy Ursa and Mew in disbelief. How on earth did you manage to get Ho-Oh's feather? Teddy Ursa replied cheerfully, Ursa Ted. We found it on the grass. Mew floated beside it, nodding with an innocent smile. Mew, it's Ho-Oh's feather. Teddy Ursa added enthusiastically, Teddy Ursa. Oh, and we also made friends with Ho-Oh. And Marshadao. As the two Pokémon took turns explaining, Naoki pieced the story together over the next 5 minutes. It turned out that during their travels, the Hero Expedition Team had stumbled upon the radiant feather lying in the grass. Not long after, a majestic lion-like Pokémon appeared before them, its mane burning like flames. The Pokémon, NTI, revealed itself to be a messenger of Ho-Oh and instructed them to follow the feather's guidance to a place called Ikrutik City. Upon reaching the city, the townspeople directed them to the tower, where Ho-Oh was said to reside. The expedition team eventually arrived at the tower but soon encountered an elusive Pokémon lurking in the shadows. Mew managed to catch up with it, learning that the Pokémon was Marshadao, tasked with guiding those chosen by Ho-Oh to undertake the test of the Rainbow Hero. Marshadao was visibly perplexed. Ho-Oh's feather has only ever been given to humans, it explained. Never to Pokémon. Teddy Ursa and Mew immediately protested, shaking their heads vigorously. We're not ordinary Pokémon, they insisted. We're the Hero Expedition Team, traveling the world and standing up for justice. Hearing their passionate declaration, Marshadao seemed to consider their words before speaking again. In that case, it said, its voice calm but intrigued, place the rainbow feather on the sacred stone and see what happens. Mew and Baby Bear did as instructed. As soon as they placed the rainbow feather on the stone, it erupted in a brilliant beam of light that shot straight into the sky. From the horizon, a radiant rainbow bridge formed, arching high into the heavens. Moments later, Ho-Oh, the majestic king of the skies, appeared, its feathers shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Hearing this part of the story, Naoki was stunned. Wait, does that mean you've already become rainbow heroes? In Pokémon lore, the Rainbow Hero is a title given to humans chosen by Ho-Oh. In the movie, Ash Ketchum successfully passed Ho-Oh's test and earned the title. Mew and Baby Bear exchanged a quick glance before shaking their heads. Teddy Ursa. No. That Pokémon said that the Rainbow Hero is a title meant for humans. Mew added, the Phoenix Pokémon gave the feather to us after seeing them in building a snowman. The cold air was filled with laughter and the crunch of snow underfoot as they worked together. Time flew by, and Indy came running out to announce that the steamed buns were ready. Naoki left the EVs to their snowy fun and hurried back inside. As he opened the steamer, Naoki's eyes widened in surprise. These buns were unlike any he had made before. Their golden red color shimmered with an otherworldly hue, reminiscent of the radiant plumage of Ho-Oh. Wow! Naoki murmured. Naoki took a deep breath, feeling the incredible information about the bun flow into his mind. Holy Bun, SS. A legendary dish created using the powdered feather of the mythical Pokémon Ho-Oh. It is said that consuming it grants the blessings of Ho-Oh. Effects. Holy Ash. Instantly restores the physical strength of a severely weakened or dying Pokémon. For healthy Pokémon, it significantly enhances physical strength and endurance, making them far stronger. Holy Fire. For Fire-type Pokémon, it transforms their internal flames into sacred fire. For non-Fire-type Pokémon, the power of Fire-type moves increases permanently by 20%. Divine Blessing. Grants Ho-Oh's favor to the Pokémon that consumes it, greatly enhancing their fortune. This effect is exclusive to Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos. Comment: this is a one-of-a-kind dish. Legends say that those blessed by Ho-Oh achieve eternal happiness. As Naoki processed this information, he couldn't help but let out a soft whistle of amazement. Wow, an SS-tier dish indeed. This is absurdly powerful. The first effect, Holy Ash, was nothing short of miraculous. Unlike a simple healing item like Moo Moo Milk or a Max Potion, this ability seemed to stem directly from Ho-Oh's legendary power, the very power said to resurrect the dead. Naoki recalled the Johto legend of the Burned Tower, where 3 Pokémon perished in a great fire. Ho-Oh, in its compassion, used its powers to resurrect them, transforming them into the legendary beasts, NTI, Raikou and Suicune, who became loyal guardians of Ho-Oh. Though none of the Pokémon in Naoki's ranch were in dire need of resurrection, the secondary boost to physical strength and endurance from Holy Ash would be immensely useful, especially for Pokémon like Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, who had evolved prematurely. The buns could help make up for their developmental shortcomings and allow them to thrive. The second effect, Holy Fire, was just as remarkable. Turning the internal flames of Fire-type Pokémon into Sacred Fire, Ho-Oh's signature move, was a game-changer. Sacred Fire, a move of both immense power and divine significance, was a skill that only Ho-Oh and its chosen guardians like NTI could wield. Even for non-Fire-type Pokémon, the 20% boost to Fire-type moves was like equipping them with a permanent charcoal that didn't occupy an item slot. Naoki could already imagine Flareon's flames burning brighter than ever. But it was the third effect, Divine Blessing, that intrigued Naoki the most. The idea of Ho-Oh's favor greatly enhancing a Pokémon's fortune seemed like a perfect match for the Hero Expedition team. Naoki looked over at Baby Bear, who was lying contentedly on the woolen rug, rubbing its full belly. The little Pokémon's inherent ability to bring luck to every situation was already impressive, but with Ho-Oh's blessing? That was a whole new level of potential.
Artificial. Luck incarnate.
Naoki murmured, half in awe and half in amusement. Baby Bear's natural talent for finding rare and valuable items, combined with this divine blessing, meant the little Pokémon could probably stumble upon treasures no one else could dream of, perhaps even the mythical plates of Arceus itself. The thought brought a smile to Naoki's face as he jokingly imagined Baby Bear casually stealing Arceus's origin plate, much like a mischievous thief in a fantasy game. However, it made sense that the divine blessing effect was limited to Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos. After all, the rainbow feather had been gifted to them by Ho-Oh. The restriction ensured that its power stayed true to its purpose. This is a massive upgrade for the Hero Expedition team, Naoki mused with a chuckle.
What we accomplished.
It said the feather could help us in our journey. Naoki sighed in relief but remained deeply impressed. For a moment, he had genuinely thought his Pokémon companions had achieved this legendary status. Looking at the radiant feather in his hand, Naoki asked curiously, "So, where is Ho-Oh now?" Mew and Baby Bear shook their heads.
Teddy. We don't know.
After that, it flew away.
Mew. Mew looked disappointed.
We invited Ho-Oh to visit the ranch and play with us, but it declined. Seeing Mew's dejected expression, Naoki didn't know what to say. The Heroes Expedition team really was something else, a gotcha machine for legendary encounters. From Ho-Oh to the simplest Pokémon like Farfetch'd, they somehow managed to cross paths with all of them. Naoki mused silently, it's no surprise coming from a Teddy Ursa blessed with permanent good luck. It's possible Ho-Oh has important responsibilities elsewhere, Naoki finally said to comfort them.
Mew.
Mew's ears perked up. Do you think Ho-Oh will visit after we finish everything here?
Naoki hesitated.
I'm not sure.
Mew. Mew's face fell again.
Deciding to change the subject, Naoki turned his focus to the rainbow feather. He remembered how Zapdos' feathers were used to create lightning buns and Lugia's feathers made storm buns. The potential of Ho-Oh's feather intrigued him. What kind of dish could be created from Ho-Oh's feathers? Naoki wondered, a spark of culinary curiosity lighting his thoughts.
But first, he sought confirmation.
Are you sure it's okay for me to use the feather to make something special? Baby Bear lazily waved its paw.
Ursa. Of course.
We brought it as a gift for you, Naoki. The little bear, clearly stuffed from too many cookies, lay sprawled on the wool carpet, gently rubbing its round belly. Thank you, Naoki said with a warm smile. I truly love this gift. Deciding to act, Naoki sought out Calyrex. With its unparalleled psychic abilities, Calyrex could help convert the feather into powder, ideal for culinary experimentation. Calyrex, always eager to assist, agreed immediately. In just 3 seconds, the rainbow feather transformed into a handful of golden red powder, resembling finely sifted flour. Naoki examined it closely, and the information about the powder appeared in his mind. Phoenix King Feather Powder, a legendary ingredient imbued with sacred power, blessings, and fiery energy. When used in cooking, it may exhibit magical effects. Seeing this, Naoki chuckled and said to himself, just as I thought. With a warm smile, he patted Baby Bear and Mew on their heads and said, wait here. I'll go make some special buns for you. Naoki headed to the kitchen and began preparing the dough. Meanwhile, the 3 Pokémon, now fully refreshed and satisfied, explored the ranch. They wandered around, happily greeting the Pokémon who lived there. Although many of the Pokémon were new faces to them, introductions quickly turned into friendly exchanges, and bonds were formed in no time. When Mew and Baby Bear came across the Farfetch'd they had encouraged to come to the ranch, both of their little faces lit up in shock.
Teddy Ursa. So strong.
Mew. What a transformation.
Far-fetched.
Farfetch'd quacked cheerfully, clearly delighted to see its old companions. For Farfetch'd, it was a moment of gratitude. Meeting Mew and Baby Bear had been a turning point. Thanks to their encouragement, it had come to the ranch and met Naoki, who had helped it become stronger. Naoki was entirely in his element as he worked in the kitchen. He kneaded the dough, let it rest, rolled it into perfect buns, and placed them in the steamer. By the time noon arrived, the heavy snowfall outside had stopped. Excited by the fresh blanket of snow, all the Pokémon eagerly donned the scarves Naoki had bought for them and raced outside to play. Even the 3 members of the Heroes Expedition Team ventured out. However, their purpose was different. They wanted to check on the World Tree. As soon as they reached the grassy area where the World Tree had been planted, Zapdos and Mew noticed something alarming. The tree was gone. Startled, they hurried to find Naoki and tell him what had happened. Naoki, busy steaming buns, listened calmly to Mew's frantic explanation. With a reassuring smile, he said, "The World Tree isn't gone. It's just grown too big for the ranch, so I moved it somewhere else." After asking Sister Indy to watch over the steaming buns, Naoki led the 3 Pokémon across the ranch's lake and into the reverse world. The moment they arrived, Zapdos, Mew, and Baby Bear stared in awe. In the void stood a colossal, magnificent tree, its trunk thick and sturdy, its branches spreading far and wide. Zap! Zapdos chirped with excitement. This was the perfect home it had always dreamed of. Mew and Baby Bear were equally astonished. The sheer size of the World Tree exceeded their imaginations. It was as if a living sanctuary for Pokémon had sprung to life before their very eyes. Finally understanding what Naoki had meant when he said the World Tree would grow large enough to host all their Pokémon friends, the trio's faces lit up with joy. Naoki walked under the vast tree canopy. The excited Zapdos began soaring around the World Tree, its electrifying energy adding to the lively atmosphere. Mew squealed with delight and darted up to perch on one of the sprawling branches, its small frame practically glowing with excitement. Naoki stood at the base of the tree, holding Baby Bear in his arms as he gazed upward at the scene. Judging by Mew's enthusiasm, it seemed likely that the Pokémon was already planning to use the mystical power of the World Tree to create a secret base, a special sanctuary just for the Hero Expedition Team. Naoki smiled warmly and said, "This is just the beginning. In the future, the World Tree will grow to be more than 10 times its current size." The idea of such a colossal tree, its roots and branches creating an ecosystem all their own, filled Naoki's mind with possibilities. He had been quietly planning the future of the World Tree for some time. With its vast reserves of natural energy, the World Tree was an ideal place for plants and crops to thrive. It could host its ecosystem, with Pokémon like Arboliva producing rich olive oil, the Gagote offering fresh goat milk, the Tropius providing fruits, and the Garganacl supplying rock salt. Add in the Miltanks for milk, the Combi trio for sweet honey, and Alchemy for cream and desserts, and it was a perfect balance of resources. Naoki envisioned building an expedition team guild nestled within the World Tree's boughs. This guild could include an item shop selling essential supplies and potions, a cafe where Pokémon could enjoy hearty meals, an orchard filled with berries and fruit trees, farmland for growing wheat and other crops, bedrooms for Pokémon to rest comfortably. The shopkeepers, chefs and caretakers would all be Pokémon themselves, ensuring a lively, supportive community. With such a system in place, even if Naoki were absent in the future, the Pokémon would remain self-sufficient and continue to live harmoniously. However, Naoki knew these dreams were still far off. The World Tree's growth was not yet halfway complete, and much remained to be done. Leaving Zapdos, Mew, and Baby Bear to explore their newfound paradise, Naoki returned alone to the ranch. Back at the ranch, the EVs were playing in the snow, so Naoki joined. Naoki was cautious this time. With so many Pokémon on the ranch, he made sure to make the buns as small as possible to stretch the legendary ingredient. The rainbow feathers from Ho-Oh were large enough that he managed to steam over 20 sacred buns. Though it wasn't enough to feed all the Pokémon on the ranch, Naoki was content that the rare ingredient was being put to its best use. Still, a nagging thought lingered in his mind. What if Ho-Oh discovers I made steamed buns out of its feathers? Given the lore in the Pokémon games, where rainbow feathers could summon Ho-Oh, it seemed likely the Pokémon might sense the presence of its feather. Naoki grew uneasy. Would Ho-Oh come to scold me for using its feather in cooking? But then, as a chef who loved creating magical dishes, Naoki couldn't help himself. The feather had too much potential to ignore. He consoled himself thinking, if Ho-Oh does show up and gets upset, I'll apologize. It's worth the risk. He admired Ho-Oh's unwavering belief in humanity. Despite leaving Ikrutique City after humans caused destruction, Ho-Oh continued to bestow rainbow feathers upon those it deemed kind-hearted. Carrying the pot of sacred buns, Naoki made his way to the Pokémon frolicking in the snow. His first stop was with the three EV brothers, Flareon, Jolteon and Vaporeon, who needed these buns the most to recover from the deficiencies caused by their premature evolutions. Flareon, being a fire type, stood to gain the most from the sacred buns' effects. Jolteon and Vaporeon, while not directly benefiting from the fire-enhancing properties, would still see a boost to their physical fitness and strength. The three eagerly devoured the buns one after another. Jolteon and Vaporeon didn't exhibit any immediate changes, but Flareon's reaction was dramatic.
B.
Flareon cried out, spinning around nervously as golden red flames erupted from its body, spiraling uncontrollably into the air. Startled, Vaporeon instinctively fired a water gun at its brother, dousing the flames. White steam hissed and rose into the chilly air. But before they could relax, another surge of flames burst forth, even fiercer than before. Vaporeon prepared to try again, but Naoki quickly intervened.
Wait. Don't worry.
This won't harm Flareon, Naoki reassured them.
Buoy.
Vaporeon paused, watching intently as Flareon's flames continued to rage. It was as though a volcano had ignited within Flareon. Flareon's body brimmed with power, its flames crackling with intensity. Heat and energy swirled in its chest, and its cheeks puffed up with the pressure of the fire within. Finally, unable to contain it any longer, Flareon let out a resounding cry and unleashed a stream of flames. The roaring fire took the form of a massive serpentine blaze, cutting through the snowy field and melting the ground beneath it. Jolteon and Vaporeon watched in awe.
Buoy. Jolteon exclaimed.
That's incredible.
Buoy.
Flareon's face glowed with excitement, clearly reveling in its newfound strength. Naoki observed the transformation closely. He realized that the sacred bun's energy had supercharged Flareon's flames, forcing its body to adapt and reach a higher level of power. The orange-red fur on Flareon's coat now had a darker, richer hue, reminiscent of NTI, one of Ho-Oh's three legendary beasts. Well, Naoki said with a satisfied smile, it seems the sacred bun has worked wonders. Their evolutions are now fully optimized. He said goodbye to them and turned around to go to the World Tree to feed the buns to the three Pokémon of the Hero Expedition Team. Naoki distributed the three sacred buns to the Hero Expedition Team. Zapdos was already waiting by the World Tree, but Mew and Baby Bear were nowhere to be seen. After calling out to them, Mew and Baby Bear appeared, both looking cheerful and excited. Each Pokémon received one sacred bun, and Naoki clapped his hands in satisfaction. Once the buns were handed out, Naoki asked curiously, "Where were you just now? I didn't see you in the tree."
Meow.
Mew giggled mischievously, then used its teleport move. In an instant, Naoki found himself in a cozy wooden room filled with toys of all shapes and sizes. The surroundings were warm and inviting, yet distinctly part of the World Tree. When Naoki noticed the playful decor, he immediately realized, "Is this the secret base you built with your hidden power?"
Meow.
Mew nodded enthusiastically, its tiny face lighting up with pride. Baby Bear chimed in with an excited Teddy, clearly eager for Naoki's approval. Naoki looked around the room, impressed by their work. "You've done a great job here. I'll make 2 small beds for you later so you can sleep comfortably." "My Mew." Mew twirled in excitement, and Baby Bear nuzzled against Naoki, clearly delighted by his promise. True to his word, Naoki spent the afternoon crafting 2 small wooden beds from the leftover materials at the ranch. He delivered the beds to the secret base, and Mew and Baby Bear were overjoyed. That night, surrounded by their toys, the 2 Pokémon slept soundly in their new beds while Zapdos rested on a branch outside the World Tree. The Hero Expedition Team was finally beginning to feel like a fully fledged group with a base of operations and consistent supplies. Naoki, however, couldn't help but think of another Pokémon that would make a valuable addition to their team: Hoopa, the mischief Pokémon. Hoopa's ability to travel through its rings and create spatial portals would be a game-changer for the expedition team. With Hoopa's help, they could instantly reach distant regions like Sinnoh or Kalos. But Naoki knew that Hoopa was still sealed in the Kalos region. Early the next morning, he gathered the Hero Expedition Team to share Hoopa's story. A long time ago, Naoki began, there was a desert city in the Kalos region where a mischievous Pokémon named Hoopa appeared. Hoopa had the power to summon objects and even Pokémon through its rings. It would often bring food and treasures to the city, making it prosperous and admired by its residents. The 3 Pokémon listened intently, their eyes wide with curiosity. Naoki continued, but one day, the people of the city wanted to see Hoopa's full strength. They asked it to battle powerful Pokémon, and Hoopa gladly obliged. Using its immense power, Hoopa defeated many Pokémon but caused massive destruction in the process.
He sighed.
The entire city was reduced to rubble. In response, a wise human sealed away Hoopa's true power, forcing it to live in its smaller, less powerful form. The seal also took away its ability to travel freely through its rings. The team listened in awe, processing the tale of the mischievous yet misunderstood Pokémon. Baby Bear tilted its head and asked, "Teddy,
What is Hoopa like?"
Naoki smiled and explained, "Hoopa's personality is a lot like yours. It's playful, curious, and mischievous, but deep down, it's kind-hearted. If you ever meet Hoopa on your journey, invite it to join your expedition team. I think it would fit right in." Mew looked a little concerned.
Meow.
"Hoopa is so powerful, won't it destroy our ranch?" Naoki reassured it, "That's why you need to help Hoopa understand the meaning of friendship and responsibility. If you can do that, Hoopa will likely be able to control its powers." The prerequisite, of course, was that the hero expedition team would meet Hoopa during their journey. When Baby Bear heard that Hoopa needed help, it puffed out its chest with determination.
"Teddy. No problem.
"We'll do our best to help Hoopa." Helping Pokémon in need was, after all, the very mission of the hero expedition team. After bidding farewell to Baby Bear and Mew, Naoki carried a basket of fruit to the Tropius. While Tropius could sustain itself through photosynthesis as a grass-type Pokémon, it was important to provide it with real food as well. Neglecting its dietary needs would be irresponsible. Upon seeing the basket filled with fresh, juicy fruits, Tropius's face lit up with joy. It let out a cheerful cry of gratitude and buried its head into the basket, munching contentedly. Naoki chuckled as he watched. "Eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, there's plenty more at the ranch." With the help of the Go-Goats, which emitted powerful grass energy, the ranch's fruit trees bore fruit remarkably fast. It took only 3 days for bare branches to become laden with ripe, plump produce. Not far away, the Go-Goats were happily munching on their grass dumplings. Seeing all the Pokémon with shiny coats and healthy physiques filled Naoki with a deep sense of satisfaction. After Tropius finished every last fruit in the basket, Naoki bent down to pick it up. Just as he was about to leave, Tropius lowered its long neck and gently offered the bananas hanging from its chin.
"For me?"
Naoki asked, surprised. Tropius nodded enthusiastically. It then proceeded to detach all 5 bananas from its neck and give them to Naoki. Immediately afterward, its harvest ability triggered, and 2 more bananas grew in place. Tropius happily offered those as well. However, with the ability now in cooldown, no additional fruit grew. Naoki marveled at the sight. Even though he'd witnessed this before, it still felt like magic. "Pokémon truly are incredible creatures," he muttered to himself, gazing at the basket now filled with the fragrant, golden bananas. Tropius bananas. Freshly picked from Tropius, these bananas are sweet and satisfying. Perfect for culinary creations.
"Thank you.
I love these," Naoki said, gently patting the Tropius on the head. He bid Tropius farewell and returned to the ranch, his thoughts swirling with ideas. "I wonder what kind of dish these bananas will make," Naoki mused as he headed to the kitchen. After a moment of thought, he decided to prepare a simple yet delectable treat: hot fried bananas. First, he peeled the bananas and coated them in an egg wash, followed by a layer of breadcrumbs. Then he heated oil in a pan, waiting until the temperature was just right before carefully placing the bananas into the sizzling oil. The bananas sizzled and crackled, turning a perfect golden brown as they fried. Naoki turned off the stove, carefully picked up the fried bananas with chopsticks, and arranged them neatly on a pristine white porcelain plate. Fried banana, c. Description: a dish made by frying the fruit harvested from a Tropius's neck. The outer layer is perfectly crispy, while the inside remains soft and tender. The sweetness of the banana is balanced, making it indulgent yet not cloying. Effect: accelerates the growth cycle of Tropius's fruit, allowing it to produce ripe bananas at a significantly faster rate. Comment: as the saying goes, you are what you eat. Naoki stared at the description that appeared in his mind. Did it really accelerate the growth of Tropius's fruit? He murmured. He thought back to the usual growth cycle of Tropius's bananas. Typically, Tropius's fruits ripen twice a year. In the wild, Tropius spreads pollen from its neck flowers during spring and fall, with the bananas reaching full ripeness in summer and winter. However, this pace was quite slow compared to the production rates of other Pokémon. At the ranch, Tropius consumed large quantities of berries daily, and its fruit output often couldn't keep up with its needs. Naoki wondered aloud, how do the Tropius ranches in Alola even turn a profit? They can't possibly sell these bananas at exorbitant prices, can they? He dismissed the idea quickly. The Pokédex entry for Tropius mentioned that children in the Alola region commonly enjoyed its bananas as snacks, which meant they were likely affordable. I wonder how much faster the fruit grows after eating this, Naoki mused. Could it increase the yield from 2 harvests a year to 3? Or even 4? Determined to find out, Naoki carried the fried bananas to Tropius and offered them as a treat. Tropius's eyes lit up as it happily devoured the dish. Naoki also distributed the remaining fried bananas to the other Pokémon in the ranch. In the heart of winter, few people ventured to the countryside, especially trainers. The ranch was quiet, with no visitors aside from the occasional stop by Zack. Naoki took advantage of this peaceful time. Aside from feeding the Pokémon, there was no pressing work to attend to. He spent his days lounging indoors, enjoying warm tea, petting his furry companions, and occasionally browsing the internet. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the 199th year of the Alliance calendar. On the last day of the year, Rotom Technologies officially launched their highly anticipated Rotom phone. This revolutionary device combined Pokémon encyclopedia capabilities, communication features, and advanced navigation into a single portable gadget. The Rotom phone caused an immediate global sensation. In just 3 days, every unit stocked in major stores was sold out. People rushed to get their hands on the new technology. Some bought it for work, others for its photography capabilities, and many parents purchased it as a gift for children about to embark on their Pokémon journeys. Those who missed out could only look on with envy, flooding Rotom Technologies with requests for more stock. Nicker, the CEO of Rotom Technologies, was taken aback by the overwhelming demand. Though he had expected success, the sheer scale of enthusiasm exceeded all predictions. To address the shortage, he held a press conference, promising that the company would ramp up production to ensure everyone could access the new device. The success of the Rotom phone sparked a digital revolution. Internet companies across all regions noticed the device's potential and scrambled to develop apps tailored for it. In no time, a wave of software emerged: communication platforms, dating apps, current affairs forums, video streaming services, live broadcasting apps, and mobile games. Alright, my awesome readers. Here's the deal: some of our OG readers still can't find this FIC loudly crying face, and that just won't do. If we can push this story into the rankings, top 10, or even top 5, it'll get noticed again. So if we can smash through 500 Power Stones within 24 hours from the time this chapter dropped, I'll unleash 10 bonus chapters. Now I'm also considering adding back the previous chapters, everything before chapter 352 by Sunday. Thinking face, I'm a little torn on whether this is a good or bad decision, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. Would you guys prefer having them back, or should I hold off? It was a snowy day. Outside the window, the world was blanketed in white, with snow falling steadily. The scene was serene, yet the cold crept into every corner. Inside, Naoki was cozy, sitting on the sofa and surrounded by a pile of sleek new devices, 50 Rotom phones he had pre-ordered. He began installing software on each one, going through the apps available on the Rotom App Store. Despite the phone's recent release, the store was already teeming with options. Many apps were creatively named after Pokémon, reflecting their purpose in the most straightforward way.
For instance,
Piku TV, a platform for watching TV shows and movies, its icon a cute Piku-shaped television screen. Piku Live, a live streaming service that allows creators to upload their content directly to Piku TV. Pokémon Communication, a social networking app reminiscent of a chat platform from Naoki's previous life, complete with a timeline feature akin to social media. Pokémon Takeout, a food delivery service featuring Toucanon as its mascot. Pokémon Online Shopping, a marketplace for purchasing goods. Pokémon Online Banking, a convenient tool for digital payments and transfers, much like popular payment apps. Pokémon Forum, a hub for discussing news, current events, and random musings. The app icons and functionality immediately caught Naoki's attention. He first clicked on Piku TV, marveling at its user-friendly interface. Then he switched to Piku Live, noting the seamless integration between live streaming and on-demand content. When he opened Pokémon Communication, he couldn't help but smile. Its interface was strikingly similar to WeChat, a platform he was familiar with from his past life. He had shared some of these design ideas with the Rotom Technology team during development, and it was gratifying to see them implemented. Next, he explored Pokémon Takeout and found that the app was still recruiting restaurants and delivery Pokémon. Meanwhile, Pokémon Online Shopping was still building its vendor list but showed great promise. Naoki also tested the Pokémon Forum, where he stumbled upon a post by a user named Desert Tyrant. "Hello? Can anyone see this? The replies were mostly greetings and comments marveling at the Rotom phone's capabilities, with users expressing awe at the new technology.
Naoki.
Look at these people, they seem to have never seen the world. Unlike standard smartphones, the Rotom phone offered internet access anytime and anywhere, even without Wi-Fi, thanks to the unique abilities of Rotom itself. Phones without Rotom required a special internet card, making the Rotom phone significantly more expensive but infinitely more convenient. With the first phone fully set up, Naoki spent about 8 minutes installing all necessary apps. He then created a user profile on Pokémon Communication for Calyrex, who had been intrigued by the idea of these human devices. Handing the phone to Calyrex, Naoki explained, "Here it is, your own phone. I've installed everything you'll need." Calyrex examined the device with curiosity, his eyes glowing faintly. "This is the device you spoke of earlier?" he asked. Naoki nodded, grinning. "Exactly. Look here, this app is Piku TV. You can use it to watch movies anytime you want, without ads." Calyrex's expression brightened.
Truly?
No interruptions. His tone was filled with genuine excitement. "Would you like to give it a try?" Naoki said with a smile. "You can open an app just by lightly tapping it with your hand. Plus, there's a Pokémon named Rotom living inside your phone. You can simply tell Rotom what you want to do, and it will help you." He added, "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask Rotom, and it will explain everything it knows." Hearing this, Calyrex hesitated momentarily before loosening his grip. The Rotom phone floated up automatically in front of him. Calyrex tried cautiously, "Rotom, open the movie app for me." "Understood." Opening Piku TV, Rotom's cheerful voice replied. The screen lit up, and Piku TV launched, displaying a neatly arranged library of movies and animations. Rotom began introducing each title, giving a brief description for the Crowned King's convenience. Calyrex selected a movie he had watched before and said, "Play Warm Slugma House." Rotom responded, "Playing Warm Slugma House for you now." Sure enough, the movie started playing on the screen. Calyrex stared at it, his eyes lighting up with amazement. How extraordinary! Calyrex thought. This device is a marvel. Naoki smiled at the odd expression on Calyrex's face and continued introducing the other features. When he opened Pokémon Communication, he added Calyrex as a contact and explained its uses. "With this app, you can contact me anytime, whether through video calls or messages. Rotom will even translate your words into human language and convert them into text automatically," Naoki explained. He pointed to different features on the app, saying, "This is your personal profile. Here, you can change your online name and profile picture. And this is the Friends Circle, where you can see updates from your friends or share your own thoughts." Calyrex listened intently and began exploring the phone himself. He tested video chatting with Naoki, dictated text messages for Rotom to translate, and browsed through his Friends Circle with curiosity. While looking at his personal profile, Calyrex asked, "What is an online name?" Naoki replied, "It's like a nickname or a display name that others can use to address you online. You can also use your real name if you prefer." Calyrex pondered for a moment before nodding. When Naoki glanced over, he noticed that Calyrex had set his online name to Farmer.
Naoki.
Well, that was certainly fitting, considering Calyrex's pastoral tendencies. "I understand now," Calyrex said with a nod of satisfaction.
Naoki chuckled.
"All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Rotom or message me anytime." Calyrex nodded again and immersed himself in exploring the new device. Naoki then took the remaining Rotom phones to the reverse world. He located the members of the Hero Expedition Team, Mew, Baby Bear and Zapdos, and handed them each a phone. He patiently explained the phone's features to them, just as he had done for Calyrex. "With these Rotom phones, you can stay in touch with the ranch no matter where you are," Naoki said. "If you encounter beautiful scenery on your adventures, you can use the camera feature to capture the moment and send the pictures to me." Baby Bear and Mew stared at the Rotom phone floating in front of them with wide-eyed curiosity. Their excitement bubbled over as they chirped in unison, happily signaling that they had understood how to use it. "Very good," Naoki said with a warm smile. "From now on, Rotom will also be a member of the Hero Expedition Team. Let it travel with you and assist you on your adventures." Mew twirled through the air in delight, orbiting the Rotom phone with glee. Satisfied, Naoki made his way to Giratina. At first, Giratina dismissed the device with a huff of disdain. It grumbled about how it didn't need human-made trinkets. But when Naoki casually mentioned that all the other legendary Pokémon had one, Giratina's pride flared. Scarlet eyes burning, Giratina let out 2 heavy snorts, glancing toward the Rotom phones hovering near Naoki. Its sudden interest, however, sent the timid Rotoms into a panic. As if sensing the dragon's formidable aura, the little Pokémon darted behind Naoki for protection. Naoki blinked in surprise at the scene, while Giratina growled in frustration. The mighty ruler of the reverse world, disrespected by these insignificant Pokémon? Its temper boiled over. With a sharp movement, Giratina lunged, capturing the most timid Rotom. The poor Rotom trembled, looking as though it might faint on the spot. Naoki quickly stepped forward, raising his hands.
Hey, don't be so rough, he exclaimed.
Giratina, thoroughly insulted, barked at the quivering Rotom. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. Naoki crossed his arms, staring firmly at the imposing dragon. Giratina, you cannot treat Rotom like this. You'll terrify it. Giratina grunted in irritation, its pride visibly wounded. Am I the kind of dragon that would harm such a weakling? It retorted, its tone both defensive and indignant. Naoki sighed, his expression softening. Look, if you want a Rotom companion, I can find one that's not afraid of you. No, Giratina snapped stubbornly. I want this one. The captured Rotom trembled harder, earning another sigh from Naoki. Despite Giratina's fiery temperament, Naoki knew it would never truly harm an innocent Pokémon. He crouched down to address the frightened Rotom gently. Don't worry, Naoki said softly. Giratina might have a bad temper, but it's a protector at heart. I promise it won't hurt you. If anything ever happens, just send me a message, and I'll come get you immediately. Hearing this reassurance, the Rotom relaxed slightly, its trembling subsiding. It hesitated but finally nodded. Naoki smiled. That's the spirit. I hope you two can get along. After ensuring the Rotom was reasonably comfortable, Naoki helped Giratina set up its phone and added the legendary Pokémon as a contact. He left the reverse world with the remaining Rotom phones. Back at the ranch, Naoki decided to give the hard-working Dragonites 2 days off. With the snow falling steadily outside, he instructed them to rest and return to the ranch once the weather cleared. Naoki decided to save the remaining Rotom phones for the Dragonites when they returned to work. He also intended to give one to Koraidon, but Koraidon politely declined, expressing that its constant presence alongside Naoki made the device unnecessary. Reluctantly, Naoki agreed and set the remaining Rotom phones in the living room, allowing the Pokémon to interact with them freely. Some Pokémon eagerly explored the devices, while others remained indifferent. Naoki didn't press the matter, letting everyone do as they pleased. Naoki sat next to Calyrex, who was deeply engrossed in the Rotom phone, listening intently as Rotom explained its many functions. It was clear that Calyrex had developed a liking for the device. Naoki chuckled at the sight and opened his own phone to check his social app. To his amusement, the Hero Expedition Team had updated their online name to simply Hero Expedition Team. It was straightforward and fitting, he thought with a smile. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, things were not as peaceful. After Naoki left, the Rotom assigned to Giratina was gripped with terror. Despite its best attempts to remain unnoticed, Giratina's piercing scarlet eyes seemed to see right through it. When Giratina finally left, Rotom heaved a sigh of relief, only to resume its playing dead routine when the fearsome dragon returned. This time, however, something unexpected happened. Giratina rolled a few red apples towards Rotom. Humph, you're so timid, Giratina grumbled, though its voice lacked the earlier hostility. I won't eat you. I brought these fruits, eat them.
Rotom blinked in surprise.
The terrifying ruler of the reverse world had actually offered it food? It hesitated for a long moment, but Giratina seemed uninterested, lazily curling up to sleep nearby. Rotom finally floated upward, cautiously inspecting the apples. But as it did, Giratina cracked one eye open, its blood-red gaze falling on Rotom. Rotom froze, its mind racing. What now? I don't eat fruit, Rotom, it stammered nervously. I need electricity to recharge. Giratina's tone shifted, becoming more curious than irritated.
Electricity? I see.
Rotom explained further, mentioning how it usually recharged using solar power. The notion of solar power clearly puzzled Giratina. What Rotom didn't realize was that the few sunflowers on the Sky Island, potential sources of solar energy, had been accidentally crushed by Giratina during its naps. Without saying much, Giratina extended a golden claw and touched the Rotom gently. Giratina used a mini version of Thunder Wave. However, Rotom was already fully charged, and in just 1 second, it felt like it might explode from the overload of electricity. It quickly floated backward, shaking its head frantically.
I'm not hungry yet, Rotom,
it exclaimed, trying to calm Giratina down. Giratina snorted but said nothing more. It closed its eyes and began to doze off. Rotom, still trembling from the experience, started to realize that this fearsome Pokémon might not be as bad as it seemed. After a brief hesitation, it decided to take the initiative and began explaining the functions of the Rotom phone to Giratina. Giratina's crimson eyes snapped open as it watched the screen intently. As a legendary Pokémon, its pride made it instinctively dismissive of human inventions. Yet, curiosity was gnawing at it. Despite its aloof demeanor, it was genuinely intrigued. When Rotom mentioned the ability to make video calls, Giratina immediately demanded, "Show me. Call Naoki now." Obediently, Rotom initiated a video call. Within moments, Naoki's face appeared on the screen. It worked. Giratina stared at the screen, visibly astonished as it saw Naoki's smiling face on the other side. "Oh, so you're already using the Rotom phone?" Naoki remarked with a grin, instantly realizing that Giratina had warmed up to the device. He exchanged a few light-hearted words with the legendary Pokémon before ending the call. This brief interaction only deepened Giratina's curiosity. It began ordering Rotom to open various apps, one after another. Since Giratina couldn't read, Rotom patiently translated and explained the text on the screen, detailing how to use each app and its purpose. Meanwhile, Naoki was busy with his own tasks back at the ranch. He was exploring the Pokémon online shopping app, preparing to register as a merchant to officially launch Dragonite Express. With the Rotom phone's connectivity, the Dragonites could now deliver goods across the entire Paldea region. As Naoki was setting up his account, the video phone at his home suddenly rang. When he answered, Gita's cheerful face appeared on the screen. "Long time no see, Naoki," she greeted warmly.
Gita?
"What brings you here?" Naoki asked, slightly surprised by the unexpected call. Gita raised a Rotom phone into view, shaking it slightly with a smile. "You got one of these too, didn't you? Add me as a friend." Naoki blinked, slightly caught off guard. A minute later, he received Gita's friend request on his own phone and nodded, accepting it. Gita's profile was remarkably straightforward. Her display picture was a close-up of herself, almost identical to the ID photo on her trainer card. Her username was equally no-nonsense, Gita. Moments after accepting the request, Naoki received a message from her.
Gita, this is so much more convenient.
Now I won't have to worry about you not being at the ranch when I need to find you.
Smiley face.
Her message was punctuated with a cheerful smiley face emoji. Looking at the information on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Gita had adapted to this new technology remarkably quickly. Thinking about it, he casually commented on her swift adoption. Not long after, Gita replied with a smile. "Gita, of course, as the champion of the Paldea League, I must stay ahead of the times. Otherwise, how would I connect with you young trainers?"
Naoki.
After ending the call with Gita, Naoki was surprised to receive several more calls from familiar names, all requesting to add him as a friend. Among them were Alder, champion of the Unova League, Leon, champion of the Galar League, and Iono, gym leader of the Levincia Gym. Alder's profile picture was a cheerful shot of him alongside Volcarona, his trusted partner. He looked full of vitality and warmth in the photo. "Alder, is this the phone you mentioned back then?
It's incredible.
I can't imagine life without it now." Leon's profile picture captured him mid-battle, illuminated by vibrant lights as he directed his Pokémon.
Leon, you're at the ranch, right?
"I'll be on vacation soon and plan to visit.
Are you free?"
Iono, ever true to her bubbly personality, used a photo of herself beaming into the camera with bright, electric-colored filters. "Iono, finally added you. Hee, I knew you'd have a Rotom phone too, Naoki." Seeing the messages, Naoki smiled and replied to each one in turn. "Naoki, is it useful?"
Naoki, yes, I'm here.
"I'll have time, and you're always welcome to visit." Naoki, compared to older communicators, the Rotom phone is so much more convenient. I think no one can resist its charm. Alder and Leon exchanged a few pleasantries before going quiet, but Iono stuck around to chat a bit longer. "Iono, what are you up to now?" "Naoki, I'm heading into town to link my bank card to the online banking app."
Are you on vacation?
Naoki knew that at the end of each year, the gym leaders in Paldea were granted some time off to relax and move around freely, without needing to accept challenges from trainers. Sure enough, Iono confirmed it.
Iono, that's right.
"I went back to my hometown recently, and now I'm helping my mom make lunch." She sent a photo shortly after. In the image, Iono's hands were covered in flour, and next to her stood a kind-looking woman with a gentle smile, likely Iono's mother. Gym leaders' families rarely appeared in the games, Naoki mused, but it made sense. A family capable of raising someone as cheerful and lively as Iono must be warm and supportive. After a pleasant exchange, Naoki got up and made his way towards Koraiden, to head toward Kosagi Town and handle his online banking business. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Levincia City, Iono's mother noticed the silly smile on her daughter's face and couldn't help but tease her. She raised an eyebrow playfully and asked, "You've got a boyfriend?" Iono quickly shook her head, flustered.
What? No way.
"He's just a friend I met a while ago." The woman, well acquainted with her daughter's nature, smiled knowingly and said, "I don't think so. But I've noticed you often travel across the entire Paldea region to visit someone in Kosagi Town." Kosagi Town and Levincia City were thousands of miles apart. Knowing her daughter, it was unlikely she'd make such a journey without a significant reason. Iono immediately scrambled to defend herself. "That's part of my job as a gym leader. The champion assigns us tasks like that." Her mother raised an eyebrow, her expression clearly saying, "Go on, I'm listening." Seeing that she was caught, Iono sighed. Would attract trainers and Pokémon who needed its benefits. An absolutely perfect Pokémon. He paused dramatically, his eyes gleaming. "My life is complete now that I've seen Goldengo." Naoki couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Isn't that a bit over the top?"
Not at all.
The shopkeeper's tone was firm, his admiration unwavering. "It's been a millennium since the last sighting of Goldengo, the richest Pokémon. For most, it's just a legend passed down through stories. People say it's the ultimate treasure for any explorer, a Pokémon that can grant unlimited wealth." Naoki nodded slightly. "That's true. Goldengo really does have the ability to create gold coins." After fulfilling his promise, Naoki bid the shopkeeper farewell and returned to the ranch with Goldengo. Back at the ranch, Naoki felt a sense of accomplishment. With Goldengo's situation resolved, everything seemed peaceful. But then he remembered something critical.
Oh no.
"I almost forgot,"
Naoki exclaimed.
He glanced upstairs, where 7 EV eggs rested in their incubators. The EV eggs, it's almost time for them to hatch. From that moment, Naoki kept a close watch over the eggs, eager to witness their hatching. Time flew by, and soon it was the afternoon of August 15th, year 199 of the Alliance calendar. Naoki was in the kitchen, carefully stirring a pot of chicken soup, when suddenly Umbreon came bounding down the stairs, excitement radiating from every step.
Umbri.
Umbreon barked, its tail wagging furiously. Naoki chuckled at Umbreon's frantic but amusing dash but quickly realized what it meant.
His heart skipped a beat.
"Are the eggs hatching?"
Umbri.
Umbreon nodded enthusiastically. Naoki wasted no time. "Indeed, watch the soup for me," he called out, before darting upstairs with Umbreon leading the way. When Naoki entered the room, the first baby EV had already hatched. Its big shiny dark eyes blinked curiously, while its velvety light-colored fur and soft pink paw pads made it look utterly adorable. A small piece of eggshell still rested on its head as it clumsily tried to free itself from the rest of the egg. The newly hatched EV was irresistibly cute, and Naoki felt his heart melt at the sight. He quickly approached, guiding Glacian and Umbreon, who had been vigilantly watching over the eggs, closer to the newborn. The little EV soon managed to wriggle free from the eggshell, then sat on the soft bedding, gazing at Naoki and the 2 older evolutions with wide, bright eyes. "The tail has a jagged edge. This one's a male," Naoki noted immediately, recognizing its gender from the shape of its tail. Glacian, seeing the tiny EV, instantly forgot any reservations it might have had and let out a delighted boo-ee. Umbreon, curious as ever, stepped forward quietly. It sniffed the newborn EV gently, its nose twitching as it took in the baby's scent. Naoki crouched down with a warm smile.
"Hello, EV," he greeted.
The little EV looked between Naoki and the 2 older Pokémon. After a moment of hesitation, it attempted to respond with a high-pitched, "EV.
EV."
At that moment, Indeedee, the elder caretaker, entered the room carrying a small bottle of milk, specially prepared for the newly hatched Pokémon. Indeedee had been trained for moments like this and handled the situation expertly. Naoki stepped aside, allowing Indeedee to gently feed the little EV. As the newborn suckled, Naoki turned to Glacian and Umbreon. "This is your little brother from now on," he announced playfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the other 6 eggs began to crack. One after another, more baby EVs emerged, each with bits of eggshell still clinging to their heads. They blinked up at the world, their tiny forms radiating curiosity and wonder. Naoki quickly realized the scale of the situation. Indy D alone couldn't manage to care for all of them. He called out to younger Indy D, "Bring a few more bottles of milk, quickly." Soon enough, Indy D's sibling arrived, carrying additional bottles. The scent of milk seemed to energize the baby EVs, who had used up most of their energy hatching. They wobbled toward the bottles, their tiny cries filling the room. "EV, EE." Their voices were sweet and soft, yet brimming with life. Several of the baby EVs scrambled onto Naoki's legs, eagerly pawing at him as if seeking his help. He found himself juggling bottles while trying to calm them down. "Wow," Naoki muttered with a wry smile. "I'm not even married, and I'm already a stay-at-home dad." He eventually settled on the carpet, cross-legged, with all 7 baby EVs nestled in his lap. As he held them, he carefully attached the pre-prepared nipples to the bottles so they could feed. Though he was a bit overwhelmed, Naoki couldn't help but feel a profound sense of joy. Looking at the tiny, furry Pokémon snuggled against. After finishing his online banking business in Kosagi Town, Naoki hopped onto Koraidon and headed back to the ranch. As he reviewed his updated account balance on the way home, he was surprised to see how much it had grown. Somehow, without even realizing it, he'd become a millionaire. "Strange. I don't feel any different," Naoki murmured to himself. Life at the ranch continued in the same peaceful way. Though quiet and uneventful, Naoki found that such simplicity was precious. He shook his head, a small smile on his lips. Life goes on. Now that the Rotom phone was officially released, his next big task was to fully launch the Dragonite Express business. Dragonite Express had always been part of his plan, but its success would hinge on another project, Pokémon Online, a shopping platform similar to Amazon Business. The app's design concept was based on Naoki's earlier suggestions to Rotom technology. He had insisted that Pokémon Online include all the necessary functions of a modern e-commerce platform. Even though the Rotom phone had only been on the market for a week, Rotom Technology's preparation had been meticulous. Many businesses had already uploaded their products to the Pokémon Online app, and several had even begun operations. Naoki quickly browsed through the Pokémon Online app and found various items for sale: Moo Moo milk, berries, plush toys, and Pokeballs. Curious, he opened the shopping interface, linked his online banking account, and placed an order for 20 standard red and white Pokeballs. After confirming his purchase, 2 delivery options appeared on the screen. Toucanon/Squawkabilly Express. The delivery fee varied based on the distance. According to the description, merchants used Pokémon like Toucanon and Squawkabilly to deliver goods. These Pokémon, trained extensively beforehand, excelled in navigation and could deliver packages promptly and accurately, even across vast distances. Standard delivery. This method relied on human delivery workers driving large trucks between major cities. While slower, it was also more cost-effective than the Pokémon-based service. Naoki nodded thoughtfully as he read through the details. Next, he accessed his own online store, which he had created earlier. He renamed it Naoki Ranch and began uploading a selection of the ranch's goods. Alongside standard fruits, vegetables, and Moo Moo milk, Naoki included a special limited quantity item, Life Goat milk. He highlighted its unique restorative effects in the description, hoping it would attract trainers and Pokémon who needed its benefits. When it came to choosing a delivery method for his store, Naoki noticed an intriguing option: he could create a custom delivery service. Without hesitation, he typed Dragonite Express into the field. He proudly detailed that Dragonite would personally deliver all orders, ensuring a faster and more reliable service than both Toucanon and truck deliveries. Of course, such premium service came with a higher delivery fee, but Naoki wasn't planning to keep the money. Instead, he decided the fee would go directly to the Dragonites, allowing them to visit the town with Rotom and buy their favorite treats. With everything set up, all that remained was for the Dragonites to pair up with their respective Rotom partners. However, this process would have to wait a few more days since Naoki had granted the hardworking Dragonites a well-deserved week-long holiday. But as the saying goes, plans often can't keep up with change. Though Naoki had given the Dragonites time off, they had their own plans. The very next day, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm light over the frost-covered landscape. Compared to the previous days, the weather was noticeably milder. Early in the morning, the Dragonites, feeling restless and bored on Dragonite Island, took to the skies. In a flurry of wings, they made their way to Naoki Ranch. When Naoki saw the group of Dragonites landing at the ranch, he was surprised. "Why are you all here? Didn't I say you could take a few days off?" The Dragonites responded with enthusiastic roars. They all insisted that they were too bored on the island and wanted to return to the ranch to work. Naoki blinked in disbelief. He had never seen such eager workers before. Meanwhile, his own Dragonite stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with an expression of exasperation. To it, these Dragonites weren't here to work, they were clearly here for the food. Naoki didn't dwell on it for too long. Since the Dragonites were already at the ranch, he decided it was the perfect opportunity to distribute the Rotom phones he had prepared for them. Counting his own Dragonite, there were now 12 Dragonites on the ranch. Naoki headed to the living room and retrieved 12 Rotom phones. He set them out and allowed the Dragonites to interact with the Rotoms, encouraging them to choose their own partners. Once every Dragonite had selected its Rotom partner, Naoki began explaining the phone's functions and their new responsibilities. The Dragonites listened intently, their eyes fixed on the floating Rotom phones. Despite their focused expressions, their faces betrayed some confusion. Naoki smiled patiently. To put it simply, starting today, I'll need your help delivering goods from the ranch to faraway places. He explained the detailed system he had put in place. Whenever a customer places an order through Naoki's online store, the Rotom phone automatically collects the customer's information and forwards it to the Dragonite's partner Rotom. Rotom would then use satellite maps to pinpoint the customer's location and guide the Dragonite there for the delivery. If any problems arose during the journey, Rotom would automatically contact the ranch to inform Naoki. As Naoki finished his explanation, the Dragonites' faces lit up with understanding.
Awoo, awoo, awoo. No problem. Leave it to us.
They roared in unison, nodding enthusiastically. The Dragonites puffed out their chests proudly, their determination palpable. Naoki chuckled, satisfied with their response. All right, I'll leave it to you. With the new year just around the corner, Naoki decided to delay officially launching Dragonite Express until spring when the snow would melt. For now, he asked the Dragonites to spend some time at the ranch getting familiar with their new Rotom partners. As the Dragonites began to bond with their Rotoms, Naoki prepared to head to Kosagi Town to purchase supplies for the New Year celebrations. The 199th year of the Alliance calendar marked Naoki's second year in this world. In that time, the ranch had grown into a vibrant haven, home to a diverse array of Pokémon. Naoki thought about the preferences of each Pokémon in his mind and selected the food they liked. After finishing the shopping, Naoki loaded the food into his pickup truck and drove back to the ranch. As soon as he arrived, Naoki called over Koraidon and Cyclizer to help unload and move the supplies. With their assistance, the task was quickly completed. Naoki headed back to the living room for a well-deserved glass of water. However, when he arrived, he noticed something odd. Calyrex, who had been lounging on the sofa watching TV, was nowhere to be seen. In his place were a few sleepy EVs, curled up together on the sofa. Naoki glanced around the room and turned to brother Indy, asking, "Where's Calyrex?" Indy responded, "IE-," while gesturing toward the glass greenhouse. Following the direction indicated, Naoki made his way to the greenhouse. Pushing open the glass door, he found Calyrex sitting atop a flower stand surrounded by blooming flowers. The king of bountiful harvests was engrossed in its Rotom phone.
Naoki sighed.
It seemed the king had moved on from his TV addiction to becoming thoroughly absorbed in his phone. Calyrex, noticing Naoki's arrival, looked up and spoke with a touch of melancholy. "If I'd had a Rotom phone to keep me company back then, perhaps I wouldn't have felt so lonely wandering across the crown tundra." Naoki paused, his heart softening at the words. Looking at Calyrex, he was reminded of the elderly from his previous life who struggled with loneliness.
The sight was bittersweet.
Not wanting to disturb Calyrex, Naoki quietly stepped out of the greenhouse and returned to the main house. Later that evening, after dinner, Indy's siblings and Goldengo left to open the Pokémon Tavern for the night's business. Meanwhile, Naoki retreated to his room, laying on his bed with a fluffy little EV nestled in his arms as he scrolled through his Rotom phone. A few EVs snuggled together on his belly, fast asleep in a warm pile. Pawmot rested comfortably at the foot of the bed, while Koraidon dozed on a soft rug nearby. The peaceful moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. Naoki set down his phone and got up to answer, surprised to find Indy standing there, looking unusually urgent. "What's wrong?" Naoki asked, munching on a couple of translated seeds. Indy flailed its arms, clearly excited, and exclaimed, "Indy! There's news about the guests at the tavern. They found a lead on Pawmot's parents."
Ha!
Pawmot, who had been dozing at the foot of the bed, suddenly sat up, ears perked, and asked excitedly, "Pawmot?
Pawmot? Really?"
Indy nodded gently, confirming with a soft Indy. "Yes, it was a Squawkabilly who told me." 3 minutes later, Naoki and Palmot arrived at the Pokémon Tavern. Inside, a blue-feathered squawkabilly was perched at the bar, sipping juice from a small cup held delicately in its wings while chattering animatedly. Squaw! Let me tell you, when I was out there, I even defeated a fierce Tauros. The other Pokémon seated around the bar were listening intently, clearly captivated by the squawkabilly's boasting. Halfway through its tale, the squawkabilly noticed Naoki and Palmot walking in. Palmot immediately ran over, its tail wagging in excitement, and asked, Palmot, have you really seen my parents? The squawkabilly tilted its head, its eyes scrutinizing Palmot for a moment. It seemed confused. Squaw.
You're Palmot?
Why do you look a little different from the ones I've seen before? Palmot nodded earnestly, replying, Palmot. Yes. It's me for sure. Although still a bit puzzled, the squawkabilly began recounting its discovery. It explained that about a year ago, while it was flying with its flock above a dense forest, it had spotted two Palmots desperately searching for their child. The two Palmots had even climbed a very tall tree, calling out to the flock of birds above and asking if they'd seen their lost little one. The squawkabilly had replied that it hadn't seen anything at the time, and it watched as the pair of Palmots left, visibly disheartened. When Palmot heard about the very tall tree, its eyes lit up with recognition.
Palmot, that's it.
Palmot exclaimed, bouncing with excitement.
Palmot.
I remember there was a very tall tree where I used to live. Naoki, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. Do you remember where this place is? He asked calmly. The squawkabilly puffed out its chest with pride. Squaw.
Of course.
We squawkabillies are the most talented Pokémon when it comes to memory. Once we've seen something, The first thought that popped into Naoki's mind was, this is definitely a squawkabilly who loves to brag. But the matter at hand was urgent. Setting aside his thoughts, Naoki pressed on. Can you take us there? The squawkabilly, now slightly tipsy from drinking too much fruit wine, flapped its wings and puffed out its chest proudly.
Squawk, squawk. Of course.
I'll take you there right now. After all, it had been eating and drinking at Naoki's place for free every day. It would be embarrassing not to return the favor when needed. Naoki hesitated. It was late, but one look at the eager expression on Palmot's face made him swallow his objections. All right, he said, preparing himself for an overnight journey. If things went smoothly, they could be back by dawn. With the ranch now peacefully quiet, and the Pokémon all fast asleep, Naoki decided not to disturb them. He grabbed what they needed, hopped onto Koraidon with Palmot, and followed the loud, talkative squawkabilly as it took to the skies, heading south. The squawkabilly, as expected, wouldn't stop talking. Squawk. Let me tell you, I've been to so many places before. Not just forests, oh no, I've even conquered the vast oceans. Squawk. You know the ocean, don't you? It's massive. Ordinary Pokémon wouldn't even think of flying across it. Only I, the greatest squawkabilly ever, can do it.
Naoki. Koraidon.
Meanwhile, Palmot listened with rapt attention, taking every word the squawkabilly said quite seriously. Perhaps it was the anticipation of meeting its parents again, but in this moment, Palmot displayed an innocent eagerness, like a child awaiting a long-awaited reunion. Naoki smiled as he watched Palmot. He couldn't help but hope that if they did find Palmot's parents, he could bring them back to the ranch. Reuniting the family would not only bring joy but also create an opportunity for the family to help out. Once the World Tree grew to its full height and the Hero Expedition Team's union was established, perhaps they could work as clerks in the prop store, selling berries, moo milk, and other goods to fellow Pokémon. But there was no certainty in this quest. Naoki was keenly aware that finding Palmot's parents wasn't guaranteed. The squawkabilly's account suggested it had encountered Palmot's parents over a year ago, around the time the young Pokémon had been taken by a bombardier and subsequently brought to the ranch. Now, over a year has passed. The forest was vast, and there was no way to ensure the two Pokémon hadn't migrated to another area. Despite the uncertainty, there was a silver lining. At least they finally had a lead on Palmot's parents. And as the saying goes, there are always more solutions than problems. As long as the two Palmot hadn't been caught by a trainer, there was still hope of finding them. The wilderness of the Paldea region stretched vast and dark under the night sky. The Pokémon world's population wasn't as large as the world Naoki remembered from his previous life, leaving much of the wilderness undeveloped. These pristine areas maintained their ecological balance, serving as thriving habitats for countless wild Pokémon. Squawkabilly's flying speed wasn't quite as swift as a Dragonite's, but it easily outpaced Pokémon like Noctowl. Naoki glanced at the time on Rotom's phone. After about an hour and a half of flying, they approached a sprawling natural forest. The forest lay blanketed in shadow, illuminated faintly by the hazy moonlight. Standing tall in its center was an enormous tree, far larger than the surrounding canopy. Its silhouette dominated the horizon, a lone giant amidst the sea of green. Pawmot's eyes lit up as it spotted the towering tree.
Pawmot. Pawmot.
It turned excitedly toward Naoki and called out twice before darting off toward the massive tree, its small paws moving quickly with eager anticipation. Squawkabilly tilted its head in confusion.
Squawk.
What's it so excited about all of a sudden?
Naoki chuckled.
Maybe it's been a long time since it's been back home, he said, nudging Koraidon to follow. The Squawkabilly squawked but quickly flapped after them, keeping pace. When they reached the base of the tree, Pawmot was already on the ground, darting around the grassy clearing, as if trying to reacquaint itself with its surroundings. Naoki dismounted and approached the young Pokémon. Did you find something? Pawmot turned to him and chirped urgently before sprinting toward a specific direction. Partway through, they arrived at a clearing. Pawmot paused and stared at the empty space before pointing at it with its paw, chirping, Pawmot.
Pawmot.
It gestured to Naoki as if to say, this is it. I used to sleep on a rock here before the Pokémon carried me away. Naoki smiled fondly at the memory. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were stealing feed from the chicken coop. You were just a little kid back then.
Pawmot chirped bashfully, Pawmot.
It was true. Back then, it had been so hungry, and the grain-based chicken feed was delicious. The group continued their trek beyond the clearing. The vague memories in Pawmot's mind began to resurface more clearly, guided by the familiar sights and sounds of the forest. The rustling of deep bushes, the towering silhouettes of snow-dusted trees, the soothing trickle of a gurgling river, all of it painted the picture of a home long left behind. Eventually, Pawmot stopped abruptly before a tree covered in snow. Naoki glanced at Pawmot, noticing its clear excitement as it stared intently at the base of the large tree. Following Pawmot's gaze, Naoki saw a hollow in the trunk, nestled just above the ground, a small dark tree hole. Naoki quickly realized this must be Pawmot's old nest. Go on, Naoki encouraged softly, his tone warm and reassuring. Your parents must be waiting for you to come home.
Pawmot.
The little Pokémon nodded firmly, wiping its damp eyes with its paw before darting toward the tree hole. As Pawmot crawled inside, Naoki stayed outside, quietly observing the surroundings. He noticed that the tree hole was well maintained and not abandoned. A few faint footprints dotted the snow around the area, prints left by Pokémon that seemed to match Pawmot's kind. This likely meant Pawmot's parents were still living here. Naoki let out a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with happiness for Pawmot. Finally, he thought, a happy ending. The family will reunite after so long. Parents and child will embrace, their tears of joy reflecting the bonds of love and home. However, the heartfelt scene he envisioned didn't unfold as expected. From the tree hole, a sudden flash of lightning erupted, followed by Pawmot's startled cry of Pawmot. The next moment, the little Pokémon dashed out of the hollow, visibly panicked. Naoki froze. What? Two larger Pawmots emerged from the tree hole, their fur bristling with hostility as they glared at the younger Pokémon. Their eyes were filled with suspicion, their stance ready for confrontation. The larger Pawmots were clearly on edge, and their expressions reflected nothing but anger as they sized up the strange visitor. Pawmot frantically waved its paws, trying to explain, Pawmot, Pawmot.
Mom, Dad, it's me.
I'm your child. But the larger Pawmots only grew angrier, one of them growling menacingly, Pawmot.
Liar.
Our child doesn't look like you.
Leave.
Stop pretending to be our baby. Hearing this, both Naoki and Pawmot froze as realization dawned. Pawmot glanced down at its fur, its expression shifting as the truth sank in. The difference in its fur color, something it had never truly considered before, was the reason for its parents' rejection. But Pawmot wasn't ready to give up. Shaking its head vigorously, it tried a different approach to prove its identity.
Pawmot, Pawmot.
Mom, Dad, do you remember when we went foraging for berries in the forest? I fell into the river and almost got swept away. A little boy in a straw hat rescued me, and you gave him lots of berries to thank him. The two larger Pawmots paused, their hostility faltering. For a moment, they exchanged uncertain glances. Pawmot pressed on, desperate to close the gap between them.
Pawmot, Pawmot.
Last year, I wandered outside while you were digging a burrow at home. I fell asleep on a rock, but then a Pokémon swooped in and carried me away to a faraway place. At this, the suspicion in the larger Pawmot's eyes softened. Their fur bristling eased, replaced by a glimmer of disbelief. One of them, its voice trembling, asked cautiously, "Pawmot?"
Pawmot nodded vigorously. Pawmot.
Naoki watched as the two larger Pawmots hesitated for a moment longer before their emotions broke free. They rushed forward, embracing their child tightly. All three began crying loudly, the reunion overwhelming them with joy. Naoki let out a deep breath of relief.
Ha!
Looks like everything worked out. Beside him, Koraidon, who had been observing the scene quietly, let out a contented sound, its massive tail wagging slightly. Rayo, it too, was delighted for Pawmot. Meanwhile, the Squawkabilly fluttered proudly nearby, puffing out its chest.
Squawk! Did you see that?
The amazing Squawkabilly has once again proven it's the most helpful Pokémon in the world. I reunited the Pawmot family all by myself. The boastful Pokémon already envisioned itself recounting this tale triumphantly to the other Pokémon back at the tavern. As the three Pawmots slowly calmed down from their tears, the younger Pawmot began telling its parents everything that had happened since it was taken away. It shared how it had landed on a human's ranch and been warmly taken in. It recounted how it grew stronger, evolving into its current form, and how it had met so many new companions who had become like family. The two older Pawmots, who had waited tirelessly in the forest for their child's return, listened intently. Their expressions shifted between amazement and gratitude as they turned their gaze toward Naoki. The two stepped forward, leading their child with them, and bowed their heads toward Naoki, Koraidon, and Squawkabilly, their eyes filled with heartfelt appreciation. Naoki offered them a gentle smile. "You're welcome. Your child is incredible and has brought so much joy to the ranch." The adult Pawmots exchanged a quick glance before scurrying back to the tree hole. Moments later, they returned, carrying several vibrant fruits, which they placed at Naoki's feet. It was a simple, genuine gesture of thanks, a heartfelt offering from wild Pokémon. Naoki accepted the fruits with a warm nod before glancing at Pawmot. The young Pawmot turned to its parents, its expression earnest and hopeful.
Pawmot, Pawmot.
"Mom, Dad, come live with me at the ranch." The older Pawmots tilted their heads, exchanging confused looks. Noticing their hesitation, Naoki stepped in to explain, crouching to meet them at eye level. "Pawmot is inviting you to come live with us at the ranch. It's a safe place with plenty of space and food. You won't ever have to worry about being separated again."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.